The first time I saw something serious was on the day I turned 8. My mom had bought me this old handheld and a few games to go with it. Even though it was a generation out of date and all my friends had the newer version, I was still happy to have it. It was cool to just own something. I was alone. Mom let me stay home from school that day as a part of my birthday present. I was on this little sofa, sort of slouched down as far as I could go, practically laying on my back on the seat cushion with my head propped up against it. I was playing this game that I can't even remember, just staring at the display. And I saw this weird reflection on the plastic screen. Easy to see because it didn't actually light up like the new model did. So, that would be your Game Boy and Game Boy Pocket versus the Game Boy Color. Did the Pocket have a backlight? I don't feel like it did. Did the Color even have a backlight? I know it had color, but like, I feel like the backlight was kind of... I don't know when the fuck that came out now that I think about it. So I remember having to have the little plug-in lamp all the way up until the SP, for fuck's sake. But I believe the SP also had the backlight button. I don't know. Anyway, there's this reflection of something really tall and dark in the corner next to me. All I can think is that Mom somehow hung up one of her long jackets or dresses on the floor lamp we have there. And that didn't make sense, so I look up and to the right, and then I saw it. A face staring down at me. 2 yellow eyes with slit pupils, no muzzle, face flat, and the edges of its mouth curled up into a grin. Its teeth were long and sharp, all of them. I don't remember seeing ears. I don't think it had any. I just know it wasn't a person. It was a thing, a creature. The yellow eyes were standing out from the black matted fur that covered its face. I could only see the edges of its mouth because it had on it what I think was a raincoat or something. There was this big collar that was turned up and covered the lower half of his face. It was tall. Its shoulders and back of its head and neck were up against the ceiling, so it was looking straight down at me. And the rest of its body was pushed back into that corner next to the sofa, its arms out to the side and pressed into the walls, like he's bracing himself. What I think were long, black claws stuck out from the openings at the ends of the sleeves dug into the walls. And for the few seconds I stared up at it, it didn't move at all, not even a little bit, kind of like it was stuck in a still frame. It's weird to see something that you know shouldn't exist, like there's this extra moment where your brain absorbs what it's seeing, and instead of making you react right away, maybe seeing a spider would, there's this extra beat where the brain is really analyzing it. Like, yep, this is really happening, and it really shouldn't be, but here it is. It's hard to remember exactly what happened next. I just sort of ran, or at least scrambled on all fours trying to get the hell out of there. I didn't hear anything, didn't feel a move, and I was too scared to look back. I was tumbling out onto the wet grass because it was cloudy and drizzling like always, and then onto the little paved walkway that wound its way through the trailer park. I was just running up that walkway, getting as far away from the thing I didn't understand as I could. What kind of fucks me up to this day even worse than when I first saw it, is that when I was a good 3 trailers away, I looked back, not really expecting to see anything, but I did. There, framed in the little window of our trailer, was the flat-faced creature, still with the same expression, collar still up, looking frozen in time. The blinds, which had always been bent and askew, were moving, though, gently swaying behind its head as it grinned at me with those yellow eyes. just sat at the entrance of the park, shivering in the rain. After a moment, one of the neighbors rushed out of a trailer to check up on me. I told her I was fine, but wasn't able to tell her why she saw me running out from my trailer or why I couldn't go back to my trailer. So she brought me into hers instead. I guess she thought that maybe someone broke in and scared me, because then the cops were there and my mom was there, and I think she got into some trouble for leaving me alone. When the cops left, I got in big trouble. I was just happy to have people around. Of course, I couldn't tell them what happened because it couldn't have happened, but it did. And then it happened again and again and again. What the fuck? Hold up. What? Oh, it's just like a weird little flash. I don't know what that's about. Oh, and it's gone.
What happened? What the fuck? They can't touch you. They can't hurt you. What the fuck is this? At least not in a physical way. What the fuck is this? I didn't mean to... I don't know what I did. Hello? Mentally is a different story, which makes sense because all of it is mental. I was messed up way before that thing I saw in my trailer, which might explain why I saw it. But it was me continuing to see it that traumatized me. I never knew when I was going home to an empty trailer or a trailer with a raincoat monster inside. Eventually, I was able to realize that it didn't really notice me, I guess. The first time, it definitely wanted to make its presence known to me. These days, it just kind of pops up every now and then. And it's really just a cardboard cutout of a spooky character from a horror movie. Yeah, it's startling when it's at the foot of your bed at 2 a.m., but you'll learn to live with it. Soon the cardboard raincoat monster with claws became a man who would walk around our kitchen. He was angry, cursing, throwing stuff around, but I was okay with all of it, because he never noticed me. I couldn't say the same about the next thing, though, and that was another flat-faced creature. But this one moved around on all fours with its elbows and legs at an angle like a spider. He would crawl onto my bed over my face and whisper things at me. That's when it really became hard, and things finally broke down after the first time I tried ketamine. For most of my teenage years, I was a weed and opioid kind of guy. Not like heroin or anything, but a pill every now and then to go with the weed so I could really chill. My friend, he loved stuff that was a bit more intense, stuff that really made you feel something, or nothing at all, which is what he promised me before I took it. You'll feel nothing but calm. And then, while I was sitting in my friend's living room, a bear broke through the window. He had on a ski mask, and he had a gun, and I screamed, and I ran, and I called 911. And of course, it wasn't real. I was so out of it, actually, that I thought I was watching someone else do all of it. I'm not friends with that guy anymore, but it was a turning point for me. I knew drugs made these hallucinations worse. I knew that the longer I stayed in one place, the more they appeared. And I knew they weren't real. I knew because why was there a creature with foot-long claws and a raincoat that stood 10 feet tall? Well, I'm going to bet such a thing never existed in that trailer. I'm going to bet nothing like it ever existed at all. I created it, and it follows me, and I ignore it, even though it's starting to get weirdly insistent. October 2019. It's raining, it's pouring, some old fuck is snoring, and I can hear it. Oh God. You alright, babe? Dev somehow already has his shirt off. Little eager, huh? I don't answer the question as I slide my shirt over my head, and immediately Dev's paws go to feeling on my sides. He's a little buzzed, so I don't think this is really going anywhere. We just wanted to get away from the party. We wandered around the little forest next to the house. Dev was looking for orbs or something. It started raining, so we ran to the car and decided to wait for Jason to come out so we could leave. Hopefully soon, because of this thing. It stands outside the window. It's aware of us. I don't like that, even to this day. Is there something out there or something? Dev looks behind us, right at the creature. A chill runs down my back as he stares face to face with it. It's grinning at him with its sharp teeth and stooped over deeply because it's too tall. But, as usual, Dev doesn't react. It's because he's normal. Are you seeing things again, Cam? Just because you told me it stopped doesn't mean it might not come back. You'd really like that, wouldn't you? Nope. Things are ghost-free. Well, whatever you think they are. Are you seeing things again? I sighed deeply. I mean, it never goes away. It's just better sometimes compared to other times. Dev rubs his bare arm, his big chest heaving, then shuddering as I rub my paws up his pecs, squeezing them. Oh my, a silhouette. I mean, something's gonna be outside that windows. I don't want to get you upset, but I close my eyes, waiting to be upset. He already knows I don't like him treating me like I'm some psychic. I'm just a stupid kid that sees horrible, useless things. But would you at least tell me if you see something that might be important to me? I blink, thinking, then realize what, or rather who, he's talking about. Oh, well, yeah, of course I would. It's just that I don't really see people, just things, and not good things. Dev has got a bit quiet as I rub down his stomach, playing with the fur and the thick layers that come naturally to bears, something that I like. I feel weird doing this while waiting for our friend. I mean, it's our car, but we're both 25 and acting like it just can't wait. We gotta do this before we go home. Usually, Dev just liked to be intimate like this, where we can just feel me. But he only grunts as I tentatively open his fly. He doesn't stop me, so I keep going. Well, you know I was supposed to visit Echo today, but Larry had some problems or whatever. So now we're at this shitty party, and it's gonna be months before I have a chance again. I shrug, wanting to keep the conversation light. I've seen worse. Parties, I mean. Next time, I'm not bringing Larry. It's just gonna be me and whoever else wants to go. I nod for him to go on. Dev sighs in a frustrated way that has his chest expanding against me again. He pulls my paws from his crotch and he holds me, just pressing our bodies together. Obviously, I want you to go, but I don't want you to feel like some kind of tool or something I'm just using. I think it could be a good experience for all of us. I stare back at him. Didn't, 10 people die or something? Well, not that, but how things will change if we see something. And what does that mean? That there's something more. There's somewhere to go after we die. I think hard, trying to choose my words carefully. But how do we know that? Seeing something doesn't really mean anything. I've learned that over time. Dev sighs. Not really annoyed, just tired. Probably having a hard time thinking straight on the alcohol. I just need your help for a few days. I want to know. I need to know where she is. Nowhere. She's dead, so she's nowhere. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this. It's such a bad idea, but this is important for Dev. It's always been. So now that he's finally asking me to go, I can only say, of course. He grins and lets out a breath like he's relieved. I had no idea he was this tense about it, though I guess my reactions to previous comments about the town told him I wasn't exactly a fan of going, but I can stand a few days of discomfort if Dev finds his answer, which I really, really hope he does. Thank you. No problem, man. I try not to jump, because just as I said that, for the first time in my life, I see cardboard creature move. Ooh, the flash! A flash of light.
Are you ready? Oh, no, it's are you... Run. It's... The game is starting by telling us to fucking run. Run away! It's more of this. Oh. Oh, fuck. Is that the hum in the background that we happen to be hearing? Running was something he was always good at. He was always the fastest in his class. Just last year, he came in second in the 200-meter dash at the state track meet. Just 8 months ago, a coach from the University of Pueblo approached him about joining the track and field team after graduation. Just last month, he realized he was the fastest freshman on the team. Just last week, he started to hang out with older men who could get him into Pueblo's gay bars. Just 3 days ago, one of these men spiked his drink. Just 2 days ago, he woke up in restraints. Just yesterday, he was being tortured. Fuck! Well, let's just start right out the fucking gate. I mean, Echo at least had some build up. This is, oh my god. Okay, here we go. Just 10 minutes ago, he escaped. But now he's realizing that it doesn't matter. Everywhere he looks is only burning desert. There's no one. His attempts to scream for help matter even less because his voice is broken. He can barely wheeze after what that man did to him. And now his empty, droning sounds are being swallowed up by the desert. All the while, the heavy steps scraping through gravel behind him keep coming. The man isn't in a hurry at all. Running was something he was always good at. But now, when it mattered most, he couldn't do it. The fastest freshman at a D1 university was no faster than an old druggie. He definitely would have been if he had eaten anything over the past 3 days, if his ribs weren't broken, if he could see straight. The man had given him something. He had told him it was for the pain, but the pain was still there, and now he couldn't even stand. His balance was shot, and he kept stumbling until he was just crawling on all fours. It's now that he realizes the man had let him get away on purpose. This makes him realize something else. He was going to die. Tired from the drug, from the past 3 days of constant fear and torture, and from trying to run, He collapses. He lays there in the dirt, sobbing, even though tears don't come out. He'd run out of those after all the things the man had done to him. Oh, we got Paw. We got Paw with some stuff on him. I don't know if that's a cut or what that is. The light above is blinding. He wonders if this is God. His mom was a devout Catholic, and even though he never believed, he promises the light that he'll become a believer right then and there if it saved him. The crunching gravel footsteps get closer. I need to go. His voice is still ragged and hoarse. The footsteps come even closer. I have a meat. There's a childish, high-pitched laugh. No! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? That better not be fucking Brian. If it can't be. Did he fucking... Well, that's something that people were asking about this. Which route is canonical going into this? And Brian didn't die in all of them. Brian didn't even feature in all of them, to my recollection. Think I must have hit you one too many times. All you do is talk about your fucking track bullshit now. A huge form moves closer. And now we can definitely see on the paw that is blood. You know that shit don't matter no more, right? His chest aches with the overwhelming sadness and despair, and it's not just because he's about to die, it's because his mom won't know what happened to him. It's because the last text message he saw from her said, "Love ya, bug," and 10 heart and kissing emojis. He hadn't responded and just rolled his eyes. He thought he'd be able to respond the next day, or the day after that. Then after he'd been kidnapped, the man took his phone and sat it on the counter. It sat there and buzzed over and over with messages, and his kidnapper only laughed when he asked at last to read them. Now his tears flow just as the man leans over him with something heavy in his paw. He hopes his mom is right about God. He hopes he can see her from the other side, just so he can respond somehow. Oh! Oh, we got dots. Oh, shit. But there was nothing. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so, who was that? Now, the fact that it's cutting right to Cameron, which, if you recall from the epilogues from Echo, the end of the routes, you get a couple of them. You get epilogues featuring Cameron and the other person we're about to fucking meet. I don't remember. The fact that it's cutting right to Cameron suggests that it's Cameron, but I don't know. All I know is, holy shit. If ever there was a fucking way to, like, catch a reader's attention immediately, a good hook. Good hook, guys. Good fucking hook there. Fuck, okay. Cameron holds onto his seat tightly, the coyote's teeth rattling together with every pothole they hit. His boyfriend, Devon, that's the other person, Devon, doesn't seem bothered at all. The bear's paw on the wheel, with an elbow hanging out of the window. He had been singing loudly to the music playing through the car's Bluetooth speakers, and it wasn't until the cell phone service was lost that Devon finally seemed to notice Cameron's unease. Okay, so in the epilogue, I gave these guys these different voices, essentially Chester and fucking Cassius. I don't know if y'all want me to keep that, because now that they're the main characters, they're going to have way more fucking dialogue. Let me know what you think. I'm going to try to get this episode out as soon as possible, so you can kind of tell me what you're thinking. Until then, I'm just going to use the voices I gave them in epilogue. I'm not too wild about them, especially Devon. I don't know, but Devon got the Chester voice, and I'm Never really felt great about the Chester voice, but anyway. You right, babe?
I think you could go a little slower.
What? Cameron raises his voice, yelling at... Yeah, I don't like it. I'm going to change them for this episode. It's the first episode. It's the one that most people are going to see. So you let me know what you think. Do you prefer the original voices or the ones I'm about to do that are a bit more muted, a little more normal? I don't have a problem with side characters having crazy voices, but like the main characters, that's the voices you're hearing all the fucking time. So I don't know. Cameron raises his voice, yelling over the rattling interior. Go slower! Why? This is the kind of terrain this baby was built for. Okay, but... Cameron's voice bounces as it hit another deep groove in the destroyed road. We don't know what's around any of these bends. What if it just drops off and we go down a ravine or something? Nice reference. That's what the roll bars are for, honey. And I'm pretty sure I'm about to chip a tooth. Aw, come on. You gotta admit there's something nice about feeling the road. Cameron doesn't respond and goes on clutching at his seat. Cameron's the kind of person that the oh shit bars are, the oh shit handles. They're made for people like Cameron. Comment down below if you if you also rely on the oh shit handles, or if you have no idea what I'm fucking talking about. Devon does slow down a bit, though, more carefully maneuvering around the most broken up parts of the road. What happened to the road anyway? It's only been, 5 years? Flash floods, according to what I read online. Obviously, no one's around for upkeep, so this is what happens. Oh, yeah, I forgot how this state works. Dry as hell until a wall of watery death comes down the road during monsoon season. And Coyote tenses up as the bear makes another smooth but still sudden turn. And it's even hotter than I remember. How are you a coyote, Cameron? This is your climate. You know better than to say that. Just because I'm built for it doesn't mean I have to like it. Yeah, but you hate it in Fort Allen, too. It doesn't get ungodly hot there, though. I can at least deal with it. Well, the transfer to Bonneville City is looking good, so you won't have to deal with it much longer. Cameron shrugs. Milder weather would be nice, I guess. Devon grins. Nicer weather, nicer scenery, and nicer people. Everyone's a Mormon. Which is why they're nice. The ones living down here aren't. There's a big difference between the fundamentalist and the normal ones. The ones that baptize dead people and wear Jesus jammies under their clothes? Dev shrugs. Most religions are weird when you break them down like that. I'm just saying, whether it's magic garments or prairie dresses, they came from the same fucked up place. Devon doesn't say anything, and Cameron realizes how bitchy he sounds right now. Sorry, I just worry how they might look at us. It's harder to gauge people when they're all fake nice. Yeah, that's true. But look. Devon nods his head towards Cameron's window, and the coyote follows his gaze. The rocky, uneven landscape has opened up to a wide expanse of blue. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus, you have entered the lion's den, brother. That's Lake Emma, which means Echo is... Bear looks ahead, and the first thing that Cameron sees is a tall, rusty sign with letters on the top that he can't quite read from this distance. Below it is a small, shabby building, and below it are a few smaller, even shabbier buildings. Cameron wasn't sure what he'd feel like when he first saw the town. If the coyote really is what Devon thinks he is, then right now he'd feel all the awful, evil things that supposedly happened here. What the? Does he think that he's a medium? Are you a shaman in training? What are you thinking? The small, run-down buildings should be exuding the memories of their past, which would then be projected into his mind, but Cameron feels nothing. Of course, he kind of knew this would be the case, but he'd never been to a place that was famously haunted. Not like Echo, anyway. And so he worried just a little bit. Dev asked him in the past to go on his amateur paranormal investigations. All because the coyote could see things. He'd remind Dev the proper word was hallucinate. The things he saw were manifested by his own mind. Oh God, you're... Oh God, this is not the place for that. There was no reason for him to give it fuel by going to some place supposedly haunted. Nev got the message pretty quickly and stopped asking. They'd still talked about all those interests he had, though, and Cameron realized that there was a lot more to Devon's interest in ghosts than just dumb fun. And even though he'd refused to entertain Devon's psychic bullshit, the bear still took care of him. He'd done so much for the coyote that Cameron was embarrassed to think about it sometimes. So when Dev got his chance to go to the place he'd wanted to go to the most, Cameron decided he had to go as well. He's doing this for Dev, to show his appreciation for everything that Dev had done for him. Still, Devon had been trying to make this seem more like a vacation of sorts. Like Cameron wouldn't be doing any investigations at all. He would need to talk to the bear and let him know that he was willing to do this for real, at least within reason. He also needed to tell him why he didn't like doing this. And that part might be hard.
It doesn't look so bad for a ghost town, I mean.
Looks can be deceiving. Hang on, gotta pull over for a sec.
Why?
Want to scout out the lake a bit before dark. And I also gotta take a massive leak. Cameron tries not to sigh, just wanting to get into the town so he can be sure that he doesn't feel anything. To really make sure that there's nothing to be worried about. He isn't worried about ghosts, but rather his own brain and what it might do. God, I know that feeling. The road becomes smoother and newer looking as they pull up to the lake. Golly gee, there it is. They were trying to turn this reservoir into a recreational spot right when it all happened. They both get out. Cameron's stretching his legs gratefully. Okay. Well, that pretty much confirms it. You can see the paws. Those look very, very similar to the ones that we saw in that either flashback or hallucination or whatever the hell. I will note right off the bat, this art style, very appealing to me. I like it. It's less unsettling than the Echo character art was. Way more cartoony. And I don't know how it's going to play with the tone of the visual novel that we're playing, but I'm willing to give it a shot. It's very pleasant to look at. I do like it.
That's too bad. Kinda looks nice.
And there's Devon. Look at him. Oh, man. Of course, that could also be his paws. Their paws look almost identical. But Devon is kind of huge and looks friendly as fuck. Look at him. Never thought that an Echo game could make me love a giant bear after fucking Brian, but look at it. He's so fucking nice. Yeah, this place has had a long string of bad luck.
Bad luck is one way to put...
Hold that thought, I'm gonna pee. He's so excited to piss. Good lord. There you go. Fucking... Oh, Christ. Cameron's sass is gonna be very enjoyable, I hope. Dev waddles away, clearly having held it until he almost couldn't anymore. Cameron shakes his head, remembering all the rest stops they passed on the interstate. Oh, we got some introspection. Introspective giant nose. With a sigh, Cameron leans up against the Jeep, staring out across the lake. This really isn't bad at all so far. Sure, they weren't in town yet, but all those dreams he had, all those terrible feelings, they seem silly now. They won't be in a bit. It's just a small, former town with a sad history. If his brain was going to manifest something out of this, that something would just be sad. Cameron knows that his hallucinations aren't real. He's known that since he was a kid, after he first saw a monster in a raincoat in his trailer home. He also knows that ghosts aren't real either. But Devon believes. Or at least he wants to believe. He wants it so badly. And he thinks Cameron can see him. That actually makes me a little uncomfortable. I'm also someone that deals with hallucinations, and I have schizophrenia and problems with various psychoses, so I'm particularly a little sensitive to the usage of mental illness in terms of paranormal stuff. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. Cameron knows there's something extremely perverse and wrong about his... There you go! See? I didn't even read the line. I didn't even read the line first, and they're addressing it right up front. Okay, because I want to be fair, because I gave another game some shit about not seeing the problem with that, and they're addressing it right here. Cameron knows there's something extremely perverse and wrong about his disorder being used like this. I have a feeling there's a but coming. Devon's also aware of this. Good. Painfully aware. Good. To the point that Cameron was able to tell days in advance that he was going to ask him about taking him on this trip. Okay, so they're addressing it. Good. You know what? There you go. That's all you fucking need. And yeah, this is wrong. Good. There's the but. But the bear doesn't even think Cameron is mentally ill. Or at least that's how it comes off to the coyote. Ooh. They're addressing the theme, so it's not problematic. Characters can have problematic views. Doesn't make the story problematic. Okay. Devon doesn't understand how it feels to struggle with reality, with the feeling that at any moment you could lose it. Good lord, that's my greatest fear. That's my biggest fear right there. So this game is gonna fuck with me. That isn't his fault. Most people have a solid perception of reality, like a normal person should. They take it for granted. That, and Cameron never really told him what it was like, so how could he understand? He told him a little bit, but he'd always been worried in the back of his mind that Dev would leave if he told him everything. Jesus Christ, I'm being fucking read here. I'm reading the story and the story is reading me. So Dev took those snippets of insight into Cameron's psyche and somehow interpreted him as being gifted. So this is the kind of effort, it's so easy to include it. It requires perspective. Dev obviously has an unintentionally harmful mindset towards Cameron's mental illness. That doesn't make the story a problem. That doesn't make Devon a bad person. It makes him ignorant at this particular moment. Ignorance is not a problem. Ignorance is just the absence of knowledge. Problematic mindsets come from being presented with knowledge and ignoring it. That is not ignorance. That is stupidity. Dev has proven to be, compassionate, energetic, and very interested in Cameron's well-being. So, yeah, I don't see Dev as a bad person from this, and I don't see the game as being bad in terms of representing a mental illness thus far. It could take a turn, but that's all it needs. That's all a story needs, is to acknowledge a dynamic that they understand the sensitivity of mental illness, and then you can do whatever you want. Yeah, Dev has a problem right now. Hopefully, down the line it'll get addressed, but doesn't even have to be, because already I've been recording for 30 minutes, given all my sidetracking. That's about 5 minutes of actual reading. That is already enough to make me feel like I know these characters way more than if they were just like, nah, it's mental illness, it's just you're good at seeing ghosts. It had been over 5 years at this point, and Dev had seen Cameron at his worst, at his absolute craziest, and somehow he'd stuck around and still believed the coyote was just a normal guy with some personal issues. Cameron hugs himself a little tighter, realizing that now is the time to really talk about it. And then after this, they can have a fresh start in Bonneville. There's Devon. Whew, I'm at least 3 pounds lighter after that. Jesus.
while I don't mind taking a piss in the wilderness, I'm not doing anything more than that.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that there would be a porta potty or two around here, but it looks like we're gonna have to dig some holes. Oh god, fucking Devon. Devon wears his emotions on his sleeve. Holy hell. Very expressive. Oh my god, Dev! The expression work in this art is magnificent. It's so cool seeing a 0.1 build with this many expressions. Goddamn. Whoa, just kidding, babe. Babe, we can drive to the rest stop. What's wrong? Coyote pauses, trying to get into the mindset this sure to be uncomfortable conversation is going to require.
Just give me a sec.
Cameron sees the bear's demeanor change instantly. Okay, while I'm giving you a sec, I'm sorry for teasing you and being all gross. I know this isn't really where you want to be right now. I was just trying to lighten the mood, and you know it's because I love you, and...
Jesus Christ, stop!
Devon goes quiet and swallows, the sound comically audible. Dude, man, Devon's a sweetheart who just doesn't know all the things yet. Oh, man. There's a pause, and though Cameron tries to keep a straight face, the tension seems to break on its own.
I would much rather hear you make poop jokes than act like that.
What, considerate?
Sort of. You are considerate, just not in that weird, anxious way.
Well, sue me for trying to be careful. I just don't want to say something stupid, and... Cameron cuts the bear off, not wanting to put this off any longer.
Just listen and let me talk for a minute. I know you haven't said it, but let's just get out in the open that I know you wanted me to be here for more than just company. I'm not that stupid. And I just want to say that I don't think this is a good idea because what I have is a mental disorder and not an ability.
I know I shouldn't think of it that way, but I researched it and I just don't think it lines up with you having a mental... Dev cuts him off as Cameron sighs deeply. Dev cuts himself off, sorry, as Cameron sighs deeply.
Please don't.
I'm sorry.
But what's important is if this helps you, whether I think it's real or not. You've done a lot for me, and I want to be able to do something for you.
No, what I think doesn't matter. What's most important is...
So, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be your psychic for the weekend.
Wait, really?
Dev, I'm not spending the whole time role-playing like we're having a good, innocent time in that murder town.
But I don't want to make you do something you don't...
Oh, I want to. I might not like it, but I want to do it, if only for you.
Cam...
Nope, I've made my decision, and I'm doing it. But just this once.
If you're sure, but please don't put me ahead of you.
And I did some research on that forum you linked me to a few years back, so my sixth sense is primed and ready.
That seemed to finally snap Devon out of his reluctance. Wait, seriously? There's so many people like you on that forum. Did you...
Listen, I want you to find your answers, I really do, but I think the worst thing I could do is lie to make you feel better. I'm going to be completely honest about everything, whether or not I see something.
Of course, that's what I want.
And that's why you shouldn't be getting your hopes up right now. I'm just telling you that I'm gonna try.
The bear stares at Cameron for a few seconds, just smiling.
What?
I'm just glad I met you, and that we're together, and that you're here with me. Devon wraps an arm around Cameron, pulling him into his side, and they both lean back against the Jeep. Aw. Hey, look! Kind of a mirroring. Does that say vote person? Vote person for president. But yeah, this is kind of a take on the sitting by the truck by the lake picture. Which is very nice. Very nice. But seriously, if you ever feel like, I don't know, you're just not into it, just let me know.
Well, as long as you're not expecting anything, I think it'll be alright.
Yeah. Dev goes on grinning and Cameron narrows his eyes.
Because I'm getting the feeling that you're expecting a lot.
Dev pauses, seeming to think. Well, I'm also happy that you're being more open like this. I'd always felt like you didn't want to talk about it. Cameron also thinks.
I guess I just didn't want to be told that what I see must mean something, you know?
God, they have so many different expressions. I love this. Yeah, that would get old pretty fast. But since we're talking about it now, does it not? Like, some of the things you mentioned don't make sense, like the raincoat creature, or what about your old friend who, you know...
Got shot in the head after I hallucinated that someone shot him in the head?
Yeah, that one.
This is what I'm talking about. You, and all of us, really, like to see meaning in everything. That we have a purpose in life, a reason. Reason, purpose, and the meaning of life means nothing to the universe. Everything just is. Whether it has meaning is up to us. Yes, it's weird that I hallucinated the way he would die. But he was also involved in things that could have led to that. I know he'd been dealing drugs in a really, really risky way, so I knew his life was in danger. And I was on fucking ketamine. All the reason was there.
All the reason is there. Something about that isn't sitting right in my head. Well, Dev shifts around, clearly uncomfortable and trying hard not to look that way. I get that, but there's a lot of other examples I could bring up. Maybe it's coincidence. But at some point, don't you have to wonder if maybe it's something else? Cameron sighs.
Of course I have. But what always worries me about this paranormal stuff you're into, and afterlife and all that, it reminds me of my mom.
Ooh, fuck. Fuck! This is heavy. This comes out right out the gate being heavy, which is an interesting strategy. Really, it gets you in. I feel way closer to these characters already than I ever did to Chase. That should say something. Dev doesn't say anything, just waiting and listening.
You know, toward the end, right before I left, she was usually amped up on something to stay awake for her 3 jobs. Whether it was amphetamines or meth, she barely slept. We had this box fan in our trailer, and one day after she turned it on, she asked me if I could hear someone talking from the fan. I said no, but she sat next to it and listened and eventually had this huge epiphany that it was God. And she did that for weeks. And that's almost all she did when she was home, listening to the fan talk to her. I'm not sure what all it was saying to her. I don't even think I really understand what was going on. I just knew that sometimes stim addicts did that kind of stuff. Especially when they don't sleep, you know? But then she started to look for specific shapes, arches and half circles. They said the thing! There was already one in a couple screens ago. This voice told her that she could get into heaven if she passed under the right one. But the voice also told her that Satan would trick her with fake ones to make the real one harder to find. She pointed these out to me and how there were so many, and yeah, they were there, and when you look for these patterns for something as simple as the shape of an arch, Cameron traces a finger along the arch of the wheel he's leaning against. You're gonna find them. Eventually, she told me everything was warped. I guess she was so fucked up that these shapes just popped out at her. Like her brain was highlighting them and she couldn't ignore them. On the last day, she told me that even I looked like an arch, and that she thought the devil had taken me. She looked completely done. She told me she'd be back to save me, and then just walked out of the trailer. A few hours later, she drowned trying to swim under a bridge. And everyone in the trailer park kind of saw it as just another delusional druggie getting themselves accidentally killed. Dev knew Cameron's mom drowned in a river while on drugs, but not the terrible details. And the bear just wraps his arm tighter around Cameron. But I think it was a suicide. That she was just so tired of her shitty life, and that she bet that that bridge being the arch that would lead her to heaven, one way or another. So that's why I worry about following these patterns. Even if it's just something like looking for UFOs or ghosts. Yeah, I think the meth and lack of sleep pushed her over the edge, but is there something genetic there too? What if I'm predisposed to it? I haven't used since the second month after I met you, but I still see that shit. I still see shit. There you go. I'm just not delusional. At least not yet, but I worry. Dev clears his throat.
I would never let that happen to you. I know I say stupid shit about it, but I know it can be dangerous. And I'm always looking out for you.
Honestly, it's nice to hear that. Because just letting my mom sit next to a fan for 3 hours straight every day, feeding on her delusions, was the dumbest thing I've ever done. I was high on my own drug of choice because I just didn't care. But the thing is, even through that hell she was in, she cared. I took too much a few times, and even though she was listening to her fan in her own world, sticking post-it notes to all the shapes she saw, she still noticed right away when my breathing wasn't right, and I woke up to her spraying Narcan up my nose. Cameron sees Devon tilt his head in question. It counteracts opioid overdose. But the thing is, my mom didn't like opioids because they made her nauseous. So that means she got those nasal sprays just for me. Just in case. Even when I thought she was too absorbed in her own world to care. So it hurts to think about that night. How I just let her walk out of her trailer like that. Cameron takes another deep breath. He hadn't planned to even talk about his mom, but it just came out. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Do not be sorry.
But it's part of why I am the way I am. I know my symptoms don't perfectly match up with what you've researched on the internet, but they're close enough. And honestly, maybe you're right. Maybe there's more after we die, and somehow I can help you find it. But if things go south, and if something's wrong with me, pull me back. Thinking about the shape of an arch still makes me feel sick. Like a reminder of what happened to her and what could happen to me. Wordlessly, Devon pulls Cameron into a hug. The coyote presses his head against his chest. At that moment, Cameron realizes then why so many people love their therapists. He'd always worried that Devon would get too weirded out by what happened when he was a teenager, that Devon would finally see all of his closet skeletons,
Neglectful, neglected, abusive, abused, and so hopelessly addicted. Just like his mother. Definition of trailer trash. Cameron was all those thing at some point in his life. And he knew that didn't matter to Devon. God damn. Okay, so that's what I meant. There's an arch right there. And I wonder if they're going to include arches. There's a dick. I just noticed. Did you see the dick? Holy shit, there's a dick. Look, it's right on the left side of the screen in the rocks. There's 2 balls and a fucking dick. Man, if ever there was a way to get us out of the fucking funk. Holy hell, there's just a whole ass penis right there. All right, so let's unpack that. There was a lot there. Not the least of which, remember in the smoke room, they mentioned specifically that opioids fuck with people that deal with what in Echo is referred to as the hum. So there's that. There's that there. Like I said, there's also the arch that's... I wonder if they're going to try to sneak that into every CG. That would be interesting. And holy shit, that was a lot to fucking process right there. I grew up in a trailer too, and I don't know, I think there's something about getting into the characters that makes you feel really vulnerable to them and connections to them, but wow, I did not expect all that. I really didn't. After a while, Devon lets go and they start getting back in the Jeep, the bear feeling slightly shaky. Cameron's confession was truly harrowing. Devon had known bits and pieces of his coyote's history, but to hear it like that, how he'd overdosed and almost... Devon shudders. He's just glad that the coyote is safe with him now, out of that hellhole. As he's about to get in on his side of the Jeep, he stares out toward the town just a mile or so away. While Cameron had told him that this had all made him feel better, Devon was feeling more conflicted than ever. Everything that Cameron just told him practically screamed that this was a bad idea, that this wasn't good for him. Doesn't matter what he thinks about Cam's hallucinations, that his skimming of abnormal psychology literature about hallucinations led him to believe Cameron wasn't mentally ill? No. How could he take him to Echo after hearing that? How could he ever drag him into this endless hunt for the truth ever again? Yet, at the same time, Cameron's telling him he wants to do this. Dev looks over the hood at Cameron, tapping his blunt claws against the soft top of the Jeep. Hey, Cam. What do you say we just keep heading north? Check out the Deseret? I don't know. Desiree? I knew a couple Desirees. Huh. Haven't thought about her in a long time. You know, see what Bonneville might be like. See what the Mormons are really like. That could be fun. While he says this, there's a crushing feeling in his chest, dreading that Cameron might say yes, but at the same time hoping that he will. I mean, with the way things are going, I don't even know if we'll be able to cross state lines in a few weeks. They're starting to shut everything down. Is that a pandemic reference? Are we gonna get stuck in fucking Echo during the fucking pandemic? Are they really? Oh my god. That would be early though, wouldn't it? I thought, doesn't Echo take place in 2013? I don't remember. Could have been 2015 and that would put us in 2020 in this game. I don't remember dates very well. I am sorry. But Cameron stares back at him before smirking. Oh, no, this is something you've wanted to do for years. I mean,
Fuck me for dropping all that on you right before we got there. But you know I'm a procrastinator. I don't want you to feel guilty, but just be aware. And I kind of want to face my fears in a way, you know? I'm ready for this. And before Devon can say anything else, Cameron gets in. Oh, Dev. Oh, Dev. Dev looks over at the lake, actually not sure what he's about to do. If he was a good boyfriend, he'd drive away from this place. Cameron would yell, curse, and moan about how it took them 10 hours to get there, and Devon would shut him up with one of those sugary abominations from Starbucks. Wow, we're getting a lot of name brand stuff. We didn't usually get this in the original one, in Echo. Kind of crushes the whole theory that this isn't Earth, you know? And he would never talk about Echo again. He would listen to Cameron and trust him about how it actually felt to see awful stuff. They'd move, get married, get a big house, and sooner or later Dev would get his answer because everyone does at the end. As they pull out of the parking lot, he thinks he's made his decision. But even as he tells himself he's going to turn left, back up the road they came, he turns right. Because just before he did, he sees a flash of pink in his mind's eye, floating in the middle of a pond. And it's like someone hit him full force in the chest. Before he knows it, Echo's ahead of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so pink in the river, or pink in the lake. Would that be? Wasn't Flynn's hair? No, Flynn's hair wasn't fucking pink. What the hell am I talking about? Dev frowns as they pull into the parking lot of the motel, staring at the graffiti-covered walls. The cartoonish caricatures have a way of cheapening this experience, like this is only a stupid haunted house attraction. So, this is home base, huh? Devon rubs the back of his head, feeling self-conscious after talking this place up for so long. It didn't look this bad in the pictures. People never have respect for stuff like this. I don't think it's too bad. I love street art like this. And it just makes me feel less alone, like a lot of people have been here and we're just fine. Actually, keep an eye out in case one of them is lurking around. All the graffiti artists I knew were really nice. It's not nice to do it in a place where a bunch of people got killed. Well, I think a lot of people would disapprove of what we're doing, and I know you're nice. So just lighten up a little. Ow, jeez. Oh, jeez. Cameron walks past the bear, slapping him hard on the ass as he does. Devon raises a brow, not sure of what to make of Cameron's high spirits. Oh, God. Is Cameron the new host? Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. They just had one of the heaviest conversations of their relationship, and, well, maybe that is why. If Cameron was feeling more comfortable being honest and open with Dev, then that could only be a good thing in the bear's mind. After returning a much harder ass slap that makes Cameron yelp, the bear joins him in exploring the area. Considering that the motel is supposed to be the most haunted building in Echo, why the fuck would the motel be the most haunted building? And not the... What? If it had to be a building that was the most haunted, I would imagine Brian's trailer, or fucking somewhere on Jasmine Street, or fucking, I don't know, fucking Carl's house? Maybe the bunkhouse, the fucking, the actual smoke room? The mine doesn't really count as a building. But anyway, what the fuck happened at the motel that would make it the most fucking haunted place? Anyway, considering that, Dev had thought that it would be a good idea to set up base in there. Why would that make it a good idea? Specifically in room 12.
but most of the numbers are missing, and most of the heavy metallic doors are locked. Even though they're all dented from what looks like to be the result of literal battering rams. Well, they sure seem to care a lot about boarding the place up.
They probably got tired of dumbasses crawling in and getting hurt.
Yeah, but luckily, I'm not a dumbass. He's about to do something stupid.
Hey, what about me?
Well, I don't think a music degree will help us in this situation, but you're still pretty smart. Dots, oh shit.
Oh shit, that's right. You majored in mechanical engineering and you work at the most valuable industrial automation company in the country.
Yep. Devon's a little taken aback at just how cold Cameron's response is.
Well, go on. Your classes in dynamics and calculus-based physics should figure this out for us.
Cameron's voice drips with sarcasm, and Dev can only assume he's making fun of the way the bear had tried to impress him with his coursework during their first dates. But Devon tries to salvage their earlier good-natured mood. Well, I could probably break those boards as long as I move my fist at a high velocity. You see, the amount of kinetic energy the fucking Dev's half-hearted teasing trails off. He never much liked the outright disdain his fellow STEM students had for the arts and soft sciences. It's just that it would get Cameron riled up, and that was funny in college. Now Devon just feels like a dick. Besides, Cameron's ability to understand and play music is basically magic to the bear. Devon's grasp of music is surface level, and he's slightly tone deaf to boot. Cameron would never point this out. He'd just sing along and attempt to harmonize. While Devon had been offered his six-figure salary career before he even graduated, he watched Cameron's dreams of working in the music industry slowly evaporate over the past 3 years. Now, Cameron is working at a call center he hates. God, I lasted a week at a call center before I fucking couldn't take it anymore. The bear had thought himself to be so smart in college, and yeah, he did all right. But now he's becoming more aware of what a dumbass he is when he comes to communicating with actual people, with his literal boyfriend. He needs to apologize for this one. Bear clears his throat. Yo, Cam. Dev shuffles up to the coyote, but before he can say anything, Cameron just points at a door.
See? Number 8. And the door over there is number 3, so counting in this direction...
Cameron's frosty demeanor is completely gone.
10, 11, and room number 12. And wouldn't you know it, it's open.
Ah, sweet!
Thanks. I went to college.
Now, I'll go in first to make sure everything's clear.
Of what?
I don't know. Squatters?
I'll get ready to find a dead squatter, because how the hell would they survive?
Actually, you just reminded me that there are a couple of creeps that live here. Stubborn locals that won't leave. At least that's what a post said from like 2 years back.
What? I don't like the sound of that. Are they dangerous?
From what I gathered, they're more of the get-off-my-lawn variety of creeps.
Those types can still be dangerous.
If no one's been killed yet, then I think we're good. But like I said, I'll look out for you.
Dev lets out a mock growl.
I'll make them permanent residents of Echo. By that I mean dead ones.
Devon.
Now Devon could tell the coyote really is upset. What's wrong, babe?
You told me that no one lived here. You said that a bunch of times.
Cameron, it came up so few times on the forum, and the posts I remember were really mundane. I honestly just forgot.
All right.
This is probably going to come up at some point. Devon stares at the coyote, waiting, but he doesn't say anything. Cameron, is there anything you want to tell me? If there is, I'm still hoping you'll be open, like you said.
I know.
Hey, it's all good, man. It's not like I'm expecting you to just share everything on your mind right now. But I'm here to listen if you want to talk.
It's just hard to explain. I guess the fact that there are real people still living here does make it a little scarier. Jesus, his fucking bare hands are huge.
Does it have to do with the dreams you were having?
Or maybe that was a dream that we were fucking seeing at the beginning. Dev watches Cameron closely, but he does seem genuinely confused himself. Kind of, but they were weird. I don't think they really meant anything. Yeah, I'm just overreacting. I just really don't want to have the deliverance experience on top of the ghosts, you know?
I get you. And there's nothing wrong with being vigilant. My friend from Southland, the one from the town even more haunted than Echo, he says something horrific happens between a backpacker and an outback redneck every year or so.
How comforting.
But while I was sort of joking earlier, if anyone tries anything, I will do what needs to be done to stop them. I don't want to see Dev in a fight. I don't want our sweet bear boyfriend get all fucked up. Dev doesn't tell Cameron that in that moment he kinda does wish he had gone through with getting a gun for protection. If those men are still around, the bear has no doubt that they have plenty of guns. Well, let's not think about that because it's not gonna happen. Unless they're squatting in that room. Not for long!
Oh my god, the creepy noises. The bear's exaggerated bravado becomes genuinely cautious as he opens the door. The room is hotter than it is outside, as if it was magnifying and trapping the heat. Okay, yeah, this is doable. Hey, Cam, all clear. Aw, no murderous hillbillies and... Oh, gross! What were you expecting? We just needed to straighten it out a bit. Look, there's even a mattress over there. Wait, we're not gonna use it for sleeping or anything, are we? Why do you think I brought sheets? Oh, I am not sleeping. Kidding. I already told you I have a room booked in Peyton. And we'd better use it, no matter how into this you get. Of course. But we might as well make this place as comfortable as we can anyway. Cameron is quiet, and Dev turns to see him staring at a plethora of rusty nails on the ground around the window and mattress. Your tetanus shot is up to date, right? That's a great question. Yeah, great. Just don't puncture yourself or on anything. Try to clean those up at least. Oh, hey! That's a decent fucking... Like, it's shit, but, like, out of shit came livable shit. Nice. Cameron watches Dev step back, brushing his paws against each other loudly. Well, I'd say that's rather cozy, don't you think? I've seen actual homes that look worse, so yeah, I'd say so. Like mine growing up. Cameron eyes the couch and slowly sits on the edge, not quite trusting it despite the sheet. So, what do you know about paranormal investigation? You said you did research. Turns out you just run around with a flashlight and call the ghost a bitch. Good one. Damn, sorry, I didn't know the reality show ghost hunts were such a sore spot for you. They single-handedly ruin the credibility of actual investigations. Well, that he brought it more attention, right? Anyway, all I really know is what you do. EVP stuff, taking pictures, just sitting around and waiting, stuff like that. That's a start. Actually, I was thinking you'd deal with most of that stuff, so what I mainly researched had to do with those who are gifted. It's almost physically impossible for the coyote to use that word and to describe people like him. Oh yeah, I wanted to say earlier how happy I was that you looked through that forum. It must be annoying just hearing me go on about it when I don't even experience it. No, you're fine, Dev.
Actually, Cameron much preferred to hear it from Dev. Half of the people on the forums were clearly liars with a savior complex, and the other half were contacting these assholes to help communicate with a dead loved one. Cameron couldn't stomach it. I'm ending the Stomatch joke. No one fucking likes it. It's still a weird word, though. Cameron couldn't stomach it, and just ended up looking at a blog that seemed more legit. So, what did you find out? The way the bear's lit up right now, talking about investigating, reminds Cameron that he needs to at least try. Well, according to these psychics, it's pretty simple if you have the extra sense. First, approach the location with clear intentions. I'm here to see or hear something from the past. Second, keep an open mind, which is something I promise to do. And finally, if you can sense that the presence is hostile, always remember that it can hurt you. In these cases, they might not actually be a person.
I wouldn't worry about demon shit. Even I have a hard time believing that.
Hey, there's something we can agree on. Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume something terrible happened in this room. Why else look for a specific room, right? I don't want you to tell me what happened, but I also assume that this is a bit of a test.
Well, I don't want to call it a test, but I'm gonna be recording and looking for the thing that happened in this room, too. Just thought you might want to see if you sense anything and compare it with what actually happened.
I think it's a good idea. I'm just gonna do some light touch sensing, I think they call it. So I won't see anything, but just sense what might have happened.
But tell me if you feel things that aren't right, of course.
I'll be fine.
All right, I'll get started. We won't go super late tonight, just want to get a feel for things.
Sure, I'll get started by opening my mind and making my intentions clear.
Okay, babe. I love you.
Devon leans in and kisses Cameron on the head. Then Cameron watches as Dev turns off the lantern, plunging them into darkness. Ka-choo! Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. There's going to be a silhouette in that fucking window. Oh, I don't like it. Why did they knock the fucking thing over, though? You can just turn it off and leave it on the table. Oh, I'm uncomfortable. Ow, I just kicked something. Lugging around equipment while trying to be quiet about it quickly gets Devon sweating through his shirt, and he has to take it off. He's making the extra effort not to disturb the coyote because Cameron seems to be really trying. His eyes closed and ears up. Dev didn't even ask him to take out his phone so he could record audio. He just did it, and to Devon, that just proved how much Cameron wanted to do this. As Dev goes about testing his equipment, Cameron shifts and mumbles something. Dev perks up. Oh, fucking... Yep, we got a shirtless bear boyfriend. Here we go. It's not quite full fan service, but it definitely is a thing that happened. It would make sense. There's no ventilation in this fucking room. It's hot. It's desert. Of course, deserts at night tend to get really cold, but whatever. Still, it would get stuffy in there with it all closed up like that.
Hey, Hon, I'm right here. You all right?
I need to get more comfortable. At the same time, he adjusts himself so that his feet are on the suitcase in front of him.
Okay.
Something about Cameron's demeanor is bothering Dev. And Cameron's words are a little slurred, but he does seem kind of not quite there. Should he pull him out of it? Devon had never seen a psychic in action before, so maybe this is normal? Like a trance? He hopes it's normal, because even if Devon can find his answers, he'd give them up for Cameron to discover he isn't psychotic. As he's fiddling with his EMF sensor, dread suddenly clutches his chest. What if the opposite happened and Cam really did lose his mind? Like when his mom got psychosis. If that happens, Devon is only now realizing that he would be responsible for how Cameron, and how could Cameron forgive him for that? How could he forgive himself? Shit. Dev hisses under his breath. What the fuck is he doing? Bringing his boyfriend to this room where that happened. He was usually alone or with his friends when doing these investigations, and his want to see something always overpowered his fear. He just assumed Cam would be used to scary shit, especially after he described that flat-faced creature in a raincoat that he'd been seeing since he was a kid. He just assumed. Why was it only now that he was realizing what the consequences could be? The feeling he'd had earlier about being a social dumbass comes back, but far stronger. This isn't something a loving partner does to another partner. He's fucking using Cameron for his own selfish reasons. Devon knows that the coyote has some kind of ESP abilities, but that doesn't mean he didn't also have other issues that could fuck him up. That didn't mean that possibly seeing these awful things wouldn't cause him to develop more issues. Devon gets up and paces for a bit, beginning to make up his mind, deciding that right after this, they're done, no matter what. Bear looks at the closet, the one where a wolf from the Masada Tribal Council hung himself in the early 90s. Oh my god. If only he could see one thing, just a sliver of proof that she's okay, and on the other side, he'd be at peace with all this. Dev lets out a shuddering sigh, standing in the closet, looking at that bar, wondering if it's the same one that the wolf used. Devon feels something. Not a good something. A chill runs up his spine, and suddenly, he's shivering. No way. It's actually happening. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's all he can manage to say. It's happening, but it feels so wrong. Then a fear that he's never known before takes over. He wants to turn around. He wants to call out to Cameron, but it's like something is around his neck, holding him in place. Oh my god, what the hell? Then he hears a terrible sound behind him. Oh my god. Cameron knows something is happening for sure. It's scary, but at the same time, it's making him question what he's always believed. Had Devon been right about this stuff? Had he just misunderstood himself for so long? He could sense someone, nothing like the monsters he'd seen in the past. Instead, this was a man in a suit and a bolo tie. He was sad, he was angry, and he was terrified. Cameron knew this was often what psychics described when talking about sensing people from the past. You feel their most intense moment of life. This man, this wolf, he's gonna do something terrible. While Cameron is marveling over this, the wolf suddenly changes. At the same time, Cameron feels his focus turn to him. This gives the coyote pause, because now this presence was trying to interact with him. Was this right? Cameron thinks it could be, but something doesn't feel right about it. Like, this isn't what he thinks it is. But he supposes that anyone doing this for the first time would feel it to be strange. Maybe he was doing the light sensing wrong. The point is to listen to the past, like a recording. This direct communication is scaring the coyote, but this could be his chance to answer Dev's question, and his own question, for that matter. I'm sorry to bother you. What's after death? Where do we go? It feels stupid and clumsy, but it's all that comes to his mind, so Cameron asks it over and over. There's a long, empty pause. Oh, fuck me! There's something like a cackle! Oh. It almost sounds fake, like a Halloween toy, but it's dark, mean. It's making fun of him. Jesus. I hope y'all can hear that. All the feelings of wonder and hope for a breakthrough are deflated instantly. He needs to open his eyes. Oh God, what is that? Is that the window? Is that a figure in the window? Cameron's eyes are heavy and he can barely focus. Something has gone terribly wrong. This presence is evil, malicious. This isn't a person. Now, all the coyote can sense is that profound tragedy has taken place. He needs Devon, and he needs to see, and he thinks he sees him in his vision as his vision begins to slowly focus. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? At first, Cameron didn't ever understand what he was seeing. How was Dev standing like that? What the? Why isn't he? This can't be right. This has got this. This is a vision or something. Why isn't he moving? He realizes why over the next few seconds. The unnatural way Dev's weight seems to pull up his neck says it all. Cameron starts screaming, but it's weak, muffled, barely a wheeze from his throat, and he can't move. Paralysis. This isn't real. This is sleep paralysis, but something about this is so fucked, so real, he couldn't have fallen asleep. He's almost positive about that. But even if he had, his boyfriend could actually be hanging himself while the coyote sits uselessly on the couch. Terror begins to engulf him. How could this happen? How could he do this? What? What? How? Cameron tries screaming again, but it's just a wheeze of his breath. That's a cute picture on their phone, by the way. He stares at Devon's contact image instead of Devon dead in the closet. I took that picture in college 5 years ago, just a month into their relationship. At the time, it was a token to show his other gay friends to prove he had a boyfriend and that he was a handsome bear. And he never changed it, even though he had no one to show off to anymore. How the hell did they end up here? The phone picks up and switches to speaker automatically. That's impossible. Cameron knows deep down that this must be a dream, but Devon is still hanging in the closet. He's overcome by the horror that this could just be a partial dream, that the worst part of it is real. It makes Cameron try to and fail to scream again.
You want to know, like?
Cameron stares at the phone, unable to understand through the static, but able to recognize the voice.
You said you wanted to know what, like to die? I'd say it's like drowning forever. Conscious forever while you suffocate for what made you happy when you were alive. Then again, you don't believe in anything. So what you really want to know is what it's like to disappear. Because you're scared. You tell yourself you want to die, that you wish your mom didn't save your worthless life, that you deserve it. Now you tell yourself that if it weren't for me, you'd have ended things back in college. We both know that's a lie. 'Cause you're a fucking coward. You'll stay alive as long as you can be with someone who can keep you alive. I could have treated you like absolute shit the past 5 years and you'd still be around today. You fucking begged Dylan not to leave you. Just weeks after he punched you and gave you that scar. The one you said you got from falling against a cabin. You're sick. Meanwhile, you let me put you in the situation. You said you wanted it. Do you still want it?
No, please, God, no! Cameron can't move his lips.
Anyway, I'm getting a little off topic, aren't I? You wanted to know what the afterlife is like. I'll give you an idea.
Devon's voice becomes more muffled.
Yo, Lupita! Tell my boyfriend what it's like.
It's quiet for a moment, and Cameron just sits in stunned misery, just waiting. A terrible demonic scream screeches of the phone, and Cameron's fur bristles all over his body, and he fights this prison that he's in with everything he has, and finally breaks free. Takes Devon a moment to realize the terrible sound is coming from Cameron. Okay, the perspective shifting keeps confusing me. It takes Devon a moment to realize the terrible sound is coming from Cameron. He's never heard him make a sound like that before. At that moment, whatever it is that has a hold on the bear dissolves, and Devon turns around, heaving for breath. I'm getting a phone call. Who the hell's calling me right now? When Dev looks at him, he sees Cameron's eyes are wide open.
Cameron!
Cameron makes that sound again. Though Devon has no idea what Cameron's seeing, he knows that it's something terrible. Devon feels himself beginning to panic.
Baby, please, what's happening?
Cameron just stares back, and Devon finally snaps.
Cameron!
Devon is stepping out of the closet when suddenly Cameron lunges off the couch, making a feral sound. The look at the coyote's eyes is so intensely unlike him that Devon draws back in fear.
Honey, it's me!
To Dev's shock, Cameron's paws fly to the bear's neck, but instead of squeezing like he thinks he's going to, they rip at the thick fur there.
Wait, stop!
Devon manages to catch Cameron's paws in his own much larger paws, easily restraining the smaller male. Cameron continues to stare at Devon's neck, seeming to search intently. Then he looks up at Dev's face. I saw you dead! You called me and screamed at me! Devon doesn't understand. He can tell this wasn't one of Cameron's typical night terrors. The look on his face says it all.
Fuck!
I'm really sorry. I'm driving you to Peyton right now, or wherever the hell you want to go. As Devon tries to pull him to the door, Cameron resists. Wait, just let me catch my breath, okay? Okay, just take deep breaths, okay? Devon fumbles with the lantern until he turns it on. He stands next to Cameron for a few seconds, listening to him sob. Can I at least hold you? Please. Cameron leans towards him as an answer. While Dev strokes his head, Cameron starts to rub his back like he knows that Dev had been terrified too. I'm fine. It was just really intense. A really intense vision. I'm so sorry. I've never seen you like that before. You scared the absolute shit out of me. Did you think I was attacking you? Huh? You were going after my neck, sort of. Oh no, I saw you hanging in the closet. Cameron's breath hitches in his chest. Like, from your neck. Oh shit. Yeah, it was so fucking real. They hold each other in silence for a while, Devon mulling over what Cameron just told him. Devon no longer has doubts that Cameron is psychic, but right now that doesn't matter. He just wants the coyote to feel safe again. Devon?
Yeah, honey?
I think you're right.
What about?
Something happened. I don't know if it's ghosts or whatever the hell else that could have been, but that wasn't just me. I've never felt or seen things like that before. There's more to this than me being crazy. There has to be.
We can talk about all this when we're in Peyton, okay?
Dev, I promise to be honest with you, and I need to tell you something now, otherwise I probably never will.
What is it?
Dev's heart starts to pound as he sees the look on Cameron's face. Lupita was in this vision, Dev. Please believe me when I say that I don't think it was really her, but...
What?
Cameron hesitates.
Cameron, please, tell me.
I'm really sorry, but I heard her, and it was awful, and... I don't know, it was just a terrible scream. It was horrible. The floor seems to fall out from under Devon, and he feels like he's falling into an abyss. I imagine that's the her that he referenced earlier about make sure she's okay on the other side. Oh my god.
I gotta say, the CG work has been really cool. I'm really glad that it's got a production value. Yay! Cameron watches as the motel parking lot disappears into the night. They had left most of their stuff behind in the room, only bringing along what they absolutely needed. Cameron had wanted to take it a bit slower, to think things over before running away like this. But weirdly enough, it was Devon that was ushering him out as quickly as he could. Oh, no, it made sense. What was truly weird was how Cameron had felt, and how he still feels now. Despite what had just happened, despite the absolute horror of it all, there's a part of Cameron that still wants to stay. Yeah, that's an alarming feeling, to say the least. Cameron has to assume that this is nothing like what Dev had seen in his previous investigations, that maybe he also felt that overwhelming feeling of wrongness. But it also feels wrong to just leave after hearing what he had heard. He'd expected Dev to want to stay after Cameron told him about Lupita. And if Dev had asked him to stay, Cameron would have done so, if only to search for better closure after hearing her scream. Despite Dev's calm appearance, Cameron knows that his mind must be in turmoil right now. Now, with the night ending like this, he thinks that maybe he shouldn't have told Dev what he heard. Yeah, he promised to be honest about it, but the hallucination, the vision, felt like a lie somehow, a trick. It felt real, it happened, but it also felt like something nefarious was behind it all. He felt it when the wolf focused on him, as if that unseen something had taken the wheel and started steering things where it wanted them to go. Even if he has no idea what that something could be, Cameron hopes that's the case. The alternative is that the afterlife really is only suffering, and that would mean his mother is in the same place. That everyone's going to that place. Cameron squirms in his seat, the feeling of a suffocating dread creeping up under his neck. Drowning forever. Cameron suddenly turns to look at his boyfriend, unable to deal with the awkward silence any longer. Devon? Devon tilts his head slightly in Cameron's direction, brows raised to show he's listening.
Yeah, honey?
Doesn't take his eyes off the road. Either because it's nighttime or, more likely, because of what they just dealt with. The bear was being extra cautious. Extra cautions. Still, there's a sense of urgency in his driving, like he's trying to get out of there as fast as he can. Cameron struggles to find the right words.
Hey, let's talk when I get to the freeway, okay? I just gotta focus right now.
Cameron can't wait until then.
Are we coming back?
Cameron sees Dev's brows rise again, this time in surprise.
No, of course not. We're done. I'm an idiot for doing this in the first place, and again, I'm sorry.
Cameron can't quash the feeling that he should be the one apologizing right now.
But
there's a theme park in Peyton called Southwest Adventures. I thought about going there at the end of our investigation, but we could do that tomorrow instead.
Hey, remember that was mentioned in the beginning. They actually visited that at the beginning of Echo. Through lines are amazing.
Dev pauses, apparently waiting for a response, but Cameron can't think of one to give him.
I think it could be fun.
Cameron is almost certain that that's the same word Devon used just before they left to describe how this investigation would feel. Fun.
I think we need to come back. We can't just leave things like that. That was so fucked.
Telling me. Cameron sees Dev grit his teeth, and the coyote feels himself recoil a bit, like he did on a daily basis with Dylan.
Sorry,
No, you're fine. I'm just having trouble seeing the goddamn road. Let's just leave it until I can see where I'm going, okay, hun?
The coyote steels himself. He shouldn't ever feel afraid of Devon. He didn't need to.
I think we should come back tomorrow. Keep this going like you planned. There's something more to this, and I want to help find out what it is.
He said it for, oh shit, I said it all kind of fucked up. He said it firmly, in a way that he hopes shows Devon that he's not completely fragile, even if he did break down in the motel room. But Devon is quiet, and Cameron feels himself start to get a little frustrated that he's being ignored. Then the bear responds, No, I don't think so. I'll probably come back, but with another psychic. I'm not going to put you through that ever again. Despite knowing Dev meant nothing by that, Cameron feels offended. Like Devon doesn't think he's good enough or strong enough to do this. But I want to, especially if you're just going to come back. You think I'm going to sit at home knowing you're back out in this hellhole? Listen, Cameron, I've been to a lot of haunted places, but there's something different about this town that feels really off. Fucked, like you said, and I don't want you anywhere near it. Now it's Cameron who grits his teeth. But I want to. Do you still want it? I know you need to find answers, but after feeling what I felt, I need answers too. Dev's careful maneuvering along the broken road hits a pothole and the interior shakes. Devon winces. Hey, please, let's talk about this later. I just want to get us to Peyton safely right now. Even the CG's got a lot of fucking variants. The artist is working double fucking overtime on this shit. Fucking awesome. And just like that, Cameron's determination dries up. He hates himself for being such a coward. Things had always felt unequal in their relationship, but it was rare for Dev to just say it loud, to tell the coyote what's good for him, even though Cameron told him what he wanted. It's nothing like it was with Dylan, but the feeling is similar, and Cameron doesn't like that. Well, what if I don't want you to come back here either? Devon takes a deep breath and manages to stay calm. Then we can talk about it when we're safely back home. Cameron goes quiet again. They're halfway past the lake, the body of water looking like a giant dark pit, except where the moon glitters on its surface. And that's where Cameron sees something out of the corner of his eye. Oh my God, this is not the fucking day. It is not the fucking day for yous. Oh geez. There's something on the road between two craters of broken asphalt. Oh, fuck me. It's getting foggy out. Did you notice that the fucking cactus in that window faded away? Was that a cactus? Oh, shit. Cameron stares for several seconds, not sure if he's seeing what he thinks he's seeing. He waits for Devon to say something, to wonder what the hell that was in front of them, but he says nothing, almost like he doesn't see it. Yet, there it is, right in front of them. It's right where Devon is about to go, and the bear isn't stopping. Cameron manages to jerk himself out of his stunned daze. Oh my God, Dev, look! Dev finally looks at Cameron, his eyes off the road, and still the Jeep moves forward. Stop! Why wasn't he stopping? The coyote does the first thing that comes to his mind. Time slows down. It's just like what happened back in high school, right before he got hit by a car while skateboarding. He has more time to react now than he did then, though. And he slides his arm out of the seatbelt to get free and reaches across the center console. Oh my God. Is that cactus outside? That doesn't look like a cactus. It looks like a bunny rabbit. He grabs the wheel, and even though Dev is starting to brake, it's not fast enough. They're less than 20 feet away from hitting it. The coyote doesn't even think. Acting on pure instinct, Cameron turns the wheel right. Oh, to the right hard. That's towards the lake, isn't it? Oh, fuck me. Oh. Maybe not. Devon can't comprehend what Cameron's doing before they hit something, and the jolt is far worse than any pothole he'd hit on the road. Devon is thrown into his seatbelt. In the back of his mind, he's been aware that Cameron was half out of his own seatbelt. Driven by what felt like pure reflex, Devon had thrown his arm across the coyote in an attempt to hold him back. Cameron's muzzle meets the bear's thick arm before his forearm smacks into the screen of the head unit. A numbing, tingling feeling explodes across his entire arm. Ah, fuck! Dev brings his arm to his chest, cradling it as he winces. Are you all right? Cameron's breathless voice next to him is enough to reassure Dev that the coyote isn't seriously injured. The airbags hadn't even deployed, even though the impact had felt serious. Yeah, funny bone. What about you? Let me see your face. Dev tries to grab Cameron's muzzle to have a closer look at him. It's hard to see with only the glow of the Jeep's headlights, now dimmed from the swirling dust kicked up by the accident. But Cameron pulls away, opening the door to get out. Cameron, what? The coyote yelps as he seems to lose his footing immediately and falls hard. Cam! Dev unbuckles his seatbelt and almost tries to climb out of Cameron's side of the Jeep. Then, realizing what he's doing, opens his own door. Oh, wow, oh, jeez. Dust coats his mouth and immediately he can see Echo from here. He knew this was gonna happen, that something was gonna prevent them from getting out. Dude, they're jumping straight to fucking Saturday level shit. Holy hell. He could feel it since he started driving. He just didn't expect Cameron to be the one to do it. The Jeep is tilted forward, the front wheels wedged into a deep trench carved out by years of flooding along the edge of the road. Dev stumbles around to the front of the Jeep, squinting against the headlights before looking down where Cameron had fallen, but he only sees blackness. Cameron! He starts to panic, seriously considering that the coyote could have fallen into a sinkhole, but then, over here! Dev looks back toward the road, the dust finally clearing, and sees that Cameron is already there, standing in the middle of it, looking around confused like he's lost something. What the fuck are you doing? Dev stumbles back around the Jeep, just wanting to get the coyote back inside so he doesn't go running off somewhere. The bear already suspects that Cameron is having a mental breakdown, and if they don't get the hell out of here soon, Dev thinks he might just join them. I saw someone. Cameron, slow down. Let me see your face. It almost broke my arm. No. I know I did. Cameron ignores Dev's paws that were reaching out toward him and starts walking up the road, looking back and forth. Cam. Ugh. The stress of the accident on top of seeing his boyfriend walking back toward the evil town is too much for the bear. He grabs Cameron's arm, forcing him to turn around fully and face. What the hell are you doing? Cameron flinches and raises his arms up, crossing one wrist over the other, covering his face like he thinks Dev's going to... Cameron, what? But the coyote just lowers his arms, looking around again. I saw something. Someone. It was like a little kid sitting in the road. Didn't you see him? Devin just wants to ask why Cameron acted like he was going to hit him, but the coyote is in such clear distress, the bear isn't sure what to say. Then Cameron looks at the Jeep as if seeing what had happened for the first time. Shit, I didn't mean to crash your car. I swear I saw someone, and I wouldn't do that on purpose. Cameron's breaths start to become erratic, gasping for air. Honey, come here. I can't breathe. Devin wraps his arms around the coyote. Devin wraps his arms around the coyote even as he starts to try and pull away. Let's go. I need to go. Listen, Cameron. Breathe with me. Dev presses the side of Cameron's head to his chest and takes a deep breath. Remember, in and out, slowly. Devin keeps his voice upbeat. Oh, damn it. His expression cheerful. The complete opposite of what he's actually feeling right now. But showing how distressed he was clearly wasn't helping the situation. So this breathing exercise is also for his benefit. The last time they'd done this was at least a few years ago now. Just like last time, it seems to work. Coyote fighting is gasping for a minute before his breathing becomes more steady, albeit a little shaky. They breathe in unison for a few minutes, the bear stroking Cameron's head like he had only half an hour ago in the motel room. Was it really only 2 hours ago that he'd been giddy at the thought of a paranormal investigation with his psychic boyfriend? Finally, Cameron pulls away gently. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. You said you thought you saw someone? I thought I did. I didn't mean to fuck up your car, though. Well, if you thought you saw someone, then I'm glad you did that. Considering how slow we were going, I'd rather the car run into dirt than run over somebody. Now just hold still for a second so I can check you out. You face-planted in my arm pretty hard back there. Dev gently turns Cameron toward the headlights of the still-running car, lightly running his blunt claws through the fur. I thought it was an... Oh my god, it was an otter. Nope! I'm not fucking doing that again! I could see the tail and everything. One of Devon's claws grazes over a small lump under Cameron's fur on the bridge of his snoot, and the coyote winces. Does that hurt?
Oh, a little bit. I didn't even notice until just now.
That's probably from my elbow.
What about your arm? Are you sure it's all right?
Cameron starts doing his own check on Devon's arm. Dude, my arm is... Ow! Bear yelps as Cameron prods right into a spot that was suddenly becoming very sore.
Did that really hurt that much?
Not really. Just surprised me.
Really?
Yep, see? Bending it without pain!
Yeah, I believe you. Just be careful
with it. Cameron sighs, looking back at the Jeep.
I'm going crazy.
The relief Devon had felt after seeing Cameron returning to his usual snarky self deflates at those words. What? No, you're not. You're just... We're both on edge right now.
Well, it really did feel like I was losing my mind for a minute there. Thanks for helping me.
Of course. Now, just gotta check out the damage.
Yeah, the back wheels aren't even touching the ground.
Well, I'll have a better look. Hang tight, babe.
All right.
Devon starts to analyze the status of his Jeep, and he can tell right away that they aren't going anywhere. Both front wheels are almost buried in the sandy trench below, and both of the back wheels are definitely off the ground, the undercarriage balanced on the road's edge. Still, Dev gets in, and after telling Cam to stand clear, very gently tries to back out. The bear winces at the scraping sounds from the metal undercarriage, realizing how desperate he is to get out of here, considering how hopelessly stupid this attempt is. After realizing he's only spinning the wheels deeper into the dirt, he stops. God, I've been there before. The bear turns off the engine, sighing and pressing his head against the steering wheel. Yeah, it sucked that his Jeep was probably all fucked up now. He could easily afford another one. Well, that must be nice! More than anything, he just wanted to be out of Echo. He thinks back on how strange it was that Cameron immediately tried to convince him that he didn't do it on purpose. Devon didn't need to be convinced because he hadn't even considered that was the case. But because of how he brought it up, Devon quickly shuts that down, deciding that now isn't the time for shitty thoughts like that. Finally, the bear gets out, fixing a smile on his face again so Cameron won't feel so bad. All right, so... Cameron? Dev looks around and, to his dismay, spots the coyote a ways up the road toward Echo again, though he's standing off to the side, right next to the lake. He's looking over the edge, down at the water. Hey, Cameron? You alright? The bear jogs up to the coyote, putting an arm around him. You alright? Cameron finally turns to look at the bear.
Yeah.
Stay next to me, alright? I want you to be close after everything that's happened.
I was just trying to stay out of the way.
Are you looking for something? Dev looks over the edge at the murky water below. Almost immediately after, the bear instinctively pulls back, taking Cameron with him.
Yeah, just thought that because otters are good swimmers, that maybe...
Cameron lets out a fake laugh.
Sorry, I'm crazy. Don't mind me.
Come on, don't do that. Come on, don't do that. Cameron goes quiet. Seeing just how unhappy Cameron is, the bear takes a deep breath, deciding to tell him. Back in the early 2000s, an otter kid drowned in this lake. I wonder if maybe that's who you saw.
That'd be Sydney.
Oh, for fuckity wuckity fucking fuck wuckin' fluckin' waka flocka fuck. Yeah, along with a few dozen other people over the last 70 years. I have a list for the lake and other places we were going to go.
So you're saying I saw that because I'm psychic? You don't seem very thrilled with that idea.
I'm not thrilled with any of this anymore. It only reminds Dev that Cameron could see anything, terrible things, and that could lead to more mental anguish for his boyfriend. Anyway, we are stuck pretty badly.
What do we do?
Don't worry, we got options. We'd want to get to the highway, but that's a bit of a walk. I think about 4 or 5 miles. That might be a bit too much with it being dark and on a half-destroyed road. I think we should try to get a little bit of sleep and start walking at dawn. We'll have light, and if we keep up a good pace, we'll get to the highway before it's too hot and we'll be able to flag down help.
Cameron is quiet.
So, what do you think?
Remember a while back when I asked what we'd do if there was an emergency? You said there was still cell service in parts of the town.
Did I?
Yeah, Dev. You know what I'm talking about. It makes way more sense to find cell service right next to us and call for help rather than walk 5 miles.
I don't think it makes much sense at all, Cameron.
We were looking for trouble, Devin. I think we'll be fine as long as I'm not trying to see shit.
But you just saw... Oh. It's silent for a few excruciating seconds. I just want to get the fuck out of here and get you home! Cameron's ears twitch as Dev raises his voice, which seems to reverberate in the silence. But the coyote just goes on and standing there, arms crossed like they almost always were.
Yeah, psychic or not, I'm unstable. We both know that already.
No!
But I'm not walking miles through scorpion and rattlesnake-infested desert when our solution is right there.
Babe, please, I have a bad feeling.
Sorry, who's the psychic here? Dev, I can do this. Trust me. We're outside where nothing's haunted, and we won't be looking for anything, so I'm going.
Cameron!
I'd prefer you came with me, though.
God damn it! Devin hurries to catch up with his boyfriend, sliding his paw into Cameron's and gripping it tightly. Cameron has a look on his face like he's a bit pleased with himself, and Cameron can't figure out why. It's like the coyote thinks he's winning some kind of a game, and Devin has to grit his teeth so he doesn't start an argument all over again. Just an hour ago, Cameron was sobbing after seeing and hearing terrible things. Now he's walking back in the same direction like it's nothing. Maybe the coyote is more resilient than the bear had always thought. And maybe the bear is finding out how not resilient he himself is. His stomach growls loudly, and when Cameron jokingly asks if he's hungry, Devin lies and says yes. In reality, it's from anxiety, something he isn't used to feeling all that often. The bear only finds comfort in gripping Cameron's paw even tighter and promising himself that he won't let anything else bad happen to him. I'm sure that will go exactly as intended.
Oh, here we go again.
Cameron presses up tightly against Devin's side, breathing in the comforting scent of his cologne. Cam's false bravado has mostly faded at this point, especially as they're passing the motel. The coyote has to remind himself why it is that he insisted on doing this when Dev had offered a perfectly reasonable, if slightly exhausting, alternative. Being exhausted is preferable to PTSD. But Cameron could sense the bear beginning to treat him in a way that he didn't like. Talking to him like he was fragile, like the slightest touch could tip him over where he'd shatter on the asphalt. Man, where have I heard this line of thinking before? He wants to prove that he can deal with this. Which is why he has to smirk at himself right now, because he definitely wouldn't have made this far if Dev weren't by his side. Right now, the bear has a steely grip on Cameron's paw, making it clear that he isn't letting go. Meanwhile, their free paws hold their phones, checking every now and then for a signal. Anything yet?
No. Wouldn't we get signal at the same time anyway?
Well, I assume I'll get it first.
Oh, because mine's not an android.
Yep.
If only I had the brain of an engineer to figure out how to work one.
Really? Android is way fucking easier to... What the fuck are you talking about?
Actually, maybe I should turn mine off and let you search for a signal. We should keep some battery life in one of our phones, just in case.
Oh yeah, good idea. Your battery I'm gonna fucking shit. Your battery would probably die before we found service anyway. Cameron turns his phone off while Dev looks on. I wouldn't worry too much about it, though. It's not like we're lost in the woods or something. And I let like 3 people know where we were going. We're gonna be fine no matter what, babe.
Yeah, if you get shot.
Yeah, just cell phone signal, that would help.
Famous last words if I ever heard them.
Don't make that joke in this series. Ooh.
Right up there with "Here Goes Nothing" and "I think I took too much."
Yeah, right. Our last words are gonna be, "Holy shit, we lived to 100!" What the Okay, that...
You're not gonna make it to the end of this game, I think. I'm pretty sure I already screwed my chances at that with all the drugs I did. Along with eating fudge cakes for lunch whenever I'm at work.
Don't come at me with that shit. Ugh, seriously, Cam?
Hey, it's in the vending machine right next to my cubicle.
Well, we're changing that as soon as we get back.
How are you gonna do that aside from stalking me at work?
I'll make your lunch. They're gonna have us start working from home on Monday, remember? I'll have plenty of time. Hell, I'd be surprised if they don't start making you work from home soon. We'll be like co-workers.
Fat chance. I don't give a shit about our health there.
Well, we'll see. Either way, you'll be living to 110, so you'll have plenty of time to think up your famous last words. Cameron has to wonder if their meandering conversation is purposeful on Dev's part, if only to distract him from what's across the road. Either way, the coyote is thankful for it.
Only if you make it there with me.
Oh, God. About 15 minutes later, Cameron starts to become a bit more agitated. They're on a dirt road at this point. Every now and then, they walk past crumbling structures of what used to be houses and trailers.
You think the cell service stopped working since you read about it?
I don't know. They said it's pretty sporadic.
Who said this exactly?
The paranormal forum peeps.
I hope they're trustworthy.
They are. Or at least they have no reason to lie.
I think the paranormal gives people incentive to lie, especially if they're not gifted.
Sure, but we're talking about cell phone service, not ghosts.
Could also be a scheme by those crazy locals to lure their victims into town.
You're joking, but I know you're still worried about that, so I'll just point out that it's highly unlikely because that would leave too much of a paper trail.
I'm not that worried, especially now that we've made it this far and nothing...
Oh shit! What? Damn it! I just had a bar for a split sec.
Well, just walk backwards. Cell phone signal doesn't move with the fucking wind.
The bear waves the phone around over his head, spinning in a slow circle.
What the hell, Dev? You scared me.
Sorry, babe. Anyway, I think it came from this direction.
I wonder which infamous street that might come from, or maybe a specific house. I wonder.
Dev indicates a rather large grouping of trees off the side of the road that forms a bit of a miniature forest.
Oh no, that's not the one I meant. Of course.
Why does it have to be the creepiest thing in sight? Because it's an echo game.
You want to hang back while I check it out?
No.
Is that a question?
Cameron doesn't respond, instead sliding his paw into the one Dev's offering, and they start to make their way through the sagebrush. Oh, God, imagine all the ticks we're picking up.
Don't worry, babe. I'll comb through all your fur when we get out of here. Want me to carry you?
I'm fine.
All right. Just don't think about the tarantulas and scorpions. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, dude.
You suck so much ass.
Your ass is the only ass I...
Fucking hell. Dev grunts in a heavy, bearish way as Cameron wraps his arms around his neck and lifts his feet off the ground, forcing Dev to bridle carry him. Chuckling, Dev carefully makes his way through the rough terrain while the coyote awkwardly keeps his feet lifted high so they don't brush the sage. Oh man, we've seen this exact picture several times before. Dev finally lowers the coyote near the edge of the forest, and they stand there, looking into the blackness. Cameron can only see the branches outlined against the moonlight, but otherwise, it's almost like looking into a void. The feeling of emptiness is emphasized by the sudden quiet desert around them.
So, I've got, like, one bar. Data isn't working.
You know, trees should make it harder to get a signal. Can you make a call?
Well, I can't open my insurance app, so I don't know what the preferred towing companies are, and I'm just sort of realizing that most probably wouldn't come out here anyway, since Flake Road doesn't technically exist anymore.
Flake Road?
Something like that.
I'm sure it's not that, so we're not getting towed out. And you don't even know the name of the road we crashed on. Are you saying we're stuck here? Like, really stuck? Do you guys not think the fucking non-emergency police line, like, just call? Like, they'll help you. It's an emergency, for fuck's sake. They'll at least help you get into contact with the local towing companies.
Well, my Jeep probably is, not us. The highway is still within walking distance, remember?
I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I got us in this mess.
Hey, I don't give a shit about my Jeep. Besides, I just got an idea. Dev taps on his phone a few times and puts it to his ear, but only for a few seconds before he scowls. What? Call dropped, but it rang for a sec.
We are so dead. I've killed us.
Oh, stop it, honey. I'll try texting.
Who are you texting?
An old friend of ours.
Who?
Damn it, I swear the bar keeps disappearing every time I try to send. I'll try some different angles. Dev, he's probably referring to Chase. Oh, God. Dev is hunched over his phone, tapping away. Cameron just sighs, letting Dev do whatever it is he's doing. Despite the bear's attempts to placate him, the coyote knows that they both know that this is his fault. Why don't you just tell me what a stupid, idiot piece of shit I am? Cameron doesn't want to admit it, even in his mind, but one thing he liked about Dylan was that he didn't sugarcoat things for the coyote. He'd tell him when he was an idiot, either with words or fists. Jesus Christ. They're really hyping up this they're really hyping up this Dylan guy as the piece of shit of the century. I get word that he's gonna make an appearance in this fucking game, and I don't like it. The coyote turns his attention back to the forest, staring into the dark. Dev doesn't know anything about him and Dylan, and Cameron sure as hell isn't ever gonna tell him. What? What the fuck? Okay. Especially that sometimes he was the one to swing first. He always lost, but the few hits he'd land always felt worth it. That would be a real treat for you, Dev. Not only is your boyfriend crazy, he's violent, too. Does he even know you at all? Chill goes up Cameron's spine. That didn't feel like his own thoughts, even though it came from inside his head. Oh, boy. Okay, is this Sam? Is it that one other guy? Is it Chase? Is it Sydney? Who the fuck is it now?
Of course, it wouldn't be Chase. Chase is alive in this game, so is it Sam? I don't know. Cameron moves closer to Devon, rubbing his arms. Oh, just send, damn it. Devon. Just a sec, hon. A few already went through. Just got to confirm some things with him. The void seems to get bigger, and even though he wants to look away, Cameron can't. He knows he's sensing again, even though he isn't meaning to. Oh, the red forest, the fucking green and red, in the red and green. I don't know what it was. That's what's really bothering me about it. I think I could handle something like a ghost, but not something like that. So it was just me and my wife, taking a walk through the old forest like we always did, and then, I don't know, it just got this weird feeling, and everything went real quiet. Then this voice started, a man's voice. But it was kind of eerie, like it wasn't real. Hard to explain, but it was like it was an electronic thing. That's the hum. A machine. It started yelling at us in this sort of playful way, like it was making fun of us or taunting us. Said things like, the devil walks beside you, and I'm taking you to hell. Weird crap like that. It was coming from the tops of the trees, and you could kind of hear it go up and down and come closer like it was swinging through the branches. And yeah, it scared us because it didn't make sense. The voice, where it was coming from, what it was saying, none of it made sense, and that's the scary part. So we ran. And it said some nasty things about my wife, so I picked her up and ran as fast as I could. Later, she told me she saw it over my shoulder in the trees. Had a hard time explaining it, which I understand because I can't explain it at all, but she said it was a shadow person that was moving through the branches. She said light bent in a weird way around its body like it was encased in a glass globe or something. She hadn't said much else about it. She doesn't like talking about it, and neither do I. I'm only telling you because I feel like there needs to be a record of it somewhere. It just feels wrong to go out of this life without, I don't know, letting people know that unexplainable stuff happens to a lot of people, and I hope we figure out why. And this might not be important, but I had dreams afterwards where I'd be in that forest, and the shadow creature would come prowling out into the open, and then sounds would come from where its mouth would be. I'd hear a young man screaming for help, all distorted like it was recorded on a tape. And then there'd be a high-pitched laughter. We've heard that soundbite before. Shit! Ugh! Did you hear that? That laugh? Yeah, it sounded like a drunk dude kind of far away. You screaming is what made me scream. It was like a cackle, like a cartoon witch or something. It was right next to us. I've heard it before. Well, I wouldn't say it was like a witch. It was kind of high-pitched, I guess. But again, it was kind of distant. I think we should go. Why? It's just like a drunk hick or something. I'm almost done messaging Artie. Artie? Who the hell is Artie? Artie? Artie. Do I know that name? Something bangs like a screen door swinging closed and not very far away. Oh no, sorry, Bob. Oh no. I know that's speech pattern, and he's referring to Duke. We know Duke. I don't know who the hell it is, but I got a feeling I know who it is. Who's that squealing? That you, Duke? Got me a 12 gauge right here that'll make you squeal twice as loud if you're snooping around my property again. Nev's voice drops to a whisper. Holy shit. Then before Cam can fully absorb exactly what's happening, Dev is pulling him along, running full tilt through the sagebrush toward the road and back towards Lake Emma. Okay, so I guess we're not going to find out right then what's going on. Oh my god, but I saw there's still a CG that was part of like the teaser that we haven't seen yet, and I'm a little fucking worried about it. Devin's feet ache from the plethora of rocks he's trampled on, the tough pads on the undersides feeling almost torn up from the rough terrain. He's thankful, though, if only for the fact that he hadn't run himself and Cameron into a cactus. Dev, Cameron's voice jerks with every running step. We're almost there. Dev huffs and puffs for air, not aware that he's a bit more out of shape than he realized. He hadn't run in earnest for at least a few years. Dev, we're out of the town. The bear slows down now that his stuck Jeep is in sight, and he sets Cameron down on the street before doubling over to rest his paws on his knees, wheezing. Oh, give me a minute.
Jesus, are you okay? That sounds like you're dying.
Dev! My fucking thigh is cramping like a motherfucker. Holy shit! Dev's large rear hits the ground with a thump as he reaches down to massage the back of his thigh.
Oh, thank God.
For what?
Lay on your back.
Before Devon can even follow the directions, Cameron takes the bear's right leg and slowly lifts it up, making Dev spasm as the cramping muscle is slowly stretched out. Oh, fuck. That's what I get for not running since, like, college. Cam gently rocks the leg back and forth.
You've ran since then. Remember that stupid company triathlon thing we did when you carried me on your back and ran across a soccer field?
Despite the light conversation, Cam keeps looking over his shoulder toward the town, just waiting for a mob of hillbillies to come raging up the road.
Man, I told you, Dev, the people here are psycho!
Dev grunts as Cameron stretches his leg back again. I think he wasn't being serious, but yeah, you were right. All the more reason to get the fuck out of here. Dev finally pulls his foot back, gingerly getting to his feet while continuing to rub at his thigh. Ugh, I've never had a cramp so painful. Guess I'm getting old. Man, I fucking hate cramps. They're the worst fucking, not the worst fucking thing, definitively, but they're amongst the worst fucking things.
Take it easy next time. You were more scared than I was. You said yourself he was just a drunk hick.
You forgot the part where he's got a shotgun.
Yeah, I'd be more surprised if he didn't have one. Do you think he's gonna come looking for us? We're not hard to find out here.
Sounded like he thought you were some other hick. I think we're fine.
I suppose you can put trailer trash in the same category as hick, so that makes sense.
We can keep an eye out for right now, though. Just in case.
So, who were you texting?
Artie from college. He just happened to be up and still living in Mesa. Said he'd drive out right away, so he can be here in like 3 hours.
Huh. Why Artie, though?
I don't know. He's at the top of my contacts list, and I knew he still lived in the States, so I gave it a shot.
You can give us a ride at least, I guess.
He's got one of those massive trucks, so he might be able to pull us out. His last message said he'd be here in 3 hours or less.
Well, I guess that's not bad. As long as we're out of here by morning, I don't want you getting caught out in the heat all day.
We got a shit ton of water. If I need to cool down... Devon waves his paw at the lake. No. You do not. No. Besides, your car still runs. You just sit in it with the fucking air conditioner running. I don't fucking know shit. I don't fucking know shit is the motto. Anyway, Cameron stares at the lake, seeming to think, and looks back at Dev.
Listen, while we were in the forest, I don't know. I didn't see anything, but I think I did some light touch sensing the right way.
Now it's Dev who finds himself becoming upset. What? Why would you do that?
Well, it kind of just happened. And I made sure not to interact or anything, and it was just fine. At least for the most part. What I heard was creepy.
Okay, well, now I'm going to tell you to be careful again, because I don't want you going through what happened in the motel ever again.
Well, like I said, I couldn't exactly help it. Anyway, do you know about a shadow person in that forest that spoke with a distorted electronic voice?
That's the hum. Devon is caught off guard. He knows Cameron is trying to take the focus off the fact that he's still messing around with the supernatural in a dangerously supernatural place, but he also knows exactly what Cameron's referring to. The chapter in Haunted Echo, entitled Entities of Static, described exactly that, and in the thick of trying to figure out who to call, he hadn't realized that was the forest. Dev's surprise must be pretty obvious as Cameron grins.
No way, am I right?
Cameron's sudden joyous reaction surprises the bear. Well, yeah, you're right.
Can you believe this? Sorry, I don't know why I'm so happy. It's just, there's a fucking reason for me being the way I am. I can't deny it anymore. It's hard to explain, but that kind of changes my entire life.
Oh, shit. Damn. Cam's bottom lip trembles with emotion, and Dev shakes off his feelings of unease, drawing him into a hug. Come here. I know what you mean, baby. Well, I don't personally know, but I've wanted you to feel that way for a long time. I'm really happy for you.
I feel like I can do something. I don't know. Maybe even help people with this?
Cameron's voice is muffled against Dev's chest. Oh, sure, of course. Let's find a better place than here, okay? Dev nuzzles Cameron reassuringly, but the coyote doesn't answer. And even though that bothers the bear, he doesn't press the issue, just wanting Cameron to feel happy for now. Cameron sits in the trunk of the Jeep, legs hanging out over the edge, dangling toward the ground that's further away than usual due to the tilt. I was wondering if Devon and Cam sat on the end, maybe it would tilt the car up. I don't know if that would help. They got plenty of rocks. They could just weigh down the back. I don't fucking know. He rests his back against the back seats, the angle providing a pleasant recline. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, he fiddles with his old acoustic guitar that had been stashed in the Jeep for at least a year, tuning it slowly. He hadn't even remembered it was there until they'd folded down the seats for a place to try and sleep. He'd last played it at Devon's parents' house because they wanted to hear him play, and he just left it there in the Jeep afterwards. He hadn't had a reason to play it since. The rest of the night or early morning hadn't been terrible. Dev was easily comfortable, the hard surface not all that different from his side of the mattress, which was rock hard compared to Cameron's much squishier foam. God, I know that feeling. He had tossed and turned until Dev finally pulled him in to lay his head across the bear's stomach, the soft warm surface enough to lull Cameron into a dozing state of unconsciousness, I think, while Dev snored loudly, or whatever. He'd gotten used to the snoring after all these years, and now found it comforting rather than annoying. It was good night, considering the circumstances. This build has been out for like a day, so they haven't really had a chance to go over the fucking typos, I guess. Dev had been unsure about sleeping in the tilted Jeep at all because it gave him a bad feeling. He also had a bad feeling about Cameron going back to the motel with him, so he'd left him here alone while the bear gathered up the rest of their stuff. What? Okay. That's a decision. 5 hours had passed since Artie texted Devon, so the bear had been getting antsy about that as well. They'd had a bit of an argument, and Cameron only agreed to stay behind when Dev promised not to go back to that forest to text Artie again. Now Cameron sits here moping, the feeling of a lopsided relationship returning. I suck at guitar. He mumbles to himself quietly out of habit, knowing people didn't like hearing it since he was good enough, which had been his goal. All of his singer-songwriter idols played guitar, and he'd wanted to be just like them. He'd forced himself to learn how to become good enough, with all the awkward fingerings. There's a lot of that in the music industry. The constant tuning and the pain of holding down steel strings with his finger pads, even after he built up calluses.
That's how he'd describe guitar in general. A pain. He preferred the piano, and that's where he used to write all of his music. But the devastatingly sad men of the 90s Northwest indie music scene didn't play piano. They played guitar, because they were also rugged and tough, molded by the logging towns they originated from. Talking about grunge now, eh? Turns out that one's image is just as important in indie as it is in pop, despite the former trying to convince itself it isn't. Soapbox time. So Cameron had tried to conform to that, and in the end, it hadn't mattered. The hours and hours dedicated to learning the instrument through high school and college now felt wasted. Still, the feeling of the instrument is familiar in his paws, even if his fingers are already getting sore. He tries to think of one of his less embarrassing songs, one of the ones where he wasn't just wearing the influence of cloudy, dreary northwestern cities on his sleeve, even though that's where he was from. He tried and failed to duplicate their poetic and opaque lyricism. Instead, he found himself slipping back again and again to the style of his own generation. While his idols of the 90s wove lyrics that forced the listener to delve into something complex, to find meaning in the metaphors and symbolism, singer-songwriters born in the 90s, like himself, presented their lyrics in a more literal, honest way that often described specific situations with seemingly nothing hidden. Man, I mean, I can't fault him if that's how he feels, but like, I disagree. Let's leave it at that. To Cameron, it was two sides of the same coin. Instead of discovering meaning and complexity, it was about discovering complexity in simplicity. He sighs, deciding it was tuned well enough. He glances up, making sure Dev isn't heading back before playing. He was badly out of practice, and he starts to slowly warm up. Cameron sings quietly, almost under his breath. This particular song got the attention of an independent label on the West Coast after one of their scouts heard it on the college radio station. They'd signed him in his junior year of college. Looking back, it was the high point of his life. Dev had celebrated in earnest, happily telling him that he'd make more money than he himself ever would. But what Cameron didn't realize was that even after being signed, he could still be dropped without releasing any of his music. And after what was probably the lowest point of his life, they did just that. Dropped over text message with his agent saying the demos he'd made in studio weren't up to their quality standard. That hurt a lot, because he knew it was true. He'd been nervous the entire time, and his output wasn't even close to what he was capable of. Well, he tried to comfort himself with the idea that most musicians went in it alone these days. His own postings on the internet barely got more than a few dozen listens. I feel that. Then he finally realized that he was in it for the wrong reason. His peers just liked playing music, throwing stuff out into the ether whether anyone heard it or not. Cameron needed an audience to stay motivated, to be famous, so, in a way, I fucking deserved it. At least Devon never brought it up. Cameron stops playing, having seen brownish fur out of the corner of his eye. He thinks it's Dev and immediately feels his face flush, freezing and just sitting there. This is why he didn't play or sing in a serious way these days. Now it just feels like showing off a skill that he was never really skilled at in the first place. But after a while, he didn't hear anything. No voice, no footsteps, and biting through his embarrassment, Cam looked up the road where he'd been certain that his boyfriend had been watching him. Dev? The silence is heavy and thick. I just got this weird feeling and everything went quiet. Cameron stares up the empty road, the feeling of unease growing until he finally shoves his guitar to the side and pulls out his phone, tapping on a mindless gaming app to distract himself. Man, all my gaming apps need fucking data. I'm jealous. Nope, not doing this again, not right now. Even though the road remains empty, and even though the sun shines brightly above, illuminating everything around him, feeling of what is becoming a very familiar dread continues to grow. Oh, Christ. Then that light shining down on everything changes, shifting to a more golden glow. What the hell is going on? Cameron had had a few bad trips in the past, shrooms being the worst, and that was what gave him his first panic attack. In a strange way, this feels very familiar, very similar. Familiar. Oh, synonyms.
Please, not now. I have control, and I'm saying not now.
Oh, well, that's just not nice. Can I click on that? No, okay. Shit! That voice, well, that feeling. It instantly made all the fur on the back of his neck stand up. Dev, come back now, please! Cameron starts walking up the road toward Echo, just under a mile away. The panic creeps up his neck like he's drowning. Until last night, he hadn't had a panic attack in over 2 years. Now it's like his brain has relearned the spiraling process of gasping for air that's readily available but still feels out of reach. He fights the urge, counting, trying to remember the pace of Dev's steady breaths. Hadn't he wanted to project the idea that he needed Dev to face his fears? Doesn't he know how to handle this, how to do it safely? Cameron also knows that running to Dev will only make things worse for his boyfriend. Did he want to stress him out even more? Cody stops and turns around slowly. Just like that, the feelings of panic and terror slowly fade away to be replaced by a feeling of purpose. Something solid. Something resolute in its existence. Something that's already happened. Nothing can be done to change it. A feeling of acceptance. Oh, hell. He's looking at the lake. Cameron's walk slows to a more measured pace, mirroring someone just outside of his view. In another place? No, in this exact place, just in a different time. Cameron knows what's happening, and he questions what he's about to do, but with this new feeling of calm assuredness, the coyote decides to let it happen. Dev didn't want him doing this because he's had a change of heart, but so has Cameron, and this is his choice to make. No, it's not! No, it the fuck is not! So he lets it happen. And he senses this person. A girl. A feline, walking just like him, years and years ago. She tries to keep her sobs quiet, walking along the road by the lake. Even the road got better condition. Look, fucking mouse. No, God, please stop. Look at the road. Watch it. It's even better It's got different stripes on it, but whatever. That's not the point. She'd been looking forward to this for 2 months. She'd saved up the money from babysitting jobs to buy her own dress, her own fake jewelry, and her makeup. Her father had found the makeup a week ago and threw it away, telling her only bad things happened to girls who wore makeup. Even then, she'd still had the dance to look forward to. But now James, her ex from last year, had ruined it. Wait, James? He'd shown up drunk, proposed to her, then cussed out her new boyfriend, who she'd only been seeing for a month now, until he left. At least now she's glad she didn't have the makeup on with how wet her eyes are. This had been the last dance of the year at Echo High, and she was worried she was going to graduate with no boyfriend at all, and no money to go anywhere. Lost in her thoughts, she notices fast, pounding footsteps only seconds before it happens. Oh my Christ! Before it happens. Jesus! That's fucking horrifying. She sees James as it happens. She realizes what's happening in that same moment. Knowing him, this is actually something she'd expected. And in that moment, she decides that maybe this is for the best. Cameron? Oh, hell! Jeezy, crazy lemon squeezy. Lost in the vision, Cameron feels himself recoil from something touching him. Cameron loses his balance, windmilling his arms comically, and he has a split second to recognize Dev. The bear has his paw out like he's been resting it on the coyote's arm. The look of shock is mirrored in his boyfriend's face before he goes over the edge and straight into the lake. Oh, God, no! Cameron! Oh, that picture again. Cody expects to go under and stay under, just like the girl from Echo High School. But a jolt goes through his body as his ass lands hard on the rocky surface of the lake, just a foot below the surface, and Cameron yelps loudly. Fuck! Cameron looks up to see Dev getting ready to jump in. I'm fine! At first, Cameron is just embarrassed, like he got caught doing something he shouldn't, which is sort of the case, at least in Dev's mind. It's not as deep as it used to be.
What?
As he climbs out with Dev's help, though, that embarrassment changes to anger. Cody grunts and snarls quietly as he automatically starts stripping off his clothes, his plaid shirt and jeans sticking to him in the most annoying way. Dev hovers over him, trying to help, but mostly getting in the way. Oh, well. Oh, what the fuck? Is that necessary? Whatever. Dev, you have a list of people who died in the lake, right? What? What are you talking about? You just fell into the lake. Stop talking about the shitty town and let me make sure that you're... Oh, that's rich coming from you. I've been saying that to you for the past 5 years, and yet here we are. So no, I won't stop. Give me the list or I'll just look it up myself. What the fuck did that mean? Dev glares, making himself look big, but Cameron doesn't budge, even though in that moment he realizes his phone got wet, and he can only hope that it's still going to work after this. After a few seconds, the bear deflates. Please, I just want to be out of here. I'll do whatever you want afterwards. Let's just go home first. That cools Cameron's outrage for the time being, never having seen Dev look so defeated. We will go home. And I'm sorry I'm being like this, but you have to understand that this is changing everything for me, and I just need this for a little bit, okay? Okay. But I'm not leaving your side until we're out of this town, okay? That should have been obvious a long time ago. Didn't I tell you this was a bad idea from the very start? Cameron tries to lighten the mood a bit, not liking the conflicts that they were having on this little trip. I hardly had any before coming here. Now they have such different ideas of what they should be doing, it's like they're in a tug of war. Dev takes out his phone, bringing up the document he'd been using to map out the supernatural happenings in the history of Echo. So, it was a girl, teenager, a bobcat from like the 50s, I think, a student from Echo High School. Wait a fucking second. No, it wouldn't be. I'm just thinking of like what young feline women do we know that would fit into that time period? And one comes to mind, but I don't know if the time period fits, so I'm just going to keep quiet on that. Dev raises his brows, scrolling slowly on his phone, then he looks back up. Yeah, June 1954. Bobcat drowns after committing suicide by jumping into the lake, reportedly after an argument with her ex-boyfriend. So the fucker got away with it? Who? How does your tail feel, by the way? Dev is running his paw along his tail, feeling out the vertebrae. Cameron finds the bear's disinterest in all of this more and more irritating, especially now that he's found what feels like his purpose. He can help, somehow. Dev hits a bruised spot on his tail, and the coyote yelps before shoving his paw away. Ow! Not now, Dev. Listen! Her boyfriend killed her. I saw him run up and push her into the lake. Did you have to experience that? Do you feel okay? Dev, I'm not important here. This is about someone who got murdered, and some piece of shit got away with it. First of all, don't call yourself unimportant. You're still alive, and you need to keep it that way by not falling into lakes because of these awful visions. I need to tell her family, or
At least someone, so people know the truth.
Dev frowns deeply at the coyote. Listen, babe. I know you can see things that I can't and all, but I gotta be honest and say that no one's gonna care. Gonna care. They're dead. The girlfriend and, more than likely, her ex, too.
That's short-sighted as all hell, Dev. He could definitely still be alive, having lived a full life after murdering someone. And she might have siblings who are still alive, or I don't know. I think someone probably gives enough of a shit about her to want to know. Shit.
And then what? You go up to them and tell them you're a psychic and had a vision of their loved one dying. Besides, I think they probably all know what happened. There just wasn't enough evidence. Cameron feels his face get hot, glaring at the asphalt.
You wanted me to do this, and you wanted answers. Why are you holding me back now?
Because I'm terrified right now of this town, of the ghosts, of you getting hurt somehow, because of with the rate things are going. That's what's probably gonna happen. I want to know where Lupita is, but she died because I made stupid mistakes. I can't have the same thing happen with you. Cameron's face gets hot again as he realizes Dev is about to cry, and his resolve wavers. He starts to step forward to hold Dev like the bear had held the coyote so many times, but then... Oh. The two of them look up the road to see a rather small sedan pulling up the road. A figure inside waving enthusiastically through the windshield. What the hell? Where's his truck? Oh, well, there's Artie. Devon! Cameron! Sorry I'm late! Had some trouble finding this road, then I had trouble driving on it. And I catch you in the middle of some... Where the hell is your truck? Huh? Look at my Jeep! I told you I was stuck, man! Well, this is not the reunion I was expecting. I thought you just wanted a ride. Besides, even if I pulled you out, your Jeep's fucked. I can tell from here.
Be nice, Dev. He's doing us a favor.
Hey, Cam.
Hey, Artie. I fell in the lake, so that's why I'm half naked right now.
That's hilarious. Did you push him in, Devon? Already makes me feel like I'm back in college. Oh my god. Hey, you guys ghost hunting? Can I join in before we head out? Nope. Wow, jeez. Why not? Because we're done.
Dev, we can probably walk around a little bit before we go. He went on a really long drive.
What? Dev sounds incredulous, and Cameron can understand why, but despite what the bear said moments ago, he still wanted to explore further. Cameron knows that once he leaves, he'll probably never come back to this place again. I mean, everyone thinks that, but remember what the fucking echo starts with. They always come back or whatever. Damn, Dev, did you two switch places or something? Anyway, I agree with Cam. I gotta stretch my legs a bit. It kind of does seem like they switched places. This is a little interesting. Dev looks down at Cameron, apparently at a loss for words. Cameron can't meet his gaze, so he looks down the road toward Echo, toward the place that he's positive has more answers to all his questions. He needs this.
Devon sighs as he watches Artie squat down behind his Jeep, taking a massive shit on the lawn, or rather examining the wheels balanced above the cracked and dusty asphalt. Shit! How'd you manage to do this? It looks like you literally drove straight off the road. Devon sighs deeply as he stands next to Cameron, practically fantasizing about getting into the beat-up sedan and escaping this hellish town. They're so close to getting out of here, and the bear just wishes he could just pick them both up and toss them in the car. Sure, you could technically do that if you wanted to, but that obviously isn't a reality. He just knows that to go against Cameron's wishes right now would be devastating to the coyote and their relationship. And the law! You can't kidnap people. This doesn't work out. All he can do is ride this out and hope that they'll be on their way within the hour. Devon notices the silence after Artie's question, and the cat is looking up expectantly.
Not wanting Cameron to be put on the spot, the bear clears his throat.
We thought we saw something on the road and swerved. Was probably just a rock or something.
Artie looks back at the road where there definitely isn't a rock. Dev sees Cameron rub an arm. Which arm? Is it his? Self-consciously out of the corner of his eye.
It was in the middle of the night, so shadows and shit.
Huh. Hard to imagine you overreacting like that, Dev. Glad you guys are okay, though. Must have been rough looking at how deep that tires went.
It was. Hey, how long do you need to recharge for the drive? I can take the wheel if you're too worn out.
Right after you crashed your own car.
It was in the middle of the night.
Hey, I'm just playing, dude. Chill. Artie raises a brow at the bear, glancing at Cameron. You guys alright? Kind of feels like I've walked in on a fight or something. Dev massages just above his eyes with a thumb and middle finger.
Oh, I'm just really tired, man. We were up most of the night.
Artie then looks to Cameron, waiting for a response from the coyote. Dev tries not to bristle at the implication that Cameron might have a different response. Yeah, we're just tired. I think walking around a little bit would do us all some good. Oh, yeah! Last time I went ghost hunting with Dev, it was real spooky. Even though we didn't see anything. One of my top 10 highs. In fact...
Highs?
Artie jogs back to his car. I got some oil cartridges from the dispensary on the way here. You guys want to hit? Dev's stomach churns as he watches Artie grab a vape pen from the passenger seat. You're good at churning at the sight of a vape?
No, we're good, man. I don't know if it's a good idea for you to do that and drive anyway. Are you high right now, actually?
Oh, if it's just a vape, then whatever. But if it's marijuana, then yeah, there's definitely a problem. Nah, I'll have to come down by the time we're done looking around. Devin can't manage to say anything more before Artie takes a deep, long pull from the pen, a red line on the tip pulsing to life in time with the intake of his breath. How do you know if I'm good? Huh? Cameron's voice is so low, Dev almost doesn't hear it.
What's that, honey?
You just said we're good without even asking me. Devin doesn't know what to say anyway, because Cam just doesn't do drugs. The coyote would even joke that he's straight edge. Like CM Punk who returned on the... Oh, whatever, I'm sorry.
I just thought...
Dev struggles for words as Artie looks at Cameron, then Devin, and back again, as he continues to hold in the vapor he inhaled. Anyway, I don't mind taking a hit, if that's okay with you, Artie. Artie exhales loudly and holds out the pen to Cameron. Yeah, of course, dude. Dev stares incredulously, the disbelief building until he can't hold it back.
Cameron, what are you doing?
Artie looks at Dev with wide eyes, and Cameron only spares him a glance before plucking the pen from Artie's paw and taking a deep pull from it. Dev stares at the pulsing red light, then at Cameron's face, whose eyes are closed. Dev can't tell what Cameron's thinking right now, but whatever it is, Devin knows that this isn't the behavior of the coyote he's gotten to know over the years. Echo, man, it changes you. It's juvenile, and Cameron is usually more mature than the bear when it comes to stuff like this. Okay, I'll just play along like everything's fine between you two. Either way, maybe we should just go. Dev feels his chest loosen a bit with relief at hearing those words, at hearing some sense from someone other than himself. Cameron frowns and opens his mouth. Instead of words, begins to cough explosively into his elbow, seemingly unable to catch his breath.
Hey, you alright?
It is too long on the hit. And Dev walks over to Cameron, rubbing his back. Yeah, that's normal. Especially with a big hit like that. You handled your weed pretty good? Okay, so it was weed.
He doesn't smoke weed, dude. That's why I assumed.
I smoked plenty back in high school. Never hit one of these, though.
Cameron seems to be catching his breath finally.
It's harsh as fuck. Like worse than a blunt.
You'll get used to it. Besides, you only need to hit it a few times to get high.
Should I take another then?
No, you shouldn't.
Oh my god, man. Watching a fucking relationship dissolve in front of our very eyes, it's tragic. No, I should not have gum while I'm trying to fucking record something. What the fuck was I just thinking? Cameron narrows his eyes at Dev.
Why are you acting like this, Dev? It's just marijuana. I never complain when you drink.
Because this isn't like you at all, Cameron.
Dev had been holding the conversation back from becoming personal, if only because Artie is here. But at this point, he can't stop himself. He's starting to wonder if all this goes deeper than he'd like to think. In the awkward silence that follows, Artie quietly takes the pen from Cameron. Well, I think one hit is good for now, especially if this is your first time smoking in a while. Let's see how you feel in 20 minutes. He pauses and tilts the pen in his paw towards Devon. You sure you're good? I know we only got high together a few times, but I don't want you to feel left out.
No, it's not my thing.
Devon looks at Cameron.
You told me back in college that it wasn't your thing either. That's the only reason why I said we were good. Sorry, man.
No problem. It's just been a while, so why not have a go, right?
Dev sighs loudly and folds his arms, shaking his head in resignation.
I guess so.
Artie quietly takes another hit off the pen before tossing it back into the car. If it makes you feel better, Artie puffs out his cheeks as he lets out his breath. Shit's a lot safer than alcohol, or most any drug, really.
Oh, spare me, dude. I'm not in the mood for stoner talk right now.
It's true, though. You know, you don't overdose on marijuana. You can get fucked up from the smoke, but that's just because it's smoke. It's nothing to do with it itself.
It's true. I think it's physically
Yeah, fucking.
nice. I think it's physically impossible to overdose on it,
and it has many medicinal points.
It's not the point, Cam. It's more mentally fucky, you know?
Yeah, it makes you have great musician skills. Artie shrugs. Also, you see someone drunk versus see someone high. Which one's more likely to beat the shit out of someone unnecessarily? Definitely isn't the stoner. Depends on the person. I think Cameron's old enough to know what's good for him. Ooh. 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 Oh, man. There's just a lot of unlikability happening right now. Artie keeps his tone light, but Devon feels himself actually bristle at that. It's like he's being made out to be a controlling boyfriend, so the bear just looks away in frustration. Doesn't matter what the cat thinks. While Artie was a good friend in college, he didn't know all that much about Devon and Cameron's relationship or Cameron's past. The bear knows his coyote, and this isn't like Cameron at all. He just hopes that whatever it is going on with his boyfriend will stop when they leave the town. Whew. Oh God, the lake again. Cameron stares across the lake, noticing how the light blue of the water almost perfectly reflects the blue of the sky. Is that why lakes are blue? Because they're just a reflection of what's above? And that's why it becomes dark and murky when the weather is cloudy? Oh shit, that's crazy. This seemingly profound realization is what makes Cameron suddenly realize that he's very, very high. First, Cameron finds it funny, then he laughs out loud, only to stumble over nothing as his limbs suddenly feel intensely heavy. A lot of a high is realizing you're high. If you just don't acknowledge it and you're not used to it, you will like find out of nowhere when someone else notices it, and you'll be like, oh shit. Whoa. What was funny suddenly becomes somewhat alarming, and the coyote's giggles dies away almost instantly. Giggling, I should say. Back to the road with the penis rock. Cameron quickly walks back to the road where Dev and Artie are, trying not to look like his legs are both 50 pounds heavier. Just a minute ago, he'd walked to the shore to put his clothes back on, and everything had been fine. Now he's in a different world. He leans back against the car, folding his arms, trying to ignore the intensifying gravity. Fuck. He's never been this high before. His 16-year-old self would be able to handle this no problem, but the shroom trip he went through sometime during junior year had ruined most reality-distorting drugs for him. Even when he smoked the cheap, weak bud his friends provided through high school, he would still come close to freaking out. But he always had an oxy back in those days to calm himself down, or at least whatever benzo he managed to steal from his mom's medicine cabinet. Now, there's nothing between him and feeling like time and reality are completely fucked. Well, that's just the experience of being an echo, let's be honest. Permanently fucked? Like how shrooms permanently fucked his sense of self? Can we do that? Stop, you stupid fucking idiot. Stop psyching yourself out and man the fuck up. I hate that phrase. Dev had been right, of course. What the fuck was he thinking? Well, he knows what it is he'd been thinking. Well, he'd made a fuss about Dev answering for him, in reality it had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Because when Artie offered the pen, he remembered that seeing things always became easier when he was high. It wasn't really a positive part of being high, but if he's going to be doing this psychic shit, maybe he should experiment more with it? He feels very differently about it now. Weed seemed like a good, harmless way to test his experiment 10 minutes ago, but now Cameron is questioning if weed even triggered supernatural stuff for him in the first place. He was always on the other stuff whenever he smoked weed, after all. Opioids, stimulants, dissociatives, and definitely hallucinogens, like shrooms did the trick, but for obvious reasons, he's never going to try those things again. Here's hoping. He just needs to relax and be aware if something happens. Oh yeah, he's blazed. Cameron opens his eyes, looking towards Artie in confusion. Huh?
Babe, you alright?
Cuddy looks at the bear, still confused. What's wrong? I just asked if you're feeling okay, and you totally spaced out.
Artie, just stop freaking him out. Everything's fine, alright, Cameron?
I am fine. It's you who's acting like something's wrong that's freaking me out right now. We are kind of being buzzkills, Devon. You got water? Let's get him a drink. Devon takes Cameron's paw.
Sorry. Let's get water, okay, honey?
Seeing Dev transition from frustrated to concerned immediately makes Cameron feel better. He doesn't look like he feels better. While he'd acted rebellious to somewhat disguise his intentions, he doesn't actually want the bear to be mad at him. He'll explain to Devon later why he did this, if it actually ends up working. Just telling him right now, with Artie right there, would be way too complicated for his brain right now. Drugs hold a lot of baggage for him, like they would for any former addict. And Cameron doesn't doubt that Dev is not pleased in the slightest with what he's doing right now. For now, he squeezes Devon's paw in his own and smiles as the bear squeezes back. Cameron giggles. Holy shit, I've never been this high before. That was just a single mouth hit. What other fucking hits? You take weed intravenously? Oil cartridges are insane. Yeah, I swear it gets more potent every year. I'm not surprised it knocked you on your ass. Cameron vacantly watches Dev climb into the rear of the Jeep, grabbing their plastic bottles and one of the gallon jugs of water. How long is the come up? Am I gonna get more high? Only if you take another hit. You wanna? Dev looks up from unpacking their food and water, biting his lip. Cameron shakes his head. Artie, fucking... I don't like Artie. No, I'm good. Just wondering. So just relax. You'll start coming down within the hour. That sounds good. One time I did shrooms and I was stuck in it for 8 hours. It felt like forever, like literally forever. Ugh, no thanks. That shit freaks me out.
I'm not into stuff that changes you for good, you know? Yeah, it definitely changed me. And not in a good way. I mean, some people change for the better, but others just kind of end up mentally fucked up, and that was me. Oh shit, what'd it do? Just the idea that a few nasty tasting mushrooms can just change your whole entire universe makes everything feel fake, I guess. Like everything that makes us who we are, our brain signals or whatever, could be so easily manipulated. You realize nothing's real, and for my friends, that was something that actually motivated them to be better people. For me, I just cared less and less. The weed is making him open up about things he normally wouldn't, and the coyote isn't sure that that's a good thing. Sure, it opened up my mind, but no one ever tells you that you can't close it when you're done. You can't ever close it. I should have listened when they told me I needed to be in a good place for it to have a good impact on me. I wasn't in a good place at all. The stress of the past day, on top of remembering that traumatic event, makes Cameron's eyes well up. Probably also because of the weed. Hey, dude, you okay? Tears spill over, and now he's truly crying. Meanwhile, Artie's just like, I don't want to deal with this. Fuck you! Despite knowing it must look ridiculous, he feels meaningful. It feels meaningful and poignant. That's a good word, poignant. A good cry. It doesn't make it any less embarrassing. Devon, with an expression both worried and exasperated, pauses in his rummaging for water and food to rub Cameron's arm and kiss the side of his head. I'm sorry. I thought this would help me see ghosts. I don't even know why I did this. I wasn't mad at you at all. Devon studies Cameron closely for a moment, and Cameron's blood runs cold at the thought that, for whatever reason, what he just said is fucked up enough to make Devon question why he's with this crazy canine in the first place. But Dev quickly goes on as if Cameron didn't say anything. Sit down and have some water, honey. He holds up a green plastic bottle filled with water, and Cameron drinks from it loudly. And food. Devon pushes a bag of jerky along with a box of cheese crackers towards Cameron. Good, the exact things you want when you're trying to hydrate. A bunch of salt. Why is Devon always so nice when he's such a dick? Thanks, Cameron. I'm sorry I'm such a piece of shit. What? Honey, where'd that come from? I know that's something you wouldn't say, but I'd rather you tell me when I'm being awful. I don't want to go back to the way I was. It's quiet for a moment. Wow. This got you that fucked up, huh? That's all you gotta say, Artie? Yeah, Artie's... Fuck you, Artie. Dev doesn't sound angry at Artie anymore, much to Cameron's relief. I'm angry at Artie for him. Just very tired. Still, this is all pretty standard stuff, especially when you got low tolerance. And I'm not trying to be a dick when I say that. I'm actually a little jealous. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cam, but it looks cathartic as hell. You're not being a dick. It's just not a smart thing to say right now, Arturo. Art's right. If you're really in touch with my feelings right now, and... Cameron absentmindedly shoves a cracker into his muzzle and stops. The salty, savory flavor so satisfying he has to use all of his focus to appreciate it. Fuck, that's good. Arturo laughs. Cameron shoves a strip of jerky that's lightly seasoned with hot sauce into his mouth, combining the flavors, and he moans again. Devon sighs in a defeated but accepting sort of way. That makes Cam feel even better. And even though he did something stupid, Devon seems to understand. Hey, let me in on some of that. Alright, but eat slow. This food is for survival, not for your munchies. We'll be out of here by noon, Dev. Relax. Fuck you. Devon sighs as he leans up against the tailgate, covering his face with his paws, then grunts with annoyance as he has to move to let Artie by. Trust me, I'm trying. Oy vey. Oh, look at... Oh. Ooh. Oh my god, their eyes. This is bad. This is very bad. Dude, I'm totally on Devon's side here. Like, there isn't a part of me that isn't like... Artie is just fucking things up,
and being way too pushy and not taking any consideration for other people into account. When, you know, like, and of course Cameron is all kinds of fucked up. He's being brutalized mentally by the hum and making stupid decisions. While meanwhile Devon is probably dealing with an alternate version of that, but still, god damn it. God damn these two in the front. Seeming to disregard Devon's advice to take it slow, Artie starts cramming jerky into his muzzle, moaning like Cameron. Fuck you! Snacks are so much better when you're high versus, like, an actual meal, you know? Cameron doesn't know, but nods enthusiastically.
I can't believe this.
Devon's tone is actually one of actual disbelief. I can't believe this! You know, something like that. Arturo glances lazily at Cameron. Fuck you. Just fuck you. The line is Devon being a fucking, not fucking dignifying it with, saying it about everything a new thing, or have you been putting up with this for a while? It's weird after knowing how he acted in college. Fucking really? This is pissing me off. Cameron leans against the tailgate, smiling at Devon. I've been doing some dangerous shit during our investigation, and Dev is just trying to keep us safe. He's wonderful, and I love him. Okay, good answer. Devon looks at him and just gives him a small smile without saying anything. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, you gonna let me in on what's been going on between you two? Because I think we can all admit it's been super awkward so far. Because of you, numbnuts! If you recognize something's going on, you don't keep fucking poking it! Fucking idiot! Hasn't it, though? This must be fucking weird for you. For him! Oh yeah, you give a shit about him! Fuck this guy! They both laugh, and the obnoxious snorts that Cameron makes only makes him snort louder.
It's just not really something that you need to know about.
I know it sounds rude, but I'm psychic. I'm getting like actually pissed. Dev's eyes widen and Cameron doesn't help to fill the silence that follows. Huh. Like, you can see the future, or I can see ghosts, or maybe the future. I don't really know how it works. I'm trying to figure it out. Cameron hadn't really given it much thought, but seeing the future seemed to be part of it. No, it's seeing the past. But if you're too high, you probably can't tell the difference between the two. Dude, that's fucking awesome! Devon shifts around, and Cameron can tell he's not exactly happy about him talking to Artie about this. He has to wonder why. Is it gonna stop you? Guess not. Shit, I think my aunt was super psychic.
Super psychic? As opposed to what sort of psychic?
No, she had like tarot cards and shit that told half my siblings that they were up to some shady shit that the cartel was gonna disappear them. Wait, did they get disappeared? I mean, one died during routine surgery, but the cartel wasn't involved, as far as I know. That's so sad. I don't know why I laughed. It's cool, I get it. So not really psychic, or at least not like himself. It feels wrong to him, but Cameron feels almost dismissive of anyone that doesn't see things like he does. Oh man. He's different, in a good way. And for once, he feels like he can admit that. God damn it. God damn it, this is infuriating. He had seen his friend's death a few months before it happened. And he had dreams that were so accurate to the future that it almost seemed like deja vu. I want to go for a walk. Everything looks pretty neat right now. Dope, let's go see some ghosts. Devon sighs heavily again, but helps Cameron down from the trunk, and the coyote leaning against him as they start walking. At this point, Devon had resigned himself to the fact that Cameron is going to do what he wants, and and all Devon can do is respect his decision. No, you don't. You don't. There's more you can do. While already reminding him more than once that Cameron is an adult had been annoying, it's also true that Devon has no right to take that decision away from Cameron. When it comes at the cost of his safety, it kinda does. Still, there's a part of him that's hurt that Cameron would disregard his own feelings on the matter. Especially after opening up to him by the lake. But Devon also disregarded Cameron's feelings when bringing him here, at least to an extent that the bear had thought was reasonable. That's not the same thing. Now it seems he's reaping what he sowed. Still, Devon remembers and brings up something that should keep them from venturing too far into the town.
We should only go as far as to the motel. Cam and I had a brush-in with some gun-toting redneck near the other side of town last night.
Whoa, really? Cameron giggles. One yelled at us from really far away, and Devon's already got a gnarly cramp in his thigh.
Again, he had a shotgun. Doesn't that bother you guys? Artie?
Artie shrugs. This is what he said. Meh, I've had guys flash their guns at me on the road because I flipped them off every time. Every one of them was too chicken shit to shoot, and this was even when I flew the old Azul Blanco on my car. I don't know what that means.
Well, luckily for you, people here don't even know what that is.
I don't, sorry.
No, if I were to mount a Sonoran flag, I don't know what Sonoran... Now, if I were to mount a Sonoran flag on my Jeep while also flipping the bird... Anyway, I say we stick around this area no further than the motel.
You should be more careful, though, Artie. I swear I hear a road rage story every few months where someone gets shot. Honestly, Cam, if that's my fork in the road, I say let it happen. You gotta live, and if that involves getting shot on the freeway because you made fun of someone's driving, then so be it. Fuck you! Really? This is the motherfucker you're letting... No! At this point, just pay the fucking fare to get a goddamn Uber from 1,000,000 miles away. This is ridiculous. This is such an unlikable person. Is it really a fork in the road if the other option is death? Yeah, one of the roads just leads to a dead end or something. I don't know, I'm high as hell right now. I think the metaphor is more appropriate for longer-term consequences, though. Devon just smirks at the meaningless banter. Meaningless. Right, meaningless. Meaningless banter about fork-in-the-road metaphors that must seem so profound to them right now. You know, my mom always talks about her fork in the road being in the 5th grade, and it led to her having a shitty life. Seems kind of young to have a decision like that come up. I think she just likes to be able to point at a moment everything went wrong, but anyway, they'd been hyping up this space shuttle launch for months, and she decided she was going to be an astronaut. She went to the public library for the first time in her life to check out books about astrophysics and stuff. Dev suddenly has a good idea of where this is going. Then, while the whole class was watching the liftoff live on TV, it exploded. The Challenger. And whoa! What the fuck? What the hell is this? What the fuck? Hello? Okay, just some fucking thing popped up. I've never seen that screen before on my computer. That was fucking weird, but everything seems to still be here, so I guess we're good. Anyway, even though her teacher turned it off and went about the day like nothing happened, they all knew those astronauts were dead. It made her question all her plans, and she drifted through life after that, not knowing what she wanted to be anymore. Damn, that's fucked up, man.
Do you know why that happened, by the way?
Yeah, it was people not taking care and taking the proper precautions, and it was like frost on some of the fucking small little bits that didn't make them seal properly. Cameron gives Dev a confused look, and so does Artie, like they forgot he's even there. Yeah, that's nice, assholes. Why my mom didn't know what to do? It's because she watched clips of smiling, waving astronauts getting on a space shuttle that exploded on live on TV, Devon. Devon sighs, realizing he needs to make things more clear for his high version of Cameron.
No, I mean, why that space shuttle exploded?
Because rockets and fuel can cause explosions, right?
No. Well, yeah, but mainly
Dev refocuses his train of thought.
it's because they didn't listen to their engineers. You know, the people that stand between you and a pancaked shopping mall, or a freeway bridge collapsing during rush hour, or an exploding space shuttle.
Dev raises his brows meaningfully at Cameron, though weirdly enough, he realizes that he's mainly talking to himself.
Always listen to your engineer.
His half-assed attempt at making the conversation about listening to his advice quickly backfires, though. Well, if those engineers were like the ones at Pueblo, I'm willing to bet the more people would have listened to them if they didn't act like such know-it-all pricks. This is pissing me off to such a point that I'm not even getting, like... In wrestling, there's a term called go-away heat. Now, regular heat is when you got, like, a bad guy in wrestling, a heel that's doing something to make the crowd not like them. That's regular heat. Go-away heat is when a bad guy in wrestling is doing something that makes the crowd not want them on the show. They don't want to pay to watch someone get their ass beat, like in a wrestling match. They just don't want to pay to watch the show. So you want to avoid go-away heat. This motherfucker's got go-away heat with me. I'm tired of this shit. Everything he fucking says is some smart aleck dismissive bullshit that's just almost deliberately dismissing everything and is going completely in the wrong direction for no good fucking reason. I'm tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it.
Someone's still sore from having to drop out of their major.
Fuck you, too. Fuck you! Fuck you and your stupid combed hair. Hey, come on, guys. We're feeling good right now. No, we're not! You know, Artie, I've dated an engineer for 5 years now. They gotta talk down to you to do their job. You know, at some point you gotta ask the question, is it still worth fucking putting up with? Cameron walks against Devon and playfully nudges him with a shoulder. Even though Cameron is playing along with what Devon started, hearing his boyfriend say that actually stings a little bit. Rightfully so.
Babe, I don't talk down to you. I don't mean to, anyway.
Arturo makes a face, and Dev does his best to pretend like he doesn't see it. Hey, I'm just kidding. I agree with you. If people let disasters happen because they're too proud to listen to experts, then fuck them. Maybe if they had, my mom would be on the space station right now. I agree with the sentiment. Too many people think they know better than literal fucking experts because they saw some shit on a fucked up website somewhere. But also fuck Artie for making that fucking face.
Maybe. Mistakes happen, though. They remind us to keep our guard up, because it always slips eventually, you know?
I think I do. Dev smiles, pleasantly surprised that Cameron seems to be heeding his advice to be careful. Back at the motel, here we are again. For the first time in a day, he finds himself starting to relax a little. The end of this bizarre nightmare is in sight. They're already starting to circle back around to the car. You know, it's kind of amazing to think about how you two are still together. Why the fuck is that amazing? If he does fucking anything to try to split them up intentionally, like he's already doing enough unintentionally, but if he goes intentionally at this point, then I'm gonna be fucking... I don't know that I want to fucking keep playing this. That brings Dev out of his reverie rather quickly.
Why's that?
Well, all our other friends didn't last more than a few years out of college. And if you think about it, you and Cam are probably the biggest opposites out of all those relationships. What? I think the most important thing in a relationship is getting along. If you can do that for 99% of the time, you're probably set. That and having different hobbies and spending time apart adds to a healthy relationship. And you sound like a self-help relationship book or something. Maybe that's why. Knowing what they're talking about? Fucking...
I think it's just that we are both reasonable people. That's usually all you need.
Well, I'm really happy it all worked out. Especially after your first relationship. Honestly, looking back, I was basically setting Cam up to be your rebound. This is inappropriate and not at all helpful. Shut up, asshole! I wasn't really meaning to, of course.
You know, I forgot how you somehow managed to always say the wrong thing at the wrong time, Artie.
Oh yeah, how? Somehow he manages to do it. Totally isn't trying to. Well, it has been a long time, so I'm interested. I just wonder who you were with before me. All you've said is that they were like a month-long fling. Artie seems to take this as a go-ahead to reveal irrelevant and embarrassing information about Dev's previous love life. That is not okay! God damn it. This is fucking obnoxious. This is obnoxious! Here's a fox named Jesus, right, Devin?
I never brought him up because the relationship literally lasted 2 months.
A fox, huh? Cameron says it like in a contemplative way, in a way that makes Dev uneasy, even though the coyote is probably just truly curious. Well, yeah, it was short, but when he dumped Dev, like, he went the full chick flick route and laid in bed for a week eating ice cream. I was so worried about him that I set the two of you up. I'm gonna have a hard time playing this game again in the future. Just because I'm remembering how pissed off I'm getting. Devin's muzzle burns under the fur, even hotter than the heat of the desert.
Why did I ever tell you anything in confidence?
Well, it's more like I saw it. Like the entire dorm did. Is that true, Devin? To Devin's dismay, Cameron sounds genuinely interested now, combined with a genuine degree of concern. You seemed so put together when I first met you. Dev avoids answering.
It wasn't you that set us up. You mentioned me to your girlfriend's friend, who happened to be Cameron's friend. She set us up.
Yeah, you can word it how you like, but if I didn't remember them mentioning the super hot guitar coyote, too bad he's gay, dude. Who knows where you'd be right now? I'm so fucking tired. I love these games. I severely love these games. This character is damn near making me want to quit. Ah, yeah, that's me. And less than a week later, I knew it worked because I walked in on the two of you fucking. Come on. Shut the fuck up and get the goddamn fuck out of town. Can we get on with the plot instead of just realizing how big a piece of shit this guy is? Oh God, why are you bringing that up?
Yeah, why?
Because it was funny. Besides, I walked in on like a dozen people doing it at some point. Maybe stop walking into rooms unsolicited. Hell, back when the university library was open 24/7, you had a 50-50 chance of walking in on a pair of rats getting hit on at 2 a.m. Arturo prattles on to Cameron while Devin sulks behind a bit. The bear finds himself wishing he had been the one to tell Cameron about all of that. The way Artie described it made him sound unstable in a way. The fox had been cute, but Devin never really got to know him before Jesus abruptly broke it off. When he first met Cameron, on the other hand, he was cute and hot, especially with his guitar and voice, and that was just the surface stuff.
Cameron was also nice and considerate and thoughtful and complex in ways that the bear is still trying to fully understand. Devon had girlfriends in high school, so people wouldn't get suspicious, but the fox had been what he considered his first real relationship, and he simply overreacted to his first real breakup. Looking back at his 19-year-old self, it's hard to understand why it had felt like the end of the world. If Cameron were to disappear from his life now, it would be the end of the world that he knows at least. Maybe if for some terrible reason it did come to an end, he would look back 10 years from now and think the same about his 25-year-old self. But he doubts that. 5 years is a long time. He plans to spend the rest of his life with Cameron. Unlike that fling in college, losing Cameron would be a traumatic, life-changing disaster. Just thinking about it now makes his throat tighten. The abyss he'd felt below his feet since he was 12, that emotional scar left over from his last traumatic event in his life, seems to yawn a bit wider. The bear thinks back to the point he'd been trying to make about engineers helping to avoid catastrophic failures, and why it had felt like he'd been talking to himself. There's a moment in which recovery is impossible, where a chain reaction of small disasters are set off that then mushroom into a tragedy. Maybe he'd been reminding himself of what could happen, or maybe he's realizing something that's already happened. Why does it feel like he's already past that point? The point where he made a decision at a literal fork that set in motion a cascade of failures. There's no reason for him to feel that way, considering they're minutes away from leaving, but it feels hopeless now. He ignored all the signs and he turned right. Ignored all the signs. Just like all those officials who ignored signs from their department stores, bridges, dams, and spaceships. At least until everything fell apart. Time passes quickly, and bantering with Artie and Devon had made Cameron forget what he was trying to do in the first place. He wonders if maybe that had been Devon's goal. He should be keeping his mind open, not covering up potential spirits with loud, obnoxious laughs as they reminisce about their college days. Because right now, he's feeling something. Something strange that he can't explain.
Alright, ready to head out?
Man, we didn't even get to find anything scary.
You don't look for scary things, you let them happen, and nothing happens, so...
Cameron can't leave now. Hey, Dev, please don't be mad at me. Dev doesn't say anything, and that makes Cameron squirm. Oh, you two guys gonna fight again? Shut up, you fuck-ass. Can I have 5 minutes alone, please?
No.
Just 5 minutes, I swear, and we'll be done.
Cameron!
I can feel something. I don't know what, but you guys are making it hard to hear.
Cameron, the motel is right there. I'm not leaving you here.
Dev's tone is so resolute, so unshaken that Cameron shrinks into himself, realizing that he's reached Dev's limit. Artie clears his throat. Not to butt in, but how about this? Me and Dev stand at the end of the road over there so we can see you, and we can make sure nothing bad happens. No! How about you shut the fuck up and stay out of their goddamn business? Please, Dev. I just really need to figure something out, and it's gonna bother me forever if I don't. Please. Dev is clearly taken aback by Cameron's intensity, which had been Cameron's intention. Something is wrong, and he needs to confirm it.
Is what you're doing safe? Could it hurt you?
I don't know. I don't think so. It has more to do with me than ghosts, though. Dev doesn't say anything for several seconds, seeming to be weighing multiple scenarios in his head.
Okay. We'll be up the road. Please be careful and yell if you need us.
Okay. Thank you. Dev kisses Cameron on the head for a long moment before walking away up the road. Artie looks back and forth, confused, before following Dev. Alone now, Cameron can tell that something is definitely different. He can't put his finger on it, but it's not just him being residually high. It's almost like he can see more clearly. Like he can see more. Meaning in nothing. Cameron isn't sure what to think about this. The weed is making it happen, though. Just like he hoped it would. But it's weak. He can hear the voices of those who have passed just barely playing along with the wind for just a fraction of a second. He thinks of trying opioids just once more and how that would truly help him see things. Oh my god! This is what the hum does. It brings out your worst traits in an attempt to make you think that you're doing something good. Thought leaves him feeling physically repulsed to the point that he almost retches. Visceral reactions, surprising even him. Uh-oh, it just got darker. 3 years of substance abuse, the death of his mother, the deaths of his friends. He vividly remembers those 2 weeks when he quit cold turkey, hiding away in his friend's basement in a pool of sweat, shaking, having every bathroom issue possible, wanting to rip through his fur and skin, to run into the street, to run into a car. He cried constantly. He hated himself. He was worthless. He needed to die. He had to die. But at the end of those 2 weeks, he made it. It was hard, but like his friends would always tell him, withdrawals aren't the hard part. The hard part is finding pills in a friend or a relative's medicine cabinet months, even years later. The hard part is crushing up those pills and in neat little lines of powder, staring at them, telling yourself that you don't need it. You don't have to do it, but you do it. You always do it. No matter how many times you get clean, someone like Cameron needed something else to keep him clean, and that's Devon. Because the shame and heartache of Devon finding out would never be worth it. But knowing this moment, any moment, can be far better with a single pill, unfortunately, that feeling will always be there. So no, this is stupid, and he won't touch drugs again, not even weed. The window. Oh! Oh my god! Okay. So there's a fucking claw hand. Holy Christ. At first, Cameron is only surprised. This is something he hasn't seen in months, not since October of last year, but still, he kind of hoped this would happen. This creature, this manifestation is somehow connected to his abilities. He'd always thought it to be a mental illness. But now that he knows that there's something more to all of this, maybe it's a sign, a harbinger of sorts that might lead him to important visions. Still nothing. Still something about it is especially unsettling this time. Something is wrong. Something is different, and it's more than just the raincoat monster appearing. Raincoat monster! Oh god! Arches and half circles. There's an arch right there on the wall. You see it? There's an arch right there, connecting to what looks like Yoda's head. His train of thoughts cuts off as he notices a barely discernible movement from the creature. Aside from a handful of moments in the past that felt like glitches more than anything else, the creature never moved. It was always like a cardboard cutout. It's no longer cardboard, though. There's breathing. Oh! So if you look in the window that it seemed to come from, there's something there. I don't know. It looks like it's just plank of wood or something, but it's there. And it's got a little beastie holding the window, literally gesturing, this is the fucking window. What's happening? He's not thinking right. This thing isn't part of Echo. Cameron knows that. So why is it acting different, more alive, as if the town is amplifying it? Maybe it's just the setting, his nerves, the weed. But now he's realizing how strange it is that he's been so relieved to find out he's psychic. Doesn't he still have problems? It's not like all of those issues were just solved. Are those the voices of the dead or something else? Are those ghosts or hallucinations? Is there a difference? Suddenly a whole new wave of anxiety washes over the canine. Just like that, he's not sure about anything anymore. He'd had such a beautiful, life-changing epiphany, and now he looks up the road where Dev and Artie are, but they're not there and Cameron stares, wondering what's real anymore. He looks back at the monster standing in that window. If it's a harbinger of things important, he should go into that room. Otherwise, I'll just leave here knowing he's crazy, knowing he's on the verge of a fucking psychotic break. Oh, damn it, what am I doing? And then he's moving for the window, for that monster, the whispers growing and the distortions twisting. What the fuck? You're all the way back there? Oh, this is just a placeholder for up the road, okay. Devon watches his boyfriend in the distance carefully, feeling his anxiety come down a bit as Cameron seems to just stand there. So, what's the deal, man? You know what I'm talking about. What happened? Did he see some fucked up shit earlier? Because you seem really, really worried. For a moment, Devon is glad Artie cuts himself off. But then... Hey, what the fuck? Yeah! Artie is already running up the road towards his car. Devon looks to see a man standing next to the car, the hood up. Devon isn't sure what to do at first. Either go to Cameron or follow Artie. Cameron seems oblivious in the distance, which is probably for the best, but it doesn't look like the man is carrying any sort of weapon, so he decides his friend is going to need help, so he runs after Artie. Well, that explains where he goes, but wrong choice, motherfucker! Dev runs up to the car just as an old... What? Oh no! An old weasel-looking man headbutts Artie in the face? Oh, fuck! Son of a bitch! Artie stumbles and falls on his ass. Hey! Oh... Okay. Our first confirmed returning character. And it had to be him. The weasel regards him coolly, seemingly not bothered by the fact that he just used his own face as a battering ram. Hey. Dev doesn't know what to say, mostly because he doesn't know why the guy just did what he did. Meanwhile, Artie moans on the ground, a paw to his forehead. At least gives Dev a starting point. You can't just fucking do that, man! What are you doing? Adjusting things. He shows off a pair of pliers, of course. Why? Why the fuck? Devon can hear his heart pounding in his ears as he sees a toolbox balanced on the bumper. Why? Give me the... Devon starts to step forward to take the pliers from the man, but a flash of light blinds him. Ooh! Damn, holy criminoli. He looks less fucked up with this art style, but he still looks fucked up. Devon never been hit before, not as an adult at least. His signs usually deterred anyone from trying anything, and he normally didn't get into those kinds of situations anyway. So this moment takes what feels like a long time for his brain to process. He stumbles on his feet, paws uselessly outstretched, trying to refocus when something explodes in his stomach that seems to expand like a balloon under his ribcage. The bear doubles over in shock, feeling like a vacuum had opened up his torso before he falls to his knees. The long, strained sound of agony seems to go on forever as his diaphragm refuses to work. Only now does he realize he'd been punched in the stomach as well, and while he's had the wind knocked out of him before, it's nothing like this. How was that, fat ass? Dev goes on droning in response, a small part of him considering that he might actually suffocate to death. Holy hell, man, what the fuck's your problem? Oh, you wanna know? Devon, still with his face toward the ground, only hears movement above him, but that's followed by a gasp from Artie. What the fuck? Oh, it's a gun. It's a gun. I have a problem with sick fucks like you dicking around in this place because you think it's funny. Dev is only now starting to get his breath back, but his eyes are locked on the gun in his face, and his insides turn to water, which has nothing to do with the punch. Where were you 5 years ago, huh? Back home with Mommy and Daddy, living in your middle-class houses. Thought you'd come out and see what the crazy meth heads are all up to, how they all killed each other. The man adjusts his grip on the gun, and Dev almost chokes with fear. Either the old man is going to shoot him, or he's going to do it on accident.
Is this still fun?
Marty's rough breathing next to Devon is the only thing that lets the bear know that the cat is still there with him. Dude, listen, we didn't mean...
You listen, dude. I gave you assholes a whole fucking day to get the fuck out, but you're still here. Since you're so goddamn comfortable, hope you don't mind being stuck here for good.
With that, the man turns away, sticking his gun down his pants before calmly collecting his tools, closing the toolbox, and walking off the road, straight through the sagebrush. Holy shit.
It's a 7-mile walk to the freeway. I suggest you leave the moment it gets cool. And that's friendly advice. There's much worse out here than me, you stupid fucks!
Marty bends over Devon, who slowly stumbles to his feet, hunched over, his stomach aching far worse than his muzzle, which he wipes clean of blood. Fuck, man, what did he do? Artie looks back to the car, and even from here, Dev can see wiring sticking out from the hood. I can't fucking believe this! Hang on, I'm getting Cam. Alright, man. I'll see if this thing is even worth coming back for. Devon jogs up the road, grunting with each step, each one sending a jolt through his stomach. While the weasel hadn't moved in this direction, Dev isn't taking chances. He also needs to make sure the coyote is... Cameron! Cameron! He shouldn't be panicking, not yet, but the feeling is starting up again. After having a gun pointed in his face,
Cameron!
no answer. Dev heaves for air, looking around until he sees a flash of flannel through a motel window. He's next to it in a second, unable to fit, so he pries back boards with his bare paws, and he pushes through and tumbles into a dark, thick blackness. Despite having seen this monster in some form or another for over 15 years now, Cameron realizes he never really tried to move towards it. In the beginning, he tried to run away, of course, but it ended up following him. It never moved when he was looking at it, but the second he looked away and back again, it would reappear closer, usually at 20 or 30 foot distance. It's a weeping angel. Who said a sleeping angel, for fuck's sake? When he learned to ignore it, it just sort of blended into the background, and he almost stopped noticing it. As Cameron squeezes through the boards covering the window, he is only a few feet away from the thing. He realizes that if he makes contact with it, and if it's solid, then he won't know what to think. He never even considered that it might be real. But now, as those unnaturally long claws dangle from the sleeves of that raincoat, Cameron starts to worry. As he moves those last few feet, though, raincoat monster starts to dissolve into the dim lighting of the room, and the coyote is inside. It happens in a way that makes Cameron think of a mirage. But the creature is still here, now, across the room, against the wall, its ever-present deranged grin plastered to its dark furred face. Cameron moves towards it again, slowly this time. The creature's still seemingly frozen, but in a way a real person would try to appear frozen. This creature is almost like an imitation of the one he's gotten to know so well, the one that almost became a companion of sorts in his childhood. About halfway across the dark, cluttered motel room, Raincoat Monster bends sideways, almost like it's going to do a cartwheel toward the bathroom door. Its heavily clawed hands don't move, though, and instead it just keeps bending like a bridge. Like an arch! They said the thing! Oh, God! And it slips into the darkness of the bathroom. Cameron stares, the capital V feeling of unease growing. Of course, shit like this always makes him feel uneasy. It makes him feel fucking crazy. But what just happened now felt deliberate, like he's being toyed with somehow. Raincoat Monster had toyed with him plenty of times before, especially the first time he saw it. It was his own mind doing it, after all. But what makes him feel nervous now is that it seems like there's something else behind it.
Almost like whatever was behind his first vision in that other motel room is behind this as well. So he should leave, right? Whatever that is doesn't seem to have very good intentions. All it seems to want to do is fuck with him. If it is the same thing that hijacked his first vision, then it could look like anything. It disguised itself as Dev and said awful things to him. Disguised itself. Was that even a disguise? Is it possible Devon somehow made that call? That would be the most plausible explanation, aside from the malicious ghost being real, something he never believed until now. He trusts Dev, though. Cameron looks at the boarded window. Why did Artie and Devon abandon him like this? Is this part of Devon's investigation still? Is this a setup of some kind? Like a test? Cameron continues to just stand in the middle of the motel room, staring around himself. This isn't right. He's not making sense. These thoughts don't make sense, but there are some connections, and he can't deny that something about this whole situation is off. The voices, the whispering, continues to ebb and flow, and there's a slight electronic quality to it. It's not possible that someone could have planted a speaker in this room to make him think he's hearing the voices of ghosts. After all, Devon had been so adamant that he not come back to the motel with him to gather his equipment. That would have been the perfect opportunity. He tries to listen to them, but they blend together and mumble quietly, and he can't make anything out. If this is a setup, then Raincoat Monster could be a real person, someone in a costume, or something is wrong. Suddenly, thinking itself is becoming difficult. He's still high, after all, but at the same time, things are suddenly making at least some sort of sense. If this is some kind of sick joke, that could explain a lot. A distant chuckle breaks through the hushed whispers. Sounds kind of like Devon. Devon? Cameron points his ears towards the bathroom. Artie? Guys? You can't really be doing this to me, right? His voice is weak, unsure, and afraid. Something creaks to his left, and the coyote jumps, staring wide-eyed. Guys! In the back of his mind, Cameron knows that whatever this is, whatever is going on inside or outside his mind is not good. He needs to get out. Suddenly, something starts pulling at the boards of the window. Cameron gasps, stumbling back, an explosion of fear taking over in a way that he's never experienced before.
Cameron! You're in there, right? You're okay?
It looks like Devon. The coyote is moving for the bathroom because he's not completely sure even if that really is Dev. Cameron pulls the door to the bathroom closed and fumbles with the knob until he finds and presses a push lock that somehow still works.
Cameron? Honey, you in there?
Cameron keeps quiet, pressing his paws to his muzzle, suppressing the instinctual urge to respond. He's hiding.
Cameron!
Cameron listens to the bear's heavy footsteps on the ruined floor, and the doorknob to the bathroom vibrates violently. Cameron yelps. Stop! I'm sorry! I need to figure things out right now! There's a pause, one that seems to go on for a very, very long time.
What?
Devon's voice is equal parts confused and concerned.
Baby, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What happened?
I don't know. Why did you guys leave me?
Leave you? I'm right here.
I looked up the road and you were gone. Just gone.
Oh, Cameron, something happened. It's a little complicated, but I can tell you about it on the way out. I'm sorry I left you. I said I'd watch you, but we need to go right now.
Something happened.
It's a little complicated. Cameron, please open the door. Devon lets out a nervous laugh. You're freaking me the fuck out right now, honey. It only puts Cameron more on edge. Devon thinks he's the one that's acting strange.
You're freaking me the fuck out. Why did you even bring me here? Is Artie there too?
Another long, horrible pause. When Dev talks again, his tone has changed completely, like he's being very careful with his words. Like Cameron is crazy. Honey, can you tell me what's wrong? Did something happen?
You tell me, Devon.
You're really starting to worry me, baby. Devon's voice cracks. Cameron doesn't know what to say. He doesn't have to think of what to say, because at that point, something rakes painfully down his back. It's like a giant set of claws, and Cameron gasps and screams as another set of claws grip over the top of his head. Completely forgotten about the raincoat monster, but even if he'd remembered, he never thought it could touch him. Cameron! Open the door! God damn it, stand back, Cam! Air seemed to explode as the flimsy motel bathroom door splinters with ease, Dev having kicked it in. With some light filling the bathroom now, Cameron sees that he's fighting with nothing. He thought it had to be Artie. Suddenly the bear is grabbing him, trying to hold him or pin him, and Cameron just struggles, trying to pull away. Cameron, what happened? Please calm down! Just let me go! Cameron is crying now, and it's making him gasp for air. Let's breathe, Cam. No, stop doing this to me! Just let me go! Doing what to you? What happened? I don't know! I don't fucking know! Cameron's struggles become more wild, kicking out and fighting with Dev's much stronger grip. What the fuck? Dev seems to say to himself, almost in a whisper, oh, okay, what the fuck? I don't know. As if unable to believe what's happening. Cameron isn't able to either. None of this is real, is it? Huh? Did you set this up to make me believe or something? What? How would I do that? Speakers and costumes, I don't know. Oh, you're hurting me! Devon lets Cameron go, finally, though he tries to hold on to him to make him look at the bear. Cameron takes the opportunity to escape, running right for the window, much easier to get through for after Dev's entry. Cameron! I'm sorry, I just need to think! This is bad. Cameron can hear Devon crying now, but he can't stop. He needs to get out. He needs to get away. Falls clumsily through the window, and as he stands up, he gasps as he comes face to face with Artie. I swear to God, better fucking do something. Suddenly he notices how similar the color of his fur is to the raincoat monster. Whoa, dude, you okay? What's going on? I can hear you guys yelling all the way to... Artie trails off as Cameron backs away from the cat, keeping him in view until he can run away up the road to somewhere that's not here. That's really not good, dude. Really not good. Dev sobs as he fumbles to get out of the window, wondering if he's dreaming. This can't be happening. He looks around the parking lot, but all he sees is Artie. Where did he go? Artie points wordlessly, and Devon jogs up the length of the parking lot to look around the motel. Cameron's nowhere in sight. So Artie he just fucking... Devon stares for a while, hoping to see Cameron pop out from behind one of the dilapidated structures, but he doesn't. Devon, what happened? Something's wrong with Cameron. I know, he looked totally freaked out. Did that meth head get to him too or something? No, I don't know, he's not making sense. He's not thinking right. What do you mean?
Devon takes a deep, shuddering breath, still staring, realizing Cam might have already made it to the dirt road off Main Street. Devon rubs his face vigorously with both paws. He said something about us setting him up. Setting him up? For what? I don't know. It's like he's not in his right state of mind or something. Devon stops himself from saying completely lost it, because that just sounds wrong. Seeing no sign of Cameron, Devon suddenly feels panic bloom in his chest. What if Cameron's so far gone that he's gone running off into the desert? Oh yeah, that just now can fucking, that just now? Just now? The just now? He would die. Yeah, he would die, of course. The one local you've met tried to fucking brutalize you and threatened to kill you. And you just sort of let him go. And Artie literally just let him go. So yeah, no. Shit! Are you sure you ran this way? Dev starts walking quickly up the road, looking at each abandoned structure, scanning the desert landscape all the while. Do we have another Echo, where the fuck is this missing person storyline happening? His panic had settled into a dull, persistent feeling of dread, and his crying is mostly under control, just sniffling every now and then. Artie following behind him. Artie follows behind him, which is enough of a reason to fucking have a problem. Yeah, positive, man. He was running, though. Shit. Hey, he just looked really emotional. Doesn't he have panic attacks? Wait a minute, you knew that? You knew that, and you fucking... Okay. Yeah, but this wasn't just a panic attack. Something else is going on. Has he done this before? No. Isn't he on medication? No, man, he's not on medication. But wasn't he? Dude, this isn't helping anything right now. Sorry, it's just that I remember him telling me he was on an antipsychotic back in college. Devon's blood runs cold. I think it was just like antidepressants or something. Why would he even tell you? Cameron! Dev's voice echoes hollowly up the street, unanswered. He was on both, I'm pretty sure. He was talking to Maria about it since she's been on a bunch of them for her bipolar disorder. I think he was just looking for advice on how to deal with the side effects, and I'm a psych major, so there's that. Oh, wait, I thought he was an engineer. No, Dev's the engineer. Are you? Cameron! I'm a failed STEM major. Behavioral sciences are the next step. Dude, can you fucking get a sense of urgency about the situation? Or fuck off? Despite that being something Artie might normally say, it sounds forced, like he's trying to keep the mood light. All Devon can think about right now is how he couldn't have even bothered to know what medications his boyfriend was taking and why. He just knew they made him feel like shit. So when Cameron said he just wanted to stop whatever it was he was taking, Devon encouraged him. And Cameron seemed happier after that. Anyway, I'm not saying he's like schizophrenic. Antipsychotics can be combined with antidepressants for just plain old depression sometimes. I think he's just panicking a little. I probably would if I went into that motel alone. No. Cameron was panicking, sure, but he was accusing Devon of setting him up, of tricking him. Cameron didn't trust him. That's something Devon has never seen before. And remember, with his tolerance, he's probably still pretty high. Could just be paranoid. Devon gasps and Arturo stares at him frozen. Then rage and horror explodes in Devon's chest. The fucking weed! How are you just catching up to this? Is there no bigger picture in anyone's mind? Whoa, what happened?
You fucking know he has problems, was on medication in college, and you just let him get stoned? Artie stares. Well, I didn't remember until just now, and besides, if that's what's making him freak out, it's gonna wear off. No, he said I was tricking him. He doesn't trust me, Artie. He said I was planting fucking speakers so he could hear voices. Artie continues to stare, but doesn't say anything this time. Devon does his best to avoid saying what he thinks is happening. That's not just panic. That's more than that. Just that. Fuck, man, his mom died because of this shit. What if he's wandering off into the middle of the desert right now and... When he had researched psychosis, he came across plenty of stories just like this. The way so many of them ended. Devon feels like he's just about to throw up. After a few seconds of silence, Artie clears his throat. Listen, we don't know anything yet, but if I cause this to happen, I'm sorry. Shove it, you fuck ass. Either way, I'm gonna help you find your man, okay? It's only been 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough time to drown, to suffocate, to burn alive. Certainly enough time to get shot. Devon starts to calm down a bit, breathing more evenly. Like I said, my girlfriend's bipolar, and even though I know it's not exactly the same, she's had moments like this too, and we always come out all right. That's not the same. And also, fuck you. Fuck you for even saying that. So how about we look for 20, 30, maybe 30 minutes? I'm sure we'll find him. Yeah, let's just ignore the fact we were told explicitly by the dude with the gun to get out of town now. If we don't, though, I'm gonna run my ass back up the road until I get cell service and call 911, alright? Dev takes a shuddering breath. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Well, we've seen this road before in this game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm literally getting the goosebumps. I got a chill. There's no way. Cameron shakes his head back and forth, unwilling to believe that Dev, his boyfriend, the person he loves most, would do this to him. But why? Devon is the one that wants to leave, that wants to protect him from this nightmarish town. How would this help at all, making all the ghosts up? Devon truly wants to understand what's happened to Lupita, where she is. Nowhere. So we'd want Cameron's visions to be true. Unless it's both. He couldn't have been involved in the vision he had by the lake, right? Or what he heard in the forest. Those were real. Cameron feels it deep down that they had to have been real. He couldn't have made up that recounting of the forest creature or of the girl being murdered. Maybe Devon was worried Cameron would give up if he didn't see anything, and wanted to make sure by hanging himself in the closet, by creating one of the worst moments in Cameron's life. Devon would never do that, would never even think to do that. As he's thinking this, something flickers in Cameron's vision. It's hard to describe, but there's a vividness to what he's seeing. And then the lighting begins to change, just like it did next to the lake. The coyote stops, rigid and apprehensive, not really interested in having visions at the moment. He doesn't have a say in the matter, though. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. That's a hum. That's a hum. We have seen this presentation before. This time, the lighting takes on such a surreal, ominous, blood-red glow that even though Cameron thought he was prepared, he definitely
isn't. He stands in the natural light, feeling a bit sick, then realizes he's actually someone else, just like when he saw the girl's life end. But he seems to snap into his host and looks down at the body of a creature he can't quite make out. The person he's become breathes heavily, doubled over, his giant paws on his knees, feeling sick. Giant paws. He'd never killed someone before. What? Well, I'm not saying that. The little deserved it at least. He spits on the body, then suddenly realizes he needs to get rid of it. As far as he knows, no one knows that he's here, all the way from Peyton, and even if he got rid of the body, no one will ever know he did it. He prepares himself, finding it easier and easier to come to terms with the murder. The thrill he got from it, the swooping feeling in his chest that immediately made his... He's Brian. He's Brian right now. Oh my God. We're experiencing Brian. It's a bit worrying, even to him. With a deep breath, he leans down, and suddenly feels like he's being watched. Slowly, he looks up. Oh my God! We fucking heard about this shit! Remember? He fucking talked about how... Oh my God! Fucking alien visit. Wow, we're actually getting to see that. That, out of all the times I asked to see something tying the games together, when I finally give up on wanting that, they show me this part. It hovers over the road, watching him. He'd seen a handful of UFOs, all of them while he was in Echo. He'd come to realize that it wasn't aliens or whatever the fuck people believed in. It was supernatural or something. Like a ghost. He suddenly thinks back to last week when that space shuttle blew up while his class watched it on TV. He'd been the only one to laugh when it happened. Not really because it was funny, but because it was so unexpected and so boring up until that point. To him, it's the only way space could be haunted with ghosts. But for some reason, he doesn't think anything living, or at least anything that was living, is involved with this. What he realized is that those crafts, made of metal, glass, and covered in lights, are empty. As far as he's concerned, they're no different from the ghosts. Ghosts weren't people at all. They're hollow shells, only there to feed on the sick feeling he got when seeing him, only there to watch him so that the small amount of guilt he had might grow just a little bit bigger, and tonight, aliens would visit him, to torture him, to violate him. Not really aliens, but the same thing as the ghosts that people see in this town. It's all the same. So he ignores it as he gets to work, and it hovers over his head, even as he feels its red eyes on the back of his neck. Jesus Christ! Out of all the moments to get a fucking flashback of Echo, that was not it. That was not what I wanted, but damn. Damn. Cameron isn't sure what to think right now. A UFO? What? While the shadow creature in the forest had been strange, he hadn't seen it. He'd only heard someone recounting it. Cameron assumed that man in his vision wasn't in his right mind. Maybe he misinterpreted what he was experiencing. But this, a full-blown craft in the sky, above a dead body. Now, Cameron is almost positive
Now Cameron is almost positive he's being toyed with, like Raincoat Monster in the motel room. It just makes him feel like he's going crazy. And it reminds him that for some inexplicable reason he thought Dev might be in on it. How did he even consider that Dev could be involved in this? Besides, even now, despite it being almost completely silent aside from the crunch of his footsteps on the gravel road, the voices are insistent, even louder. And how would he hide speakers out here, in the middle of nowhere? Now that he's focusing on the voices, he can actually start making out some words, sentence fragments. Singing, they sang, sins of cities are always... You piece of shit, stop doing. Every time he catches a new voice, it fades away before it finishes what they're saying. Cameron stops so he can hear better, ears up. The voices fade back to barely noticeable whispers on the wind. Cameron remembers those ghost hunting shows he'd watched a few times, the way they're always trying to communicate. So he clears his throat awkwardly. Hello? Are you trying to talk to me? Do you have something you'd like to say? Cameron isn't even sure he should be saying you, because the voices are such a mixture of many. But why would they all congregate on this one dirt road? Either way, they seem to have moved on, so Cameron starts walking again. It's something we should see. You think you're special, stupid shit. What the fuck? Again, Cameron stops, and so do the voices. Hello? Silence. The words don't even really make sense. If the ghosts are trying to talk to him, wouldn't they say something useful? Maybe they just don't like him. And if that's a replaying of something in the past, why are they just babbling nonsense? Cameron sighs and takes a step. You stupid... The coyote freezes, suddenly making a connection. He looks down at his foot and brushes it back and forth over the gravel. Stupid shack of shit. Cameron stares. It's coming from the gravel. From the sounds of it, anyway. A gentle wind tickles over the fur in his ears, and whispers continue. Oh, man. Suddenly, he's back in his trailer with his mother. He's laying back on the couch, nodding out after snorting his pills. His mother, on the other side of the trailer, is kneeling amongst the trash. She'd always been meticulously clean, emphasizing that while they might live in a trailer, they can still make it look nice. But over the past year, she seemed to care less and less, and now dishes were used and never cleaned, boxes of takeout opened and left where they were eaten. Cameron himself couldn't be bothered to tidy up. It's easier now that his mom doesn't give a fuck. He can do his drugs right in front of her now. The post-it notes and strips of fabric tied to every arch his mother spotted, even to things Cameron is pretty sure aren't arches, made the place looks like a disaster anyway. What does bother him, though, is as he watches her through half-lidded eyes, is the way she looks. Her fur is disheveled and sticking up in different places, and she's in the same clothes she's been in for a week. She started to have a strange odor about her, and Cameron felt too weird telling his own mom she smelled bad. It's sad. He almost wishes she'd scream at him and slap him like she did whenever she found his drugs. Almost. Because right now he feels so good. She seems happy enough to listen to that fan. Oof. Cameron covers his muzzle, heart pounding, listening to the whispering wind. No. His eyes blur with tears. He turns around because he's worried someone might be watching him, and his feet scrape the gravel. Sadness seems to always... Cameron covers his ears, feeling the now familiar rising tide of panic in his chest. He's going crazy. Just like his mother, he's losing his mind. But his mother changed over the course of months. This is so sudden. He's never heard voices before, or has he? That hallucination he'd had of Devon hanging, that was a voice. But that could have been a dream, too. Now Cameron's breathing is really starting to get out of control. He just wants to run back to Devon and apologize just so they can hold each other again. Of course, Devon wouldn't fuck with him over this, and Cameron can't understand why he thought that. It seemed like a possibility just 5 minutes ago. But something holds him from running back right now, and that's because if he's crazy, he doesn't want Dev to see it. Sure, he'd had nervous breakdowns and panic attacks in the first few years of their relationship, but that's normal crazy. This is actual crazy. It's psychotic. And while Dev would just hold him, comfort him, take him away from this place, who's to say what would happen after that? Behind his outgoing nature and warm smile, Dev would be doubting their relationship. He already is. He'd been worn down by Cameron's deteriorating mental state, his deteriorating hygiene, the deterioration of the man he once knew as the spiral into delusions deepens. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I'm not Mom! No, but you're her son. That voice, the voice that comes from inside his head, the one that doesn't feel like his inner voice, the one that won't shut the fuck up. Cameron is walking back the way he came, back toward Devon, toward where what he knows is real and safe. But is he? Yes. Even though he's scared, he says it confidently. And strangely enough, he feels what seems like a pause on the voice's end. Like it's not quite sure how to respond. Good. Cameron thinks, this time with his own thoughts. He makes sure to walk to the side of the road, dusty, somewhat rocky surface, preferable to the whispering gravel. Hey, did it just brighten up a little bit? Devon keeps trying to figure out how things could have gone so wrong. His feelings earlier about an impending catastrophic failure now feel fully validated. It's happened. He took those courses emphasizing engineering ethics. He studied cases in which every step of a disaster was detailed and exactly how each step was preventable. He took great care in his career to make sure he would never become one of those case studies, that the machines he helped design were as safe as possible. And while he'd already thought this, it's the fact that he didn't even know Cameron was on an antipsychotic at some point, just that he was on meds. He knew Cameron's problems were concerning, and he reassured himself with a crash course in abnormal psychology. While he was never as openly disdainful as his peers, the idea of trying to explain complex behavior through endless theories was frustrating, to say the least. He chalked it up to him being one of those people who simply needed a solid answer, a number. But he also remembers those months when Cameron was on his medication. And one night he'd had Dev sit with him in the arts building on campus. It was late, and no one was around as Cameron almost angrily bashed on the keys of the grand piano, asking him if any of it sounded good. Dev said it sounded fine. Then the coyote finally broke down, saying he couldn't write music anymore. That emotionally, things had become black and white. that there was a wall between him and who he was. That the medicine he was taking was the reason why he fucked up his chance with the label. And as Cameron sobbed over the piano, Devon had decided that psychology doesn't know a thing about how people work, and psychiatrists might as well be drug dealers with an office. It had been the same for his mother after what happened with Lupita. Even now, she struggles with her addiction to benzodiazepines. Damn, that's a fucking word. Something carelessly prescribed to her so she'd stop wailing all the time. To Devon, it seemed like psychology never moved past lobotomies. Instead, they just converted it to pills. And he never really changed that mindset. That's why he never encouraged Cameron to seek some sort of help, especially if he didn't want it. What he took away from his research is that hallucinations of any kind are of serious concern and should never be brushed off. But he had done just that, with the idea that maybe there's more to hallucinations for some people than psychology will ever understand. Maybe it's ghosts. I really don't like the idea of muddling the line between a psychological episode and some paranormal shit. Anyway, Devon wants to hate himself. In fact, he wishes the wheelman had added a kick in the nuts to go with the gut punch. Something else to help remind him how utterly stupid he is. The concept of the paranormal is so far from his mind at this point that he doubts he'll ever dabble in it again. See? There he is, dude! Devon looks up, and sure enough, he sees Cameron running toward them. A smile of relief on the coyote's face seems to break the dam of emotion in Dev's chest. That wild look he'd had earlier, the one that had looked at him as if he was a stranger, is gone. Next thing he knows, he's running too. He wonders why Cam is running on the rough rocks and thorny vegetation, but Dev joins him and Cameron runs into his chest with a thump. I'm sorry, I don't know what the hell I was. Stop, you're fine. That's all I care about, you're fine. But I don't know if I am. You are. You're here, and you're fine, and we're gonna go home, okay? Yeah. Careful! Devon, rocking them back and forth on the uneven rocky ground, sends them to the dirt. Devon just pulls Cameron into his lap, still hugging him tightly. Meanwhile, Artie is looking away, seeming to have spotted something very interesting in the miniature forest just off the road, though he's smiling. I'm so sorry for bringing you here. I don't know what else to say. I'm just so sorry. No, it's my fault for thinking I was special, that I had superpowers or something. None of this is your fault, okay? Cameron stays quiet, and Devon is content to just hold the coyote, both of them sniffling. Meanwhile, the coyote plucks at sagebrush that's rubbing up against them, which he holds to his nose. You know how I hate the desert. Devon tries to adjust to the jarring shift in conversation and goes along with it, assuming Cameron just wants to focus on other things for now. I'm starting to hate it too, actually. Cameron inhales the sprig of sagebrush in his paw again. Well, I love the smell of sagebrush. The way the whole desert smells like it.
I suppose it's all right.
There's something about it that reminds me of Christmas.
That's weird, coming from someone who grew up surrounded by pine forests. Like when we went up to my dad's cabin. Now that's a smell I can get behind.
I guess I got used to it, and sagebrush is just different.
The desert version of pine forests.
Pines can grow in the desert.
Then I mean the ones in the northwest.
We should go to your dad's cabin again. That was fun.
Oh, really? I thought you didn't like it.
In all honesty, Dev hadn't either. He had meant to take Cameron ice fishing, like his father had taken him so many times. The second they got there, though, they realized how woefully underprepared he was.
I complain too much. But we should go in the summer so we don't have to dig through 4 feet of snow just to open the cabin. Dev almost laughs at the memory of being so exhausted by the time he opened the cabin that his plans to romantically make love to Cameron went out the window the second they got in bed.
Yeah, I'll ask my dad about it when we get back.
I just want to be somewhere with you, away from this.
Yeah, far away from this.
Dev, I don't think I'm actually psychic. I hallucinated a UFO a little bit ago. That's not real.
Oh, you just saw one?
Well, in my mind, I was someone else. I saw a dead body, and I saw a spacecraft in the sky. It didn't make sense.
I see. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore once we're out of here.
I really, really hope we won't.
Dev isn't going to ask him to elaborate or tell him that UFOs are commonly reported in Echo, especially in times when supernatural activity is at its peak. Good. That's the kind of time to keep some kind of shit like that to yourself. Maybe tell him later, maybe after many bouts of therapy. I don't know. While he wants to convince Cameron that he isn't mentally ill, he knows that it's not what he should be doing right now. Even though he wants to deny it, he doesn't know if it's true or not. Dude, whatever. You know, people who have so fervently cast aside the science of psychology due to a personal trauma that they have suffered, that's not gonna just go out the window as soon as something fucking happens. So, like, I hope that eventually down the line Dev, like, grows a brain about this type of thing, but we'll see. Well, probably not. That'll probably happen after the game is over, but we'll see. He believes Cameron is psychic, but that's taken a back seat to the possibility that something else is happening too, and Dev can't be the one to figure that out for Cameron. He can only be there to support him.
Oh shit, I think Artie's in the forest.
Eh? Sure enough, Artie's disappeared. Oh yeah. Well, he'll be alright. We'll just call for him. Not really a big forest anyway.
Dev, that's where the shotgun guy is.
Oh, fuck, I forgot.
You forgot?
Oh, God. Dev stares at the tree line, hopefully.
Dev, we gotta get him.
Well, he shouldn't be far in at all. Of course Artie is the one to just fuck off into the goddamn shotgun forest. God damn it. Anyway, we can warn him real quick, but let's keep our voices down. They get up and move toward the forest. Dev wants to tell Cameron to wait on the road, but at the same time, he's worried about losing him again right after finding him. Oh God, here we go again. Somehow, this seemingly innocuous patch of trees is even more ominous during the day. Artie? Dev whispers loudly into the trees. Artie! Holding Cameron's paws, they descend into the ditch onto the forest side. Then take a few steps into the trees before Artie calls back.
Yo, just taking a whiz. Figured you guys wouldn't want me staring. Dude, shut up!
Dev continues to shout whisper.
What's up?
Devin can see movement from Artie now. Some of the bushes about 10 feet ahead of them shifting. This is where the shotgun hick yelled at us.
Oh, well, I'm almost done anyway.
Dev sighs, then noticed Cameron with his ears low, looking anxious. You alright, baby?
Do you hear, like, radio static? It's really loud.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Dev listens, but only hears some wind through the trees. I think it's just leaves, honey. Then there's something... maybe what could be described as static? Actually... Oh, Jesus! He jumps as his phone's notification sound goes off. Well, I definitely heard that. I do think it's just the wind, but I'm hearing it too. Takes his phone out, seeing that an email managed to get through. Important booking information. Due to the ongoing public health emergency, all reservations have been canceled. We sincerely apologize. Oh boy, they're doing it, aren't they? They're doing it. The notification banner cuts off there, and the surreal message that makes Devon feel like they're isolated from the world now more than ever. He wonders if he should try to call the police, even though he still only has one bar. At this point, he'd be willing to just let the authorities know that they're stranded before anything else can happen. Then something out of the corner of his eye catches his attention. It looks like the wall of a... Oh, no. Oh, no. It looks like the wall of a structure of some kind. Beige and peeling. Hard to see through all the leaves and branches. Devon holds up his paw in front of Cameron, signaling for him to stay put before taking a few cautious steps further into the forest. Why are they still there? Artie should be done peeing by this point. Also, he didn't need to go this far to piss in the first place. Oh, man. Oh, no. No. He thinks it's a trailer, one that looks so run down that he wouldn't be surprised if it's abandoned. What unsettles him is that it's buried so deep behind the trees, it's like it's meant to be hidden. Yeah. He can try to make a call further down the road, away from whatever that is. I'm here. No need to check on me. Okay, let's go. I'm going to try to make a call on the road, but we're going straight. The look on Artie's face makes the bear pause. What the fuck? Oh, his voice is quiet. What the fuck? His tone is one of confusion and shock, staring over Dev's shoulder. No! And Dev's shoulder behind him is where Cameron is. No! Devon feels dread creep up over him, not sure how something else could be happening right now. Something so terrible that Artie has to look. Okay, there's Cameron. Cameron stands where he left him. Okay. I see a blur effect, so something else is outside of the frame of view. We're going to get a zoom out, probably. Oddly enough, he doesn't even seem to be paying attention to them. He's staring up toward the trees. Devon can see his eyes darting from left to right. The ears are laying back and twitching, like he's hearing something that's a lot too loud. His breathing is heavy, and Devon can see his chest heaving. He's panicking again, but the reason for it is clear. Let's see it. About a single second is all Dev has to see it and to hear it. Ho! 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 Merry Christmas! What the fuck is that? And then it drops onto Cameron? What? Cameron is suffocating. Just moments ago, he'd been gasping for breath, feeling the invisible dread creep up on his back, the deafening static growing in his ears. But now it's completely black. Something has his limbs around him, fingers over his mouth and nostrils. He thrashes around, or at least he tries to. I swear to God, if we make it out of this, no one is leaving anyone's sight ever again. He goes through the motions, but there's no sensation of movement. He's straining inhale of air drones right next to his ear. The thing pressing its head to the side of his face. Cameron begs to let it go, tries to call for help. Devon was in front of him only seconds ago, or minutes. The voice in his head returns, or hours, or has it been years? Really? Okay, this is the most overt the voice has been just trying to fuck with people. Because before, the voice, you know what, shut up. It doesn't matter when you're dead. Cameron does think that he's died, and that he's in hell, because of course he'd end up there. There's no hell. This is death. This is what happens to everyone, Cameron. Cameron realizes then that it's not the thing holding on to him that's speaking to him. Because now when it starts to speak, it's not a voice he expects. Oh my God, what the hell? That's a different text. It says, no, get away. Oh my God, a woman's voice. Whoa, stupid fucking cunt, cheating whore. A man's voice, a sickening thud. Oh.
Oh. The tone of the static changes, and Cameron knows he's listening to something different, a different moment. He's dead, you can stop now. Oh God. Nah, he's still twitching. And he continues. It sounds like someone screaming through a gag, a woman sobbing, a man begging. Then there's a shift. And though most of the voices were women, they become almost exclusively young men. If you let go, I won't tell anyone, I swear to God. If you let me go, I won't tell anyone, I swear to God. What? No, me mates, por favor? Stop, just stop. Wait a minute. We know someone that speaks Spanish. Stop, just stop. And the voices blend together and go on and on and on. Meanwhile, Cameron goes limp, giving up, feeling as one with the voice that comes next. Why don't you just kill me? Oh my God. Devon watches as Cameron's body just goes limp. And though he tries to leap forward and catch him, the coyote slips to the ground at his feet. Bear instantly picks him up, or tries to. Though it's something he'd done many times before, he'd never done it while Cameron was so completely lifeless, and he struggles with the coyote's dead weight.
Cameron? Cameron!
He lays the coyote out on his back, hoping he just wakes up. What the fuck was that? Dude, what the hell was that thing? Whatever it was just seems to absorb into Cameron, disappearing in an instant. Oh, no. Devon doesn't care. 2 days ago, he would have thought he'd give almost anything to see something like that. Now, it doesn't seem to matter at all. Cameron's chest that had been heaving seconds ago isn't moving now at all. Fuck! Artie, he's not breathing, man! What do we do? Holy shit. Maybe chest compressions, right? His voice is threatening to... His panic is threatening to overwhelm the bear, his peripheral vision dimming, going dark. He has to rest a paw next to Cameron's head to steady himself. Can't pass out now, otherwise Cameron would only have Artie to help him, and the cat is seemingly frozen. Also, he's fucking useless. His fingers twisting into his head fur. Why is this even happening? Why would he just stop breathing? Devon tries to tilt Cameron's head back, straighten his torso so he can breathe. Come on! Breathe, Cam! Just breathe, please! Devon rubs at Cameron's chest. It's just such a desperate, useless gesture. Do you know how to do CPR? No! Dev readies himself, wishing he could remember a single useful thing from the one day he learned about CPR in high school. All he remembers is chittering with his classmates about the female mannequin's chest and how they used to and how they had to touch it. His vision blurs as he uselessly places his paws one over the other on Cameron's chest, and then a droning, ragged wheeze comes out of the coyote's mouth. Oh my God, Cam! Another labored wheeze. He's breathing, right? That's right, Cam, keep going, baby! He is, and it's still strained, like something's heavy on his chest. Not sure what else to do. Devon pulls Cameron into a sitting position, leaning the coyote against his body, and Cameron gasps. Oh, thank fucking God! Just keep breathing like that, honey. Yes! Even Artie's crying, wiping his eyes as he laughs. What just attacked him? You saw that thing, right? Or am I crazy? Devon shakes his head. I don't know what it was. I don't know. That was a horrible reading of that line. Now Devon just needs Cameron to regain consciousness so he knows he's okay for sure. Oh man, I'm so worried. Never had he seen evidence of or believed that the supernatural could physically harm the living. Let's get out of this forest, dude, in case it comes back. Yeah, all right. He's very careful with how he moves Cameron, terrified that his breathing might stop again. But as he stands, cradling Cameron in his arms, he looks up. Standing about 20 feet away, toward that trailer, is another bear. Oh my God, no.
No, 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 no. He's holding a shotgun. Of course he is.
Devon stares, feeling himself become oddly detached from the situation. I don't blame you. Oh, do you feel that rumble? His mind is still overwhelmed with what just happened to Cameron. It's what he wants to focus on, but the shotgun has his attention now, and just for a moment, Devon thinks about just running. If he applies logic to the situation, he assumes that the other bear won't shoot. But something in his eyes, that would be all the meth. The meth in his eyes, just spare meth. Something is off. Again, the meth. The meth. New Meth by Tom Lehrer. So Devon says what he hopes will make clear to this other bear that they're not a threat. If it isn't we're not aliens, it ain't gonna work. And even then, I doubt he'll trust that. Oh, poor Devon.
We need help. We're stranded and our friend is unconscious.
Yeah, you just labeled yourself a victim to a serial victimizer. The old-looking bear focuses on him for several seconds. Devon hears the rustling of dead leaves and foliage next to him as Arturo moves. Suddenly, the bear swings the shotgun around to point it to Devon's right. No. God, I don't. I want to make sure I get his voice accurate, which sucks because I have to go back and watch this shit. And have you ever watched one of my videos before? It's horrible. No, I'm kidding. I just mean watching, and I never put him in one of my thumbnails, and I do not ever intend to, but God, you could just feel the fucking the presence of him just warping this fucking horribleness. God, I heard it. It's such a god-awful voice for a god-awful fucking person.
Don't you move, boy!
God. Hey, I'm sorry! Don't shoot! Arturo sounds terrified, his voice strained and high-pitched. The old bear stares at Artie for several seconds before pointing the shotgun down toward the ground, but only slightly. The bear gestures at the coyote.
You doing something to him?
What? Doing something? No, we're trying to help him. Something attacked him. We need to get him help.
The older bear grimaces.
What do you mean, something?
Dev hesitates, at least until the gun is shifted in his direction.
No, wait!
I'm not waiting. You show up on my property making all kinds of sounds, and you're standing there with a knocked-out Yodi.
Hey, we didn't do anything to him. We're trying to help. The bear growls.
I don't care if you're trying to help him or trying to fuck him. I want to know the truth, not that something happened.
The standoff continues for a few more seconds before Dev jumps in again.
It was something dark, like a shadow. I called it something because I didn't get a chance to see it, but it jumped on him and then disappeared.
Devon realizes what he's saying as he says it, and half expects to be shot for saying something so stupid.
I swear to God, that's what happened.
The old bear's eyes flick to Artie. The cat quickly throws his support behind the ridiculous statement. Yeah, that's what happened. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was there. It was dark and had red eyes or some shit. I don't even think we should be out here right now. Devon once again wants to tell Artie to shut up. Thank you. That saying more is only going to make the situation worse. But instead of getting angry again, an odd expression comes over the other bear's face, one that Devon can't quite decipher.
Then he finally speaks, casually bringing the shotgun up to rest over a shoulder.
And it jumped on him? That Yodi there?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I'm guessing y'all are on some drugs or some shit.
No.
Using on in the heat ain't never a smart idea.
We weren't. Devon trails off, realizing this doesn't matter at all right now. We need to get him help. He's not waking up. Devon kneels, resting Cameron on the ground as he half props him up, needing to rest his tiring arms. There's a pause in which this other bear just stares down at them. A pause that's long enough that Dev opens his mouth to speak again. But that's finally when the older bear seems to break out of this trance. Oh, Jesus. No, God. You gotta make me look at him. He looks healthier than back in Echo. Which, isn't saying much. He looked like the living dead in Echo, but...
Shit, of course! Sorry about the gun and all. It's just that I always get a bunch of coots on my property every now and then.
Devon looks up at the suddenly friendly bear. I would not call this face friendly. But of course I know more about this face than he does. In the back of his mind, he thinks he can almost hear sirens. Yeah, I fucking bet. Very familiar sirens.
Shit's not even loaded. Don't fucking take that to the bank.
The bear grunts as he brings the shotgun forward, pointing it back towards the ground before he seems to break in half as the stock suddenly drops down. As it seems to break in half. The bear turns to show them that the barrels are empty. Oh. Wow. That's... Wow. Okay. That actually does make Devon feel a bit better, even if the gun had been pointed at them just minutes ago. The bear then closes it with a snap.
So, I think your best bet is to call the proper authorities so they can get some help out here.
Do you know how we can do that? There's no service here.
Course there ain't, but there is service just outside of town to the east. Works wherever I go out there to make a call.
This is so fucked. This is so fucked up. Dev's heart leaps out of his chest at the idea that there might actually be a quick way out of this situation. You poor fuck. He looks in an eastward direction, ready to set off immediately.
Hold on, it's a little ways out there, and it's a pretty specific spot. I can give you a quick ride, no more than 5 minutes.
No. The old bear turns away and starts making his way toward the trailer. Artie glances at him, clearly uneasy about all this, the one thing Artie's gotten right since he fucking arrived. Dev is hesitant himself, because of course he would be. Anyone would be. Yeah! But after everything they've been through... Devon looks down at Cameron, the coyote still breathing steadily, now looking almost peaceful. Still, fear grips the bear's chest. The fact that Cameron still isn't waking up is slowly increasing his worry to the point of panic again. So he sets his jaw and follows the old bear. Thus sealing your fate. He half expects Artie not to follow, but he does. And the four of them disappear further into the trees. Oh boy. Cameron's agony had seemed as if it might last forever. The feeling of suffocation going on and on. But after an immeasurable amount of time, the fingers over his mouth and nostrils had dissolved into blackness. So did the voices, diminished into indistinguishable whispers. Now his breaths came slow and steady, but he has to focus on them, to consciously inhale and exhale so that it won't stop. While the experience is terrifying, the laborious nature of it almost ensures that he won't hyperventilate. After a time, the terror fades into a dull, hollow desperation accompanied by spurts of panic each time he remembers he's somewhere he doesn't understand and that he can't seem to escape it. Then, gradually, even that dissolves, and like a dream within a dream, it fades away. Oh! Oh, what is that? Cameron's vision is blurry at first. It stays that way as his eyes remain mostly closed, unfocused. Fear hitches in his chest again before he realizes that he'd been breathing normally without the need to focus on it. That's when he notices that what he can see is a bit odd. It kinda looks like... Oh, man. Ah, God damn it. Well, we can see his wrist is untied, and he has a whole blanket. Man, Brian's really upgraded the setup here. It used to just be a whole ass, it just was a table last time. It looks like he's got a whole blanket, and he's even left him untied and untethered. Man, he's really upped his game. God damn it. Of all the things to bring back from Echo, you had to bring this. Like himself. He's seeing himself. He's seeing himself in a mirror on the top of the fucking roof. Oh, God. The ceiling, I mean. Like himself. Cameron stares, still feeling groggy and out of it, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. It's him, his reflection. But it's hard to understand why that's the case, because it feels like he's laying down. His eyes moved. At first, the coyote wonders if maybe this is the floor mirror in their bathroom, and that he's passed out. Still, the angle's wrong. That just leaves Cameron feeling more confused. Oh, geez. Coyote closes his eyes again, trying to remember what happened last. He also begins to wonder why he's laying on something soft instead of the cold tile in the bathroom. Hey, he's laying on something soft? He replaced the flat, cold table with a mattress. Brian that's a whole jump in a star. He went from 1 star to 2 stars. My God. Such a care. And hey, we got a Linkara fan 1. We got a fan of Linkara. A Linkara crossover during this fucking scene. Whoa. Wow. Blast from the past. I got a Linkara fan. I'm sure they don't like being associated with this fucking scene. Oh my God. I am very uncomfortable right now. Okay. Nothing makes sense. Yeah, that's true. So he does the only thing he could think of to do at this moment. Dev. He hears something shift around next to him. Cameron tries to clear his throat, but it's bone dry, so he swallows instead. Dev. Shit. Huh? I know this. Whoa. This is a way cleaner place than the last time we saw this place. It was all dirty and shit. Look, he's wiped up the counters, cleaned up the floor. The cabinets are all cleared out. Looks like he's even fucking swept up the place. Like, it's still dirty as shit. This is a 2-star place, but my God, Brian's really done up the place. Holy shit. If he wasn't this, a spawn from the armpit of Satan, I would actually be a little proud of the fucker. But, I still hope he fucking burns in a ditch. But still, like, compared to what the place looked like in fucking Echo, in the game, Echo, this looks way fucking better. He's had a little bit of a glow up. My God. He looks healthier. His place looks better. And until the inevitable happens when he tries to murder us and torture us and, all the things that he does. So far,
Things are okay. I want to cry. Something is pressed to his lips, and sensing that it's water, Cameron drinks. Wow, that's blind fucking faith. Getting several swallows before it's pulled away. Cameron looks around, getting a full view of his surroundings. The voice hadn't sounded like Dev's. But Cameron can't imagine who else it could be. And a large, furry brown shape moves into view. Oh, God! He has a sprite! He's got the scar. Oh, let me cross-reference with the fucking sprite of Brian and Echo real quick. Well, in fucking Echo, he's wearing a shirt. Damn it. Well, I don't really mind not seeing his fucking body. Let me put that fucking straight real quick. But he does have that spot on his head, so there is that. Doesn't have the spot on his neck, but he does have the thing on his head, so at least there's that. So we don't know that scar on the chest, but the spot on his head is the same. And in Echo, he looks, yeah, I guess that's more of a grayish brown, but when he's next to like Duke, who's really, really gray, he doesn't look near as gray, so whatever. New artist, new artistic version. Cameron stares, at first wondering what could have possibly happened to Dev. Yeah, this would be a hell of a shift in what would have happened to Dev. This ain't Dev, man. Then he realizes what a stupid thought that is. Yeah, this ain't Dev, brother. This is a different bear altogether. He also realizes that something is definitely wrong. And either he's still dreaming or that he's in a situation he can't even begin to understand. Quickly sits up and the old bear raises a paw. Hey, it's alright, kid. I'm here to help you. No, he's not. Man. You know what would really be the biggest twist in the whole fucking world? Like, if he was like, he went to like rehab and he's actually good now. And I've just been like an asshole the whole time here. But I don't think that happened. And I don't think that until I get some like really big proof that he has changed his life around completely, that that I don't think I'm unjustified to hold him to his past actions. All right. The voice is higher pitched than he would have expected from such a large creature, and the coyote feels that he's heard it before, but he can't place it. Not right now, at least. Yeah. Oh, why is he looking like that? Why has he got that expression? Why is he so intense? I'm Brian. What about you? Cameron responds automatically, even though a smaller voice in the back of his head tells him that this isn't right. None of this is right. Well, hi there, Cameron. You're probably wondering where the hell you are, huh? While the bear's demeanor is friendly enough, his appearance definitely isn't. Again, Cameron desperately tries to remember exactly what happened last and where exactly he might be. He nods anyway, instinctively trying to keep up the facade that he's fine and that he doesn't suspect that everything is wrong. Well, it's a funny story. But I heard some shouting outside, and when I got out there, I found you and your friends. You were unconscious, of course. Dev? Was he a bear? Cameron looks around hopefully, as if Dev might be there with them. Only then that he realizes they're in a trailer, and fragments of what happened recently start to come back to him. It leaves him feeling all the more uneasy. Yeah, a bear like myself, and there was a cat, too. Already, the memories of the past day and a half come back to the coyote slowly, and with it come a feeling of anxiety and dread. Either he's in trouble,
or he was in trouble, and somehow this bear is here trying to help him. God! Well, I didn't get his name. He ran off just as I was getting there. Oh my god! So Artie ran off? So if Artie ran off, that could be the explanation for the first scene in the game where, someone gets, someone is running away and gets tracked down. And that would also explain why the fuck Dev and Artie aren't in the trailer with them. It's because Brian, kidnapped them. Where's Dev? The bear, I mean. Is he here? Yeah, about that. Okay, here comes the catch. Here comes the catch. The bear shifts around on the bed he's sitting on, making the springs squeak. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here comes the boogie. What happened is after the cat ran off and you were unconscious, your bear friend, Devon, right? He decided to make a run for the highway to get you help. Cameron stays quiet as he tries to absorb that. The bear's sentences make sense, technically, but at the same time it's confusing. Why would Devon leave him alone with this bear? Now Cameron remembers that they were on a trip of some kind, a trip to Echo. The voice, the trailer. Cameron starts looking around again, trying to spot a shotgun, because now he's starting to realize who this might be. I don't... He comes up short, at a complete loss. What he wants to say is that he wants to see Dev, but if what the bear said is true, then that won't be possible. Does Devon know I'm here? Of course he does. Said he would have had the cat get help, but we're not even sure where he ran off to. Why'd he run? Well... Brian pauses, seeming to think back, and also seeming hesitant to say something. Cameron tenses up, the feeling of wrongness returning. It's kinda hard to explain, but something spooked him. Recalling the events of the past few days seems to gain momentum, and now he can vaguely remember what happened just before he ended up here. He was standing in the forest, ears down, hearing that awful static, and what exactly happened after that is still a bit foggy. What was it? Well, this might sound a bit crazy, but I've lived here a good while, and sometimes there's this thing in the trees that comes after me. Thing? What an odd thing to say. But then he remembers something strange right before he lost consciousness. A dark shadow dropping on top of him before he disappeared into another world, locked in that terrible embrace. A shadow. Although he says it softly, the bear clearly hears him. Cameron swallows hard, still feeling like this situation is very off, even when considering the circumstances. But Brian smiles in a way that's almost sympathetic. Did it happen to sound like static white noise? Cameron looks at the bear carefully before he nods. Yep, I've seen it myself. Some of us can just see things that others can't. Cameron swallows loudly. You see things too? Yep, always could. Don't know why. Through all the confusion and terror, and of all people, this bear seems to understand what Cameron is going through somehow. This is not the person you want to get sympathy from, but also, we've seen some things. We remember, if you recall from Echo, the story of him, where he was getting terrorized by visions of aliens and stuff like that. it wasn't just that. There were other things that he would see, and it kind of drove him. He didn't have a support system. That's what kind of drove him to the place that made him the person he was. It's going to be interesting to see when he's not also accompanied by Duke. Of course, Duke is also alive. Oh my. This is going to be interesting. Oh God, this is a dynamic we haven't seen. It creates in him a sudden sense of kinship with the bear. This is weird. This is a weird version of this dynamic. This is odd. Then Cameron remembers his phone, quickly pulling it out and holding down the power button. The screen flickers on for just a moment before multiple vertical lines of black appear on the screen, which widen steadily before the entire display goes black. Cameron's confused, then remembers the fall into the lake, and he even sees some moisture still under the screen. Why did Brian get flex like that? What was going on there? Shit. Brian grunts. Your phone busted? Shame. Well, no service out here anyway. How long ago did he leave? About 2-3 hours ago? He'd been unconscious that long? Still, the anxiety is telling Cameron to move, to go. I think I should go after him. Thanks for your help, though. Cameron suddenly stands, but a wave of dizziness comes over him. Oh, fuck. The coyote catches himself against the wall, feeling weak and confused. Whoa there, kid. I don't think you're in the best condition to go out there. Oh, he's upset. You might pass out again, and that bear seemed real intent on keeping you safe. On me keeping you safe, specifically. Oh, geez. Cameron has to lean against the wall slightly, catching his breath. He didn't realize that he's still messed up. It would make sense. It would make sense since he'd been out for so long. It's just odd that it seems to be getting worse. What was in that water? Whatever that creature did to him, it feels serious. As if reading his thoughts, the bear brings up the entity. Besides, I don't think you should go out there while that shadow creature's still hanging around. Been seeing it through the window a few times. Don't want to scare you, but I think it wants you. It likes you, and it wants you. Sorry. Cameron glances up at a window nearest to them. Instead of the shadow, he's surprised to see see Raincoat Monster just beyond the trees, partially hidden in a strange crouching position. Stranger still are the odd shivering, twitching motions the creature's making. Though its face is mostly hidden, Cameron can tell he's being looked at. Even after everything he's been through, the coyote finds himself lowering his gaze quickly. Once again, just like when he was 8 years old, he's afraid of this hallucination. Or rather, he's afraid of this imitation of the hallucination. And considering that it's moving so violently, that's what this is. You see it? No, I mean, it's something else. Oh, what is it? Sometimes I see really disturbing stuff in these woods. Well, most places in this town, actually. It's something more personal. Cameron is caught between wanting to stay cautious of this man, but also wanting to confide in him. After the trauma of the past 2 days, combined with feeling almost abandoned by his boyfriend, the coyote is desperate for some kind of connection. What kind of things do you see? Ryan looks hesitant. And don't want to freak you out more than you already are. I'm okay. I'm just wondering if maybe we see similar things. Cameron smiles at him, and that seems to throw the bear off for some reason. Huh. Well, then he seems to snap out of it. To be honest, I see people get killed, usually. Not sure if it's real, like from the past, or if it ain't. Sometimes it just feels like something being made up. Cameron can understand that feeling. Yeah, Another wave of weakness and exhaustion. Sorry, I'm still really tired. Cameron slides down the wall to sit again, still feeling out of it. But at least he feels somewhat comfortable with the bear now. Good God! It makes sense after what you went through. You want my bed? I'm good, just need to catch my breath. He's not quite that comfortable with him. This is gonna sound weird too, but I see a ton of stuff in this town, and sometimes it feels made up. Like, oh my God, you're gonna say that to Brian? Oh my God, okay. Like, I saw a UFO? Like an alien spaceship above a body today? Oh God, yep. Look at him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my good God. Goody good God. Good God. Brian stares at Cameron. I see. Just as he was beginning to feel comfortable, the coyote feels himself back on edge. Did he say something wrong? I mean, I don't know if it was a UFO. I mean, but it looked, you're fine, kid. Just that I haven't known anyone else that's seen something that I've seen too. It was on that dirt road, right? Circular shape with a bunch of red lights on it. Cameron perks up. There's little question in his mind now that the bear is definitely like him. Yeah, and like, shit, when did that space shuttle explode? Like the mid-'80s, I think? This time, Brian lets out a little laugh of surprise and maybe a little disbelief as well. My God. That is like on the nose. Because, oh my Christ. 86 to be exact. Damn, that's crazy. I've met a few people like you, but you're on a whole new level, kid. Cameron stares back, briefly wondering if he's still dreaming all of this. It's almost too jarring trying to understand how he ended up here with this bear, but if it is a dream, it's not the worst one. Good God, this is so fucking weird after all the shit we've seen from this fucking guy. This is so fucking weird, man. I am all kinds of uncomfortable. Can you help me find Devon? Maybe you could take me up to the road to the highway and we could catch up to him? The bear leans back, scratching his head. I don't know about that, kid. He took off at a good pace, and I'll bet he's probably already reached the highway by now. Probably in the process of alerting the authorities. Cameron twists the hem of his shirt in his paws, feeling a sickening, growing knot of worry in the pit of his stomach. He just wants to go, to run and find Devon, escape the town with him. But the threat of what's out there is very real. And Cameron does not want to repeat what happened out there in the forest. Apparently, Dev has already escaped without him. Damn, Cameron's got the fucking complex about Dev just fucking not being on his side. Which is not at all supported by Dev's actions, but like, he really got this fucking complex. It's all internalized. Because literally, like, at every turn, Dev will do... One, we don't even fucking know that that's where Dev is. We have no fucking proof that that's where Dev is. Dev could be tied up in a fucking shed out back. We don't fucking know. But at every turn that Dev does anything that isn't exactly what Cameron, like, wants, Cameron immediately takes it as a sign that, like, Dev is abandoning him and he's, you know, doing all this. So Cameron has really deep-seated abandonment issues. And the problem is he's also got codependency issues. So he will take Dev's abandonment and then immediately turn to whoever's like right next to him and be like, maybe they will understand, and then just immediately latch onto them, even when they're as like huge red flags, like Brian, who is like the embodiment of the biggest, reddest flag that you could have. This is not good. This is not good. I mean, look at this line. It makes sense why he had to leave him behind, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
What the fuck? Only now are the memories of what happened during his blackout returning, and only now does he remember how it felt like being in hell. Can the shadow creature get in here? Nah, it seems to avoid the trailer. Don't know why. Because even the shadow creature from hell is like, fuck that place.
Hey, he grew up, alright? He cleaned the floors.
You okay? Cameron rubbed his eyes with both paws. I don't know. Oh, he's crying. His increasingly heavy breaths prompt Brian to crouch in front of him, patting his shoulder roughly. Hey, you're fine. I'll make you something, okay? How about some trauma? I got plenty of that to dish out. That's his specialty right there. That's some tea. Tea? He makes tea now? He's tea and sympathy Brian. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? In between the last game and this one, did he get his fucking PhD and go to rehab? What? I'm so fucking confused. It's amazing what a Swiffer does to a household. This makes him more menacing. This is like the embodiment of what, like, I don't remember. I can't remember his name right now, but that famous the guy who did Psycho.
Oh yeah, Norman Bates.
No, the guy who directed Psycho.
Oh yeah.
He discussed what really makes like true horror in movies. It's not jump scares and chainsaws. It's two people having a conversation at a table, but the audience knows there's a bomb underneath the table. That's the horrifying part. And we know that Brian's a fucking bomb. But Cameron doesn't know he's a bomb. And so we're just sitting here going, good God, get out of the fucking house. But he's just like, dude, I want some tea. I'll take care of you. Want to talk about your feelings over some Lipton's no iced tea? Fucking Christ. You want some, how does some tea sound? That always calms me down. The pats jolt the coyote back to wakefulness, and he nods, if only to get the bear to focus on something other than him. Okay. Great, I'll get started on it then. Just relax for now. God. Okay, Devon, we're back to Devon now, so we're just we're leaving that bomb under that table. Let's move to whatever the hell's going on here. The wind whips violently in Devon's face. It's powerful enough that he can barely breathe. The ominous sound of the sirens were really the only thing that guaranteed he'd be home as soon as he could possibly be. What? As he possibly could be. He always took their warning seriously because what they warned of always terrified him. So now, in the haze of pain and horror, what? He wonders why he didn't heed the warnings. What did we miss? The mile-wide tornadoes that rip across the plains of his home state evoke a primal fear in him that few other things do. I know this, we're from Kansas. He'd felt that fear moments before his world became a red flash of pain. Oh! Okay, we heard that pop before. Before he saw Artie crumple lifeless to the ground, at the same time a pop echoed through the air. So Artie got shot, dude. Artie's fucking dead. Before he was made to drink some... Oh! Okay, so yeah, I said what's in that water. Before he was made to drink from the plastic bottle of water the other bear had brought out of his trailer, and before his paws were tightly bound above his head. I said it! He's tied up in the shed or some shit! As Devon briefly comes to in the red glow of this metal container he's in, to the sound of metal chains and the feeling of cramped heat, he knows he should be doing something. He should be helping someone he deeply cares about. Lupita, Artie, Cameron. Ooh, Cameron's last in my list? Okay. Cameron. His voice is rough, dry, and on the verge of breaking. His chest feels as if it's being crushed. Devon sinks back into the darkness, even while his mind roils in terror. The fuck does roils mean? Do we have time for a word of the day? No, we don't! We're moving on! Even as the F5 tornado continues to barrel right towards him. There's a tornado now! Or is he just hallucinating this shit? Huh? Oh. Okay, so just Devon's trapped in a tornado machine. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Well, we know he's gagged up and Artie's fucking dead. What the fuck? I'm sorry, dude. I'm freaking the fuck out. That's why I get so on edge when I play this fucking game. I don't play it every time because it fucks with me, bro. Cameron sits at the table as the bear busies himself near the stovetop with his fucking tea, with a little apron and a fucking doily, with his back to the coyote. Again, the coyote contemplates leaving. Either by asking Brian again or just walking out the door. Yeah, you wouldn't get very far, brother. Another glance toward the window confirms Raincoat Monster is still out there. This time standing high in the trees, perched on a branch, still watching. Cameron quickly looks away again. He feels deep down that if he leaves, another terrible thing is going to happen. While he believes the bear's story about what happened, something about this trailer is extremely uncomfortable, making him even more anxious. It's the wood paneling. I grew up with that wood paneling, that inconsistent wood paneling. It's like, oh, this one's a little thicker and this one's a little thinner. It's so fucking stock and it sucks. I hate it. He thinks that must have something to do with his upbringing. The long, narrow space, feeling familiar in the worst of ways. It's like suddenly falling ill. Being reminded of all the awful feelings one has when they're especially sick. Meanwhile, Brian is chattering on about how chamomile is particularly effective when it comes to anxiety. And Cameron vaguely wonders why he's moving around so much if he's just making tea. You're not watching the fucker making the thing that you're putting in your body. Mostly, though, Cameron is trying to think clearly. Get his thoughts to line up correctly through the fog he still feels clouding his brain. It's making him extremely tired, and a couple of times the coyote is convinced that he's still dreaming. It's almost like he's high again, but without any of the positives of being high. His anxiety is already calming down, though, despite the worry of whatever was in the forest might have done some kind of damage to his brain. He focuses his thoughts on Devon, trying to think clearly. Would the bear really leave him alone like this? He could have at least left him a message to let him know that this was what he wanted, that Cameron is safe in this situation. But Cameron also knows that wouldn't have been at all practical. If Devon was really in a hurry, which he definitely would have been, he would have left him behind if he knew it was for the best, and if he knew the situation was safe. There isn't really a way he could have left a message anyway, except for maybe a text, but with no phone and no service. If this Brian guy really wanted to help him, though, he should have gone to the highway instead. He has to have a car, right? It's not like he can just survive out here in an old trailer. Cameron fixes his face into a pleasant smile, knowing that it seemed to set the old bear at ease whenever he did. Do you have a car? Brian, seemingly absorbed in what he's doing, glances back. Well, I kinda share a truck with another guy in town. He happens to be out of town with that truck right now.
course you would be, right? If you're talking about Duke, we saw him earlier. So he's lying. No, if he's talking about Duke. Oh, okay. Brian smiles at him again. I can see why Daniel likes you. You're a friendly kid. Do you mean Devon? Oh, you mean Devon? Shit, yeah. Brain doesn't remember things like it used to. You're fine. Cameron stares at the table, feeling like that exchange was very strange, but it's hard to think through the cloudiness. Despite the dulled anxiety, the feeling is worrying him more and more. I'm actually feeling really weird. I'm so tired. Well, considering what happened to you, that makes sense. Not to pry, but do you do any drugs? No. Well, not anymore, at least. I mean, I had some weed like hours ago, but that should have worn off by now. Brian shrugs. People always say weed ain't a big deal, but that's probably what fucked me up the most back when I first tried it. Cameron listens to the sound of liquid being poured into a cup. Yeah, I don't think I like it. But I shouldn't still be high, right? You shouldn't. But after my first time smoking, I felt high for fucking years after. Even when I wasn't touching the stuff. Cameron feels a prickle of worry underneath the haze. Years? Yep. It's what's called a depersonalization. It made me feel like my own paws weren't my own. And everything looked all weird and distorted like a filter was in front of my own eyes. Cameron vaguely recalls some of his own friends describing the exact same thing, even when their trip was supposed to be over. Also, I remember Brian barely being able to describe a breakfast order. When the fuck did he get such a vocabulary? Again, how the hell? He'd experienced it himself while he was under the influence of various dissociatives. Having the same experience while he's supposed to be sober is borderline terrifying, though. Weed does that? His worry and panic breaks through the surface for a second, and he feels like, for a moment, he's surfaced from the muddy depths of his confusion before slipping back under. He can't live in a dream for the rest of his life. But what even is his life? Sitting here in a trailer with an old, slightly smelly bear? How did he even get here again? Where's Dev? Oh, shit. Cameron suddenly grips the table, paws shaking as he feels as if he's lifting out of his body somehow, and then he has to hold on to something to remain in place. Hey, you alright, kid? Here, Ryan ambles over to his fridge, opens the freezer, pulls out the ice tray, and drops a few cubes into the mug, the ice clinking loudly. He stirs it for a few moments, then turns back to the trembling coyote. Hope you don't mind the ice, but it should be cool enough to drink now. Still confused and terrified, just wanting something to do, to focus on, Cameron reaches out for the mug the bear is holding out to him. He takes it in a trembling paw, gulping it down. Good God. It's filled with honey and a strong taste of ginger, and it's unlike any chamomile tea that he's had before. Oh, man. Oh, man. The amount of honey is surprising, and he briefly wonders if it's a bear thing, even though Devon never seemed to have much of an affinity for it. Still, Cameron doesn't get the full flavor of the concoction until he's finished it, and as he exhales, an odd nutty taste mixes with what Cameron can only describe as dirt lingers on the back of his tongue. Cameron frowns at the bizarre, terrible tea. He can't help pulling a face as he looks into the mug, a thick round glob of honey remaining at the base, while dark particles slowly collect around it. It's distracting enough that his panic attack is terminated before it can really begin. Brian laughs. Sorry about that. I like to add in kava root to soothe anxiety too. Should have warned you. Cameron had thought the taste was somehow familiar, but he supposes that any kind of root would have an earthy, bitter taste. I have no idea what that is. It's okay. I just wasn't expecting it. I read about kava a few times when I was looking for ways to help with anxiety. Never tried it, though. Well, get ready for it to change your life. It got me off all my chill pill meds. I do have some leftover bars if you need something stronger, though. Oh, I guess that translates exactly to Xanax? I'll wait and see. Well, that would be nice. Cameron already feels like he's falling asleep, so it doesn't seem like the best idea. Well, oh, Jesus Christ. While he mostly believes this bear's story, he doesn't want to be completely unaware of what's happening right now. I'm guessing you've had some experience with it before, huh? Cameron frowns at the table, not sure of what to say. He doesn't really want to discuss his past with a stranger, even if the guy seems like he would understand. Brian puts his paws up, like he's showing that he's unarmed. Hey, I don't judge, kid. I was into that lifestyle for most of my life before I started turning things around. Wow! So he's even saying he turned things around. So what the... So is he... Did he really... Is this the Brian redemption story? No, it's not, because he killed fucking Artie and he kidnapped Brian... not Brian. He didn't kidnap himself. He kidnapped Dev. So what the fuck? Is he just putting up the biggest brave face ever? Because his acting is really strong, because he didn't act like this before. He wasn't able to act sober before. He's been acting really sober and good for a long time. So what the fuck is going on? Unless someone else kidnapped both of them and Brian is somehow a good guy? What the fuck is... I am really fucked up. I'm sorry, I gotta continue. While Cameron is still cautious, he doesn't want to make it seem like he's suspicious. Doesn't feel like the best idea to sour things between him and the only other person with him in the middle of the desert. Yeah, I did a bit of everything in middle school and high school. Only thing I got hooked on was opioids, though. Oof, you and half the country, kid. That's a rough one. The tiredness is starting to plateau, if not recede slightly, and Cameron feels an odd but welcome sense of empathy towards this bear. It must be the kava kicking in. Brian's face appears a bit more defined and clear, and there's a warmness in his eyes. It was my first drug, too. I experimented with everything else because I was trying to find something less addictive and harmful. Brian shakes his head. That's the problem with it. There ain't much else out there that makes you feel good. Well, that's what I'm told, anyway. Brian chuckles. I just took one of my dad's hydros and ended up puking my guts out for hours. Guess I'm lucky that I can't keep them down. Cameron thinks about that, about how nice it would have been if he had become violently ill whenever he tried opioids, or any drug for that matter. Yeah, I'd say that's some good luck. I quit in college and I haven't done it since, though. Good for you. Brian gazes down his nose at Cameron, starting to frown. Cameron's ears twitch as he senses a sudden change in mood. Now, I don't mean to bring this up again, but did your visions get more intense when you did heroin? At first, Cameron wants to correct the bear and say he's never done heroin, but then stops as he thinks back. Of course, his visions got worse whenever he was on certain drugs, including opioids, but he had assumed back then that they were just agitating his already present delusions. It was only today that he'd made the connection between drug usage and hallucinations, or visions. Yeah, actually. And a few times on other stuff, too. Does that happen to you? Definitely. Again, feelings of empathy grow in the coyote's chest. There are others like him. Just like him. Not just like him! God, don't make me empathize with Brian! Maybe I'm not going crazy then. I keep going back and forth on that. Brian chuckles a bit. Well, not normal crazy anyway, right? Say. Brian looks carefully at Cameron again, and the coyote is almost distracted by the glow that seems to be emanating from the bear's eyes. That's a weird fucking thing to say about Brian! Oddly enough, the intensely vivid and defined fur seems to be rippling. Okay. Yeah. He spiked your fucking tea, as if blowing in the wind, even though they're inside. Is this kava? You ever tried something more trippy, like acid or shrooms? Cameron shifts uncomfortably at the last word. Yeah, both. Acid was fine, but nothing weird happened. Shrooms just kind of fucked me up, and I saw all kinds of things. That's too bad. That one can be a real eye-opener. Cast your minds back to the smoke room with that scene with Murdoch and Ralph. Oh. Cameron isn't sure what else to say, feeling just a bit uncomfortable again. Well, yeah, most drugs make you see more things. The only ones that don't are stems. It's why so many people here got into meth. Brian chuckles again, but this time it sounds a bit dark, sinister even. Only problem with that is meth still makes you see shit, but only because it makes you go crazy. Arches and half circles. Yeah. Speaking of, are there any arches and half circles in this room? I mean, there's the bed frame back there, but, we'll just move on. There's the faucet, then there's the shit under the sink. Just stop it. Cameron looks back down at the table, wonders about his mother again, and maybe if she was like him. Maybe she took the stimulants because she was trying to stop the visions, but ended up starting a wave of hallucinations and delusions instead. Cameron watches the wood grain on the table shift and move slightly, like waves on an ocean. Oh boy. Oh, the tripping! Here it comes! And then it hits him. Yep. Oh, god damn it. You done been drugged, son. It hits him hard. The aftertaste of the tea, why it was familiar, why things are moving in inexplicable ways, why everything is feeling more fucked up by the second. He's been here before. Oh, god fucking damn it. Yep. A moment seems to blank out of existence from Cameron's memory because the next thing he knows, he's already standing up, the chair clattering to the ground behind him. He stares at Brian with wide eyes, mouth open, but he can't seem to say anything. He can't think of what to say if the bear did what he thinks he did. No, God, no, God.
Brian stares back, watching Cameron carefully in a way that tells the coyote that the bear isn't surprised at all by this reaction, and that that makes Cameron even more afraid. Oh, Jesus. The cozy, dreamy lighting of the trailer becomes more ominous, red, and dangerous. And the bear in front of him seems to warp. Oh, God! To a demon. Oh, no, no, no. What did you give me? Cameron looks wildly at the coffee mug. You need to calm down, understand? What did you give me? I think you already know the answer to that, so why don't you sit down and get it together? Bear's face is so warped, but Cameron honestly can't tell if it's real or not. What is it? It's like, I don't know what that is. Did you drug me with shrooms? Brian says nothing, but he's right that Cameron knows. But he's right that Cameron knows. I don't know. I can never forget this feeling. Oh my God, why? It ruined my life! Cameron is heaving for breath, this sound of his gasping almost drowning the bear out. Sit down, and I'll explain. Cameron has no intention of sitting down. The sensations and visuals are just as bad as the last time, if not worse, and he's only at the beginning. Fear and panic reach a dizzying level, and Cameron is running around the table for the door. Then he's on his back, his chest, spine, and the back of his head aching. Oh my God! Ryan's on top of him, and Cameron's on his back. You can see the coffee mug shattered on the ground a few feet away. Cameron struggles, wheezing for breath. Let me go! I can't breathe! Brian responds by squeezing his arms together, leaning more weight on Cameron's torso. Ag, stop! I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. He doesn't even know what he's apologizing for, just hoping that maybe it'll get the bear to stop. And I thought you were cute when you were smiling. God. Return of the fucking Mac. That statement, for whatever reason, it's the scariest part of what's happening right now. He starts to scream for the only person he can think of right now. Devon, help me, Devon. Shut the fuck up. Brian sounds legitimately disgusted as he pulls himself off of Cameron. The coyote prepares to scream again, but sees Brian's foot lash around and kick him in the side, sending him up against the base of the counter. Then leaning over with both of his giant paws at the edge of the counter, he starts kicking Cameron over and over. Good God! Cameron yelps and wheezes. The blow's hard enough that he's worried the bear is definitely going to break something if he hasn't already. He thrashes and rolls, trying to escape. And one kick catches him particularly hard at the base of his sternum, and he violently curls up, a loud frog-like croaking noise escaping his throat. Brian pauses as the sounds continue emanating from Cameron's mouth. Cameron can hear the bear breathing heavily over him as Brian watches his agonized writhing, almost like he's fascinated by it. After nearly a minute, the terrible noises turn back to gasps, which then turn into sobs, as Cameron stays curled up on his side, one arm over his midsection while the other is pressed over his eyes. Brian doesn't move, just watching as Cameron cries on the floor. At first, Cameron thinks it might be better to just keep his eyes closed and try to disappear into the darkness, maybe wake up again, but in a new place this time. Anywhere seems better than here. But that's when odd, slightly curved, glowing gold lines begin expanding and shrinking behind his eyelids. Cameron whines at the terrible reminder of what's going to happen. He's going to trip, and it's going to be terrible. Cameron pulls his paw away from his eyes and finds that what he sees isn't much better. The huge bear is crouched in front of him, his fur now a writhing, pulsating mass of a thing that almost seems like another living creature covering the bear. Now listen, and listen good, because what you do next might decide if I let you go or not. This is a dream. It has to be a dream. Everything that's happened, not just in the trailer, but in this whole town, it has to be a dream, a hallucination, a trick.
This can't be happening. I need you to talk to some folks I used to know. If you're really one of those psychics, if you can fix my problems, I just might let you out of this town.
Wow. So that's the angle, huh? That's the fucking angle? Brian's gonna use us to try to get us, as in Cameron, to try to get at, because depending on the route, if you remember, Brian wanted to get chasing them, and they believed that killing them or whatever, or specifically Chase, was the way to cure the curse on Echo. So that could be the angle. I don't know. Might not be it. I don't know. That could be it. But anyway, Devon, we're at Devon now.
Cameron?
Devon comes to again, and he blurts out the name without thinking. He's not sure how long it's been since the last time he woke up. It feels like hours, possibly even days since he was last conscious. He'd been dreaming. Something about insects crawling and biting his arms. Tornadoes? A twisting force? He realizes then that his arms are what brought him back to the waking world. They'd fallen asleep, and now the tingling is so bad that it feels like they're covered in crawling, writhing ants made of molten lead. Ugh! The bear grunts in discomfort and tries to bring them down from above his head, but he isn't able to. They come up short, and he hears a rattling sound close to his ears, which twitch at the loudness. Chains? Devon freezes, keeping his eyes closed, unsure if whoever did this to him is close by. Although it's hard to think through all the haziness, the memories come back to him rather quickly. First, he remembers walking deeper into the woods before the strange bear went into his trailer to get something. He came out with a bottle of water, claiming it was for Cameron. Then, after walking further into the dense forest, they came upon a white van. The exact kind of van that would make most people suspicious. Devon did become more suspicious, Devon wouldn't be suspicious, but he wouldn't be suspicious. He would, he would feel more suspicious, whatever. Linguistic is weird. But by that time, it was already too late. The old bear had pulled a gun on them, one that wasn't his shotgun, and had told them both to get in the van. Artie started to run, and the other bear didn't hesitate to shoot him, aiming for his head. Devon isn't sure, but he could swear that he saw a spray of something, whether it be fur, blood, or worse, far out from the back of Artie's head before he dropped. Wow! Fan out. Wow, so Artie's fucking dead. I mean, I didn't like Artie, but goddamn. Jesus Christ. Devon's fingers and toes clench inward as he thinks about that moment. The sound. The suddenness of it. Mostly he remembers the way Artie fell. It was instant, like strings that held him up had been cut, crumpling so quickly that Devon is sure that he had been killed. At that point, Devon did everything the old bear had told him to do, including laying Cameron on the rough desert floor. Devon tries to keep from whining as he wonders if that might be the last time he saw Cameron. And then laid down in the van, letting him bind his arms up. He thought about fighting back in that moment, but it was so quick that before he knew it, he was secured and he was made to drink from that bottle. Now he's in the very center of the tornado, a twisting force. Devon clenches his eyes shut even tighter, feeling moisture gather at the corners.
around the point is equal to force times distance. But he opens them a moment later, realizing that his captor would have seen all the movements he made. Perpendicular to force, he is alone in the van. His eyes sting, and the bear realizes that he's sweating heavily. This metallic box he's stuck in is hot, almost overwhelmingly stifling. He worries for a moment that he slept through the night, and now it's sunrise and he's about to cook to death in this van. But after gauging the light, he decides that it's still around sunset, just a few hours after what had happened. After Artie had been killed. Shit. Devon squeezes his eyes shut again, feeling tears leak out and into the moist fur around his cheeks. He allows himself this moment, but quickly focuses again, knowing Cameron is still out there with that bear. That's enough to get a rise from Devon, one that builds into a wave in his chest, a combination of adrenaline and terror, but mostly fury. While the brutality of this backwards bear evokes fear in Devon, it also makes him angry. That anyone would feel they have a right to do what the old bear did. He opens his eyes again and takes in his surroundings. He's lying flat on his back, arms stretched above his head. You can feel that it's a pair of handcuffs that are holding him in place. There's enough give that slowly he's able to turn over on his stomach. This action is incredibly painful, and Devon can't help but grunt loudly, his arms feeling like they might fall off as they spasm. Slowly, painfully, he pulls himself up into a kneeling position, getting a better look at his predicament. He realizes then that these handcuffs are more like shackles, meant to hold bear-sized creatures like himself in place. They're bolted into the floor of the van. Devon glances up suddenly, his ears catching what sounds like faint cry outside the van. "Cameron?" Devon's voice comes out hoarse and cracked once more. Was that Cameron? It sounded like him. Devon is still groggy from whatever it was in that bottle of water, but he's sure he heard the distinct sound of his boyfriend's voice. The fact that it's now so suddenly absent convinces Devon that it was definitely Cameron. He strains to listen for several more seconds, but can't hear anything. He looks down at the heavy chain linking the metal cuffs around his wrists. Unbreakable. Still, he finds himself foolishly yanking at the shackles, hoping that there's some kind of give in that slightly rusted chain and bolts. Shit! Tears fill Devon's eyes, the feeling of falling forever returning. He'd felt this way only a few times before. First time being when he was running home after he'd found Lupita's body. The last time being when he saw Arturo getting shot. And now, knowing that his boyfriend could be at the mercy of the bear whose intentions Devon can't even begin to guess, he just knows that they're very, very bad. But seeing the faces of those people, it changes something in Devon. A cool, icy calm descends in him, and he looks at the chains carefully. His classes in physics had taught him all about the way in which force is exerted and can seemingly accomplish things that seem impossible. So, even while his heart hammers in his ears, and even while his brain is clouded with a dense fog of sedation, Devon analyzes the chain and the bolts hiding in its place. Torque. Oh, what the hell? Ugh! Oh, what is this? Or we're going mid-trip. Cameron stays curled up on the floor for what feels like a long time. He had ultimately decided that he'd rather watch the harmless, pulsating arches. They said the thing. Dance behind his eyelids, rather than the nightmare the trailer is becoming. Every minute or so, the reality of the situation hits the coyote, and a burst of whimpering gasps escape his muzzle for a few minutes before fading back to only whimpering. He would stay down there until his trip was over, but Brian ended up pulling him back to where he was sitting. At this point, the coyote doesn't fight the bear, going limp while his body is pulled along. Honestly, when you're dealing with Brian, it's probably best. As horrible as the situation is and as terrifying the prospect, just cooperating is probably best, which is horrifying in and of itself. For a minute, Brian tries to get him to sit in the chair, but eventually just gives up, dropping Cameron next to the table where he just lies on the floor. The coyote listens to the old bear moving around the trailer, though it's barely audible over his own gasping sobs. Eventually, those lumbering, shuffling footsteps come closer, and Cameron knows that the old bear is crouching next to him, though the coyote still doesn't open his eyes.
Listen, kid, since he ain't gonna calm down, you take him some Zans, got it?
Cameron listens, but doesn't move, afraid to do anything. Then he flinches as a rough, calloused paw grabs his chin, forcing his mouth to open slightly. Ugh. Jesus, bathed in red and still flashing, good lord. Finally, Cameron opens his eyes a bit and almost gasps at the vivid red lighting, which keeps him distracted until something falls into his mouth. A pill. And Cameron recognizes its distinct bar shape and bitter taste. Brian holds out a cup, a plastic one that Cameron looks at with undisguised fear.
It's just water.
The old bear gestures at the counter where a gallon jug sits. When Cameron still doesn't move, Brian sighs. Then he gets up, grabs a cup straight out of the sink, and pours it half full before drinking it. Cameron's mouth is as dry as the desert surrounding them, likely due to the combination of drugs and fear. He really does want to swallow the pills to get rid of the taste. So he takes the cup and drinks, swallowing the Xanax, and despite his fear, drinks until the cup is empty. He vaguely remembers his high school friends telling him to drink water to make his trip less intense. Cameron has the feeling that it probably won't change anything. Brian takes the cup from the coyote's limp paw, and it takes Cameron a second to realize that the bear is holding out another pill that looks like a small red square.
Now put this one under your tongue.
Cameron stares, trying to figure out if it's just the trip making that look that color, or Brian sighs again, becoming more impatient.
I broke a third off the bar I gave you.
But now Cameron is sure the pill is actually red, and he draws back. A counterfeit pill, and that probably means it's cut with something. Something like opioids. I don't... Oh! Oh boy. Brian slaps him. Strike coming so fast, the coyote isn't even sure what happened. A sudden numbing sting on the left side of his face, along with this bright flash of light, is very, very familiar, though. Cameron feels as though he's traveled 7 years back in time. His delayed reaction is a surprised gasp as he raises his arms over his face. Bear yanks his arms back down and thrusts the pill at his muzzle. This time, the coyote opens his mouth willingly, maneuvering the pill to sit under his tongue. His movements feel almost robotic at this point. To Cameron's immense relief, this seems to satisfy the bear, and Brian gets up from his crouching position, backing away. Coyote sits there for a moment, then slowly drags himself under the table, huddling in a corner as tears well up in his eyes again. After going through all of that, and knowing that there's plenty more to go through, Cameron longs for Devon more than he ever has before. He waits until the pill dissolves before asking the question that he dreads hearing the answer to. Is Devon the bear? Is he alive? If this giant, violent bear had encountered Devon and Artie, there's no telling what he might have done to them. His heart drops as the bear seems to hesitate. Please, tell me the truth. Cameron needs to know.
The bear's fine. He's locked up, but fine.
His tone sounds genuine. And even though Cameron will never trust him, he has to hold on to some hope. And if I do this for you, you'll let him go, too?
That's the plan. Is he your boyfriend?
Cameron isn't sure how best to respond to that, so he doesn't. Brian shrugs.
Doesn't matter much to me. Just do what I tell you, and you'll both be out of here by tomorrow.
It's quiet for a moment. Brian moves to the other end of the trailer, opening the fridge and doing whatever it is he does. Cameron doesn't bother keeping track.
Let me know when you start seeing shit. Got something to do real quick.
Cameron blurts out the other question weighing heavy on his mind. And Arturo, the cat, is he... Brian doesn't look back and just sighs again. Cameron doesn't ask any follow-up questions, feeling like he got his answer. The thought that Artie might be gone is too messed up for his drugged-up mind, especially because he feels certain that he can't be gone. Cameron can't explain why, but he just feels it. Well, if he's communicating with the dead, how the fuck would he know the difference? He feels Dev, and he feels Artie. Brian stands next to the door, holding a plastic water bottle. Oh god, he's about to go find Dev, because what he's about to go do, I imagine, is go give Dev some water, but Dev's trying to escape, and oh my goodness.
I'll go out for about 5 minutes. I'll be right next to the trailer, so if I see you try anything, I'll shoot your boyfriend in front of you. Then I'll kill you. Eventually.
Cameron doesn't move. But soon, the trip intensifies. And he hugs himself, a movement making his ribs ache from the earlier kicks. Just watches the vivid colors and shapes of his hallucinations. Meanwhile, the acrid taste of Xanax lingers on his tongue. Oh no. He hadn't felt any pain. He doesn't feel any pain right now either. Not physically, at least. It's something deeper. It's about who he used to be, who he is now, and who he's about to become. Something profoundly terrible has happened. It's changed something. He knows that much, at least. What he really wishes to know right now is who the hell he even is. Is this Artie? He tries to think back to what he last remembers. Standing in front of everyone in the 2nd grade, his trembling paws holding his book report, clears his throat, trying to figure out how to put his sentences together in advance. Or maybe this is just the trip. Oh my god, I got it!
Speak up, Arturo. The whole class needs to hear you.
Arturo. That's his name. Arturo Herrera. He opens his eyes. How did he end up here? Where are his classmates? Second grade, or was it third? And no, he's positive that he's at least in high school. He tries again to remember what happened last. He was sitting in the junior parking lot with his girlfriend. She was upset because another girl was being mean to her. She's a Jaguar, sitting in the passenger seat of his beat-up sedan. One of her feet was on the dash, and he's leaning towards her to kiss her on the cheek. What's her name? Sarah Mendoza. Or was it Montoya? But now he remembers that they didn't last long at all, or maybe only a semester. Probably because he sucks at comforting people. We know that's fucking true. He does always say the wrong thing at the wrong time. That's fucking true. But he still had several girlfriends after her up until... Maria? His voice is so alien, so strange. It startles him a bit. What's even more strange is how hard it is to even say her name. He stutters. He has to chew around the syllables like he's biting at the letters. As he does, he notices a sour taste in his mouth, and he can smell vomit. Looking at the forest floor in front of his face, and he sees a dried mess of what he's sure is the source of the smell. Bits of something orange and mushy, and chunks of what he recognizes as jerky. Things are starting to come together, but it takes a long time, maybe even an hour, as he goes in and out of consciousness. Oh God, don't show it. Maria, Pueblo, Devon, psychology, graduation, behavioral tech, road trip, accident. Echo. Cameron. THC cartridge. Visions. Ghosts. Panic. Bear. Gunshot. Gunshot. He's been shot. And now that he realizes his current position, curled up on his side, arms folded up in front of his chest. He tries to move his arms, but like everything else he's trying to do, it's very difficult. Muscles feel unnervingly weak, and every time he moves, it's come with an uncontrollable twitching and trembling. Arturo stares at his paws, watching the tremors, trying to quell the panic. Finally, he slowly manages to sit up. Immediately, dizziness overtakes him, and he has to pause for several seconds before he's sure he's not going to fall back down. Once he's sitting up, his stomach turns and he dry heaves. And that's when he feels the pain. It's not terrible, but the deep, cold throb at the back of his head feels very wrong. And I just played New Vegas, too. With a shaking paw, he reaches back. Finally, feels the damage. Fur is crusted and matted, coming a bit damp as he gets closer to the source. His fingers brush over a slight gap, like there's a small crater in his fur. As he presses down, he realizes the crater goes past the fur and past the skin. And then he feels something oddly hard and almost sharp. Arturo gasps, realizing the stiff, jagged thing he's running a finger over is his broken skull. He jerks his paw away, breathing hard. He was shot in the head. In the head. I remember deciding to run since the shotgun wasn't loaded, but then the bear had taken out another gun, a handgun. And then, how is he alive? How long will he stay alive? Is there a bullet in his brain right now? He knows he needs something, so he tries to ask for it. He struggles to not stutter. To say the right word that he knows he's trying to use. He knows that this is very, very bad. Devon was hurt too, maybe even killed. Cameron, he was already hurt, and it was a monster in the forest that had hurt him. Cat brings his knees up to his chest, putting his arms around them like he's a child. He feels like a child, helpless and completely confused as he sits injured in this terrible forest. This must be some kind of awful dream, and he wants to wake up. And even though everything feels unfamiliar, surreal, dream-like, he knows this is real. Arturo feels his face crumple as he starts to cry, pushing his forehead against his knees. I need something. No, wrong word. I need someone. Some relief as Arturo feels like he's improving at least a little bit. Maybe this is only temporary. He's been told several times in his psych and neuroscience courses that the brain is plastic. The fact that he's recalling these memories, making sense of these memories, gives him hope. But there are still certain things, very simple things, that are missing. Ruin my life. Arturo jerks his head to look up, heaving again as another wave of dizziness and nausea sweeps through him. Cameron. Was it like a shadow Cameron? Like an echo? There were shadow chases? He looks in the direction of the sound and sees a trailer partially hidden behind tree trunks and bushes about 30 feet away. His right ear pops loudly several times as he rubs at it, feeling fluid come out. He knows it's blood. The cat slowly begins to stand up and immediately gets a terrible shock as he realizes the weakness he'd felt in his arms is also in his legs. He struggles, stumbles his way to the tree, trying not to panic again, before finally leaning up against it. Oh my god! Miko, I can't breathe. Oh my. Oh my. What the fuck am I, a Southern Belle? Oh my. Toro realizes he's not the only one in this nightmare. Did the monster come back for Cam? I'm sorry, Cameron yells. Toro starts moving toward the trailer before it dawns on his shattered, bewildered mind that he's looking at the bear's trailer. The one that shot him. He must have Cameron in there. Whoa. So when... Oh, so this is a tiny bit of a flashback. So this happened a little bit ago. So this would explain, like, oh no. That means he's gonna, like, get up to the door when fucking Brian comes out and he's gonna be like, ow. Bang. And motherfucker. Oh, I don't blame him. You know what? I don't like Artie. I don't like Arturo. I don't like him. But it's hard not to sympathize with a motherfucker that got shot in the back of the fucking head, alright? Especially when his first memory after waking up from said brain shooting is be struggling with a fucking second grade research paper, alright?
It's hard not to feel for a person in that situation, alright?
Turo flinches back at the sound. As for bristles out along his spine, eyes wide as Cameron's screaming echoes through the forest. My bad. The cat looks around helplessly, hoping that Devon comes to help. You know, that evil bear is bigger. Devon's a pretty big bear too, and he would stand a much better chance than he himself would.
Yeah, you're got like a full leg and a half in the fucking grave right now, dude.
Thuds followed by yelps and howls come next, and finally, it's too much for Arturo.
Dev, you
can't go in there like this, and he knows that, but he can go get help. Maybe. Depending how bad it is, these problems he's having could get a lot worse over the course of just a few hours.
Yeah. Just a couple of minutes, you could drop at any fucking second, bro.
But he has no choice. Well, he knows he has a car, he also knows that he can't use it, even though he can't remember why. He remembers that there's a highway, the one that they should have gone to the second he got here.
Yeah. Well, hindsight's 20, isn't it?
Needs to get them all help. So, with one more terrified look at that trailer, he starts to make his way out of the forest.
Man. Artie's on the fucking case. How far is he gonna get before he stumbles across fucking Duke or whatever? And then, yeah, the sympathy's gonna be running real fucking far there. Maybe he'll find Leo. That would be a fucking... I don't know. I don't have a lot of fucking faith in the Echo townspeople to see a dude with a hole in the back of his head and think anything other than, oh, here we go again, let's just put this guy down and be done with it.
At first, Arturo is filled with a sense of hopelessness as he finds out just how hard it is to walk, with his right side being almost limp. Feels like half of his muscles have just wasted away. But after some trial and error, he finds that if he widens his stance a bit and swings his arms in a way that looks a bit lopsided, he's able to keep his balance. His pace is reasonable as well, so swallowing down his panic again, he makes his way back onto the dirt road.
Well, so we're gonna leave that hanging threat wait. No! No! Is this the flash forward? Okay, there were people who were like, no, dude, it can't be. Whoever the fuck was on that dirt road, they were a track star, whatever the hell. I don't remember the fuck. I don't want whoever the hell Brian tracks down. It's just... God damn it. You got me rooting for Artie once. Out of this whole fucking game, you finally got me on his fucking side. You finally got me rooting for him. Now, if it turns out that this is the fucking scene in the intro where you... Because Brian's gonna come out there and presumably notice that Arturo's dead body isn't there anymore. Because he was right in front of the fucking trailer. And so he's gonna take off trying to find him. He ain't gonna get farther than a fucking car would. So... Fuck, man. I don't wanna... Aww. You finally get me on his side. You finally did it. After all these episodes where I'm like, man, Arturo makes me not like this fucking game. Cameron's been an asshole because Artie's been corrupting him and he's making him look like an asshole. Man, after all this time, you finally get me on his fucking side and you're gonna fucking bring him back from the brink of death. And then you're gonna kill him. God damn it. Let's see if he makes it. Let's see if he can pull this one out. By the skin of his teeth. Even through the disbelief of his situation, and even though he's terrified for Cameron and Devon, he feels something deep down that's even worse. He tries to ignore it, but it gnaws at the back of his brain. It's probably the flies. And gnats. Maybe some... I don't know. What are those fucking things? Maggots. He's dying. And he can feel it. Yeah. Devon struggles with his handcuffs, trying to get the chain into the position he wants. He pulls his paws up until the chain is taut, then moves slowly in a circle around the bolt until the chain twists on itself. That was the easy part, and based on the tension he felt being put on the chain links, he'd been feeling pretty confident. But then he'd spent what feels like the last hour trying to actually put enough force and weight into the motions so that the chain would break. While the twisted chain is taking most of the pressure off of his own wrists, it still hurts. Devon can see through his fur that he's already starting to bleed from the... Ah! God! One of the most... that shit's... You can't get that vision out of you because from the movie, that shit fucking, oof. That it's in my fucking brain. And fur coming off in small tufts with each failed twist and jerk. God damn. Come on, damn it, please. After another failed heave, Devon slumps with paws pressed into the floor of the van, gasping and sweating. A wave of dizziness comes over him, and he ends up pressing his face to the metal floor. Please. Please help me. That would be a horrible time for Brian to show up. Oh, you want help, do you? Devon half-heartedly prays, just in case there is something above all this. Footsteps. Uh-oh! Devon scrambles to twist back around and step over the anchoring bolt so that his paws are behind him again, sitting up to face the back door of the van. It opens. And Devon finds himself staring at the bear that did this to him. Even though he doesn't want Cameron anywhere near this man, seeing that the coyote isn't there with Brian sends panic through the younger bear. What do you want? Where's Cameron? Please, shut it! Devon watches the dread as he sees the huge bear holding that water bottle. Please, just tell me what you want. I'll give it to you. Just let me see him. Ooh. His teeth snap together. The next thing the bear knows is that his head is resting against the metal cage partition that separates the back of the van from the seats. Ouch! Dazed, his chin is on his chest, his arms under his back, forcing him to arch his chest and stomach toward the van's roof. I gotta get a mental image of that. What the fuck? His chin is on his chest, his arms under his back, forcing him to... What the... Man. And Brian is on him, pressing the bottle to his lips. Jesus. Dazed from the punch, Devon can only mumble in protest. No. Devon sees the look on the other bear's eyes, and he knows that eventually he's going to have to drink from the bottle again. Feeling completely defeated, Devon can only plead with the man. Just tell me what you want. Is he okay?
Boy, you're really starting to piss me off. If you don't do what the fuck I tell you... Brian grabs Devon's chest fur in both paws and hauls him up so he's sitting in a more upright position. I'm gonna take it out and Wow. Wow. I mean, that's not...
That's not really even the worst thing I've heard in a Echo game. I've just never heard that before. So he says that, now shut up, Jesus. But Devon can't shut up. He's half convinced that Cameron's already dead. Please, just let me see him so I know he's okay.
Alright, I was gonna say you already earned him one good hit, now it's two, one at a third!
Devon just stares. Of course, he knows that Brian doesn't need an excuse, that if he really wants to hurt Cameron, he can. Because there's nothing Devon can do. He can only do what the older bear tells him to do. So he opens his mouth. Slowly, Brian pours the slightly bitter water into his mouth, and Devon drinks. Even though his body wants to keep drinking, Devon starts to pull back after only a few swallows, as if he's had enough. Doesn't even suspect the water's drugged, but Brian pushes the bottle hard enough that Devon's lips are painfully mashed between the plastic and his own teeth, and he's forced to keep drinking. Even when he lets a tiny bit dribble from the corner of his mouth, Brian growls more threats at him. Eventually, the water's gone, and Devon hangs his head and feet as Brian pulls back, backing out of the van. Devon squeezes his eyes shut, wishing this fucking bear would just tell him what's happening, what he's doing to Cameron, why he's keeping him alive. The younger bear is too afraid to talk, too afraid of what Brian might do, and without another word, the van door slams shut. Cameron stays under the table, the Xanax having kicked in fully by this point, leaving the coyote in a bit of a quiet, stoic haze. His sobbing is trailed off, not much emotion left in him, aside from feeling numb. His trip is getting more and more intense, and he knows that the peak is nearing, maybe in another half an hour. Still, he begins to notice things that he's sure aren't part of his trip. A presence not too far away, one that he knows very well. Dev. With no idea what he's doing, he instinctively reaches out towards that warm energy. Then he's interrupted by another presence he doesn't recognize, one that's much closer. Cameron gets on his paws and knees, looking out from under the table. Oh, geez. Oh, God. This vision is definitely different than anything he's experienced before. The chair. My God. Unlike the dreamlike, reality-altering psilocybin, the vision he's entered has a clarity to it. Like he's not even tripping at all. The figure of someone, appears before him. And Cameron knows everything immediately. What is it?
Oh, what the hold the fuck up. What the hell, a rabbit? What, who is you? What is this?
Oh, well, there's fucking... there's the whole fucking bio of this person, and I just minimized it for no reason. Benjamin Kowalski, a rabbit, born in 1977, ran away from his Pueblo home when he was 16. For 7 years, he moved from city to city, sometimes in surrounding states before settling in Peyton. He stocked shelves at a grocery store, and the extra money he saved up would fund his weed supply. Brian was his dealer. In September 1998, he agreed to let Brian take him to his trailer home in Echo. He was promised 2 ounces of weed in exchange for 1 night of love-making, as the bear had put it. Benjamin wasn't gay, and even if he was pretty sure Brian wouldn't be his type. 2 ounces was a lot, though, and it was way too good to pass up. After 4 days of torture, Brian accidentally strangled him too long, and Benjamin didn't regain consciousness. Of course, Brian planned on killing him anyway, so he did.
The bear was only disappointed that he didn't get a few more days with him. Oh God, and so we're just getting... Jesus, we're getting like a fucking... We're getting like... Oh my God, there's gonna be someone on the table too. Oh Jesus, we're getting like a fucking reel of Brian victims? Christ. Timothy Esposito was a skunk born in 1985 in a decaying industrial Midwestern city. He transplanted to Meseta, and in May 2005, that was where he attended a BDSM-themed event in an unused warehouse. He liked breath play, and so did Brian, so they fooled around a bit. He didn't much like Brian, but the bear liked him a lot. Brian liked him so much, in fact, that he followed the skunk as he walked home after the event and kidnapped him on an empty street. Timothy was strong and almost escaped multiple times, once managing to leave the trailer before being caught just a few dozen feet from the dirt road. Brian continued their breath play, except now wouldn't play at all. And after 2 weeks, Brian again suffocated his victim for too long. This time, Brian thought he was fairly successful in keeping his victim alive that long. Oh God, wait a fuck. Okay, sorry. Daniel Gallegos, I don't know, was a ferret born in 1996. He was from the Sonoran capital, but was staying with his family in Mill City to work a summer job. He was saving up for his university tuition. In August 2014, days before he was meant to head back to Sonora, he met Brian outside a club before being kidnapped and driven to Echo. Brian was able to keep him for an entire month. And even though a few of Brian's customers had seen him tied to the torture rack, no one said a thing. Eventually, Brian seemed to decide he had gotten all he could out of the ferret, so he bludgeoned Daniel to death with an old tire iron, just because he wanted to try something different. Bear couldn't believe how long it took, how hard he had to hit the kid before he finally stopped moving. Holy God! Okay, so apparently Brian don't like us to fucking see Brian's past. Cameron is jolted back to reality, oh there goes gravity, as he yanked up by his shirt so he's not even touching the floor. Brian's paws hold the front of his shirt while shaking him violently. What is it? Cameron kicks around to try to get his feet on solid ground again. Despite being almost overwhelmed by the numbing calm of Xanax, not enough to stop the primal fear Cameron has of his bear. Especially not after seeing the horrors he committed on those men. What he'd just seen was condensed, distilled into an easy-to-follow series of events, but all the while, he'd absorbed all the tiny details too. He knows Brian promised these men many, many things, that he'd only kept them for 1, 2, 3 more days before letting them go. That if they'd be just a little more quiet, he'd let them go. But Cameron knows none of those promises were met. The visions had been so real to Cameron that it felt like he'd been there for everything they went through. Luckily, he hadn't felt anything, but it was as if he was in the room with them. This room. Brian seems to gain some control over himself and lets go of the coyote. Cameron isn't able to stand with his weak, shaken legs and sits down heavily on the ground, looking up at the looming bear. Kept calling your name and you wouldn't answer. I told you to let me know if the visions were starting. I couldn't. Brian waits, looking more impatient the more Cameron stammers, which only makes him stammer more.
I swear to fucking God, why do all of you become whimpering little dipshits the second I lose my cool for like a second? He reaches down and Cameron cringes as he's yanked up to his feet again. It's clear that Brian wants him to keep standing this time, so he does, steadying himself against the table behind him. Quit that crying! He does his best to stop, but the sobs keep coming. Brian, visions, the people he just felt, it's not an easy thing to just shrug off. I said quit, not be quieter. Cameron's mouth dries up even more, his tongue now sandpaper against the roof of his mouth as fear helps shock him into a statue-like state. Cameron knows he owes a lot to the sedative right now. Without it, he wouldn't be able to stop, and Brian might kill him. That's better, but faster next time. Got it? Okay. Cameron opens his mouth to answer, but finds himself yanked forward suddenly, only to come to a horrible jarring stop as the bear slams his knee into the coyote's torso. Oh, God, here come the arches again. Cameron watches the luminous arches writhe about, convulsing, almost like they're mirroring the coyote's inner turmoil. Then he is so big compared to himself that it seems to cover most of his chest and stomach. You can thank your boyfriend for that one, and he still earned you one more. Brian finally pulls back, and Cameron crumpled to the ground, unable to process what Brian is saying, not that he'd be able to understand it anyway. The coyote lets out guttural moans over and over again. What's that you're saying? Brian taunts him from above, and Cameron responds with a whooping gasp, pressing his face into the floor in agony. I asked you a fucking question! Cameron is lifted into the air again, feeling his feet kick around for purchase on the ground as he once again dangles from his shirt, the fabric stretching to the point that Cameron can hear the threads popping on his collar. Cameron cracks open an eye and sees Brian drawing back a huge paw, and Cameron manages to choke out a few words with the tiny amount of air he's gathered into his collapsed lungs. Nothing. Cameron wheezes loudly between words, knowing that this is exactly what Brian likes. But how can he stop himself? He's not even sure if stopping himself will help. Maybe that will only trigger Brian into hurting him more. But to Cameron's relief, the bear pauses and slowly drops his fist. Cameron sees the wild look in Brian's eyes gradually leave as he stares at the gasping coyote in his grasp. Good. Guess I'll save the other for later then. Bear lets go, and Cameron slumps back to his knees, curling up again in the fetal position. Now, what was it that you saw? Ooh, that's not an easy question to answer. Okay. I swear to God, I thought you were about to be continued me. I swear to God. He didn't feel any pain. But now he does. Are we back with Artie? Yep. Speak up, Arturo. The whole class needs to hear you. Whatever. He's in front of 20 curious, attentive eyes while his paws shake, almost making his papers rattle. It's less than a year to learn a new language. And how they expect him to give an entire book report? He'd give anything to be in his room, gaming on his brand new PlayStation 2. Some visual novels just have brand names, some just choose not to. I don't know what the rules are. But first, he has to figure out how to survive these next 5 minutes. He's playing his PlayStation 4 in his dorm room when Maria walks in. Hey, beautiful, you able to get some sleep? He doesn't look up from his game. What? Oh, you show no... What the hell?
Oh, you show no my overflow to... What the hell? Oh, you show no my overflow to... What the hell? That makes him look up. Huh? He looks confused, frustrated. Oh, this doesn't make any sense because he's dying. Born and shown and to mourn and forlorn? Puts down a controller and stands up. Baby, what? Arturo installs a lock on the medicine cabinet. He helps her eat healthy. He helps make sure she goes to bed at the right time. Whenever she feels a mood swing approaching, high or low, they prepare together. Maria once cried and told him that she wasn't worth it, that he should find someone that isn't an unpredictable mess. He told her that she was definitely worth it, that they just need to be prepared. Oh, man. Arturo opens his eyes and cringes at the ache in his head. Not an ache, but an explosion ripping through his skull, his brains, and down his spine. It hurts so much that he lets out a sound that's half moan, half scream. This time, it seems to take even longer for him to understand where and when he is. He'd been moving as fast as he could without actually running or jogging, since he isn't even capable of doing that. Guessed he probably made it 2 miles away from Echo, and so 5 more to go. I've been thinking about how he was walking almost exactly like his grandfather did after his stroke. And Arturo had thought, now we'll actually have something to bond over before it happened. A dizzy spell, unlike all the others, made him stumble, like he was looking over the edge of a cliff. Then anxiety like he'd never known before overcame him, making his heart beat so fast Arturo was convinced it was going to explode. He got on his knees, started praying for help, and then... Now he's here, on the ground. His nose and forehead stinging from where it slammed into the asphalt. You're on dirt, but okay. The rest of his body just aches. He'd had a seizure. Even though he's never had one before, he knows that's what happened. At least he was on his knees, so his face didn't have far to fall. Still, he's left feeling so exhausted, so defeated. He just wants to lay there. He'd been in a half-dream state, completely confused as he stared around him, memories flicking through his mind like a viewmaster. An hour had passed, maybe 2, where he finally understood what his situation was again. He almost wants to go back to that confused state, pretend it's a dream. But now he's crying, because how's he going to take care of Maria if he can barely walk, barely talk? She's good at taking care of herself, but he needs to be there just in case. He needs to live, and he needs to get better. And while he's glad to be out of Echo, he knows Cameron is still there. And if Devon is gone too, he knows the bear would only want him to save Cameron. Get up, Arturo. All your friends need you. Eventually, he slowly sits up. His paw's shaking so badly he's worried he's having another seizure, but eventually, he steadies himself. He needs to keep moving. So with a deep, shuddering breath, Arturo starts to carefully get up. And that's when he sees it. No. Not now. Not now. Stares. And Arturo just stares back silently.
In that moment, he's sure that he actually did die, and that what he assumed was a seizure was really just the end. But now this thing, this embodiment of death, is here to take him. Instead of moving toward him, though, or really acknowledging him in any way, it doesn't move at all. Arturo notices something out of the corner of its eye, and though it's distant, he sees lights. Headlights. Multiple headlights moving in both directions on the landscape. The highway. Arturo looks back, but it's gone. With nothing else to do, he starts to get up. He's sure that he didn't see those lights before he collapsed, but a lot of memory is missing. Several patches between when he was shot and now are unaccounted for, but what he just saw is probably a product of his failing brain, so wordlessly, he walks in his wide stance with his arms swinging awkwardly, knowing that nothing will be the same again. My God. He saved him. The bastard saved him. I can't believe it. Ha ha! He did it. Fucking light socket Flynn monster fucking did it. He brought Arturo to the highway. I'm about to fucking cry, dude. He fucking did it. I can't fucking believe it. This game has not been going for very long. In a very, very short time, I went from this character and what he's done to the other characters is making me want to almost quit this game, to this character and what has been going on is making me think that this game is fucking doing wonders. And that one moment, oh my fucking God. You know what's odd? We have the light socket monster, but we also have Brian. Because in one of the echo routes, the light socket monster attacked Brian. So we know for sure that it isn't that route. That is the route that leads to Arches. So I wonder which one it was. I don't know that we'll ever know that one for sure. I don't know. Fuck. Oh, I need a breather. That was a very fucking emotional scene, man. It was understated too. They didn't make a meal of it. Oh man. And that scene, you have to have played like all of Echo to really feel the huge weight of why that scene means so much. Oh my God, oh, fuck me. See, when I talk about wanting moments that tie all the games together, it's not all about explain everything. I want lore, I want random tie-ins, and I'm not someone who always wants useless cameos or just fan service. I'm not looking for characters to always hook up a random shit. No, I'm not talking about that. That like a minute and a half, just a couple lines of dialogue was like 1.5 CGs. That's how you do it. I've been playing these games, for so many years. That really got me, man. That really got me. I'm fucking crying in the club right now, and for a very good reason. I mean, it's also really sad, but it's like that really was very sentimental for me. After telling Brian everything he can remember, the bear seems satisfied.
Did you try and talk to him?
No, I didn't have time. Brian waves away the coyote's excuse.
Just do it next time. I won't interrupt you. How the fuck would you know to interrupt him? You just grab the fuck out of him and whatever. Cameron wants to tell the bear that he's not even sure he can talk to him, because after all this time, he's started to think that he shouldn't even be able to. He can see what's happened in the past, maybe even see what might happen in the future, but that's it. He only sees a record, but if they acknowledge him, communicate with him, then that's something he doesn't want anything to do with. Devon had said that he doesn't believe in demons, but that's what Cameron thinks they are. All these unexplainable forces that haunt and torment the living, it's all demons. Brian disappears again. Because he doesn't grab the coyote, Cameron assumes that he hadn't meant to follow him. A minute or two later, Cameron hears a loud snorting sound and he flinches. And it happens again, and Cameron looks over to see Brian leaning over the counter, head low. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Combined with the sound and posture, the coyote knows that the bear is definitely snorting something. He's been in a similar position many times in the past. Either way, he's not about to ask the bear what he's snorting. He can only hope it's something that knocks Brian out or at least slows him down. After sniffing and dabbing at his nostrils, the bear returns to Cameron's side. Well, let's go outside to a spot that I think you'll get better reception or whatever. Before Cameron can fully comprehend what Brian just said, he finds himself being forced over the huge bear's shoulder. All right, Shrek. Before being lifted in a fireman's carry. Cameron closes his eyes, clutching into the fur of Brian's back as the bear lumbers heavily around, listening to the sounds of a screen door swinging open and shut. He can sense that they're outside, the air warm from the lingering heat of the day. Then he finds his feet coming into contact with the ground. Cameron looks at his surroundings while Brian ambles around 5 feet away, kicking at the dirt and foliage. It's twilight now. Oh, man. The early aughts. It's twilight now, at least as far as Cameron can tell. The eerie, ominous red hasn't gone away, even though they're well past sunset. The first time he tried shrooms, colors did change, but in the sense that they became more vibrant and saturated. The forest just looks like it did when they had the vision about the static entity. He was with Dev then. How is this even happening? Who's having these thoughts? Devon? What? Sounded genuinely surprised. That's not what I meant to sound like. That. What? Cameron jolts back to the present, even though it's not the present. What? Because time stopped existing. Oh yeah, he's fucking out of it. And this is just a moment in a never-ending series of moments. Okay. Is time always happening at once? What? He's fucking out of it. Brian is still with him, with a piercing gaze, and his fur is once again writhing about on his body, as if it's come back to life. Sorry, I'm having a hard time concentrating. He'd lost himself for a moment and just blurted out the first name that came to his mind to center himself, and confirm that he still exists.
The trip is reaching the same levels he experienced in high school that had sent him running through an unfamiliar public park, his friends having to chase him and pin him down. Ha ha, fucking bad! I didn't even measure what the fuck I gave you, cause I thought you'd only take one swallow. It was a fuck ton, though. Oh. There's nothing he can add to that. It's scary, but it's the way Brian is acting that's really scaring him. Whatever he took is obviously kicking in, and it's definitely not calming him down. I'm wrong. I don't like the way you approached like that. Could you back the fuck up, please? Brian's tone is taunting and cruel. Oh, okay. Something wrong! Okay. And to Cameron's horror, Brian comes closer right next to Coyote. Please, no. Please, very no. No. I'm just feeling off because of the shrooms. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit! You're on like 3 milligrams of Xannies, too! I totally forgot! Fuck, you better not fall asleep or go all delirious on me, understand? Because if you do, I'll probably just kill you. Oh, that's nice. No pressure. No, Cameron stays still. He's reached the stage where he feels solidly stuck in a deep dream, one that he'll probably be in for several more hours. Who's dreaming? Hey, what's the matter? Am I making you feel uncomfortable? Is there something wrong with me? Cameron shakes his head with tiny jerks, barely moving it. I asked a fucking question! I'm noticing you're on something. That's all. Well, no shit, kid. You think I was blowing my nose in there or something? Well, I was thinking maybe we were going to see things together, and you were taking a downer. But it looks like you're on an upper. Why would I want to see shit when I got you? I don't like the ones out here. That's why I took it. Well, guess what I'm on? Cameron doesn't. But now that he knows cowering isn't gonna help him, he plays along. Maybe cocaine? Adderall? You fucking kidding me, kid? Adderall? I look like a college brat trying to pull an all-nighter. Shit's like a cup of coffee to me. Cameron doesn't say anything, but Brian keeps quiet, like he's waiting for the next guess. Meth? Too expensive, but close enough. It's methadone. I've never even heard of that. Okay. Sorry, I never really did stims. Oh, great. That's a perfect thing to say to him. He's definitely gonna make you do it now. Not after what happened to his mother. Bath salts. Oh, I've heard of those. Everyone knows about Florida. Oh, no. And it feels fucking amazing! Oh, god damn it. Well, that's fucking... What follows is the sight of a 500-pound bear awkwardly dancing and swinging his massive arms around violently, growling, and laughing. For the record, now that I know this video is definitely not getting monetized, no it doesn't, not from personal experience, but don't do this. Don't be like Brian. I don't think anyone watching this for even more than one episode should know that Brian is not an example of anything of what to do. He is an example of what never to do, of what you should look out for in a crowded parking lot or an isolated parking lot or any kind of parking lot, of what to avoid. Is why you should always carry a flashlight and mace. And check your car before you get in it or under it, or never go anywhere like that's dark alone. Just be careful, because people like Brian exist. So, yeah, no, this is not the Brian redemption arc. No, it isn't. It's terrifying. Yes, it is. As the crazed bear is shadowboxing, oh god, about 20 feet away, Cameron begins to realize he might be able to... Don't even start! You're gonna piss off a giant
muscle-bound fucking bath salt. I mean, we've all seen those Florida men fuckers who are on bath salts who like take on entire squads of fucking cops who are like simultaneously tasing them, and they're just like walking through that shit armed with a plastic lightsaber. Like, no, don't piss him off. Also, Devon's still locked in a fucking trunk. Like, don't. Just, you're not gonna win this. Also, you're high. Running is probably not gonna work. I'm surprised you're walking. With his muscles weak from the sedative and his mindset absolutely fucked from the hallucinogen, he might not be able to outrun Brian. He's starting to forget that he even exists. Still, he might be able to hide. Nope! Y'all have animal noses and shit. And you ain't showered in ever, probably. Stoner ass, so probably not. The desert is full of cracks and crevices that he might be able to squeeze into and wade out. He lives here! He knows where to look! And here he is. Brian is here, heaving for breath. Gotta relax. It's been a little while, so I'm in a huge rush. Gotta remember, I ain't as young as I used to be. My heart's probably gonna give any day now. That would be a huge fucking relief. He just collapses and you're like, oh, well, that's done.
I was about to say, how about now?
Yeah, that'd be
right now?
that'd be nice. That'd be a huge anticlimactic finish, but wouldn't that just be nice? After all this shit, he just has a heart attack and we're like, oh, guess we're done. Just game ends. Like, oh, okay. Well, we just go over and unlock Devon. Or Cameron doesn't even know where Devon is. He just leaves and Devon's like, guys. Meanwhile, Artie's at the fucking highway. He goes to a hospital and, well, he would, yeah. And, Duke could probably find Brian and he'd probably find Devon later. That'd just be anticlimactic. I'd take that, honestly, over the climactic. Because, I don't know, when it comes to Brian, I don't want to go there. Literally, it says, please let your heart give out. Please just die and let this nightmare, this decades-long nightmare you've created end. Yeah, it'd be a good time. Be as good time as any. Way too much. Anyway, make me forget what we're even doing. Remind me again, little buddy. Brian smiles at the young coyote, and Cameron takes this as his cue to smile back. Cameron is remembering correctly, stimulants make people more empathetic, and he hopes he can tap into that. I'm going to help you calm down some spirits, Cameron wants to say, and then you'll let me go, but Brian doesn't keep promises, and bringing it up might only trigger him to do more terrible things. That and they're now outside. Cameron is sure he can feel Devon's presence, alive but hurt, and the coyote is desperately trying to figure out what to do next. But Brian seems to know exactly what's on Cameron's mind. Hey, what about your bear? Maybe I was just getting the wrong vibes, but I thought he was your boyfriend. Of course, that's why I'm doing this. Oh, fuck! I forgot to tell you he's overheated in the van! Got distracted with you and I left him in there for too long! Jesus, he actually looks concerned. I know he's not, but he actually looks like it. A few seconds pass, during which Cameron's mind is telling him 10 different ways to react. Cameron knows for a fact that Devon's alive. Yeah, you're looking at him like...
I just 10 seconds pass and he's still just like exactly.
But should he act terrified to satisfy the bear? Brian interrupts with a giggle. Nah, he's fine. Just want to make sure the feelings between you two are mutual. Your face said it all. Brian laughs again and even lets out a high-pitched whoop! I don't know. That echoes around the quiet forest. Not knowing what else to do, Cameron does his best to go along with Brian's game and forces a laugh. Holy shit, you really got me there. Thought my heart was about to give out. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't like this. I don't want to say it, but I guess I gotta. No, I don't actually. You don't have to force me to do shit. Nah, I gotta. Damn, you're cute. Cutest little Yodi I ever seen. Oh, thanks. Drugs, they make everything seem better. I think I'm more on the ugly side of things, if I'm being honest. I mean, I haven't even showered in a while either. Cameron pretends to self-consciously smooth over his head fur. Nah, you're cute before I amped up. Also, I've had guys shit themselves. Either because they were scared or they thought it would stop me doing what I did. I didn't, because this shit I'm on only makes me horny as fuck. So not only do you look cute, it is cute thinking that it might help you. What the fuck? Of course. Cameron saw the torture Brian inflicted, and the bear had to be drugged up whenever he was doing it. Cameron can especially remember Daniel's experience and his thoughts. 10, 15, sometimes 20 hours of non-stop physical and mental torture, and it would go on and on and on. Wouldn't stop until the bear's exhausted body would pass out. Then he would sleep for an entire day, sometimes longer, before the process would begin again. Well, luckily for you, we got more important things to do. Come stand here next to me. Okay, I'm gonna help you. Cameron tries to make it sound like he's on the bear's side. Who's thinking these thoughts? But as Cameron moves to stand beside Brian, it finally seems to sink in that Brian is going to kill them. Not because it's obvious, but because he's started to pick up on the bear's thoughts. He's reading his mind. He thinks he murdered Artie, but he didn't. For whatever reason, either because he's outside or because he's spacing out even more, he's certain of that. He'd never been close friends with the cat, but Cameron had gotten to know him, and that feeling, that amalgamation of the person that is Artie, is still out there. Cameron mentally reaches out for the cat, but it's so far, so distant. Something is wrong with Artie. His amalgamation is missing some parts. Yeah! And if you check your shoes, you might find some of it. Devon's is still full, and nearby, and it shines like a beacon in the darkness of the barren desert. So while Brian is telling him to contact people he murdered and buried under the ground, Cameron instead reaches out for Devon. I don't know why I did that. A few minutes after Brian left, Devon became frantic. Even though he knows it won't help, it'll only make things worse, the instinctual part of his brain overwhelms everything. With low, bearish grunts and growls, he yanks and pulls and lunges with all of his weight. He's trying to get something other than his ruined wrists to break. He'd already contemplated dislocating or even breaking his thumbs. Oh, God, that's horrible. To pull his paws out of his cuffs, like he'd seen characters do in some movies. Yeah, some scene. God, I had to watch. I can't think of the movie right now, but it's Amistad. That's the fucking movie. Fuck, God, it's in my brain. I had to watch it for a class. Fantastic fucking movie, but it was like in the opening scenes. But just by looking at the metal, you can tell that they're all too well fitted for that to do any good. You could gnaw his thumbs off, but he'd still be stuck. That and it wouldn't taste very good. So he just yanks until... Oh, Lordy! He yanks until blood is seeping onto his paw fur. Even with the added lubrication, they don't budge. This is making me so uncomfortable. Please. The only word he says with each grunt of exertion.
Finally, as if the drugged water begins to take its effect, Dev slumps on his side, crying. Sobs harder than he ever has in his adult life. Cameron, I'm so sorry, Cameron. Please. He killed them. All because he needed to find out. Turns out, he will find out. Because they're gonna die. How could he do this to Cameron? How could he be so stupid, naive, inconsiderate, selfish? In a flash of rage and desperation, Devon viciously gnaws at his right forearm. Oh, Jesus, no, why? God, take it out on the chains and maybe it'll work, but don't bite your fucking arm. Jesus. Snarling forearm. Again, he knows it's senseless, pointless, detrimental, but the self-loathing is all-consuming and mostly he just wants to punish himself. Golly. After several seconds, he stops, and after blinking away the blur of tears, he sees that... Ah! Oh, okay. Some fur is missing. He barely broke the skin. Yeah, still. Owie, yeesh. Devon lets out a hopeless, despairing laugh, even while tears stream down his face. The metal enclosure makes the laugh sound loud and hollow. And that's when Devon stops as he realizes how unhinged he sounds. How he shouldn't be acting like this. He doesn't have a right to break down. His friend is dead. And his best friend. Devon knows he needs to do everything he can to break out. The next time Brian is within reach, he's going to do everything he can to make sure he dies. He'll rip his throat out. But while that fire is rekindled in his chest, he can't fight whatever drug the bear gave him. Devon suspects that it's what's making him delirious, too. Also, the mass dehydration and lack of, food and actual water. Either way, it's powerful. And Devon knows he probably won't be able to do much for another hour or two, so he lays down, trying to keep his ears open so he can be ready for the old bear if he comes back. Oh, if Cameron dies, it doesn't matter if I escape. I won't be able to live with that. Maddie? Who Maddie? Maddie, Mateo. Huh? No one's used his second name since... Oh! Oh, he's getting flashbacks too. Damn. Why couldn't you just watch her? Damn. Are these his eyelids? Not so much arches as webs. Devon! Devon stays curled up because he knows he just imagined that. His brain is playing tricks on him. Or Devon, it's me. Oh, this is Cameron reaching out to him. Devon, it's me. I'm here. Cam? Devon stares at the swirling patterns and lines. Are you okay? No, none of us are okay. You're not okay. I don't even know if you're alive. Devon tries to move towards Cameron, but he stays at a constant 10 feet away. For pandemic, you gotta stay far away from people. No matter how hard the bear tries to get to him. Devon, I'm real. Cameron carefully enunciates each one of his words. Okay, we gotta be very enunciative. I'm doing this through, my mind, I think. I'm fucking psychic, remember?
Well, now I know this is my bullshit. This is what got us into this nightmare in the first place.
Devon.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. You're exactly what I was hoping you'd be. You don't exist. My sick, fucked up mind is making up this version of you that I had no right to create, and
His voice trembles with emotion. He's never had a dream before where he's felt this real, this alive, and of course it's happening when he's feeling at his absolute worst.
I just wish you were real so I can actually tell you how sorry I am. I can't take any of this back, even if somehow we make it out. It looks so fine, and I know you're not fine because you're with that goddamn bear.
It's quiet for a moment, and the only sound being Devon's sobbing. Devon, I know there isn't much I can do to convince you that I'm real. All I can say is that I am real, and that I love you dearly.
I love you too.
And yeah, Brian is hurting me, just like he's hurting all of us.
What's he doing to you? What happened to me not being real? Just in case, are you okay?
Look on Cameron's face makes Devon's stomach drop. Well, not really, no, but he's keeping me alive. So, that's what's important. But, you see those patterns?
Yeah?
Well, Brian drugged me with shrooms, so I'm tripping absolute balls right now. Hallucinogens enhance my abilities, and I think I kind of created this space. I really can't make this stuff up.
Well, maybe you're right. But he drugged me too, you know? This could still all be me.
You don't give psychedelics to someone you're trying to state. Anyway, it turns out that I'm not that different from my mom. It's all arches. I see them when I take certain drugs. Devon looks up at the patterns. I remember a website where I was able to go on there and like draw certain patterns and they'd be all mirrored like that. It was cool. I don't remember what the website was. Anyway, he looks up at the patterns, and for the first time, he feels like this might actually be real.
Cameron?
It's me. Yes.
Cameron, oh my god, please let this be real, baby. I'm so sorry.
No. We don't have time for this right now. Also, I kind of read your mind, so I already know. Sorry about that, by the way. It's just happening automatically. But I can sense Brian's thoughts too, and now I know where you are, where the van is, that you're in a set of handcuffs, and I know where the keys are. I'll get you out somehow. Cameron, honey, please don't do anything that might get you hurt. Please. Devon sees Cameron's lips tremble. Devon, you know, I can't promise that in this situation. Neither of us can, but we're doing this together. Cameron! Shit.
Brian, is he there with you?
I'm gonna be fine, but I gotta go. I love you.
Cameron! No, damn it, please!
Crumbles into the darkness, feeling helpless. He should be there with Cameron, not here, sleeping and doing nothing. Doing this together. The great deal of effort, Devon smothers the frustration and terror, knowing that he should have some faith in his boyfriend if Cameron thinks he can do this. That Devon realizes he has to believe him. He just wishes he could fully believe that what just happened is real. And though Cameron had convinced him at that moment, so continues to rest, waiting to see if his coyote can come to free him. And hopefully, Then he can finally get his claws on Brian.
You've been standing there for a good 10 minutes. So, what'd you see? Oh, I'm having trouble. They won't talk to me. Oh? Why is that? I think it's because you're here and they're scared of you. Maybe if you... Cameron screams, clawing and clutching at the huge fist on his ear. Brian twisting it viciously before lifting up so that Cameron's feet actually lift off the ground. He didn't know it was possible to feel that much pain from his ears, even though he knows they're sensitive. Stop! You... Okay, not saying that. Violently shakes Cameron, lowercase c on that Cameron. And the coyote twists his body, grabbing the bear's forearm and trying to get his legs lifted up and wrapped around the bear's bicep to lessen the pressure. Brian won't allow it. You know you said everything out loud just now? What? You know exactly what! Oh, Jesus. Cameron is slammed up against the trunk of the tree, the impact resonating through his body. Instantly, Brian's huge, rugged muzzles right up next to his own, snorting heavily. God damn. Cameron fights as best he can, but his feet are off the ground again. Did he mean the thing with Brian or what? He kicks and twists. The grip is more powerful than anything he's felt before. God. He can actually feel his eyes bulge and his tongue stick out involuntarily, unless he finds himself drowning. Yeah! In that moment, it isn't the crushing pressure on his neck or the horrid, rancid breath that's coming from the old bear that Cameron notices most. It's that Brian didn't even seem angry. He didn't seem enraged that the coyote had been contacting Devon. He doesn't even seem upset that Cameron broke his word to help the old bear with his demons. Instead, Brian looks excited, ecstatic, all while staring right into Cameron's face, watching the coyote's mouth open and close noiselessly. Vaguely, Cameron can sense a battle taking place inside Brian. He desperately wants to have his way. Desperately wants to have his way with Cameron, but he also wants Cameron to exercise the ghosts. Cameron can also sense that Brian is realizing his plans were doomed from the start. How would he ever hide the fact that he killed a loving couple in this infamous abandoned town? What? He knows people will look for them, unlike his previous victims. The bear is deciding that they are all going to die. This is the end, and he'll end it with one final victim. It doesn't fucking matter. Brian hisses in Cameron's face. Oh god, he looks up. Something moves out of the corner of Cameron's eye, and he looks to see a somewhat familiar face. Its black, void-like features with swirling red eyes stare at him. Oh boy! Guess you shouldn't have gone outside, Brian! It's watching him too, like it's just as fascinated with Brian. Cameron senses very little intention or emotion from the creature, who finally realizes that its purpose in this forest is simple. Record the terrible things that happens in it. Cameron is about to become one of its next recordings. The coyote's vision blurs, one paw drops. Slip into Brian's pocket? What? Disguising it as him trying to push the bear away. Feels and finds the single key that he knew would be in there. God damn it, you're a fucking cute one, you know? Brian's voice trembles with a cruel, passionate emotion and nuzzles it. Stop it! Nuzzles him. He squeezes harder and Cameron's eyes roll up, all while putting the key in his own pocket. But he's not sure it matters. Brian isn't letting up. As he fades into darkness, Cameron feels a part of himself die. The trip peaks and suddenly Cameron is everything at once. He's a trailer, home in the northwest. He's a desert lake. He's a broken road in the middle of nowhere. He's being hit by a van. He's a train cutting through the wilderness. He's been shot in the head. He's been hung from a tree.
He's been beaten to death. He's swimming under an arch. He's in a space shuttle smashing into the ocean. He's a dead town. These are all fucking references, aren't they? Dead, but with working reflexes, using tools still clutched in his grasp. Cameron disappears, and these thoughts and feelings are no longer his because he isn't who he is. He is everything. And because of that, he can see everything. Pain sounds rhythmically in their head like a heavy drum beat, making their ears pin back tightly before they begin to whine. Then they croak as their sore throat protests against making the sound. Ooh, we're in the trees, and the trees are waving. They stare at the scene before them, then they blink. Oh, whoop. But it doesn't help them make better sense of what's in front of them. In fact, it seems to make it worse. Who's making sense of what's in front of who? These intrusive thoughts are about not existing. Who's having these thoughts? Woo. Oh, God. See, you're coming round. Jesus. I don't like this guy. I don't like him. Fear rises up in his throat, something deep in his brain telling him to flee that voice, to escape from it. But he's still too confused to figure out who or what he even is right now because he still feels like nothing. Yeah, him already, right at the fucking beginning. But he's also still conscious enough to know that he is, in fact, something. There he is. There's the boy. He remembers that he's someone named Cameron. Remembers the situation, and he remembers that he's been drugged with shrooms and Xanax. His trip has reached its dizzying peak, his sense of self so utterly decimated that he isn't sure how he's ever going to feel the same again. The terror and torture of his past 2 days have culminated to this, the moment that his mind gives in and breaks. But Cameron can't tell what's real and isn't real anymore. You realize nothing's real. But there's something else, too. Despite the terrible loss of who he was, Cameron, this amalgamation that calls Cameron, is sensing things even more vividly than he had just a few minutes ago when he contacted Dev. Cameron sees what's ahead of him, but he's seeing so much more. In his mind's eye, he looks forward, and he sees a myriad of people in front of him, though they're all the same people. Devon, Brian, and himself, locked in a vicious, spinning blur of claws, teeth, blood, and horrific, unidentifiable viscera. It's confusing, seeing so many versions of himself and his boyfriend, and he turns his head to glance away, not wanting to see that violence. Then, noticing something over his shoulder, he looks back, and this time he sees one version of himself, along with Brian. He sees his unconscious body being pinned against the tree for a while longer before he crumbles to the ground. What the hell? His voice is low, husky, barely audible. Brian laughs, startling the coyote out of his visions of violence. I choked you the fuck out! That's what! Cameron blinks at the bear, then back at the forest. I thought I died. Not yet, kid. We got a few things to do first, and you probably want to see your boyfriend too, huh? Not sure you'll get to talk to him since he's knocked out. Knocked out? Yeah? Wait, with what? Relax, it's just... What the hell is that? Raw
Ropfnall. Word of the day, folks. What the fuck is that? Gonna get on a watch list, looking this shit up. Do-do-do-do. Ropfnall, otherwise known as flunitrazepam, is a benzodiazepine used to treat severe insomnia and assist with anesthesia. So it to knock you the fuck out. Okay. Used for drug has been it's never been approved for medical use in the United States. Outside of the United States, just to treat insomnia. Yeesh. Causes blue tongue? What the fuck? Okay, I'm done looking up random ass drugs. Sure, I gave him a good amount, but they're a few decades old because they made them legal in the States back in the 90s, and you know, when pills get old, they don't work so good anymore. And Brian goes on and on about hypnol and how it used to be the premier date rape drug in the country. Jesus Christ. Insomnia pill date rape drug review with Brian? New podcast? What the fuck? Cameron watches the bear's mouth move in waves and ripples, yellow teeth poking out from behind his lips as saliva collects and becomes frothy at the corners. Who's watching this? Cameron reassures himself automatically. I'm watching this, and I need to save Devon. Not so convinced by the first part, though. And let's see, what else we got? I, or one, if you're talking in Roman numerals. Me. Okay, so it was I, me, my, myself, and I. Cameron. Simple concepts that aren't so simple anymore. Just like in high school, he stopped existing. It's different this time, though. The Xanax is certainly quashing the panic he should be feeling right now. But this time, his perspective is from a completely different angle. Cameron's amalgamation does still exist. The borders have dissolved and he seems to be seeping into everything. Despite already knowing he's insignificant, he's still awestruck by how small Cameron is compared to the world. Even the bugs crawling beneath the leaves make Cameron feel small in an entire world he knows nothing about. But entangling his identity with the universe means he's also entangled with Brian. The bear is missing parts of himself. Kind of like Artie. Shattered pieces and jagged holes pockmarking the landscape of his life. Cameron almost feels sorry for him. That maybe if things had been just a little different, the odds just a little more in Brian's favor, he could have been a very different person. What's really disturbing, though, is the genuine affection he has for Cameron. His urge to caress and hold the coyote, but there's a hatred there too. A disgust for what Cameron is. Young, attractive, and a fucking word you're definitely not gonna get me to say. Not just queer like Brian considers himself to be, but a stop it. Okay, can we stop? I know this is speaking from the mind of Brian, but the kind of queer that acts real cute before fucking over the real men who should be doing all the what the fuck? Okay, again, this is from the mind of Brian, so it's all kinds of fucked, but Jesus. So it feels good to punish Cameron, but it's even better to watch him suffer, to watch the way his body writhes, his mouth open for air, his eyes wide and fearful. Cameron feels himself recoil from understanding Brian's thought process, a way of thinking he'd never consider himself. But that thought process isn't what makes Brian the terrible person that he is. Cameron knows that most don't have a say in how their sexual interests and fetishes develop, so the thoughts themselves aren't exactly evil, at least not to Cameron.
Cameron knew a few guys from college who had similar interests to Brian. During his first year of dating Devon, the bear had timidly asked himself if he could gently close his teeth over the coyote's neck and growl. It was thrilling and intense, and Cameron loved the rush. But then Devon had a nightmare about tearing out Cameron's throat, and that was the end of that. So, to Cameron, Brian isn't all that strange. What makes Brian different isn't that he has fetishes. He's not crazy. He's not a psychopath. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, the true root of Brian's evil is clear. He's selfish, and he's never satisfied with what he gets. This is a very strange read of Brian. Separating his acts into fetishes and selfishness, like... Gotta tell ya, I'm gonna keep reading to see if they can make a solid point out of this, but right now, the hint I'm getting from this is a little misleading. Selfish enough to put dozens of young people through hellish torture until they finally died. All while having the capacity to fully control himself. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. All while having full access to alternatives like roleplay. Okay, sure, yeah. I mean, he was also psychotic. I mean, if you dismiss the idea that he's psychotic, then you are basing all of this on the idea that he had the ability to choose not to do this. But at no point has he ever been portrayed as not psychotic. So I don't know where you're getting this conclusion, other than the fact that Cameron just magically has the ability to read into people's minds. I don't understand this, but we keep reading. You never know what will be revealed. But it's not enough. He always needs more. All for his own fleeting, drug-fueled sexual gratification, because at one point, Brian decided that's what makes him feel good. So fuck this world that makes him feel bad. But he'd found some release in strangling Cameron, and now his focus has turned back to a vague idea on how to use Cameron's abilities. Something to stop him from spending the rest of eternity with his victims torturing him. Cameron could spoil the ending for Brian. Let him know that when everyone dies, they just cease to be where they are. And that's it. Ghosts, demons, poltergeists, creations of the living. Whatever that's in Echo. Cameron draws back at this point, getting overwhelmed by all the thoughts coming from the old bear, unable to understand them without more context. Looking forward, he glimpses the various scenarios again, and the one constant is death. Notice he's looking forward. He's looking at us. He's looking right at us. That's fucking spooky. Most involve him dying, and a good amount involve Devon dying as well. He's pulling a Doctor Strange on us. Cameron imagines that this is indicative of what's most likely to happen. But a few, just two, in fact, show Cameron and Devon surviving, with Brian either living or dying. Cameron doesn't care much about the latter, just as long as he can get Devon and himself out of Echo alive. They can deal with Brian afterwards. Cameron doesn't even care much if he doesn't make it, especially in this state of mind, but he won't accept not being able to save Devon. Suddenly remembering what he had done earlier, Cameron tries to subtly brush his pocket and is amazed that the key is still there. Does Brian know? Well, he does know that what Cameron had planned, but in his own excitement, and especially because he's tweaked out, he's hyper-focusing on other things. He also missed the key being taken out of his pocket. That, in Brian's memory, is terrible. Decades of drugs and neurotoxic doses had dismantled who he used to be. Doesn't even seem to remember why he choked Cameron in the first place.
Had to make a connection down to Sonora. Stuff was over the fucking counter there, so it was easy to get. But getting it over the fucking border is a whole different issue. And Brian suddenly stops talking, eyes narrowing. Cameron's pulse quickens as he wonders if Brian had just remembered his plan. What's wrong? His voice is still rough from the strangling, deep soreness still starting to emanate from the core of his neck. I know. I just like you better when you're smiling. But if I'm fucking boring you, just say so. It takes Cameron a few seconds to understand what Brian is even talking about, and a few more to scan the bear's thoughts. In Brian's mind, if his smiling has a lot to do with how interesting the bear's over-explanation of what is, so Cameron quickly puts one on his face. Oh, sorry. It is really interesting. I'm just so overwhelmed with the drugs and... Shut up! Cameron shuts up. Brian starts to work his jaw like he's chewing something before clenching his fists. Cameron tenses up, preparing himself to be hit again. You're cute, but not that cute, and I'm not that stupid. I hate... Ugh. Stop. Fuck God. It's again, it's in his fucking character. You're not getting me to say it. Though that word like you, sucking up and sucking dick just so you can get what you really want. Brian's mind flicks through a few faces, but the only one defined enough for Cameron to comprehend is a fox in a red hat. What? And Brian seems to relax. But the anger is still there. Bear having honed it to become more cool and collected, which only makes it all the more terrifying. Sure, stimulants increase empathy in a normal brain, but if Brian abused them to the point that amphetamines feel like caffeine, then it probably only increases his irritability and rage. That's what his mother was like in the end. It always confused Cameron as to why someone would want to do a drug that makes them feel worse. I got a better idea. Oh, geez. Cameron gasps as Brian grabs him by the ear. No, stop! I can walk with you! I would try to run. Ah! Cameron senses the bear's amusement at his fear and of being pulled up by his ear again, and the coyote quickly stifles his begging, realizing it might shift Brian's interest back to using Cameron for torture rather than his abilities. The pain had been blinding, but it's nothing, absolutely nothing compared to what this bear has done to others. Cameron managed to settle into a stumbling walk as Brian pulls him along, bent over and trying to see the ground in the darkness, while he tries to carefully follow the bear's rough, unpredictable movements. For a minute or so, Cameron looks forward and sees the scenario he's aiming for, still within reach, so he keeps walking. Meanwhile, a van emerges from the trees, parked a ways off the side of the road. Brian freezes, staring. Then lets out a surprised laugh. Well, I'll be damned! The fucker got away! Probably talking about Artie. Who? Coyote winces as Brian continues to hold him by the ear. Cameron hopes that he's talking about Devon, even though he can sense the presence of the younger bear just ahead of him. The coyote would be glad to be proven wrong about his abilities, especially if it means Devon got away. But Cameron knows. That cat! I swear I shot him twice, too! And again, he didn't do that weird jerking thing most people do when you give him the kill shot, so I must have missed him the second time. Maybe I just killed him with the first. Cameron looks where Brian is staring and sees the spot where Arturo must have been. Dark stains cover the leaves, along with what looks like vomit. And Cameron feels his own stomach churn at the sight. It's difficult to connect his outgoing, oblivious friend to that mess. And Cameron feels guilt mingle with his misery as he realizes what's happening to Artie is their fault. But he knows Artie is far away now, miles away. And Cameron silently encourages the cat to keep going, to do whatever he can to save them and himself,
You know, he's clearly in trouble, in terrible shape. Cameron hopes Artie can hear him, even if he's awake right now. Cameron senses another ominous shift in the bear's motivation. Brian doesn't think Artie will make it to the interstate, but he knows he should go looking for the cat. But everything was so fucked from the start. 3 young men who likely have close family and friend groups, all 3 of them injured, beaten, and all 3 knowing full well what Brian is capable of. What Brian has done. There's no point to it anymore. Brian had almost reverted to thinking he'd get away with all of this somehow, but no. This is the end. Well, guess that's it then. Figured it was getting close for a while now. The calm to which Brian accepts his nearing demise makes Cameron want to try to escape all over again. Why can't this bear just end it without taking them down with him? It's the end for him, not them. Can I see Devon? Cameron half-heartedly smiles, hoping it might sway the bear. He's not paying attention to the coyote. Brian shakes his head at the sober version of himself. The version that actually did plan to let Cameron go. Because why would he add to his problems by killing the Yodi, and if said Yodi could take them all away? That's why he tried to be nice to him. And then, of course, things got out of hand. Cameron begins to shake as he senses Brian's arousal and excitement. He's thinking about Cameron, about the baggie full of bath salts, about how long it might take for them to find them, and Cameron blanches mentally, unsure of what that dark place full of death is, but he knows he does not want to go there. Where are you taking me? You're the psychic, figure it out! Keeping his hold on the coyote, Brian pulls Cameron toward the van. Oh, lordy. Oh, damn. It wasn't long before Artie realizes that the lights alongside the interstate are actually a lot farther away than he had thought. He has no idea how long he's been walking. It feels like at least an hour, and the road is maybe just a little closer. At this point, he's so weak, his movements so uncoordinated that deep down, he knows his body is about to give up. Every dizzy spell, every wave of anxiety, it terrifies the cat that he might have another seizure, and if he does, he knows he won't be getting back up. Artie, please. I am. Artie looks up, around, hopefully. Probably start crying right now if Cameron just showed up, only because he wouldn't be alone anymore. But then Artie sees a pair of headlights closer than the others. He gets closer, closer. Artie notes that the lights are coming right toward him. He doesn't bother getting off the road, feeling like this must be a light at the end of the tunnel situation. Oh, Lord. And then the lights slow and Artie hears the sound of an engine. Well, that sounds like Flynn. But we already saw Flynn. What the fuck are you doing standing there like a fucking idiot on the fucking road? Artie's ears twitch, recognizing the voice from somewhere in his past, in what might as well be another life. It's hard to tell because they're screaming at him. A car door opens and Artie just stands there, lost in the light. What? I told you guys to fuck off. First the fucking bar is closed because of some fucking cold. Okay, that's a COVID denier. Streaming a visual novel, that takes me back. No kidding, right? And now you're still here to fuck with me. I just want a cunting drink to cunting relax. Oh God. Oh no.
Is this fucking... Does this... It's not... Is it Duke? Is that his fucking name? Or... I know, the fucking decaying weasel man. Arturo furrows his brows, never having heard of the curse word used in such a way. A figure starts to materialize in front of Arturo, and finally he recognizes him. Yep, there he is. I'm looking at my fucking old titles. Ghost Otters in the Road. That's so fucking stupid. Ghost Riders in the Sky. Ghost Otters in the Road. That's so fucking dumb. Hum along. What is this? Hum along if you feel like this was a huge mistake.
What happened to you?
Weasel stares at him, then tilts his head. Of course Duke would be a COVID denier. It's getting a little real, but alright. The weasel stares at him, then tilts his head to the side, squinting before reaching out and turning at Arturo slightly by the shoulder.
Shit, there's no way. Couldn't be that fucking...
The weasel trails off, then looks at Artie's face.
Who did this?
Artie reluctantly opens his mouth for some reason, feeling almost embarrassed about his condition. Bear... The weasel stares at him with an odd look.
Bar, yeah, I was at the bar, it's closed.
Oh, yeah, the bar is what I must...
Bear... Brian?
Arturo nods and regrets it immediately as he almost falls over. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't got a lot of brain in your head right now. You don't want to be sloshing it around.
Damn, you're real fucked up, ain't you?
Arturo stares back at the weasel and notices his expression like he's trying to decide something. Yeah, these two used to be allies. I don't know if this is going to be the age you were looking for, you were hoping for. I highly doubt it, as a matter of fact. It's not the right reaction to the situation, and Artie suddenly feels like he might be in danger. Oh, really? This is the motherfucker that cut your brakes and made sure that you were here. All he remembers is that this old man had floored Devon with 2 swings, so combined with his current state, he can't do a thing. And the weasel seems to come out of whatever it is he was thinking about.
Well, I'll be damned. This is it then, isn't it? That stupid motherfucker. Alright, get in, we're going to the hospital.
Really? He's helping? I guess he's had enough of the, I guess he's done helping Brian. Arturo stumbles forward, and once the weasel realizes he's having trouble moving at all, he helps Arturo inside. This is irony. As he does, the weasel sucks in a breath, grimacing.
Jesus Christ, this is really making me not want to do what I'm gonna have to do after this. But you know, everything's gotta end eventually.
Yeah, I don't trust him still, especially whatever the fuck this paragraph means. Arturo isn't sure what the old weasel is talking about, but if he's taking him to the hospital, then at least he's on the right track. I don't know about that. Friends.
Yeah, I'll call it Peyton PD. And to drop you off, gotta make sure I can beat him back, though.
Oh, maybe they got like a suicide pact. Because maybe they both gotta die, because they're both complicit. Arturo decides that that it's the weasel who's acting strange. But as the strange weasel starts to make a 3-point turn to drive back towards the interstate, Arturo is only grateful. She's doing a dance. He's done what he can. Now the rest is up to God. He can only pray. So he prays for Devon, Cameron, Maria, and himself, because if he survives, he knows the road in front of him is long, fractured, and broken. Devon feels his body bouncing and shaking on a hard metallic surface, occasionally leaning from side to side, feeling like he's laying down in a car, taking sharp turns. The bear opens his eyes, groaning.
Dev?
Wait, no, that was Cameron.
Dev? Cam? Is Cameron driving?
The coyote has his own sedan that he drives, but usually if they're out together, it's in Devon's Jeep.
At first, he thinks maybe he's given the wheel to the coyotes so that he himself can get some rest, but they came in the Jeep, and Cameron can't drive standard, right? Come on, stop assuming things. Lately, Cameron seems to bristle whenever he does. Lately, as in ever since they got to Echo. Devon, I'm here. How you doing? Cameron's concerned, gentle voice. Okay, now it's a God, I hate it when they give me voice direction after the fucking line. Cameron's concerned, gentle voice, as opposed to the rough voice that it was last time, is clearly masking something strained and desperate underneath. Cameron, what was wrong? I told you he's all drugged up. But he can barely talk. Cam? Exactly. I already told you I roofied him. It's like blacking out. Anyway, it's wearing off. He's just tired. Look at the flowers, sweet Jesus. Is that blood? Why is he bleeding? Did it to himself. That's what a mess we'd have. Imagine the mess we'd have if he wasn't drugged, right? Never trust a bear to stay put when you chain him up. That's the moral here. We finally found the moral. You fucking psycho. But no, he's not a psycho. He's just selfish. That was such a dumb fucking... Now that we've passed that, that was such a dumb analyzation of Brian. I'm sorry. In my opinion. In disagreeing with the author. But like, yeah. Devon, can you hear me? Are you okay? Yeah. Yes. Where the fuck are we going? Then he's drifting back to sleep again. More sons of driving on a rough road, gravel grinding under wheels and hitting the undercarriage. We trying to find Artie? Well, that's gonna be rough. When he comes to again, it's stopped and Devon realizes the van doors are open. Looks like it did wear off just in time. Can I go to him? Please? Devon sees that one of Cameron's ears is twisted in the older bear's grasp. Cody's head tilted to the side, wincing as he tries to get a better look at Devon. The younger bear becomes very still, seeing his best friend being held by the worst person he's ever met. One of his soft, sensitive ears that Devon had played with countless times in the past is now twisted tightly onto itself. In Brian's other paw, he holds a shotgun. On top of it all, Brian looks angrier than usual. In fact, he's looking at Cameron with an expression of utter contempt, while Cameron isn't paying attention to him, looking intently at Devon instead. Of course, fucking typical. I'm glad I saved this. Suddenly grabs the coyote by the shoulders and turns Cameron around to face him, to face away from Devon. Even so, there's no confusion as to what happens to Cameron next. Brian turns slightly away from Cameron, then spins and sends the back of his fist across the coyote's muzzle. Unnecessary. It sounds so loud. Devon is shocked awake, adrenaline compensating for the sedative. At first, Devon refuses to believe what he just saw, that a sound like that could have been made with Cameron's muzzle. Mom, this is not the game. You do not want to be for this. Okay, you're just saying hi. Okay. This is like trauma a la carte. But hi, Mom. I'm glad to say hi to you. But everyone say hi to my mom. You can't show up when I'm playing like Simpsons Road Rage, or maybe you were. I think you actually did, but. I played like Hamster Playground, all these like nice games. No, you show up during Arches. During the... Jeez, man.
Ah, love you, Mom. Anyway, at the risk of exposing my mother to this horrid game, I shall continue reading it. Coyote's head snaps to the right before he instantly starts to crumple, but Brian holds him up. Hey! Devon yells automatically, shocked by what he just saw. Never seen someone hit that hard in his entire life. In the silence that follows, the distinct sound of something small clatters around the van, as if the plastic bead that had been thrown against the metal walls. Oh God. Was it the key? What is it? Devon hears it land next to him, and looking down, he sees something long spinning in place before finally coming to a stop. It's thin, white, and it starts wide, but it tapers to a sharp point. Devon only has a moment to focus on it before he grunts as Cameron lands on top of him, Brian having pushed him over. What is this? Okay. Oh, he's chained up and he just got slumped over. As he's looking down at the coyote, he sees blood beginning to seep from his mouth. Devon realizing the white thing is one of Cameron's teeth. Oh! Oh. And shocked anger overcomes the fear. Hey! Hey, wait a minute! Hey, wait a minute! That wasn't very nice. All since it seemingly left Devon, everything he's feeling had... All since has seemingly left Devon, everything he's feeling and thinking condensed down to that one word that he screams to express his rage. Hey! Cam! Panic is making him breathe fast, though he tries to keep his chest from heaving to avoid bouncing Cameron's head. Brian had hit him so hard that it definitely could have killed him. Damn, really? You're just gonna backhand him to death? Not entirely sure. I mean, if anyone in the Echo universe would be that strong, it could be Brian, but like... That's a big assumption. What makes it all the more terrifying is the way Cameron's body went limp. Dead people go stiff, not limp. But if you're panicking, you're not really thinking about that. It had been so reminiscent of Artie's sudden collapse when he had suddenly lost his life, and Devon doesn't know Artie's alive. Cameron is breathing, though it's in a terrible snorting way. Cammy, baby, can you hear me? Cammy, baby. Cammy, baby. The panic in his voice lowers to an almost pitiful whine as he stares back at the coyote, twitching, his eyes half open and his head turning back and forth slowly. Whoop! Took out a bit more on him than I meant to. Fuck, that hurt. Oh, the humanity. Brian shakes his paw he used to hit Cameron, as if bashing Cameron's muzzle made it sting. Devon's rage crescendos once more. Brian! Brian! Ow, my knee! My fucking knee! I'm ruining the tension of this scene. Before this series, I would never have seen the name Brian in a light that would have invoked horror. Brian. This just sounds like a name you would see at an IT meeting. Brian. You'd meet them at a fucking luncheon at work. Brian. That's someone that you went to high school with but didn't really talk to because you only saw them in your computer class. Brian. They're the lunch lady's son who gets extra fucking bread only. Brian. It's not a name that you would fear. Until now. But anyway. Oh, yes, and fucking Family Guy. Brian. My acting teacher's name is Brian. Anyway, Brian! I will fucking kill you! Brian looks surprised for just a second, Then it goes on grinning, enjoying the reaction, as if he's watching a show. This only makes Devon angrier. Oh! Hey! These lines here, that this is what I was reading in the trailer for Build 7. I'll knock every tooth out of your fucking head, I'll tear your throat out, I'll... This is what I was reading. This scene is what I was narrating in the fucking trailer. I had to get in this mental space. It's kind of why I'm not going there again right now. Because it wasn't fun. It wasn't. I was in this room alone for like an hour. Yeah. It was not fun for me. Anyway, I'll knock every tooth out of your fucking head. I'll tear your throat out. I'll go to the save page accidentally. Yeah. So if you want to hear me read this with full fucking sincerity, you can hear it in that trailer. Devon's voice weakens, breaks, and trails off under Brian's apparent glee at the younger bear's fury. Realizing that Cameron's ears are twitching at his shouting, Devon returns his attention to Cameron as Coyote lets out a low, rasping groan. Is it Cameron? Yep. And that's how it ends. I don't know if that got kept in the trailer. I haven't watched it in months, but the last line of what I recorded was maybe not all of that, but it was like Cameron as a question mark. Oh, I'm actually getting flashbacks of it. Because it was hard, man. Anyway. Cameron, honey, you can hear me right, Cameron. Fuck! I need to move on. Meanwhile, blood oozes out of the coyote's nose and mouth, seeping into the fur on Devon's stomach and side. Devon tries to keep his sobbing and gasping to a minimum as Cameron's head continues to rest over his diaphragm. Cameron's eyes flutter, and then he blinks, and Devon sees the light of consciousness re-enter his eyes. Cam! Devon. Cameron grunts under his breath, lifting his head slightly. Brian, what the hell did I just say? Brian already looks bored under the catastrophe he just created. And now he keeps looking over his shoulder into the darkness that stretches behind him, shifting impatiently. Alright, make it quick, Yodi. We need to get moving. Don't you touch him! You could have broken his fucking neck! That was a horrible reading. That was terrible. You could have broken his fucking neck! Devon's voice cracks and turns hoarse again. Brian bristles, finally reacting, but Devon turns his attention back to Cameron, continuing to try and gently coax him into a state of consciousness. Come on, baby, can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying? Slowly, Cameron lifts his head, a mixture of blood and saliva connecting his lip to Devon's fur in a long strand. Okay, I'm fine. Cameron sounds confused as he mumbles, trying to get up unsteadily. No, stay still. No, get up. Didn't I tell you what I'd do to your bear if you don't then do it? Come over here and do it, you fucking coward! You fucking scum! Devon. Cameron's voice is calm, albeit quiet and weak. And the bear goes silent as he focuses on the coyote. He has his head lifted, trying to focus on Devon's face. Who's feeling this right now? Question catches the bear by surprise. What? The mines. That's right. I'm going to the mines. And I'm coming back for you. Coming back for you, baby! Coming back for you! Fun fact, Bri made the fruit bats, in case you didn't know. It's in the description of every fucking video and stream, so whatever, but she's the one that made the fruit bats. One of the many things that she's been working on is another doing of the fruit bats. And she's over there doing grapes right now. And it's fucking cute.
Cameron clasps a paw to his muzzle, wincing hard as he shuts his eyes tight. What mind? Stay here! Devon's eyes well up with tears, seeing that the coyote is barely coherent, barely able to understand what's happening. Cameron leans in to kiss the bear again, taking Devon by surprise. All the blood and viscera and teeth mixing together. It's just like, ugh, ugh, ugh. Like that's sweet but gross. He immediately smells and tastes Cameron's blood. Yeah, making the gorge rise in his throat. Yeah, it's fucking nasty. Reminds him of his predatory nightmares, but Cameron insists, so Devon forces himself not to heave. This is a sickening, it's gross. God damn it. Didn't want to feel the gap where Cameron's lower left canine used to be, the unevenness of his already swelling muzzle. As he forces himself to kiss back, he feels something else press against his lips. Something hard and... The fucking key! Oh, it's the fucking key! So fucking smart! Something hard and oddly shaped, and Devon opens his muzzle, allowing the blood and... Fuck, that's so goddamn nasty. The blood to flood into his mouth, but with it comes something... Legitimately almost threw up there. I have a fucking paranoia about puking. The key shows up. I gotta get this off the fucking screen. I'm sorry. It was so that's so fucking gross. God, I feel ill. I feel ill. Oh, fuck. It was so fucking disgusting. Devon maneuvers the key into his muzzle as subtly as he can, hearing Brian sigh impatiently behind Cameron. It slides under his tongue, tiny in his comparatively large muzzle. Cameron whispers in Devon's ear, "We're gonna go back home together. I promise." "But where are you going? Why the mines, honey, please?" Devon can't keep the whining panic out of his voice, sounding like a cub, managing to keep the words clear with a tiny key under his tongue. "Don't swallow it." Devon just stares at... God, I'm... Yeah, man. This is so fucking disgusting. Oh, God. Devon just stares at Cameron as he pulls back, tears rolling down his cheeks as the coyote crawls weakly to his feet and steadies himself against the wall of the van. "You're fine." Turns his gaze back to the furious, sobbing bear. "Sit tight, kid. We'll be back in a little while, I promise." It's an arch. Get it? Being knocked out, regaining consciousness, stumbling his way through the dark, all while on an untold amount of shrooms, is harrowing. It's the only word Cameron feels is appropriate for his situation. Harrowing. Heroin. I promise. Your promises mean nothing to me, you asshole. The world is more dreamlike than his dreams. This combination of disorienting factors leaves Cameron fumbling through a series of events immediately after he'd reached the old bear. Brian grabbed his paw, and suddenly they were moving swiftly through the desert before Cameron is pulled into a place that's cold and dark, lit up dimly by an old electric lantern, its handle hanging from the barrel of Brian's shotgun. Now that's just dumb. That's just a bad idea. If Cameron thought his perception of time was fucked on weed, now it's twisted over on itself. He's exhausted, having not eaten a proper meal in well over a day, and his throat is so dry he thinks he might be willing to drink Brian's drugged water. I was worried about where that was going. Each time Brian goes around a bend first, where his bulk obscures it, the lantern light disappears and leaves Cameron in darkness. Each time that happens, brilliant red arcs crowd his vision. Arcs or arches? Get it? Because it's the name of the game. Who's in darkness? Jesus, he's fucked up. I am the darkness. Everything is in darkness. No, just me. Stop fighting, it'll only make it worse. Cameron's surprised with the bear's sudden appearance. Where am I? Brian sighs heavily again. Doesn't matter. But Cameron crumples up as something jabs him hard in the sternum, twisting on itself, then feeling a black hole open in his chest. Sucks the rest of his body and attention into it as the canine curls up on the hard dirt floor, whining and grunting. Finally, air returns to his lungs, and as it does, he hears a snorting sound again. After a while, Cameron looks up from his position on the ground and sees Brian on his knees, appearing to smell the stock of his shotgun. And Cameron notices the white powder. He understands what's happening. Cameron hears a familiar voice, one that he's sure he's hearing and not imagining. Dylan? 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 Who the fuck is Dylan? Wait a minute. Hold up. Dylan is Cam's abusive ex. Oh, hell. So we've actually never seen Dylan before. Oh, fucking hell. Don't ignore it. You're trying to coat your nasal cavity, not your fucking lungs. That's how my friends did it. Then your friends are fucking idiots. Brian looks up from his disappearing line of bath salts. Who are you talking to? Cameron quietly tries to hush Dylan, but Brian already heard them. On top of that, Brian doesn't seem angry or upset, but his continued stare demands an answer. Yeah, you're right. His name's Dylan. He's my ex. Sorry, we don't get along well. You getting some third man syndrome? Whenever I get real fucked up on too many drugs for too long, a person always shows up. You end up having a conversation with him and everything. Brian readjusts the way he's holding his lantern and gun and grabs Cameron's arm with the other. Hey, it happens to people in survival situations too. You know, I'm always too delirious to remember who the third man is. Yeah. Cameron can't understand how Dylan isn't real, but this nightmare bear apparently is. You being tricked? Alright, here's the deal. I'll stop hitting you as long as you're smiling, got it? Uh-huh. Brian clenches his fist meaningfully. Cameron winces, then quickly stretches his mouth into a large smile, even though it hurts to the point that tears well up in his eyes. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize what you were talking about for a second. I remember now. Sure you do. I'm not saying that. Brian continues to inspect Cameron as the coyote remains quiet, keeping a smile plastered on his face. This experience is too much. All of this is too much. He just wants it to stop. It'll do whatever this bear, this source of his torment wants, if it prevents him from being hurt again. Yes, I did bust your chops pretty good, huh? Oh God. Cameron flinches as the bear grabs his badly aching muzzle in one giant paw. Wait, please don't ag. Cameron cringes hard, but does his best to hold still. Yep, broke your tooth too. Swelling up a bit, but you're cuter with your face all messed up like that. Too bad it's gonna look real ugly by tomorrow morning. Not that it'll matter. It's just hard to look at you now with that stupid scar. Alright, let's go, and grabs his shoulder instead, at the same time glancing at Cameron's shirt. You from Bridgetown? Timber City? Or did you just pick that up from the Goodwill? I always say, when you're shopping at the Goodwill, never pick up clothes that have anything to do with the place. Fuck, just a few years back, I took a Western sweatshirt from the Salvation Army, and Cameron follows along silently. Meanwhile, that third presence has shifted into something else, something a bit more familiar. Brian's getting chatty again from the second dose he took. Anyway, I hear that city's overrun with Man, as if these games weren't already fucking hard as shit to deal with. You gotta bring, like, real life shit. Like, real life ignorance. Like, there's already real life ignorance into this stuff, but like historical real life ignorance. I guess there really isn't a difference to bring like current real life ignorance. So here's Brian being a fucking. You gotta make him a fascist too, don't you? So here he goes. Anyway, I hear that city's overrun with Antifa and all that. A true liberal hellscape if ever there was one. His mother following behind them, holding his paw. Looking back, he can't see her clearly, but he knows it's her. It's okay. A lot of time, it's outside groups coming into the city making trouble. Even sounds like her, defending the city they both grew up in, despite its problems, despite its streets becoming a stage for the country's culture wars to physically play out. Even while they suffered on the outskirts of what was supposed to be a liberal bastion lit up by the lights of tolerance and welfare, but instead glowing orange from burning cars and flashbangs. What is that supposed to mean? Yet they defended it because they both believed in its core principles. Now, though, Cameron looks behind himself while also looking back. That was a weird inclusion. Like, I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Cameron looks behind himself while also looking back. He's taller than she is. He's reminded of just how small she was. How small she'd seem to him now that she'd survived. If she'd survived. It would have saved her too if she could have held on just a little longer. But how much longer? 4, 5 years? Could she have held on that long? Not with her habit and the amount she was using. And though Cameron doesn't want to admit it, it was her death that spurred him to make the first serious change in his life. His mom wasn't a good mom. All things considered, she shouldn't have ever had children, but how can he judge? She was just 17 years old, excited and in love, living out the 70s Chevy van, and all this. But all that came to an end when he was born in December 1995. Then his abusive, probably schizophrenic father left and committed suicide sometime in the mid-2000s. But for a few months in 1995, his parents truly wanted to make a good life for him. And that feeling from that moment in time overwhelms Cameron. They wanted him to be happy, successful, and they truly thought he'd be the one to break the curse of poverty on both their families. He's not smiling. Brian's going to flip out. Even though they wanted that for him, they especially wanted him to be happy, to have a family life and a childhood that both his parents were only able to see other kids enjoy from afar. They tried. It's the most typical love story but it's the most typical love story for people like them. Because then, like in all those other stories, things break and things settle. He'd done that exact same. He'd done the exact same before Devon. She should have taken more precautions. She left him alone in the trailer often. Her medications and recreational drugs freely available for him to experiment with while she was at work. He became an addict just like her. He'd come to understand the baggage that comes with that label. That it's not about craving or desire for something. Everyone has that. About who you are as a person. Liar, thief, cheater. Someone willing to do anything to get whatever it is and their addiction demands. Anything to feel good. Whether it's pathetically checking all of the coin dispensers in a casino once you've spent your life savings, or pathetically combing through the carpet for whatever drug it is that you're starting to come down from. The only thing that saved him from that life and death was his grades. Somehow, through all the substance abuse and neglect, he was a straight A student. And that's what got him a partial scholarship to the University of Pueblo. That's what got him out of the trailer parks surrounding Bridgetown and into this state's flagship university. A few schools in his own state had better offers, but Pueblo was the most prestigious of the schools that he'd gotten accepted into. The top 100 school with the best-ranked nursing and engineering programs in the region. That, and at the time, Cameron wanted to be far away from Bridgetown, even if that meant the desert. And then he met Devon. She wasn't a good mom. But she was a great person. A wonderful person. And she did the best she could with what she had at the time. She brought him into a chaotic, unstable life, a life that she saved multiple times, and while he occasionally wished his mother could just let him die. Now, Cameron is only thankful. While most of his life was tough, the past 5 years would have been better than he would have ever dared to dream was possible. His life was perfect up until yesterday, when they got here. Tears went down his face, conflicted about how he should feel, but just knowing that he misses her, that he loves her, that he hopes she's okay, wherever she is. This third person squeezes his paw reassuringly. Cameron squeezes back, and he's confronted by the feeling that for this moment, he's sealed off from Brian and this town, and it's just him and his mom walking through these mines. She tells him that she's proud of him for graduating high school and college, and she's happy he found Devon. Would she really be proud of him if she knew that he studied what he studied? If she was still around? I would have majored in business administration or something. What'd you major in? Smile. Gentle voice from behind him, barely audible, and carried on the soft breeze that grows weaker the deeper they go into these tunnels. Music theory. And then what the hell are you supposed to do with that? Teach. The automatic answer, the one he had prepared for all of his skeptical friends who were going into STEM-related fields. You a teacher? No, but that was my plan. Some plan? I mean, I didn't go into any debt, so I had financial freedom after I graduated. You know, you're pretty coherent for someone that's on that many shrooms. Most people would lose their minds. Oh, I am. I definitely am. I don't know, I have more control than I did the first time I tried it. In fact, Cameron feels like he's losing his mind right now, laughing, even though it makes every part of his body ache. Xanax is like magic when you're panicking. Anyway, what is it that you do for a living? Did it all pay off? Judging by the tone of Brian's voice, he already knows the answer to that. Customer support for Julian. Sad, working for a country that we nuked twice. Back in the 80s, we used to beat people up for working for companies like that. Cameron's at a loss for words, but only for a moment. Oh, okay. Julian, the current market leader in smartphone manufacturing, is Teovanese. and the coyote assumes the bear is thinking of a certain other country in the same region. Okay. I'm just going to keep my thoughts on that to myself. Either way, the strange and disturbing aside. That's just Brian, and sometimes with Brian, it's best for Cameron to just keep his mouth shut and also keep on smiling. So I'm music, you sing? Cameron wishes the bear would stop asking him questions, but making small talk like any of this is making small talk like any of this is a routine part of their lives. The coyote assumes bath salts will make anyone talkative. Kind of. What do you mean, kinda? Either you sing or you don't. Oh, yeah, I mean, I sing, but I'm not very good. I mean, you fucking better be if you spent 4 years learning. Not just sing and I'll decide. Oh, sweet Bippy, don't. Getting harder to keep the cheerful side as keep up the cheerful charade as Cameron senses the cruel, malicious arousal rising up inside of Brian again. The second dose is making him do more than just talk too much. You talk too much! Sure. Just gotta think of one to sing. Anything you want to hear? I know a lot of 90s grunge and alternative rock. You're a walking, talking stereotype, aren't you? You write your own music? I definitely tried. A subtle twitch of annoyance ripples through the air. You know, one thing that really pisses me off is when someone's acting like an overly humble little bitch. Either you do or you don't. Either you're good at it or you're not. Either you offer something different or you fucking don't. So which the fuck is it? I do, I can. Just give me a second. The corners of Cameron's muzzle turn down slightly, his composure almost crumbling. He's doing the best he can under the current circumstances, but he needs help. Devon, where are you? Brian's attitude shifts from one extreme to the next, making Cameron feel a sort of emotional whiplash. But as long as it keeps him from getting hit, or more importantly killed, then he's fine with that. Tentatively, Cameron starts to sing, choosing the song that got him the most attention. Then when it was played in moderate rotation at Mountain West colleges, along with a few in the Northwest. Song about his ex, Dylan, about their mutual love and hate for each other, about the abuse they used to hurl at each other, physical and mental, and finally, about their breakup. His voice is rough and cracked, and while some of it is because he isn't warmed up, it's mostly due to having his throat crushed. Dehydration and screaming doesn't help either. But aside from jolting each time Brian pulls him in a different direction, Cameron finds the melody and rhythm. As he does, he becomes a bit more bold, singing louder until his voice carries through the tunnels. It feels very strange, with his swelling muzzle and missing tooth. Brian still says nothing, and Cameron realizes he's listening intently. While this makes the coyote nervous, he knows it's better than the bear being angry, and mainly, he just needs to keep singing. Devon is in the mines with them, and he needs directions. Cameron just wishes it doesn't feel like he's leading Devon to his own demise. Finding the entrance wasn't hard. While the main entrance had been blocked off the rebar before being filled and sealed with concrete, he'd known about the side entrance from the supernatural forms he'd researched before coming here. That and Cameron's blood was sprinkled here and there, and that scent of it spurred Devon on. Of course, it led right to the entrance. It started unlocking his cuffs the second he thought Brian might be out of earshot. He had fumbled with the tiny, slippery key before freeing his wrist, revealing blood-crusted fur matted down to the broken skin. Now, Devon moves through the mines in complete darkness. God, you do not want to get lost in the mines. Oh, there he is. Shirtless Brian. Not Brian, Jesus. Devon. Sorry. There's been a lot of Brian in this fucking game. Way too much. Almost suffocating, almost panic-inducing, but the scent of Cameron mixing with the foul odor of Brian pushes the younger bear deeper into the tunnels. The air feels tense, as if the mine itself is intent on seeing what happens next. It's not going to fall into another abyss. When Lupita died, it had been an accident. one that happened after a tornado shredded their town, leveling the block across the street, but leaving their house mostly intact. As a 12-year-old, he just didn't think that it could happen. They had survived an actual disaster, but just as the relief started to set in and his guard started to come down, it happened. He felt powerless in that situation, and he knew that her death had happened because of him. This time is different. He couldn't fight what took Lupita, but he can fight what's taking Cameron. Damn it. After about 10 minutes, though, Devon starts to become more agitated, unable to hear them any longer. And going by scent alone, Devon can tell he's lost the trail. Shit! He hisses through his teeth, trying to keep quiet in case Brian is somehow nearby, lying in wait. Then, somehow, he hears Cameron's singing voice. Devon goes completely still. He recognizes his boyfriend's voice anywhere, of course, but Cameron's style is different, having the qualities of a singer from the 50s while retaining the grunge-like roughness. Fucking music appraisal. The Coyote was heavily influenced by the black and white musicals his mother used to watch late at night. He's embarrassed about it after being critiqued in one of his vocal performance classes, and he tried to change his technique when Devon first met him. But Devon always liked Cameron's voice. It was due to Devon's urging that Cameron leaned into his style. Devon begins moving as fast as he can while staying quiet. He knocks his nose into a few walls, ouch, and scrapes up his elbows and shoulders, but he keeps moving, simply trying to force his way in the direction of the voice. Then, just as he thinks he's a few turns away, stops. And Cameron screams, and Devon drops all attempts at stealth. Cam! Brian! He calls out to let Brian know that he's there, at least distract him from the Coyote. And he barrels his way through the darkness, right into a wall. I'm kidding. Trying to find out what he's sure is the last turn. Why Brian has brought Cameron here, he doesn't know. Doesn't even know what he's going to do when he meets them. Well, anything. He'll do anything. Oh, they're just standing there. Oh, shit. Brian's just like, okay, scream. Brian is looking a bit more distracted, starting to scan the tunnel wall before his eyes settle on what looks like a large crack from the ceiling to the ground. Aaron turns up his singing a notch, knowing that this is their destination, the end of the road. Nah, it ain't. You're going in the crack. You shouldn't have said that. The old bear glances at him, looking annoyed. This, for whatever reason, is what brings Brian out of his stimulated hyperfocus. I finally realizes what's happening. It's only now that the old bear remembers Cameron's plan to take the key. What? Oh, man. It's just something so convenient about that. I'm just like, come on, man. Come on, man. Even Cameron forgot. Now a huge paw flies to his pocket, digging inside and realizing it's too late before he whirls on Cameron. Oh, you little fudge muffin. Cameron turns and runs, trying to take advantage of Brian letting him go for a couple of seconds. Ow! Ooh, the lower back. Something pounds into Cameron's lower back, just to the right, and it feels like my pillow fell off of my chair. It also feels like a cannonball being smashed through his body. Cameron is launched forward against the tunnel wall directly in front of him as he tries to hold on to it, sliding down slightly. Just... And he tries to hold on to it as he stares straight up into the darkness. It's so dark that Cameron can't tell if the ceiling is a few feet above him, or if it's simply endless space full of glowing arches that stretch on forever. Red alert! Run! His eyes stay wide, his breath leaking out of his muzzle in a slow, high-pitched rasp. not wanting to believe the pain he feels spreading through his body, through his insides, is real. Then he's on the ground, writhing and groaning uncontrollably while electric pain spiderwebs through his body. The blows Brian had delivered before are nothing compared to this. Cameron thrashes around in the dirt, desperate to find a way out of the hell. He's in hell! Hell's kitchen! Fire!
Who's in hell?
He has to be. What are these red arches, and why are the flames spreading from his guts up to his lungs? It's called the sciatic nerve. Well, you seem pretty calm. Damn, you probably only pissed blood after that one. Brian's mock concerned voice snaps Cameron back to the situation he's in. In the very back of his head, he realizes his trip is beginning its descent. Pain is still present, though, and it's not letting up. How can he feel pain if he's nothing? He's finally breathing again, but each exhale is accompanied by a whining wheeze. A whining wheeze. Involuntary tears rolling down his face. Brian leans over him and the coyote cringes. Stop, please. Brian pauses and just grabs Cameron by the arm and yanks him up. Cameron lets out a hoarse, breathless scream as his aching body is forced to move again. It echoes around them before cutting off as a huge arm tightens around Cameron's throat. Hey, there we go. Devon's entering the scene. Cam, Brian! Devon's voice is very close, maybe only a tunnel or two away. Brian mumbles quietly next to Cameron's ear.
Shut the fuck up right now or I'll obliterate your other kidney, got it?
Cameron feels the threat hovering over the left side of his back this time, and he quickly shuts his muzzle, even though groans still force their way up muffled behind his lips. This seems to at least satisfy Brian, and he drops the chokehold before shoving Cameron forward. First, Cameron is surprised that the bear didn't just hit him again anyway, but Brian's distracted again. Devon's too close, and a few terrible plans go through the older bear's head. It causes Cameron's already aching abdomen to lurch with nausea and fear. Brian considers waiting and ambushing Dev, but he quickly discards the idea as he realizes Cameron might try to warn Devon by making a noise right as he reaches them. That's exactly what Cameron would do, even if it means being beaten to death by Brian. Deciding again that nothing matters anymore, he pushes Cameron forward through the narrow opening, the passage becoming more tight up until Brian has to turn sideways to struggle through, and then it opens up. Here comes that room. That same room. There it is. God, yep. That fucking room. The room that started it all, really. Cameron smells death. He instinctively backs up right into Brian. No, please don't do this, no. I can't. He can't finish that sentence. It's literally what it says. Not literally, but almost. Brian's victims felt pain. That still seems unimaginable to this coyote. Knowing Devon is close behind them, Cameron makes one last effort to turn and dodge around Brian, but the bear is far too large. And he easily grabs up the coyote and throws him further into the hollow. Cameron comes up immediately, trying to suppress his whines and whimpers. Brian, just wait a second, think about it. I can help you. Why did you bring me here in the first place? Brian gives Cameron a dispassionate look, but he does pause, and that gives Cameron some hope. Some time. Let me talk to them. Let me see if I can reason with them. We both know that all of this is over. Cameron senses a slight shift in Brian's intentions as the bear begins to seriously consider Cameron's reasoning. I know you need my help. I can feel them. They want you, Brian, and they're waiting for you. I know what it can be like. Walking in circles for most of your life. Making the same stupid mistakes and knowing what you need to do to get better, but just never doing it. Oh yeah? But I finally did. My life was almost perfect. Until I met you. So let's do it. to end this nightmare right now. Brian takes a deep breath and holds it. The entire mine, the entire town seems to hold its breath with him. Cameron starts to understand how deeply entwined this bear is with this place, this entity that seems to be pulling all the strings. Cameron can feel the monolithic entity shift and turn as if it too senses an inevitable end. Brian is close to taking the coyote's offer, but it isn't meant to be, and Cameron, of course, knows that. Scuffling from the entrance announces Devon's arrival. Guess he's finally here, huh? Glad I brought my 10 gauge. Always want to make sure you got good firepower when bears are involved, eh? Cameron watches in horror as the old bear opens the shotgun before inserting a shell. Cameron's mind is blank as he automatically lunges at the huge bear, grabbing the shotgun barrel as Brian snarls in rage. Everything's falling apart. You're spiraling. Shoves his bulk through the narrow passage, squeezing through to the hollow on the other side. When he stumbles into the open space, Devon spots Cameron immediately, the coyote being swung left and right as he fights with Brian over the shotgun. Cameron is covered in blood, tears matting the fur on his cheeks. The situation is already a terrible one, but again, his fear for Cameron turns to anger at Brian as he sees the bear throwing vicious, crushing kicks to Cameron's lower body. Devon realizes this is it. He has no time to think. Devon charges up behind the older bear and he bites deeply into the side of Brian's neck. Apparently biting someone other than himself is a lot more effective, and he feels his canine sink deep into the flesh beneath the thick fur. The old man is covered in a layer of protective padding, just like himself, but the older bear clearly has a lot more of it. Still, Brian screams, high-pitched and full of fury. Then, Cameron is finally shaken loose from the shotgun, and Brian grabs the barrel with both paws before ramming the butt of the shotgun into Devon's stomach. The younger bear retches and crumples over, but he manages to grab the shotgun, holding onto the stock tightly. Brian, clearly aware of how bad the situation could become for him, lets go of the shotgun so he can turn around and throw a knee up into Devon's hunched form, an inch above the navel, almost the exact spot he'd hit earlier. Devon feels as if his guts are flattened to the spine before liquefying, the force actually lifting him off the ground for a half second. Even though he's landed on his feet, he immediately sinks to his knees, muscle wide open as he continues to battle with his own lungs, all while still trying to hold onto the shotgun. You're dead meat walking, boy! On your knees anyway, what a surprise! Brian fumbles shakily to find the stock of the shotgun, hidden somewhere underneath Devon's bulk, while simultaneously trying to avoid the end of the barrel in case Devon is able to find the trigger. The attack had been enough to rattle Brian, even if it was short-lived. Devon curses himself, trying to move, knowing he probably can't win, but he needs to do something, maybe hurt Brian so bad that Cameron can at least get away. Get up! But he can't breathe, so there's not much he can do to defend himself, let alone stand up. So Devon keeps his hold on the shotgun, even as Brian starts trying to yank it away from his weakened grasp. He's trying to succeed. Cam, run! Devon rasps, not even sure where Cameron is right now, assuming he still might be on the ground after being kicked so many times. Brian squeals. Looking up from his doubled up position, Devon sees Brian in front of him, bent over as well, the grizzled bear grabbing between his legs. Cameron must have kicked him? Yeah, as Brian sinks lower, Cameron appears, lowering a foot. The coyote smiles with relief and joy at seeing Devon and seeing that he's got the shotgun. Cameron seems so sure that they've won that he doesn't see Brian's quick recovery, the old bear forcing himself up, the murderous vengeance in his eyes as he runs at Cameron with another animalistic scream. Devon only watches the huge bear charges at Cameron. No! The much smaller coyote can only yelp in panic before Brian smashes into him and crushes him against the wall. Oh my god! Devon hears a crunching sound just as he gets his first tiny sip of air, just as he hears Cameron's own air wheeze out in a yowl-like moan. And then, even more viciously than Devon had attacked Brian, The old bear begins to maul Cameron. Oh, fuck! Brian bashes him left and right with blows aimed at the coyote's face before Cameron collapses. There, Brian begins to rip and tear into the coyote with his claws. Devon begins to move, but it's slow, and he just wishes his lungs would start working. He struggles with the shotgun, but he suddenly opens up and Devon doesn't know anything about working guns. So he leaves it behind. He leaves it behind! Just knowing that he needs to stop Brian. Cameron tries to crawl away from Brian, and Devon sees the horror mirrored in his boyfriend's eye. Boyfriend says, Jesus! Brian comes down on him again, and Cameron throws his left elbow back at the bear's face, only for Brian to sink his teeth into Cameron's forearm and elbow. He twists and tears, and Cameron lets out a howling sound, his body twisting violently. God damn. On his back now, and he goes quiet, staring in shock at the wall he's laying perpendicular to, his eyes beginning to roll up as Brian thrashes his head and crunch sounds from Cameron's arm. The coyote can't make any sounds now, his breath seemingly knocked out of him by the pain. Devon has never heard Cameron make these feral pain sounds, not like this. And to see him in so much agony that he can't breathe, can't even vocalize it anymore, it gives Devon the final push he needs. He charges into Brian. Shotgun open up this way. Can't figure out to do that. Sorry, I'm sorry. He charges into Brian and the force knocks the old bear off the coyote. Devon has never seriously mauled someone in his entire life, but it's something that comes naturally to him and Brian. And while he had play mauled people in the past, including Cameron, this is the first time he begins his claws, teeth, and muscles to full use. He brings them. Startling the older bear, Devon roars at Brian before lunging down. First he bites Brian's neck again, but from the front this time, while his paws rip and tear into the bigger bear's hide. Brian seems to concentrate for a second before burying his fist up into Devon's stomach. The younger bear is tensed up this time, and the fist gets no further than his stomach muscles. Still, Brian's power is almost supernatural, and Devon lurches and grunts, folding over, an ache forming deep into the pit of his belly. It only makes him bite harder. Devon can feel that he's truly stunned the old bear, at least for now, and as Brian takes his fist back, he resorts to panicked shoves instantly, instead of actually trying to fight. When Brian finally does try to claw at Devon's face and eyes, the younger bear leans back and smashes his head into Brian's muzzle. Uh-oh, here's the blood again. The sound it makes indicates a broken snout, and Brian lets out another high-pitched whine before screaming and trying to lunge up to bite Devon's neck. Devon leans back, just avoiding the teeth before smashing his head a second time into Brian's face. Oh, jeez. Then as Brian lays dazed, Devon lays into his snout 3 more times, full force, trying to pound every bit of agony into Brian that the old bear had given all of them. That would be impossible, though. Still, Devon feels a savage satisfaction as he sees at least 2 of the old bear's yellow teeth roll out of his muzzle. Brian howls and rolls violently, finally dislodging the slightly smaller bear. Devon heaves for breath, watching as Brian comes up several feet away, crouching and also heaving for breath. You. Brian can barely form words, not just because he's out of breath. His bitter hatred is evident, so mad that only frothy spit flies from his lips as he sputters. But then Brian's eyes flick to the right, and Devon remembers all at once that he'd left the gun there, having been focused on helping Cameron. The old bear moves lightning fast once again, and he shoots off to the right, and Devon realizes Cameron is there too.
Cameron, look out! Oh no!
Cameron, laying in agony after Brian's vicious attack, knows something is deeply wrong with his body. The crushing against the wall of the chamber had done it. The true pain, though, emanates from his left arm, and Cameron knows that it's mangled, broken, and useless. But he can still use his legs. Cameron forces himself to get up and starts moving for the shotgun, hearing the snarls and growls of the bears behind him. He does his best to stay quiet, but stifled grunts and small squeaks force their way out of his throat. As soon as he touches the shotgun, though, he hears Devon shout, Cameron, and again, the nightmare that is Brian is tearing at his body, pinning him to the wall, and Cameron screams in terror as the huge bear starts trying to bite his neck. Panic Coyote is only just able to get his unbroken arm up. It's maybe only 3 seconds before Devon is there, but it feels like an eternity. Cameron considering how badly it might feel to die from having his throat ripped out. Cameron's right arm is torn up as well, but since Brian is just gnawing and isn't shaking his head this time, his bones at least remain intact. And Devon wrenches the bigger bear off of him. Cameron tries to get up, to crawl, but it's useless, his body too beaten and broken to do anything other than dragging himself away. Then he hears Brian's high-pitched squealing again, but this time it's genuinely terrified. Cameron looks over and sees the old bear is now on his back with his arm in a sort of hold by Devon. Devon is laying on his back, Brian's arm being pulled towards his chest, Devon's hips close to the older bear's shoulder as his legs lock together at the ankles. Devon grunts and heaves with all his might, his huge, powerful body arching up toward the ceiling. Devon is intent on really hurting Brian this time, wanting to make sure he pays the old man back for Cameron's tooth and arm. So with the tooth part avenged, Devon focuses on destroying the other bear's arm. Bear bones are especially hard to break. Devon had never broken a bone in his life, but the younger bear knows a thing or two about applying force. His dad watched MMA all the time, and while he knows little about fighting, he knows why arm bars can be so devastating. But even as he leans back, bending the big bear's arm over his inner thigh, only a few cracks are heard, but it's nothing serious. Devon needs the arm to have less resistance and more distance from the fulcrum. 3, 2, 1, match over. Yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and say this is more of a Texas deathmatch kind of situation, because I bet both of them could answer the count of 10. Locking his legs, he takes a second to slam his right foot into the older bear's jaw. Just for a second, Brian goes limp, and Devon relocks his ankles before lifting the limp arm away from his chest and curling up. Then he heaves back on the arm again, arching hard, more arches, while he twists his body. Torque! Now you're thinking like an engineer. Damn! As a catchphrase of one of Devon's old professors comes to his mind, a crack splits the air. Brian's screams somehow reach a new panic pitch. Devon looks over to see Cameron has dragged himself a few feet away, leaving a dark, horrible blood trail smeared behind him. Devon stumbles over to him, hovering his paws over the coyote's neck. Baby, your neck, let me see it. Oh, he didn't get me, let's go. Cameron is in no shape to run, so he groans as Devon lifts him into his arms, the bear starting to stumble toward the exit. You didn't kill Brian. He just has a broken arm and a fucked up face. He's gonna come after you. He's on bath salts. Devon looks down at the coyote in his arms, just now seeing how truly terrible Cameron's injuries are. Need to get you out of here. Shit, what? In a frantic chaos of fighting off Brian and in making sure his boyfriend wasn't bleeding out, Devon had forgotten something. The butt of the shotgun, powered by the old bear's huge body, reminds him with a harsh, sickening ache that spreads in a wave through his body. Cameron hears the dull thud, followed by the vibration through Devon's thick body. Feels the bear cringe as he sinks to his knees, huddled over Cameron. So you guys still didn't grab the fucking shotgun? You fucking... Why? Hey, one of those arms is supposed to be broken. How's he using it? You jackasses didn't grab the shotgun? At the very least, could have used it for a fucking... a crutch. The huge bear lifts up the shotgun he'd managed to keep a hold of. What? Alright, whatever. He struggles to hold it up with only his left paw. That doesn't look right, according to this picture. And his injured right arm dangles
before he practically swings it up to prop his right elbow against the wall. We'll just have to assume that's the case. Few pops coming from his shoulder as he does. Yeah, he's on bath salts. He'd probably be able to do that. He screams again when that happens, but his fully functional wrist, he can now take steady aim, and with how narrow the hollow is, there's nowhere to go. Don't you fucking move. You got that? Jesus. This is over. I'm killing that Yodi in front of you, and I'm ripping your fucking arm off, boy! Brian's expression is an odd mixture of excitement and disgust. Pity you have ain't half as cute as a pup. Devin can only wheeze in response. Cameron holds on to him tightly as he's cradled in his arms. God, you fucking ruined it! He was perfectly fine till you showed up. I was fucking fucked up to the point he's not even fuckable. Jesus Christ. Cameron's ability to see and feel things is fading, just as the effects of the shrooms are fading. So there's just a bit left, and Cameron tries his best to use it. Devin's body begins trembling, and Cameron holds on to him more tightly. Devin's voice, still breathless, whispers into Cameron's ear. Honey, whatever happens, just play dead, okay? No matter what. How is his head doing that? Your head is all the way backwards. Jesus Christ. Cameron suddenly turns. Devin watches as Cameron's face becomes a bouquet of red ribbons, and the bear stumbles as a shot hits his arm as well. Cameron's body jerks violently in his arms before going incredibly still. Devin quickly looks down to see Cameron no longer with a face. Everything that used to make up his face is splattered against the walls, and it still pours from... Cameron is gone. Shocked, Devin looks at his arm and sees the white of bone shards. First thinking was his own. But then he sees a few of Cameron's sharp teeth is also embedded in his arm. Devin leans over Cameron's body, an expression of untold anguish on his face as he starts to let out a low, terrible groan that rises in pitch to a bearish howl. Oh, you fucking... That's why I didn't immediately freak out about it, because I'm like, this game has pulled some weird supernatural shit. I was like...
After looking forward, you schmuck, Cameron does the only thing he can think of. Yup. Definitely grabbing that. No! Cameron grabs the barrel and shoves up. Sound is so loud that it instantly deafens Cameron. Though the ringing starts to subside. It would take like many minutes for a 10-gauge shotgun in a tiny, rocky room for that sound to subside for all of you. The hearing in his right ear doesn't come back. Cameron! Cameron! I'm fine. Cameron looks where Brian is. The kickback from the 10-gauge had hit him hard, squarely in the chest. Cameron can almost visualize the shock sent through that old, worn-out heart, already exhausted from the stimulant and the fight. The old bear, still on unsteady feet, stumbles back a bit more before hitting the wall and sliding down it to sit. Brian sits propped up against it, looking confused. Clutches his chest, rubbing it and grimacing. The shotgun is on the ground, out of Brian's reach, and the old bear makes no move to get it. Fuck. Starts to try and get back up, but falls back down. Oh, fuck. I'm hearing heartbeats. They mentioned his old heart. Are you seriously gonna have him die of a heart attack? Someone in chat, we got Born to Lose saying bye-bye, Brian. Brian clutches his chest and stomach and groans. Oh no. That was it? Is this it? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Brian slumps back, his body convulsing, then he thrashes about, as if he's trying to escape something. He knocks over and smashes the electric lantern. Thanks! Crushing it under his weight. That's real nice of you, you douche. Knock out our only source of light. So for more seconds, we have listened to Brian's groaning, rasping, and snorting. Or it's silent. It's quiet for a little while longer, Cameron and Devon not daring to move. Brian had seemed invincible for so long. Cameron can't get himself to believe that it might be over. Devon whispers into Cameron's ear. Cameron, how do you feel? Cameron gives Devon a look that's a mix of love and exasperation, even if Devon can't see it. They both know he's badly fucked up. I think something ruptured. It feels all wrong. Cameron places his right paw on his own torso, wincing. Don't move, okay? I'll get us out. I'll get us out in no time. Devon starts to tentatively make his way forward, and just as Cameron is realizing how long this might actually take, possibly too long if there's internal bleeding, his vision flickers. An arch! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Cameron stares at it, then looks at Devon, wincing at the bear's bloodied, bruised face. But Devon doesn't react to the light, like Cameron is the only one seeing it. But a shroom tip can't emit light, no matter how hard you're tripping. I think I can see where to go. Just walk straight. How? Cameron starts to shake his head, then stops as his neck sends a pang of fiery pain down his back. I don't know. But I can see. Let's just get out of here. Please. Cameron tries hard not to look at Brian's crumpled form against the side wall of the hollow, his wide-open eyes glinting from the gentle glow. Okay. Just tell me where, okay? And sure enough, as they leave, arch after arch appears, and Cameron is confident they'll lead to the exit. These arches had tortured his mother, but this feels like his mother somehow. As they move, they both hear rustling sounds far behind them in the mines, but Brian is definitely dead, or at least he had been when they left. So they keep moving, trying to be quiet. Then, within an hour, real light. Yeah, that spider's just wrapping Brian up. There they are. Daylight. Yeah. Devon looks down at Cameron and winces, just like Cameron did when he saw Devon's face. God, honey, we're gonna get you help. And you're gonna get better, okay? What about you? Do you feel okay? Cameron's voice is weaker than it was earlier, and Cameron feels Devon quicken his pace. I'm fine. Devon says it sternly, setting his jaw, and Cameron stays quiet. Cameron, I'm sorry. And that's the last time you're saying that to me, okay? I don't blame you for anything. I'm just so glad I met you. He listens to the bear's heartbeat, steady for most of the journey, getting faster as they get closer to the exit. I think I hear a helicopter. Maybe a megaphone? Shit, did people come for us? The shotgun blew out my hearing, so I'm not really sure. Wow, that's fucking nice. Look at that shit. That's fucking nice. It's an arch. His trip is mostly over, yet these visions are so vivid. Cameron stares at this new arch, and something about it feels different. Oh. Mom, I found it. Huh? Her arch. You seeing arches? He's losing his shining powers. You know how something can be so... What? You know how something can happen that's so impactful it splits your life into... Like, you see life as before, and after that moment it can be good or bad. Devon hesitates, like he wants an answer to the question he just asked, but he lets it go for now. Of course. I think meeting you is the good divide in my life. I think what happened here, what's gonna happen after, I think it's the bad divide. It had always been his mother's death, and it still is a divide. But this time, Cameron realizes he's been deeply affected mentally, and it's not something he can just recover from. Something's truly wrong with him. It's been the case for a long time, but now, after this, something's been pushed over the edge. So, another divide. I think we're gonna be okay, Cameron. Devon, whatever happens after this, I love you. And I'm so happy I'm in. Come on, you didn't have to say that first part. We made it. Okay? It's just a fork in the road. Cameron gasps. Oh, Devon, Artie's alive. He went to get us help, I think. I hope. What? How? I don't know. He got shot, but he got away. Brian was pissed. He's hurt, but I think he made it. Oh, that's... Devon's lips tremble and his face twists up slightly as he tries not to cry. It's out of incredible relief and happiness. Cameron doesn't tell him how bits of Artie are missing, or that he can't sense him anymore, both because of his waning powers and because Artie is too far away. At least that's what he hopes. Cameron stares up at the arch, looking both beautiful and terrible at the same time, blue. Raincoat Monster stands to the side as they pass, and this time Cameron does think it's his old hallucination. cardboard and unmoving, just like he's always been. But something about all of this, the way he's seeing things, something has changed. It's not his psychic abilities, because now it's subtle and hardly noticeable again. No, something else happened and his mind feels wrong. Looking forward is no longer clear, but as Cameron uses the last of his psilocybin in his system to peer into their future, he becomes afraid by what he sees. So he just turns his muzzle slightly to Devon. Cameron, we're gonna make it. Based on what he saw, Cameron isn't sure. Devon will stay. He was able to see that much. But should he? More than anything, they both want to stay together, but if Cameron becomes a burden to Devon, he doesn't know how he can stay. He just hopes Devon can still love him after this terrible change, and he hopes that he can fight it, whatever it is. So Cameron leans his head against Devon's shoulder, smiling in a mostly happy way, but slightly sad way. All right. Now let's get the hell out of here. The terrible change comes almost exactly 3 weeks later. Cameron had been feeling strange ever since they got back home, like he wasn't quite himself. After a flurry of hospital visits, police interviews, and even harassment from the media, things had become strangely quiet. He's a broken road. Brian Dubois was a serial killer with a victim count in the double digits. His last name is Dubois? Interesting. Huh. With all the murders taking place over the course of nearly 4 decades. Oh yes, happy Pride Month. That would get national attention, of course, especially since Brian appeared to be involved in the high-profile disappearance of a college freshman last year. Ooh. The body cam footage of the domestic rescue from the mines even made the rounds on social media. For about 2 days. Well, that's the nature of social media, you know. At the same time, a pandemic was picking up steam, and media attention focused there instead. Cameron didn't mind. The lack of attention made his recovery much easier. His burst liver and severely damaged kidney had left him needing surgery. The hospital did what they could for his elbow, and his doctors were hopeful that with a lot of physical therapy, he could at least use it for basic necessities. While it did suck to maybe never be able to bend his elbow correctly or without pain, what really devastated Cameron was the weakness and near maddening tingling in his pinky and ring finger. So for now, despite him being eager to get back to it, guitar was an absolute no. For now. But what about forever? On top of that, Cameron had been trying to banish that damn voice from his head. No, the negative thoughts from his head, right? Just a flashback, one of the shitty leftovers from his shroom trip. Either way, all he could do was try to ignore it, despite it making itself known at least once a day. Cameron, something's wrong. But things continued to feel strange. It didn't seem to be related to his ESP, because he could easily tell when that was happening. Ever since the shroom trip, a haze of psychic ability lingered around him, allowing him to capture thoughts and feelings seemingly at random. Downloading is what some people like him like to call it. He didn't have much control, though. Sometimes he wasn't even able to tell if he downloaded, Sometimes he wasn't even able to tell if the download he was receiving was from the living or the dead. Cameron even began to try and hone his abilities, and experiment with just how much he could do. What he quickly figured out was that without some sort of illicit substance, his clairvoyance lacked a great deal of fuel that had powered his abilities in Echo. That would make it easier, and so would being in an active location like Echo, of course. Echo is one of those locations, though, obviously, but there are so many others. Ooh. Expanded Echoverse. He's a desert lake. Every now and then, Cameron would find himself pausing, like at the back door of Devon's house as a chill would run down his spine. That feeling always meant an echo was attached to something, somewhere nearby. That's what Cameron called the beings, not exactly intelligent or even living, but entities that interacted with and usually threatened the living. In that particular case, it emanated from under the back porch. When he told Devon about it, the bear knew immediately what Cameron was talking about. Oh yeah, I hear something moving under there all the time, like a person crawling around. Even Dad says he saw red eyes under there once. Being more sensitive doesn't exactly answer questions, though. Like, why is it there? Where did it come from? The hell is it? All he knows is it's not a person, and it never was a person. Because they're all demons. While Cameron had seen that old spark of interest in Devon's eyes, he had told Cameron to just ignore it and focus on their visit for now. Devon just wanted everything to go away, quietly, like it never happened. That included Cameron's abilities. That was at the end of the second week, and over the course of his life, Cameron would look back on that visit as one of the last times he was truly himself. He's a trailer home in the Southwest. By the third week, Cameron was recovering at a remarkable rate, and so Devon began to pay Artie more visits and phone calls. Arturo's improvement was also rapid, but Cameron was left feeling a little sad that Artie never asked to talk to him, would only ask Devon how the coyote was holding up. It made sense, he'd tell himself. Devon and Artie go back further than even Devon and himself did. Sure, something had felt off, but considering the circumstances, nothing was normal nothing was normal at the time. As the third week progressed, what had been bubbling below the surface made itself fully known. The only thing that seemed to be getting back to normal were his dreams. Sometimes he'd still wake up whimpering or crying, thinking he was back in Echo. Devon had it far worse, waking up in a howling panic, yelling about guns, chains, and death. Those were the times when Cameron did his best to give comfort and support, at least as best as his patched up and sore body could manage. But now, with some time between him and what happened, Cameron feels like a part of him is missing, like he's not fully present. It's like pieces of him litter the town of his trauma. It felt like he was still there in a way. And when that feeling really started to set in, that's when it happened. A small pressure in his right ear started to develop. It was something that he was sure had to do with the hearing loss he'd experienced from that shotgun blast. It was irritating, and it felt bizarre. They had set up another appointment with Cameron's audiologist a few weeks from then. The hearing loss was likely permanent, but then something began to replace it. The hum. Oh man. Right in the middle of the afternoon. Ooh, new picture. April 2020. Cameron starts working again that week. He wants to feel useful again. And because they're both working from home now, it seems like a reasonable idea. Devon didn't want him starting yet, of course, but Cameron wants that sense of normalcy to come back faster. And his shitty job, it seemed like the perfect solution. Trying to work with mostly one paw does come as a bigger challenge than Cameron had expected, not realizing how much he used his non-dominant one. Typing is particularly slow, and he was getting better at managing it. Still, it makes him sluggish. And even though his boss is understanding, even telling him to just forward any rude customers her way, it still leaves him occasionally flustered in ways he isn't used to. After a rather harsh call that begins with, "Thank God, someone I can finally fucking understand," then ends with, "You know what would have been faster?" Cameron waits for the answer. Anything. This is the last time I buy some wow. You know, alright, I'm just gonna move on from that. Cameron rubs his eyes, wondering how different interactions would be if they did face-to-face video calls. Yeah, that is very true. When there's anonymity, people tend to feel like they have some sort of security that they don't actually have. This phone was actually assembled in the States after Julian pledged, and it's not the answer the man wants to hear. Cameron can tell before he even gets cut off. Transfer me to your superior, please. Of course, one moment. As Cameron reaches for the button to his phone's line, he hears the man muttering under his breath, "For God's sake!" Oh, the clock's getting hazy. Click. No big deal. He would get. This is why this isn't the final build. You get one of those every week. And according to his coworkers, it's gotten worse since the pandemic started. Very true. Customer service got hammered with shit people. Why did that one hurt his feelings so badly, to the point that his eyes are welling up with tears? Maybe it's because he went through hell and back, and that man has no idea. No idea. Oh! Whoa! His computer His computer screen seemed to stretch far away, and Cameron finds himself grabbing the edge of his desk like he's about to fall over. Pressure grows in his right ear. He realizes that maybe that's what's causing the strange feeling of being off balance as the world tilts. No, he's tripping again. It's a flashback, just a flashback. No, it's brain damage, and you'll probably feel like this forever. Brian poisoned you. Randall's very still, positive he didn't think those thoughts just now. And I'm not saying that. A little customer stereotype, just smash the keyboard in a mid you can't work anymore. Wow. Aaron brings a paw up to his right ear where the voice came from. Is this headset still on? No, and you can tell it's coming from inside your head, you idiot. Wow. Damn. After that, Cameron remembers very little except panic, followed by confusion, a ton of confusion. His thoughts make no sense. That voice is definitely not his thoughts. It doesn't make sense, and now he doesn't understand where he is. The voice continues to encourage him to smash the keyboard, so he does, just to see if maybe it will break this bizarre half-dream. Devon, in his own study, hears this. After finding Cameron sobbing on the ground, surrounded by black plastic keycaps and bleeding from his reopened stitches, a frantic Devon drives him to the hospital. Maybe I'll stop if you grab the wheel and turn into the median. Oh my god. For old time's sake. And he doesn't even need a fucking fan. Look, Mom, no fans. The voice snickers. Continues to laugh at him all the way into the psychiatric ward. October 2020. Last time it was in April, now we're in October. About 7 months after Echo and 6 months after his episode. Fuck, that was only a month God damn! Cameron feels worse than he did right after Echo. The voice that had wormed its way into his damaged ear had disappeared after just a few days of antipsychotic treatment. It returned again and again every few days. Whenever something upset him, whenever he gets into arguments with Devon, and really, whenever it pleases, it makes itself known. It comes in a deep, masculine voice, although sometimes it's Brian-like in how it taunts and laughs at him. Ooh. The way we kind of have heard of this thing, it's kind of an amalgamation of all the people that it's inhabited. So it would make sense that it's taken traits of everyone. Interesting. Short asides that were sometimes mean, sometimes meaningless, and sometimes boring. All about the things Cameron would do and the people he would see. Feels like it's trying to remind Cameron things aren't okay, as weeks continued to come and go with manageable but clearly present psychotic symptoms. He worried his broken arm would stop him from being able to play music as well as he used to. Turns out he didn't have to worry about that at all, because he doesn't give a fuck anymore. Like a switch, his interests, his motivations, his want to do anything productive or useful seem to just turn off. That's what happened to Chase. His thought process had been wrecked, and the disorganized thought during his episodes became present, even when he wasn't having one. His mother said she needed meth because it fought the feelings that her psychosis brought on, which was brought on by the meth. A vicious cycle. And speaking of which, he finally got his diagnosis. Schizophrenia. Likely induced by the trauma and drug use in Echo. Not that it really matters what induced it, because the problem is that he has it. There's no taking it back, after all. Hey, there he is. Propranolol. That pill for restlessness from akathisia. Escitalopram for depression. Trazodone, I know that one, for sleep and depression. Topiramate for weight control. Hey! I take topiramate for weight control. I don't take it for that, though. I take it for pressure in my head. But it has helped with the weight. And guanfacine for tics. Tick. And PTSD. And clonazepam as needed for anxiety and panic attacks. His head tilts to the right before coming back up in a sort of twitching movement twice. Tick, tick. The symptoms of schizophrenia are devastating enough, but so are the side effects and the antipsychotics to treat it. Side effects that are covered up by the medications that cause even more side effects, which in turn are maybe more tolerable. The first antipsychotic he tried made him too tired, and he was finally switched after 4 months. I have been through this process before. This switch aggravated the dopamine in his brain, according to his last psychiatrist, which for some reason, this meant that his childhood motor and vocal tics got to come back. not just come back, but they came back with a vengeance, to the point that when he got especially emotional, his neck and sometimes his body would go into an uncontrollable twitching fit. At least he could hide it, or at the very least control it, when he was younger. Made him feel like some kind of freak show in public. His vocal tics would come up at the worst moments, and talking to anyone other than Devon would result in awful humiliations that sometimes triggered psychosis again. When a vocal tic involving his diaphragm appeared, one that he'd never had before, Cameron really began to despair. It would force him to exhale for 10 to 15 seconds before holding it until he nearly blacked out. Then it would release, and he would gasp in air again, vision coming back through blurry tears, only for it to happen half a dozen more times in agonizing waves. It was so distressing that each time it happened, it triggered an episode, and he'd be left with so many tics happening at once that even Devon couldn't communicate with him. The familiar tightening in his abdomen signaling the approach of another episode was enough to make him whine and cry in dread. All this because that damn pill that's supposed to help him. 3 or 4 of those vocal episodes every day for a week, and Devon had finally had enough and found a different psychiatrist. This helped a great deal, and Cameron found himself trusting her far more than he ever did his first psychiatrist. She immediately switched into another antipsychotic, one that she said would help his tics too. Still, when Cameron had been readying himself to take his first dose, he broke down. He cried like a child. He even begged Devon to not make him take it, which just made the whole situation so much worse. What if it caused him more problems to show up? What if it made him worse? Cameron read all about the horrible lifelong side effects that antipsychotics can cause. Those... I'm not even gonna attempt to try to pronounce all that. And his old childhood bane he'd almost forgotten about, Tourette's syndrome. The word that can be placed in front of any of those symptoms, which means that even if you stop taking the drug, and even if years go by, the symptom lingers. And then there's always the worry that tolerance might build, supersensitivity might set in, and the dosage might need to be increased, and then he might develop a treatment-resistant form of schizophrenia. All from these little pills wreaking havoc on the synapses of his brain. More poison, more brain damage. Cameron rubs his right ear vigorously. You're the brain damage, asshole! Whoa! 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 The Echo Monster did not like that. Remembering the management techniques his therapist taught him, Cameron takes a deep breath. Okay, time to take my medication. It's been a few weeks now, and my tics have decreased by over half. I haven't had a breathing tic in 4 days. I feel like this is good progress. What think is positive symptoms have decreased by maybe 40% over the last week. Good progress. Just hope my negative symptoms improve as well. That's my next goal once I reach stability. His thoughts are his own again. That makes Cameron feel at least a little better, knowing that some things are coming easier. He begins opening his pill organizer and pulls out the most important one. The psychiatrist had been right, and for once, Cameron feels like they might have at least found the right road to the new him. Despite tolerating paliperidone much better than the last antipsychotic, it still causes the same side effects that make him need to take all the other meds. At least it's making his tics better. 3 tics. Though he doubts they will ever truly go away like they did in his childhood. tardive Tourette's syndrome. Devastating on its own, but still controllable, manageable with time. He has to believe that. As the sound of pills rattling against plastic seemed to echo through the kitchen, Cameron hears Devon in his study.
Oh, you're taking them now? Just a sec.
That was fast. Cameron mutters under his breath, feeling just a little resentful, knowing that Devon had been listening in on his thinking out loud technique. Cameron sighs and picks up the pill again, staring at it closely, as if able to see its molecular structure, engineered to block the dopamine receptors in his brain. The root cause of psychosis, at least at the molecular level. More complicated than that, it always is. Devon comes in, and with just his underwear on. A year ago, it would have been a sight that Cameron would have appreciated. Probably would have put his arms around him and rubbed his face into his chest like he used to. But his sex drive was killed months ago, either from meds or one of the many symptoms of schizophrenia, and it's just another reminder that he's not who he used to be. While sex is the last thing on his mind, Cameron knows it's important in their relationship. He occasionally would force himself to do it and pretend to enjoy it, but everything aches now. And in the end, he'd find himself staring at the ceiling. Devon noticed and eventually suggested that they wait until Cameron feels better, until he actually wants it himself, which only made Cameron feel worse. Devon's libido was stronger than Cameron's ever was, so he knows it must be sexually frustrating for the bear. Right now, Devon is just standing there, smiling pleasantly as he watches Cameron, making sure you take your poison. You want your brain damaged more than it already is. Jolt of fear, a dip into unreality. Cameron feels angry at how easily the voice slipped into his thoughts again. Useful poison. And winces at the crazy coming out of his mouth. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud, if that's what you're wondering.
Okay, that's good. Remember, it does seem to act up right before you take your medication, so don't worry about it too much.
It's a really good, shot. They just feel very real in this moment, you know? And also very true from Mike. Don't ever force yourself to do anything to appease your partner if you don't want to do it. Very, very true. They're doing a really good job of making the aftermath of everything that happened in Echo, the town, feel very realistic. Yeah, I don't need you to watch me anymore. It's quiet as Cameron swallows the pill, angling himself so that Devon can see, and follows it with the rest of the 5 or so pills he holds in his paw. Cameron finishes swallowing those, knowing that in an hour he won't be able to keep his eyes open. Ooh, a little bit of resentment on Cameron's face. Right? Or do you still not trust me?
No, I agree with you, but we also agreed I'd do it for at least a year, just in case. Even if you said you were fine. Remember?
Cameron hates the fact that he's right. Yeah, because you don't trust me. Spitefully, Cameron turns to show Devon the underside of his tongue, as if the bear might be suspicious he's hiding it.
Cameron...
You want to do a cavity search too? Hey, maybe that can be our solution. I take my meds, then you can get to play with my ass. Cameron feels the burst of anger in Devon, and for some reason it feels good.
That's kind of a fucked up thing to say, don't you think? Is that what you think I even care about right now?
Oh, jeez. Devon's already sounding angry, quicker than he usually does, and suddenly they're in a fight. One they never had before Echo. Things must be getting extra stressful for Devon if it's this easy to provoke him. And Cameron should do something to help him, to soothe him, but instead he wants this fight. For a moment, he even wants Devon to hit him. Kill him. Grab one of the knives. Punch him right in the face to end everything as they know it. Not much for them to lose anyway. Why are you all of a sudden intent on me taking my meds? Pretty different from college, right? This is so different, Cameron. I know I talked shit on psychology before. I acted like I knew what it was about, but like you say, everyone changes. It's because I'm a problem for you now. And you just want me to take what'll make me not crazy, even if it makes me feel like shit. I want you to get better. I'm not gonna get better, Devon. This is permanent. It doesn't mean you can't get better. That's the point. And then I'll relapse. If you relapse, we'll help you get better again. I don't even care about the stupid voice anymore, or even the tics. Oh, there. Fucking, I like how it's, the voice is almost petty. Like, fuck you, I'll make you care, you piece of shit. It's like, Jesus Christ. Tick, tick, tick. Feels like my soul has been sucked out, and I don't care if it's the meds or the crazy or just me, but I hate it. I hate it too! I hate it so much. I hate that you feel this way. That's why I'm doing this. But you don't even have a fucking clue what this is like. Everyone just talks about the voices and hallucinations and delusions, but what about the cognizant shit? I can't think. Nothing feels real and I feel dead. You're right. I don't. But you're all I think about almost every minute of the day because I see you suffer and I want to stop it. Wow, the voice really just, the voice is just being rude at this point. I'm probably suffering because of the meds. It's like back in college, but 10 times worse. I can't write or even listen to music anymore. I don't want to do anything. Come on, Cameron, this is the main reason people relapse. Their positive symptoms go away, they think they're better, and then they stop their meds so that the negative symptoms aren't so bad, and then they relapse. You need time, a year at least. And maybe then we can start tapering off, but not now. And what if I do relapse? It's like only half of schizophrenics that even achieve a full 10-year remission. Medical literature he obsessed over pours out of his mouth. Shitty quality of life, up to 30 years off the average life expectancy, incurable. Then we'll try again, right? Burst of anxiety from Devon. Well, Cameron never thought hard on what he might do. He does suppose he'd consider ending it. If this is how the rest of his life will play out, he's sure he will eventually. But only when Devon isn't here to take that blow. Hate you. Want you to die. Voice continues to talk and Cameron rubs his ear trying to ground himself. Right. The obvious signs of Cameron having an episode seem to bring Devon back down as well. The bear quickly hugs Cameron. I'm sorry. Aw, there they are. Despite his sore and sensitive skin, it feels good after the burst of anger and sadness. I'm just sad. I'm sad because I had such a good life with you, and it feels like it was just yesterday, but it's just gone now. It's strange that he can remember his past life so vividly, the feeling of being mostly normal in his brain. And squeezes him tighter. You always talk about the new you, and how we just have to wait for him to get here and we'll have a new life. It'll just be a rough couple of months, maybe a bit longer. Cameron sniffles. What day is it anyway? The 15th? The 24th, I think. I forgot that your birthday was last week. I just remembered now. Devon laughs. Honestly, me too. They have a nice kitchen. I mean, look at this kitchen. It's nice. I'd enjoy this kitchen. The hardest thing about that particular argument for Devon was that he completely empathized with Cameron. Can't imagine being in that situation, made to take medication that changes him so fundamentally that he's not in full control of his movements or even his breathing. The coyote is justified in being angry, sad, childish, and even sometimes outright spiteful. That doesn't mean that it isn't unsettling to see Cameron lash out and cry in ways Devon had never seen him come close to before. At points, it feels like he's watching the deconstruction of a life in real time. Leaves his stomach feeling hollow and sick, like it did days after Brian had a go at it. The thought of the old bear makes Devon so angry that now he wishes the man was still alive. At least then there'd be a chance for him to try and knock out a few more of his teeth in court during the victim impact statement or something. And the stress continues to build as Cameron's condition remains unstable. The transfer was scheduled for November. Devon is trying to type up an extremely apologetic and professional email to explain the situation and also request a possible video meeting to delay the transfer. It's a reasonable request, especially considering the state of the world at the moment. Transfer of what? But then, seemingly out of nowhere, his breathing picks up speed. Confused, Devon watches as the edges of his vision begin to darken. He can't figure out why he suddenly feels as if he's going to pass out. The first thing that comes to Devon's mind is Arturo's older brother who died of a pulmonary embolism after surgery. The one that already talked about casually while high, even though Devon knows he's still devastated by it. Devon stands up from his desk, walking, then sinking to the ground as the room spins. Cam, I need help, please, I can't. Before he can stop himself, he blurts out Cameron's name, simultaneously questioning whether that's a good idea or not. Cameron seeing his boyfriend die in front of him won't exactly help his mental state, so it's better that he's probably sleeping like a rock right now. Pulls out his phone as he's on his knees, having pressed the 9 and 1, before a very groggy, sedated Cameron comes in, his expression of bleary confusion turning to fear. Don't worry, I just can't catch my fucking breath. A look of recognition comes over the coyote's face, and kneeling in front of Devon, he presses the bear's head against his chest. Devon, it's okay. We're okay. Breathe with me. Devon's not sure if that's what the problem is, but after just a few seconds, it stops. Are you okay? I've never seen you like that before. Devon sees Cameron's neck twitch multiple times. He immediately feels like an idiot. Here he is having a stupid, breathless panic attack while Cameron is having vocal tics that force him to almost pass out from not being able to breathe. Devon tries to get him to go back to bed, but Cameron sleeps on the sofa in the study, determined to be there if Devon needs him again. Devon feels like he should be the one doing the comforting right now. He is glad to have Cameron there. So, that's what the coyote feels like when he's panicking. A scary moment, but Devon doubts he'll let that feeling sneak up on him again now that he's familiar with it. Oh, really? Yeah. I won't let that panic thing come up. Yeah. No. He'd considered therapy and medication like he's constantly trying to find for Cameron, but part of him has to admit that he's scared too. Besides, he's not bad enough. He's not bad enough that he needs help. He'll settle on what always helped him to deal with stress in the past, which is being active. Oh yeah, you just
go through the echo trauma chamber and come out of it totally neurotypical. That's sure. Pshaw. I mean, yes, I'll definitely be able to tell when I'm having a panic attack again, Devon 2023. Fucking hell. Exercise will be good for both of them, actually. Exercise and staying active. Way to go, guy. Once he sends this email, he'll figure out how to renew both of their gym memberships, assuming the place is still even open. Hey, there he is. Looking tired. Devon steps out of the gym, taking a deep breath of the frigid February air. Okay, so now, just say no to panic attacks, kids. Nancy Reagan would be proud. But fuck Nancy Reagan. So now we move from October to February. We're really flying by. We're in 2021 now. Devon steps out of the gym, taking a deep breath of the frigid February air. There aren't many cars or people on the street, not this early on a Saturday morning. Probably because they're sleeping in like they should be. Devon instinctively begins to reach out for Cameron's paw. But he's not there. He hasn't been there for a while now. Almost a year. What the fuck? You're just gonna drop that on me like this? Okay, so... So almost a year. So this is actually February 2023. Or 2022, rather. Because it said almost a year. What the fuck? You're just gonna plop that down? Son of a bitch! Well, let's just continue fucking... Keep reading, it'll explain, alright. Well, what he used to be is there, at home, in the urn, sitting on Cameron's old dresser along with all the coyote's other little possessions that Devon had kept. It hurts even more because he's almost certain that Cameron would have loved this city. Okay, so they moved. We'd do a better job remembering that Cameron isn't right next to him if... Quit thinking about me like I'm dead. I'm not. Thinking about you like you're physically gone. Cause he's fucking... Cause he's got ESP, so now he can talk to him like... Cause he's... So because he had ESP... He can talk to him as a ghost? Is that the conclusion? So not only did Brian just die of a heart attack, but Cameron just dies off screen and is alive because he gets to fucking Jedi fucking Force Ghost treatment. God damn it! Anyway, continue reading. I do miss being physically present. I guess I could be dead, but it doesn't really matter. It kinda does! We're getting, trust me, keep reading from Despa, alright. What?! You're not dead, I'm just like your vessel now? Alright. I'm reading, I'm sorry I keep stopping. Every line has been fucking crazy. You're not dead, I'm just like your vessel now. That's such a creepy word, just say I'm like your passenger. By the way, you reek. It's Saturday, I don't have work. Besides, I'm not taking a shower when the air dryer temperature is room temperature. I mean, I didn't say I didn't like it. You gotta fucking get in the smell stuff. I've never liked the smell stuff, and you're gonna do that now of all times? It's from a fresh workout. Devon grunts as, sorry, wrong voice too. Devon grunts as he makes his way through the parking lot towards his car. You were pushing yourself really hard, to be honest. Take it easier next time. Taking it easy is what got you period, hurt? The more echoes we can kill off, the better. Is he fucking Ghostbusters now? I doubt we can have that much of an impact, Devon. This shit is old, ancient even. It's a lot bigger than us in a lot of different ways. I just want to see how well this works out. If it can be done, maybe we can tell others about it. Start a movement to kill off haunted places at the source. But how many people have their dead boyfriend in their head giving them psychotic ability? What the fuck happened to this franchise? I won't tell him that part, just the psychic part. Gonna take credit for my abilities. Hey, I'm learning to fight too. Just see how much I've been bulked up. Devon flexes his muscles underneath his winter coat and padding, muscles he wishes he'd had when he fought Brian. I didn't know you could punch ghosts. And wish you'd get a different coach. He beats on you way too hard. I knew what I was getting into. Anyway, remember about the source. Usually it's some shitty person feeding these places. Oh well, punching real people sounds worse, actually. Yeah, psychic powers with mental illness has always been a no-go with me. If I'm gonna give shit to someone who developed a tentative build to Eternal Eclipse, and they promised they were gonna rework that, I am not gonna let the group that has produced some of the most popular fucking games and the most popular franchises in the sphere, Echo Team, off with the same shit. It's icky. It's icky. It's potentially reeking of ableism, for God's sake. Either way, this was all a good workout. You should Devon catches himself halfway through saying it. Even though he knows it's coming, and we know he tries to stop it. The imagery of So it did happen! So when Cameron got shot, and then it did that weird like flip it and reverse it thing, that was is just Devon like psychologically blocking it or something? So Brian really did shoot Cameron in the mine and Echo. And Devon just created a psychological block story to try to pretend it didn't happen. He tries to stop the imagery of Cameron's ruined face flashing through his mind. The minute he accepts it, he should just be happy the coyote is still talking to him, that he's still with him. He's not. Kind of. I miss you. Please don't do that, Devon. I'm right here. I want to hold you. You basically are. I'm giving you a big emotional hug right now. You might also be feeling out your muscles too, because you have bulked up nicely. No. God damn it. God damn. Damn, man. Keep reading, it gets better. There's more. Fuck. Devon laughs and wipes his eyes. Thanks, Cam. Cameron watches all of this, but not that Cameron is in Devon's head. The Cameron that avoided the shotgun that survived. Stop muddying the waters! What are you talking about? The Cameron that avoided the shotgun that survived. He's had these dreams a few times. At first, he simply thought them to be traumatic nightmares from a traumatic event, but this is one of those dreams that feels so real he almost can't tell he's dreaming. They're not really nightmares either. Usually they're mundane, kind of funny, and kind of sad. The dreaming Cameron, for some reason, can't trust this passenger Cameron at all. What? This version of himself feels off, almost like there isn't even a soul to go with him. Otherwise, he sounds and acts just like he does or did before the diagnosis. It makes him wonder if he'd trade off given the opportunity. Cameron isn't waking up, so with little else to do, he reaches out mentally and digs into this other Cameron a bit deeper. What he sees lasts only a second. After tearing out Brian's throat, this Cameron immediately began communicating with him. But he began speaking to Devon shortly after the younger bear had ripped out Brian's throat. It's not an illness, not like what Cameron has, but it's still Echo. It's part of that town, and Cameron doesn't want this Devon to... Oh, don't look at me like that. Oh, God. Okay. It's like Sam and Echo. Cameron's soul has been taken over by the town. Yeah. There's a table flipping happening. When they were in the mine, remember mention of a divide. This is the divide. One timeline where Cameron got shot and one died. Another one where he survived and is on the road to recovery. What I gather from this, really want to talk about how Howley... Talk to Howley about it. Dude, if I ever was able to do... Like, I've said this before, my dream interview for a visual novel space is Howley. Like, if I would love to do that interview. Love that. Anyway, Cameron saying, Devon, he's back. And Devon looking right at us. I don't like that shit. A feeling difficult to describe comes over Cameron. Something from that dead Cameron, an entity that acts and talks like Cameron. The thing that's currently attached to that Devon. Don't bring us back here. What? He's tied up, bound with rope, with a foul-tasting rag gagging him? What if this game is secretly really long? And they just fooled everyone by calling this, like, the last build? And there's just like this arches, like this rotating time circle thing. Oh, jeez. Big Bear's been gone for over an hour, but no matter how hard he tries, can't make the zip ties and chains move. And then his stomach turns. The meal Brian had bought him at the bar starts to come back up. Bought him at the bar. This isn't us. This is someone else. This is one of the previous victims. He's gonna throw up and he's chained down on his back with a gag in his mouth. Gonna throw up and then he's gonna drown. Vomit floods his mouth. Cameron leaps out of bed, one paw over his muzzle. He stubs his toe horrifically on the doorframe to the bathroom, bending back the claw so that it's left bleeding and almost ripped out. Ow, Jesus Christ. But he makes it to the toilet in time to retch up the small amount of whatever is left in his stomach. His name was Alan, a rat, Cameron thinks. But the Cody can't remember the last name. Last name of the man who drowned in his own vomit. That's fucking disgusting. Cameron sobs, both for himself and for the poor young rat that lived a short, hard life, only for it to end up by choking on that shitty food Brian lured him in with. After a minute, the Coyote calms down and listens, thankful that Devon is an incredibly heavy sleeper. Yeah, breaking your toenails. That sucks. Just talking about someone who drowned in vomit. Breaking your toenails. I'd rather fucking die. What he'd seen definitely happened. And even though the police stopped trying to interview him after learning about his schizophrenia diagnosis, it would still put an anonymous tip tomorrow. Cameron knows there's at least twice as many victims that the police know about, and he plans to report every single one that he sees. Summer 2021. Oh, my head! My aching brainium. Half a year later, Cameron finally starts to feel as if he's starting to live life again. Not his old life, but a new, unfamiliar one. This scene is bittersweet. Oh boy. Tapering down his meds along with exercising definitely helped, which is why he came here with Devon to visit Arturo. When he sees his old friend, he feels a bit better, just based on the shape of his amalgamation. It's a bit more full, while it's still damaged, it's also at peace. Cameron knows that feeling. He's different now, and he's accepted that. But he's still Arturo, which the cat has come to accept too. He's just different now, changed, like everyone changes. A terrible, dramatic change, but one that can happen to anyone. Hey! Ooh, that's a different one. Let's just one and probably only donate because you're using your allowance. Oh, well, thank you. Poppin' Wit. SGD5. I've never heard of that one. I don't know what that is. What is that? SGD5. SGD currency. Singapore dollar. Wow. Things always tend to get worse, but then they tend to get better too. Cameron knows this just by looking at Arturo. While the Coyote did just want to see his old friend, he also wanted to know a few other things. His methods are morally questionable, but he justifies it since he's tired of being kept in the dark. An hour before they got there, Cameron eats a piece of chocolate from the backpack he brought for their stay at a motel. Devon complains when Cameron says that it was the last one, but the Coyote knows the bear would lose his mind if he knew what Cameron actually did. Oh no. Did he take drugs? Oh yeah, if we see Artie, I can only imagine what he did. That was microdosing psilocybin. Oh boy. What did you just do? Stupid, idiotic, unbelievable, when it could cause some severe lasting damage. It might have been what triggered his schizophrenia, but his abilities increased tenfold even on this tiny amount.
Besides, it made him feel better. That does not justify stropping. Of course, he'll tell Devon when more time has passed, but the bear has shown almost zero interest in the paranormal as of late. Maybe he'll just tell him he's taking it for the mood lift. For now, he just wants to take in the emotions and conversation. Whoa, hey! He looks totally normal. Look at him. This game did a huge shift for me here. Like, Arturo was almost a reason why I was like, I can't stand this fucking character. I can almost not play this game. Well, it was the way Arturo played off of Cameron. But then, like, they totally saved my interest in this character practically by almost killing him. By killing him and then not killing him. So it's like, man. They did the impossible. Well, what I'm trying to do is get rid of this damn limp. That's what people notice most, if I'm not talking. Cameron smiles pleasantly, despite the fact that Arturo is more guarded and fortified mentally than anyone else he's met, which is the last thing he had expected. Actually, I didn't even notice. Well, you will next time you see me walk. Anyway, I hear you're working on your masters, Devon. Every stutter, every struggle feels like a physical blow to Cameron. He tries not to show it. He knows Artie doesn't want useless pity right now. Cameron always hated it too. I do like the shirt. Shows he was in therapy. Yep, up at the University of Desiree. Anyways, they're gonna say we live in the fucking in the sands of the desert. Sweet. In what? Mechatronics or robotics? Of course. And how's that? How's that progressing? Good. I just finished my first semester. And the place you're working at? They're financing it? That's really quick. Well, I'm at the same company. It was always part of the plan once we moved. I still gotta graduate for them to reimburse my tuition, though. No pressure. I don't know how he does it all. Work, school, cooking, gaming, and you're good at all of it. That's just like him. Eat, party, and drink the night before a final, and then ace it while hungover. Cameron is close enough to Devon to see the skin flush under his fur. While some might find Devon to be overly humble, it has more to do with a sort of imposter syndrome. Cameron knows it must be awkward to be praised for not having to study or work as hard as his fellow students and co-workers. Despite that, Cameron still feels proud knowing his boyfriend is already inching into a leadership position at the company. He has no doubt the bear will be doing incredible things in his career. So, how are things going for you? What are you doing these days? Weren't you thinking about going back to work at that specialized school? Yep, Spectrum Solutions Academy, and I'm already back. Went back as soon as I got vaccinated. Still in RBT, working with kids with low functioning autism. How is it? Great. It was already like going back home. I'm supposed to have like 2 clients, but they've got about 5 on me now. They were so happy to see me, but they can tell something's a bit off about me though. Sounds a bit rough. Is your recovery still going well? Artie visibly draws into himself a bit. I like to call it a process these days. Most of my recovery is over, I think. Oh, I see. It's silent for just a second too long. Cameron's slow response is mainly due to being distracted, having finally deciphered Artie's general thoughts, feelings, and emotions. So invasive, like, ugh. In that moment, the guard has slipped, and Cameron realizes already knows he's psychic. What? Cameron realizes already knows he's... Why would he know? How would he know? You do have a question that's been bothering you. What the hell happened to Duke? Did he just turn himself in? Did he get away? I highly doubt that, but considering... I mean... Is Duke's role as an accomplice to Brian implicit? Explicit? I mean, surely they would have interviewed him at the very least. Concerning... they would have interviewed people in Echo about Brian's stuff. There's no way that his connection to Brian would have been... I mean, without Brian there to spill the beans, and I highly doubt anyone in Echo would have been like... It probably would have been like... You know better than to say anything. But then again, when Duke went to bring Arturo to the hospital, he was just sort of like, well, I guess this is the end. Of course, he told him that, but now he knows it, truly believes it, and for the past... Oh, he told him. And for the past 2 years, he realized how much of this has happened because of Cameron. Arturo is afraid of Cameron. Ooh. Kat senses the strangeness, the offness of who Cameron is now. Arturo also wonders if it's possible that Coyote brought a piece of Echo into the house with him. That shadow entity, it entered him and never came out as far as Arturo knows. As to say it's not still... Maybe it's like a management phase. That's what Cam calls it anyway, right, honey? Devon, probably confused by the tension, tries to add more to the conversation. That's right. That piece of shit hurt you pretty badly too, huh? Yeah. Really, it's the schizophrenia I was diagnosed with afterwards that I'm still trying to manage. Cameron suddenly decides to just tell Arturo about his own struggles, if only to look for some sympathy, understanding. Seems unfair not to tell him, for some reason anyway. For a moment, Arturo's expression becomes one of genuine sadness. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Cameron. Was it from what happened? I hope it wasn't the weed. No, I think it's from what happened after that pushed me over the edge. I see. Well, that makes sense. Do they think it would have happened anyway, eventually? Cameron shrugs. Maybe. They think it might have been in a prodromal state for years. It's obvious I was on the brink for a while. But he'll never know. For that moment, though, he feels like he and Artie have made a connection. Artie understands that they have completely different problems, but they're both life-changing, and the two of them are bound to these problems for the remainder of their lives. But then Artie senses that darkness, that bit of echo emanate from Cameron again, and he mentally recoils. It's been a rough road, but we managed to find some stability at the end of last year. God, it's such a pain in the ass trying to settle on the right meds. That took Maria a few years, I think. Hey, Maria! Oh yeah, forgot about fucking Maria. I was like, what the fuck? There's some rustling from the hallway, and a young leopard comes into the living room. Maria clearly having been very nearby in the hall. Why'd you go? Just wanted to give you guys some space. We were just talking about how long it can take to adjust to meds. Maybe you can give him advice again? Hey! Very nice. We could see the fucking scar tissue on his hair, but now we can see the person that already was... Maria, Maria, we like it loud. She leans in to give Arturo a kiss. Arturo takes it without a single hint of embarrassment or annoyance. Another solid rock in Artie's life, and one that will stay until the end. While Cameron would normally never invade someone's mind like this, the Cody doubts he'll have many chances to do so again in the future. and he needs to know if Artie's on a good track or not. You love Paint Fox's art so much, your icons from, oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's a very good source to get it from. Maria turns to Cameron, and because they themselves have been friends for years, even a little longer than he's known Devon, he can tell that this is weirdly set up. Oh yeah, antidepressants, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers. It feels like I've been through almost all of them. Yeah, makes you want to sleep all day, but also tear out my fur and crawl out of my skin. Ooh, that's a fucking mood. Cameron likes Maria a lot. Just like Devon and Arturo, they slip back into the old swing of things. It's nice, but he can't help but notice how he's been swept out of the conversation with Arturo. Anyway, the main reason I went back to work this early is because I needed something normal. Sure, things are harder now, so stuttering, memory's shit, can't really depend on the right side of my body anymore. But fuck, is it nice not being cooped up in here living on disability. And the only thing work has complained about is that I guess my inhibitions are a bit lower than they used to be. I swear I'm not trying to be a dick, but I haven't noticed that. Oh yeah, they said something about too many words, too little tact like 3 years ago, so I'm pretty sure that's just me. Yeah, I can attest to that. I can kind of tell that it might be affecting you now, but sometimes it's hard to tell the side effects from symptoms of psychosis, especially the residual negative symptoms. I mean, positive symptoms are obvious, but making your thoughts flow normally again, making yourself want to go back outside, talk to people, live, that tends to come back last, and sometimes it comes back a bit different. Sometimes doesn't come back at all. Now, while he tries to hold a conversation about psychotropic medications with Maria, he realizes how much things have changed. In fact, if Cameron's visions hold true, this will be one of the last of a handful of times he'll speak to Artie. It hurts. Leaves Cameron feeling a deep pit of guilt, shame, and even a little anger. But mostly because it's unfair. I can't blame anyone. But as he watches his old friend laugh and talk to Dev, almost like what happened never happened, Cameron sees a long, solid friendship ahead of them. And he's happy for that. Cameron realizes, even without having to read minds, that Maria is specifically there to keep Cameron distracted, to keep him away from Arturo. That finally shuts up the psychic part of Cameron's brain. Rather than leaving a hollow feeling, he's left feeling like he's been punched. Why are they treating him like a monster? Like he's the one... The final thought he receives is from Maria, and deep down, under her concern for Cameron's diagnosis, she's wondering if he's prodding at Arturo's mind. Arturo can sense him. His own sensitivity is subtle, almost too understated to be picked up on, but it's there. And that's why he feels like Cameron is carrying Echo with him. Cameron is mainly worried that Arturo knows what he's doing right now, and his neck and cheeks become warm as he feels like he's been caught in the act. Maria mentions something about how she has tardive dyskinesia. Cameron focuses back on their conversation, genuinely curious if it's gotten better for her with time. And that's how the rest of the afternoon plays out. The reason he'll only see Arturo 2 or 3 more times in his life isn't because of Arturo or Maria. It's because Cameron knows he can't come back here and cause them stress like this. Cameron is no longer part of or welcome in their lives, and he won't impose himself upon them again. Despite the hurt, or learning their true feelings about them, about him. Arturo's future is, if he has to sum it up, a happy one. Ooh, we got winter again. March 2023. Hey, we're this year now. Time continues on its steady, unrelenting march, and it brings with it both good and bad. The pandemic falls into the background. Political instability comes to the forefront. Money becomes tighter. But the world keeps moving, as it tends to do. Still leaves Devon almost breathless at the idea that he'd changed their lives in one weekend. While he has never really personally hated anyone to the point that he just wanted to hurt them, he does now. But that person is dead. He got the easy way out. For the first year, Devon wasn't sure how he'd continue his life. Cameron was either always sedated to the point of almost becoming unresponsive, or angry and sad to the point that he'd just sit in the bathroom and cry. The feeling of helplessness, knowing that Cameron wanted to be dead, or that he'd given up so much that he'd even told the bear he'd take opioids again if he could. And so Dev started doing things he didn't want to do. Checking Cameron's drawers, pockets, the side of the closet when he wasn't around. He's angry at the medical professionals who sent Cameron home because he simply had intrusive thoughts. This had relieved Cameron, though Devon was unsure. In fact, he knew it wasn't right. But Cameron was so happy and it seemed to stop the episode. But then, over the next 2 days, he was in a deep psychotic state. His intrusive thoughts were actually thought insertions. And by the time they got back to the hospital, he was screaming that he was actually dead. He accused Devon of planting speakers in the walls, and cameras in the mirror which he shattered. Over that first month, it was a normal sight to see Cameron sitting up in bed, brushing away non-existent bugs, completely unresponsive to anything Devon would say. But that's 2 years behind them now. And Cameron is finally starting to live, to really live, and become someone who seems to enjoy life again. Because while the positive symptoms of delusions, hallucinations, and depersonalization have been practically absent of the past year, the negative symptoms lingered. Devon had read about that over and over again. Lack of motivation, lack of interest in things that once gave pleasure, lack of expressive emotions, and moments of confusion, disorganized thought. It was the anhedonia? I don't know what that is. That scared Cameron the most. It scared Devon too, because what's a life worth living if you don't want to do the things you trained and aspired to do most of your life? Despite being able to listen to music again, Cameron decided a few months back to finally hang up his guitar. Cameron's paw is still weak. It still has a slight tremor to it when he holds it up. But Cameron hasn't touched his keyboard either, leaving it unplugged and dusty in their basement. The sight made Devon far more sad than it did Cameron. He still wonders if he'd been more of an advocate for Cameron. Maybe he'd pushed for further observation. They could have stopped the psychosis before it truly spiraled. Maybe he'd be his old self. There they are. What's wrong? You reading my mind again? No, I can read your face. Devon doesn't want to bring down Cameron's mood. He's the one that wanted to come out and walk around in the snow, and if Cameron wants to do something engaging and active, Devon will do it with him. It's strange that they got so much of that in March. It probably would be the last snowfall. Just realizing how out of shape I am. You think I'm starting to get a gut, like a bad one? Aren't you on the thinner side for a bear nearing 30? Cameron makes a point of looking at Devon's midsection and prods through it, making the bear huff. Oh, it is kind of squishy. Devon blushes. You caught me by surprise. You just got done saying I wasn't fat. You're not fat, just a bear. Just didn't think I'd feel the pudge through your coat. Cameron tries again, but as expected, Devon is tensed up and there's little squishing to be had this time. Let's sit down. Devon brushes snow off a bench for him. Hey, I'm not annoying you. Devon closes his eyes in guilt, taking a deep breath. No, I'm just worried about different things. I'm happy to be out here walking with you. It's good for the gut, anyway. Look at them. Cameron rolls his eyes as they sit down. I'm getting chubbier too, you know. It happens. And I love your body. You want to fool around tonight? I can have a closer look. Cameron leans against Devon's shoulder. Only if I get to have a look at you, too. Deal. And if we deem each other to be too chubby, we can go on a diet or something. Devon finds it strange that Cameron is the one usually cheering him up now. The coyote is worried about him, and Devon wishes he wouldn't be. Still, it makes him feel warm inside. He leans in to nuzzle Cameron. As he kisses the coyote, he realizes that this is a good moment in his life. A day he'll look back on fondly. A day he'll look back on for comfort when harder days inevitably will arrive. Oh, God. Devon glances up at the temple they're sitting across the street from. Always wondered what that golden dude with a stick is doing up there. Takes Cameron a few seconds to understand what Devon is talking about. The guy on top of Mormon temples? That's the angel Moroni, and he's holding a horn. He buried the gold plates. How do you know that? The Mormon friends told me. Oh, Cody the bull? Yeah. You thinking about converting? Maybe, if they ever become okay with this. Cameron leans in close to Devon again. Devon smiles, and they hold each other for a while. Something's on Cameron's mind, though. But Devon knows to wait until the canine is ready. Devon, did you ever find what you were looking for? Devon immediately knows what Cameron's referring to, and it makes his stomach twist in a knot. I'll only bring it up this once, but I keep thinking about why we went in the first place. I just wonder if you were able to, figure stuff out. Devon stares down at Cameron, and even though the coyote isn't intentionally pointing out Devon's cascade of failures into catastrophic failure, he feels it. I figured out that it doesn't matter. It isn't worth finding out. And that I need to focus on us. Devon feels the sting of tears in his eyes, but forces it back. I figured out that I made a huge mistake, and it deeply hurt my friends. Brian hurt us. Cameron says it almost instantly. You just don't seem as happy or as outgoing as you used to be. I know you're really busy with your work, and you just got your master's degree, which is so cool, but you seem... Hey, it's like you said, we change. It's not really a divide, right? Divide mentioned again. It's like chapters in our lives. We change with each one. And the last one we went through was brutal. Yeah, nothing stays the same. We don't fully recover or become who we used to be. And still, we always want to go back to how it used to be. Devon feels a deep twinge in his chest, thinking about what life would be like now if he just made the right turn. It's like how they say you can never go home again, because home just isn't just a place, but it's people. It's a certain time, and when it ends, it ends. You can never go back. You can never get it back. Baby, I love you so much. And I know it sounds dumb as hell, but I can be your home. I'll be around as long as you want me to be, and you can always go home. I always will. Sorry if that was sounding depressing. I honestly feel at home with you. You're the only home I got. You know what's weird? I sense a lot from that temple. I've sensed it in other spiritual places too. Like those Buddhist shrines in Huaxia Town, and even those little shops where you see mediums and psychics. It feels like they're taking in energy and letting energy out too, like a portal. Huh. What do you think that means? I guess there's hope for everyone. Lupita, Artie, you and me, and that maybe instead of nothing, there's... Aww. Devon, overwhelmed with grief, happiness, love, loss, kisses Cameron. Kiss for a long time. Devon desperately hopes his Cameron is right. Because more than anything, he wants to start fresh again and do it right. Interesting wording there. His Cameron. Oh, hey, husband. They got married. Nice. For now, though, he's here with his husband, sitting and watching the snow fall silently. That's okay. Because whether they disappear forever or go somewhere else, it'll be together. Devon feels a little hope reignite in his chest. There might be something. There might be nothing. But he's content to wait and find out. But that'll be a long ways away, he's sure. Not until they're 110, after all. The end.
This is new. Oh, we're going straight there, huh? Okay.
Honey, whatever happens, just play dead, okay? No matter what. No!
Boom. Shaka laka laka shaka laka boom. Sorry. Oh, man. I should not have been singing. shaka-locking before that.
Cameron.
Damn. Ooh, March 2024. That's a jump.
Echoes aren't hard to find. They're everywhere. But some are worse than others, and Cameron knows which ones need taking care of the most.
Devon! I don't want to yell. I don't know if she's still asleep, but she is at least snoozing nearby, so I don't want to be loud. Spoof just snorted. Flash. Ah.
A flash of light, one I've gotten used to seeing, explodes behind my eyelids, along with an explosion of pain in my face and head.
Devon! Shit! Yes, sir! Never mind, that was gross.
A dull, blunt thud resonates to my stomach, and a familiar ache seems to hollow it out completely, sending all the breath I have held inside blasting out on a wheezing groan. Then, the familiar thump of bone on pavement as my legs seem to turn to jelly and I go down on my knees, head bowed, gasping for breath.
Next time you're dead, you fucking creep. Damn. What the hell's happening here? Watch out, Cameron yells.
One of my paws folded under my stomach as I grip at my gut reaches for the grip of my pistol strapped on my waist. I look up and see a scruffy-looking raccoon, the mask of his facial fur barely visible in the soft yellow glow of the streetlights. He's got his foot drawn back and looks about ready to kick me again while I'm down, but his buddy, a squat, muscular rat, probably the guy who hit me last, holds him back.
I hear sirens, man. Let's go.
The raccoon looks back down at me, almost like he thinks I'm the one who called the cops, but he moves on, spitting on me as he goes. I lower my head even more as I hear them scurry off toward an area behind the warehouse they'd been beating me up against. Now I'm left alone in the patchily lit parking lot, the already faint sirens fading away into silence. Well, I'm physically alone.
Are you okay, Devon?
Cameron's voice comes through again. I can tell he's trying to hold back from sounding panicked. I'm fine, babe. Don't worry. Just need a minute. I send him reassuring thoughts, even while my face comes to rest on the rough gravel and asphalt of the lot, feeling myself drool into it. Cameron goes quiet after that, realizing there's not much he can do except wait. A few minutes later, I grunt and make my way to my feet before looking back one last time. The men had already left in their car, the sounds of the roaring engine fading into the night. The warehouse, though, sits still and silent, gently illuminated by the surrounding streetlights. From one of the top windows, I see it. Probably standing on the grated metal flooring, I see it watching me with its red, glowing eyes. Oh, back in the kitchen again. The scruffy raccoon's punch got me good, right over the left eye. I could already feel it starting to swell closed, and I head for the medicine cabinet. Damn, with the dead plant in the background and everything. Jesus. I don't remember if this is the exact CG as last time. Maybe it's not a dead plant, but just like a viney one. I don't know. I swallow down 4 ibuprofen and a Tylenol for the throbbing ache that's already established itself firmly in my brain. You're gonna want to eat something with that, Dev. Cameron's feelings of gentle reproach are barely contained under the veil that he's trying to hide them under. And he finally blurts out his concern. He's right, though. And even though the hollow ache in my gut makes me not even want to think about food right now, I grab a piece of bread and force it down in a few bites. Veil. Another term we've come up with to describe something we don't understand. In this case, it's just a sense or feeling we both get when we're hiding thoughts or feelings from the other. It's like a mental shield, always up and rigid, but ready to come down if you let it. It sounds bad, but when someone's living in your head 24/7, you need some privacy. And so we automatically hide behind our veils most of the time. It's not like I'd prefer silence, though. Cameron's thought voice is gentle, quiet, and eventually, but especially now that he's trying not to upset me, which he shouldn't have to be doing. I'd fucked up bad this time. Caught and got my ass kicked. I've been staking that spot out for weeks, Cameron having noticed an echo in the upper windows of a random warehouse in the city's industrial park district. One that was, for whatever reason, really strong. From what I was able to gather, they were using it as a sort of something. Something definitely bad, because of the few times I'd gotten close to the warehouse, I'd heard faint, distant screaming. Gathered enough to know for sure it's not organized crime or gang-related. It's something much more strange and sinister, as it always is when it comes to echoes. I actually wasn't able to gather much, except that the rat was the main source and the one that needed to be dealt with somehow. Not that it matters now. After catching me, they'll definitely be moving their base of operations.
The swelling is really bad, Devon. Maybe we should try putting some ice on it?
The last sentence is posed as a question, again, apparently worried about how I'll react. Yeah, I know. I grabbed an ice pack from the cabinet and opened the freezer before pouring several ice chunks in it. You know, I'm not mad, Cameron.
You are.
The tone in his voice says it all.
Man, there's Devon alone in the kitchen. In case it wasn't obvious, this seems to be from the alternate future that Cameron saw where he died. There was that like that kind of confusing bit where there was like a death fake out almost, but what really happened, as is explained later to me, is that was a vision of a future, like a vision of an alternate timeline type of thing that helped guide Cameron to have the reflex to move the shotgun before, got shot. Kind of like what we saw in Glory Hounds. Well, it is the Echoverse after all. I do not think at all it's the same thing. It's not connected in any way. I put the cold compress on my left eye, sighing loudly. Not at you. So why are you so upset? The entire situation and how stupid it is. I can feel how you feel, no matter how many barriers I put up. You rub off on me, and I can't help it.
I wince, my eyes closed, thinking about all the times Cameron had described what it's like being stuck in my head. How when I get gloomy, so does everything around him. Something else to feel like a complete jackass about. Yeah, well, I can't always. Damn, look at his eye. Look at his eye. God damn it. Jesus Christ.
Control how you feel, I know. That's why I'm trying to hold off. Sorry.
No, I mean, I huff loudly in frustration. I honestly wish I could be happier for you so you're more comfortable living up there. It's silent for a few moments. Moments I wish weren't silent because I know what Cam's thinking about.
It could be if you give up on this, whatever the hell this is.
Feel a flash of annoyance, and this time it is directed at Cameron. This is helping other people not have to go through what we went through, Cameron. This is stopping years-long cycles of pain and suffering. That's what the hell it is.
Haven't we suffered enough? Maybe.
Who else is in this position that can do what you can do?
I'm not sure what we're making much of a difference. We clearly don't know what the fuck we're doing, Dev.
My heart sinks, realizing how much Cam might not actually want to do this. The one thing that's kept me going the past 4 years. You're the one that suggested this, you know. I say it in my head, the way I do when we're in public, or when I just don't want to say it out loud. I know, but I didn't realize it would become so dangerous. That if things get physical, we just move on, but I didn't realize you'd... Cameron searches for the right words. When you set your mind on something, it's hard to get you to change it. That's dangerous and stupid, and that fucking gun you have strapped to your hip all the time doesn't help. I need protection. Of course you do. But what if they saw it? What if you actually do have to pull it out? What then, Devon? Then I have to, Cameron. Oh. I look down at my phone. Arturo. Shit. Hey, maybe we just ignore it for now. We need to talk. He'll understand. We plan this call like days. We plan this call ahead by like 3 days, so I can't just ignore it. But you can. He'll understand, honey. And I've already made up my mind to pick up. He doesn't use pet names that much, but when he does, I know he's really concerned and upset. His quiet, meek objection almost makes me stop. But I have to. The almost physical pull of two people who are very important to me, stretching me in opposite directions. Maybe sensing my rising frustration and stress, Cameron backs away in my mind, the way he does whenever I need privacy. It's another level to the veil barrier. The feeling is similar to what it would have felt like if he just left the room. I put the phone up to my muzzle, wincing as it presses against my bruising face. Put it on the other side! Hey man, what's up? Quickly make a final aside to Cameron before Artie responds. After this, hon, I promise we'll talk more. Cameron doesn't respond, but I know he hears me. Then Arturo's cheerful, slightly accented voice comes through the speaker. Yo, how's it going, man? Press my index and thumb pads to my right paw hard against my brows, trying to tame the ache that still seems to echo through my head. I'm doing okay, all things considered. Jesus Christ. Apparently, he hasn't completely left the room. I ignore Cameron for now. Most of my focus is on trying to sound as okay as I just told Arturo I was. Hope those things aren't too terrible. You sound pretty awful. I can sense what he's implying with those words. It probably sound like I've been crying with my swollen nose and raspy voice. 4 years removed from Echo, and he still knows that I'm struggling. Even Arturo seems to have moved on better than I have, after taking a bullet to the back of his head. Sometimes I can't even tell it's happened. Sometimes I almost forget. But something always reminds me sooner or later. I know Artie never forgets. How could he? And I can't read minds like Cameron. No, not too bad. The silence that follows is an awkward one, which isn't normal when Artie's involved, the silence part, I mean. But it feels like he's wanting to say something to me that he's nervous about. Are you okay? I feel a jolt of worry and concern. Last Artie and I had talked, he mentioned that things were a bit strained between him and Maria, mainly because he was having a hard time trying to take care of her the way that he used to. If they're gonna split up, I don't know what Arturo's gonna do. I'd offer for him to live here, of course, but that would make things difficult between me and Cameron for a ton of different reasons. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah. Do you need a place to stay? Arturo laughs, and the release of tension makes me feel a little bit better. No, me and Maria are doing fine. We're doing all right now. It was just a few weeks ago, and that things got a bit hard since we're both going through our own shit at the same time. Yeah, that sounds miserable. You just need someone to talk to right now? Yeah, that, but it's about me. I furrow my brows at that, wondering how Cameron would know that Arturo is know that with Arturo being so far away. Frick. Maybe a vision or something. He's right though, as he usually is. I had something. His stuttering becomes more pronounced, which happens when he's flustered or emotional. Same. I stand more upright, muffling the grunt that comes from my mouth as my sore stomach muscles tense up. Hey, dude, it's all good. Tell me what's on your mind, no matter what it is, okay? And that seemed to calm him down a bit, and he takes a deep breath. How are you doing with being alone? Let out a hollow, fake laugh that falls flat. Yeah. I take a deep, full breath, again wincing at the dull ache in the center of my body. I'm managing. You, ever thought of seeing people? If Cameron's listening in, he doesn't say anything. No, not yet. It's quiet for a while, and just as I'm about to talk about how work's got me too busy to date right now, I hear something that makes me freeze. Something's been bothering me a lot lately. It's about Cam, and I'm sorry. And the words dissolve away into sobs. Shit. I feel a pain, frustration, followed by even more guilt. In the past, I'd jump at opportunities like this, to be there for people that might need me, but I'm just not as good at it as I used to be. Cameron, Arturo, my parents, my work colleagues, they can all tell. In fact, Mom was the last person to encourage me to start going out again, even saying the gay scene is better out in Fort Allen, and maybe just come back home, which had made me laugh and want to cry at the same time. I feel Cameron's presence return, though briefly. You're doing good, Devon. You know that. Press the speaker close to my ear. Hey, dude, what's wrong? Through hitching sobs and stutters, Arturo talks about the last time he heard Cameron's voice, about how he heard him begging Brian not to do whatever it was he was doing. Sometimes I wonder if I had done something, he might have been able to get away or something. I was slow because of the gunshot wound, so maybe he could have. I don't know. I'm sorry. This is something I hadn't heard about before. And in the back of my mind, I wonder why Arturo would tell me this. Feelings, smells, thoughts, tastes, everything from Echo comes back, reminding me of being trapped in that van while it was all happening. While Artie and Cam were being hurt in ways that can never be fixed or undone. I feel my heart rate rise, my breaths become heavier as adrenaline starts coursing through my body. Cameron's still there for me, even though he made a point of leaving earlier, senses my confused mix of anger and grief and guilt for feeling this way when Arturo is trying to open up to me. It's okay. It's over. I'm fine. It would have gotten us both killed if he tried anything. I just can't help feeling awful about it that you lost the guy you were that close to. And I swallow hard, mentally willing my voice to stay steady before I start talking again. Don't worry about me, Artie. And try not to blame yourself for any of that. I'm the one that asked you to come, remember? This shouldn't have ever happened in the first place, and I'm sorry. Artie laughs softly through his tears. That's word for word what I expected you to say. It's just, you seem so distant lately, like the past year. We used to talk all the time. As Artie goes on about how I used to be, I feel the surprising urge to just tell him about what's happening. About how Cameron is still with me, and no! Thought is strong, unwavering, and it overwhelms my own mind to the point that I lose my train of thought. It's happened before, but not like this. Makes me wonder how strong his own thoughts actually are, if maybe he could completely take over if he wanted. Either way, I can't tell Artie after a message as powerful as that, so I settle for something more vague. Listen, man, all I can say is something is going on, but I'm not ready to talk about it just yet. I promise I'll tell you someday, all right? I'm surprised by how relieved Artie sounds to hear that. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Take your time, man, and sorry for unloading like that about what happened in that town. I won't bring it up again. I just needed, I don't know. I get it. And if you ever need to talk again, I'm here for you. Same. I was actually thinking maybe we could meet up again, maybe go off-roading or even try some rock crawling in your new Jeep. Well, that made me smile. That despite what happened to him, he's still wanting to do shit like we used to do. Shit that could have gotten him killed. But if it makes him happy, we should. Maybe over the weekend? Feel a slight pang of jealousy, maybe even some resentment, but it takes me by complete surprise. Sweet! Well, it might have to be the weekend after, since Maria and I have a date trip weekend thing going on. I'm confused, and then shocked when I realize those feelings came from Cameron. Takes a good few seconds before I can get my thoughts straight again. A weekend after? Well, sounds good to me. We talk a little bit more, but Cameron's simmering irritation becomes too much to ignore, and after a while I make an excuse about needing to prepare dinner before hanging up. It's partially true, but I really only use the microwave these days. I can at least be happy knowing that Arturo was sounding way better than when we first started talking. Cameron stays silent as I actually do start to make my food. An unappetizing plastic bowl of lightly seasoned frozen vegetables. I'm still baffled at Cam's strange reaction when I was on the phone with Artie, when I know to wait for him to gather his thoughts before trying to talk to him. I suddenly project the feeling of me being tired, hoping it would make the coyote take some pity on me with whatever it is that's pissing him off. He's keeping it tightly guarded, though. As I open the packaging on the bowl, I think I hear something in my house and my ears perk up for any sound, any movement. No one's here, Devon. Just being a little cautious is all. Nothing wrong with that. Not usually, but paranoia can drive anyone insane. Poke some holes in the plastic wrap to vent the bowl before throwing it in the microwave and starting it. I don't have much of an appetite. My gut's still feeling queasy after getting beaten up. I gently feel around my face with a paw, finding where the swelling is most painful around my left eye. Gingerly, I apply the compress to it, a little surprised by how much it had swelled up between the fight and getting here. You were talking on the phone for over half an hour. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Cameron. So now you're mad at me? No, because I'm just trying to fucking help. Well, it doesn't help when you're pissed off about something that you're hiding from me. I'm not pissed off. I'm stressed out and worried after what just happened to you. I'm fine. Getting hit in the head is never fine, Devon. Well, it is this time. Besides, I'm talking about what happened with Arturo just now. Cameron sighs mentally loudly in my head. What, that I didn't want you to talk to him just so you could start treating your injuries? Did I read that right? That I didn't want you to talk to him so you could start treating your injuries. I think I added an adjust in there somewhere. I'm starting to realize he's not even going to tell me what the problem is. No, about you getting mad after I considered telling Artie about our situation. Of course I got mad! And once this Cameron's thought echoes in my mind, making my headache throb even more. His next thoughts are less thunderous, under control, but still angry. Devon, I don't want people thinking you're crazy, and I especially don't want anyone knowing about what you do. You could get yourself arrested or killed. I wonder if he's mainly implying that I could get both of us arrested or killed, which is, of course, worse. But I don't let myself get distracted. Something's not right. Artie believes in this stuff. I mean, not the situation exactly, but he's really spiritual and believes in psychics and mediums. This is very different. It's not that big of a leap. Besides, what if you use your clairvoyance to show Artie that at least some of what I'm saying is true? That could be a good starting point. Devon, bringing Artie into this is only going to make things way more complicated than they already are. We can trust Artie. With that mouth of his? I bristle a bit as Cameron points out Artie's uncanny knack for saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, which is partially the reason why I was so pissed at him for the beginning of the game. He doesn't fuck around with serious shit like this. But how is this even gonna help us? Like I said, it will make things so much harder if even one person knows. I'm realizing where this conversation's going, and I try to keep my thoughts under control, to keep him from wandering. Most of my thoughts are hidden from Cameron unless I intentionally project them out to him. But if they're strong enough, he picks up on them. This time, though, we both seem to be on the same page, despite not having to read minds. It's lonely, alright? Just being able to talk to someone would make things. His next thoughts are sharp and short. You just need someone to talk to. Cameron isn't asking me, he's just making a deadpan statement. It almost hurts with how cold he's being. Even when he gets upset or huffy, there's still a wariness to him that makes me feel like things are okay, but that's gone now. I try to remember if this has happened before. Cameron is always so nice and gentle after I've been through something rough like this, but this time, I keep these thoughts very quiet as I close my eyes in frustration, the aches of my body making things so much more agitating and distracting. Listen, Cam, if you're just jealous because I want to hang out and be closer, jealous! I wince again. Please, Cameron, my head. I'm scared. I'm trying to look out for you because you won't even do that for yourself. Well, that's what it felt like. I felt like when Arturo was just talking about hanging out over the week. I felt it, when Arturo was just talking about hanging out over the weekend. Fine, maybe I'm a little jealous, but it kind of fucking hurts when you realize you're not enough for your boyfriend and he has to rely on some straight guy to make him feel good. That's fucked up. That's the weird thing about this, like, divergent timeline is, like, it's played quite straight that somehow Cameron literally did end up in Devon's mind, but it leaves just enough, like, what the fuckisms to make it seem like maybe this is a psychosis. I really don't know. I don't know. Literally, I don't know if it's a full-on spirit transfer or if it's a version of Cameron that Devon has in his head that he won't let go and is driving him to do these things he feels he has to. It's very odd and not very well concretely defined, which is kind of the point, but I don't know. Anyway, let's just move on. What the hell? I'm angry, but also baffled at just how nasty he's being. This isn't like Cameron at all. At least I don't think so. This hasn't ever come up before. Well, that straight guy lost almost everything trying to save us. Besides, I'm not into him like that at all, and he's definitely not into me, you know that. And you'll be there the whole time. This conversation, what we're arguing about, is all so surreal. Since when did Cameron say stuff like this, or even feel that way? Was this always the case?
You're oversimplifying things, making me sound like a crazy, obsessive boyfriend so you can justify doing things that are stupid and dangerous. Is it really that stupid and dangerous considering everything else I'm doing? I don't know who's saying this. I just need some fucking peace and quiet tonight, please. It was still him, but they took his name away. I think that last part clear and loud in my mind, and I immediately regret it. Fine, I'll give you space and you can do whatever you want. Bye, Devon. Oh, come on, Cam, I'm really tired, and this silence is immediately eerie. He must have gone far into the place he usually goes when he's angry, but right now I can't feel anything from him. I wait in silence for a while, and then sigh in a way that makes it sound like I'm irritated, but it's mostly covered up by the slowly simmering anxiety. I wonder how long it'll be before he decides to come back. No matter how much I try to pretend, though, I can't shake the feeling of deep emptiness. This is something I haven't felt in years. Not since going into those mines back in Echo almost exactly 4 years ago now. I'm alone. Wait, Cameron? Cameron, you there? The feeling of being completely alone in my head is something I haven't felt since just before I killed Brian. Cameron, can you let me know you're here at least? Just one sign and I'll leave you alone. My voice sounds hollow in the empty space. Cameron? You there? No response except the microwave. I try not to panic and instead grab a fork and brought out the bowl of mushy, unappetizing vegetables, the smell overwhelmed by garlic. This isn't funny at all, Cam. Actually, it's kind of fucked up and pretty cruel too, because I didn't even do anything wrong. Wait a little longer, knowing those words would definitely trigger Cam to come back. But when he doesn't, I finally do start to panic. After about 5 minutes, I drop the fork in the bowl and look up. Cameron, you're really scaring me right now. Can you at least let me know you're here somehow? Anything. Empty. Because I'm going to start freaking out for real if you don't say anything to me, baby. Silence. That silence seems to become intangible, blanketing me with a feeling of suffocation. Emmy, baby, please. For the next 3 hours, I go from panic to anger to grief, back to panic, and then to anger and grief again. How could he do this to me right now? How could he? If he doesn't want to be around me, then I'm going to do the stuff he doesn't like me doing. I pull out an old bottle of bourbon and I start drinking. Cameron saw me doing this on a mostly empty stomach, and after getting in the head, hit hard in the head, he would step in, no question, but he doesn't. After waiting for almost another hour, I head to bed, drunker than I'd been probably since back in college. Curl into a ball, hugging Cameron's pillow tightly, silently begging him to come back. It's then that I start to process the idea that he could actually be gone. Kevin? Who's the fuck is Kevin? Cameron never said he could just leave, and he's never done it before. Maybe he doesn't even know how to come back? Silent begging isn't enough, and I mumble my coyote's name into the pillow over and over, hoping that if he's still here, he'll see how pathetic I look and come back. But he doesn't. Maybe somehow this isn't real, because none of this feels real. Maybe this feeling of disbelief and devastation that's been with me since Echo has all been a dream. Then I'll wake up in 2020 back with Cameron in bed next to me. I'm lucky I'm so drunk, because I don't know how I deal with this sober.
For now, I just cry myself to sleep. Just giving credence to the idea that... Oh? So, when's your birthday? December 21st. You? October 18th. So, I guess we don't have to worry about birthdays anytime soon. Hear a piano playing, along with the faint sounds of the radio in the background. A familiar, warm feeling of good times. Before the terrible changes. Hey, back in collage, if the college poster right in the center of the screen and the college hoodie that, not hoodie so much, but jacket that Devon's wearing wasn't enough of a clue. I like the small detail of putting the guitar, like the top of the guitar up in the in the right corner. It gives like a depth to the room. Like, it's a small detail, but it's like, it does a lot. I'm standing in the doorway of one of the music classrooms. The one that Cameron likes to go to or in the early evenings so that he can play on the grand piano. It's interesting being in his world. I haven't spent much time outside the engineering building since finishing my general studies, but being here, looking around at all the instruments, I appreciate it all a bit more compared to the last time I was in this building when I took Intro to Music Theory a few years ago. These are the good times, but I won't know it, not until Echo. See? Piano is way easier for me. I thought you sounded just fine on guitar. It was his voice that I really liked, though. He has a rough and smoky voice? Damn, I was just doing my normal voice, but okay, fair enough. Might as well change the co-main character's voice on the last build. Like me, what I say for him. But delivered with a smoothness that reminds me of old black and white movies. 2 weeks in, and I'm already cautiously hoping this relationship will turn into something more. Cautious, because Jesus is still fresh in my mind. The relationship had only lasted a few months, but I wasn't ready for the rejection that I didn't even see coming. It worries me a little that this canine might do the same thing. For now, though, he is smiling as he continues to play. I can see the red tinging of the red tinging the skin inside his ears, making me think he's probably feeling the same way I did when I was showing him the advanced math and physics classes I was taking. But I am impressed. The coyote's innate ability to seemingly pull beautiful and catchy melodies together seems just as impossible as Cameron said my coursework looked. Where do you even start? Huh? Cameron looks up from playing. Like, just music in general. How do you just come up with it on the fly like that? Oh, well. Cameron scoots over as an invitation for me to sit down, and I do. Oh, look at them. That's nice. Everyone's different, obviously, but I guess once you really learn how music works and combine that with the music you listen to, you can just sort of... Again, his fingers play effortlessly across the keys. Something tells me my limited music library wouldn't give me the experience I'd need to be able to do something like this. Cameron had already teased me a little about listening to dad rock. He quickly showed me that he also listened to the same dad rock too, but he listens to everything from rock to pop to jazz, classical. He enjoys it all. It left me feeling flushed and embarrassed, even though there wasn't a good reason to feel that way. Now that I think about it, I realize that I've embarrassed myself in front of Cameron quite a few times now, and I'm not sure if that's a good sign or not. Like, maybe I'm just paying more attention to what I do and say and do in front of him. Already walked in on us fucking was mortifying, no matter how I look at it, but Cameron had laughed about it afterwards, and he even talks to Artie. They get along really well. Well, that's when Cameron suddenly stops playing, looking at the clock above the classroom door. Well, they said my song could come on at any time after 5, but yeah, they might not even end up playing it. There's the pessimism I've come to expect. It's not bitter or upset. He's just lowering his expectations to avoid disappointment, which is kind of the opposite of how I think of things. They will. Cameron shrugs, looking unbothered. I'm not exactly sure what it is about him that's making this all feel so important. He's cute, funny, smart, and we have longer, deeper conversations than I've had with anyone else. His song sounded a little angsty, but through their dark humor, there's a lot of sadness and pain in the lyrics. When I asked him about it, he brushed it off, saying he was exaggerating in the songs. Everyone exaggerates. He's scared to tell me about his past. That makes me a little scared too. But maybe with some time, once I figure him out more. But something is telling me that this is gonna turn into something much more. Like, this is more than just a college fling, more than just a boyfriend. It's almost like I can see the future. Well, we can, you know. Huh? Cameron starts playing again, this time with a different but no less gentle and pretty melody. See the future. Besides, this has already happened. It's me, Devon. There's a slight laugh in his voice, one that sounds more surprised than anything. I let my mind fall back into that current, confused, traumatized, and angry mindset I seem to always be in now. But you left. I felt it. I actually don't know what happened, but I didn't like it. Everything was dark and quiet, and then you were dreaming, and now I'm here. You're back with me? I think so, yeah. I sit on the bench next to Cameron, reaching out to touch him. He's solid, and through his sweatshirt I can feel his slender frame. He's real. We hug, we kiss. It's just like how it used to be. How does this feel so real? Is this really a dream? A half dream, I think. This happened a few times before. Like, I visited you when you were dreaming, remember? Like what happened in Echo? It was more like a nightmare. This is a good dream. Cameron continues playing on the piano. I don't know. You have this, like, beacon-like quality about you that no one else does. I think I'll always be able to find my way back. I kiss him again. Can we not go back? I want to stay here forever. Cameron laughs. We've got time. As long as we don't try to wake up too hard. We might even end up right back here again if things line up right. But what if we don't? Then we'll stay here as long as we can and not worry about it. I'm reminded of the other qualities about the Coyote that I love. The way he's often so stressed and full of anxiety, but then suddenly surprises me with his durability and his bravery, especially when it comes to helping others. I just wish he'd remember that more when it comes to himself. I relax a bit as the warm, late afternoon light comes to pour into the room, lighting up the shiny instruments and the dust motes that swirl around us. I can see that the campus grounds are empty and not bustling with the usual combination of after-class hangouts and studying. Next up, we have a new song from our very own Cameron Wilson, a junior here at Pueblo. I guess the student radio is from 1915. The voice is faint, almost covered up by static. Called When We Had Everything. Cameron smiles at me, and I smile back. I can remember this exact moment,
The way Cameron had almost yelped in surprise and excitement at hearing his name and song come up. Instead of even listening to the song we just made out. Man, we sure were horny back then. Back then? But Cameron doesn't say it. Or his mouth doesn't move, at least. And his voice is different, maybe a little deeper. Mainly, though, it comes from behind me. The Cameron I'm looking at reacts at the same time, spinning to look back, and I do the same. Oh, shit. Is this a convergence point in the timelines? This is getting weird, man. In the split second I see it, I know what I'm looking at. Cameron had told me about it, how it's been following us around since Echo, how it's sort of an echo itself, one that manifested after Brian murdered him. We don't know what it wants, but it hurts my Cameron, reminds him of the pain he went through. And as I look at this fake Cameron, I feel that old anger. That same strange, cold fury that had blossomed in my chest after seeing what Brian had done, how it overrode the shock and incoming grief just long enough for me to finish that old bear. I feel my teeth drop back in a feral growl, warning this echo back, and it reacts by looking at me with fear and sadness. For some reason, that only makes me angrier. And I take in everything that makes this coyote so different from the one that I know so well. There's a glazed look in his eyes, like he just woke up. And his build is all wrong, thicker and pudgier than Cameron had ever been. No, this is some warped, sick creation. It's not even alive, but I know it can still hurt us. It's too late, though, as I hear a strange gurgling hiss next to me. I look. Oh! 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 Oh, man!
When you try to draw from reference.
When you try to draw from reference? Oh, fucking hell. When you're only good at drawing one side of the face. God, that's fucking horrifying. When Brian shot Cameron in the face, half of it had been blown away, splattering the walls of the cave and filling it with a smell that I will never forget. And now even now it fills my nostrils, and I just sit there shaking and staring at Cameron, seeing his wide, twitching eye, like he's still alive, and feeling it. Why does it say like he's alive twice? I don't. Now I get to see him in agonizing detail without the blood and gore covering the rest of him up. Now I wonder if he was somehow alive and feeling the pain in the seconds after the gunshot blast, when I couldn't see any part of his face clearly. Stop! In the name of fuck! God damn! I yell at the echo, at the dream, at everything to make it stop. Reach out my right paw for Cameron's trembling shoulder, scared to touch it because I'm worried it'll make the pain worse. Even now, in this dream world, I can see the scars just visible through the fur on my right forearm where Cameron's jaw and teeth had been embedded. They'd had to be surgically removed. All I can really remember is asking a nurse if I could keep his teeth once they'd taken it out. I didn't know what I'd have left of Cameron then, even though he was already talking to me, trying to keep me calm. He's not real, Devon. I lash out in the direction of the echo and feel my fist hit something soft, and I hear a gasp, and suddenly I'm back in bed. Feeling the beginnings of a pounding, awful hangover, but I don't pay any attention to it right now. Cameron, baby, are you there? Please. I'm here. Don't worry. That blurs the lines even more as to whether or not this version of Cameron that's in Devon's head in this timeline is a projection, if it's his spirit, if it's just a hallucination, a psychosis of some kind. It's very strange. And that only made it more like, okay, so the thing is, like, the fact that he could touch both of them gives the idea that they're both kind of real. But he said the other Cameron said that the other one isn't, and I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Oh, thank God. Are you okay? What the hell did he do to you?
I don't know, but I'm okay now, okay? I won't leave like that ever again.
Are you in pain?
Not anymore. Actually, yeah, I am. What the hell? How much did you drink?
I laugh out of relief and happiness, but mostly relief. Just glad my coyote is back. Babe, I thought I fucking lost you.
I'll be here as long as I can, Devon, and I'll help you find those echoes if that's what you really want. Now get up and get hydrated. Try to eat something, please.
Of course, Sonny, of course. I get out of bed, the aches and pains from all the things that had happened to me over the past day forgotten. I chat with Cam as I make myself something a little heartier, drinking a bottle of water along the way. Cameron is back to his old self, and I realize that's all I want.
No matter how much these echoes try to torment and hurt us, we're still together. Ooh. Echo couldn't change that then, and I sure as hell won't let it change that now.